Little Song, please accept my condolences. The gentle rain falls from the sky as Song Qian stands before the gravestone, clutching a bouquet of white chrysanthemums. A multitude of mourners, clad in dark attire and wielding black umbrellas, gather to pay their respects. Today marks the day of burial for Song Qian's fiancée, Cui Cece. Beside him stand Cui Cece's parents, their faces etched with sorrow. After offering their condolences to the Cui family, many extend a comforting hand to Song Qian, uttering words of sympathy. The photograph on the gravestone depicts a young woman of remarkable beauty, just 19 years old, whose radiant smile is now forever captured in monochrome. Song Qian's expression is one of profound grief. Although feigned, it bears a semblance of genuine emotion. He lost his mother during childbirth and, at the tender age of 5, his father sacrificed himself to save another. For the past 3 years, he had lived with relatives, relying on the kindness of others, and later resided in an orphanage. It was only upon reaching the age of 20, while enrolled in university, that the Cui family finally located him. They revealed that they had promised to care for him in his father's final moments, but circumstances delayed their search. The Cui family, blessed with 2 daughters and substantial wealth, sought to marry Song Qian into their family, hoping that his future children with their daughter would inherit their legacy. It seemed that a life of comfort was finally within his grasp. Yet, fate dealt a cruel hand. After merely settling his residency and arranging for their engagement banquet, and with the legal age for marriage approaching, his fiancée tragically drowned while vacationing abroad during the summer. Song Qian feels a profound sense of misfortune, as if the heavens conspire against his happiness. Mother, brother-in-law, do not grieve too deeply. Suddenly, a melodious voice breaks through his thoughts. Upon lifting his gaze, he sees a striking woman standing before him, dressed in a sleek black gown. Her tall, graceful form is complemented by raven black hair that exudes femininity. With an exquisitely shaped face and piercing yet cold eyes, the slight upward curve at the corners of her eyes adds an alluring yet enigmatic quality. The chill in her gaze seems capable of freezing the air, accentuated by a small beauty mark at the outer corner of her eye. This woman truly embodies the essence of an unreachable beauty. Xiaoyan, you returned. Your sister. Cui's mother begins, her voice trembling with emotion, as tears spill from her eyes. I never imagined that a simple trip abroad would separate her from us forever. Cui Xiaoyan bites her lip, producing a tissue to wipe her mother's tears. Eldest sister has returned as well. Song Qian observes Cui Xiaoyan's stunning profile, lost in contemplation. Having moved into the Cui household over 6 months ago, this is only his second encounter with the eldest daughter, rumored to be an exceptionally formidable woman, who maintains a distant relationship with the family, having spent most of her time overseas. It is likely that her return is solely for the funeral. Truth be told, although Cui Cece and Cui Xiaoyan are sisters, they bear no resemblance to one another. Cui Cece was a sweet and adorable beauty, while Cui Xiaoyan is a breathtakingly stunning woman, commanding attention wherever she goes. Little Song, do you still remember your sister? Cui's mother wept. Yet she did not forget to introduce the day's Song Qian to her daughter, Cui Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, although Cece has passed away, Song has already changed his household registration to our family and has been living with us for half a year. He treats us with the same filial piety as if we were his own parents. Even though he and Cece were never married, he remains our son-in-law. Cui Xiaoyan nodded. Mother, I understand. After the burial ceremony concluded, the Cui family had some matters to attend to and thus departed. While publicly, they comforted Song Qian to mourn quietly. Behind his back, they whispered and pointed fingers, including those wealthy young men who had previously harbored discontent towards him. Song Qian, you are the harbinger of misfortune that led to Cece's death. If I were you, I would hastily and quietly leave the Cui family and cease shamelessly living off their kindness. Indeed, I have always said he is an unsophisticated bumpkin unworthy of Cece. I heard he is merely seeking to repay a debt of gratitude. His father died to save the Cui family, hence he wishes to become a son-in-law. Cece treats him like a dog, yet he clings on stubbornly. How shameless. Nightfall descended. Song Qian lay on his bed, a suitcase resting beside him. Although the Cui family insisted he remain and had previously treated him well, he was, After all, no longer their son-in-law. Staying indefinitely would inevitably lead to disdain. One must understand the bounds of propriety. However, given the profound sorrow enveloping the Chui family, now was not the time for farewells. He would have to wait a few days. He picked up an album from beside his bed and glanced through it. It contained the wedding photos taken during his first month in the Chui household, featuring him and Chui Cece. In the images, he appeared anxious, while Chui Cece maintained an icy demeanor throughout. There was no semblance of affection between them. Rather, it could be said that Chui Cece harbored a disdain for him. He could understand that. Over the past 6 months, Chui Cece had often directed harsh words towards him, and he had never genuinely contemplated marrying her. After all, his father had died for the sake of the Chui family, and it was reasonable for him to take advantage of the situation to pursue his studies. Yet, he never anticipated that the once arrogant and domineering Chui Cece would meet her end in the vast, foreign seas, leaving no remains to be recovered. Knock, knock, knock. At 11 o'clock at night, an unexpected knocking echoed from outside his bedroom. Song Qian found it peculiar. Both Uncle Chui and Annie had gone to the mountains for a ceremony led by a master for Chui Cece, forbidding Song Qian, as her fiancé, from attending, fearing that the spirit might linger due to the sight of a beloved. Although this notion was inflated with superstition, he felt no inclination to ascend the mountain. Could be Annie's son? Or perhaps Uncle and Auntie had returned early. Surely, it could not be the ghost of Chui Cece seeking him out. As he approached and opened the door, he was taken aback to find not anyone he had anticipated, but rather the beautiful sister he had encountered earlier at the cemetery. Chui Shuyan had already changed into a nightgown, her tall figure adorned with a black spaghetti-strap short dress, complemented by a delicate shawl. The silk fabric gracefully outlined her exquisite silhouette, while beneath the hem lay a pair of long, snow-white legs. Her waist-length hair appeared freshly washed, the ends still retaining a hint of dampness. Although her face bore no makeup, her beauty remained striking. Song Qian gazed at her, somewhat dazed. "Sister, did you need something?" Chui Shuyan parted her red lips slightly. "Song Qian, although my sister has passed away, you have already become a member of the Chui family, recognized by my parents as their son-in-law. As a member of the Chui family, you must also assume the responsibility of continuing our lineage." Song Qian was taken aback. "Me? Continue the lineage? With whom? Surely it cannot be with the deceased Chui Cece?" Chui Shuyan smirked, a playful smile gracing her lips. Is there truly a second answer to this question? Chapter 2. The transformation of the two sons-in-law into the eldest son-in-law. The door was firmly locked by Chui Shuyan. Song Qian hastily remarked, "This is rather inappropriate, isn't it? My fiancée, is she. It matters not who it is, as long as you can remain in the Chui household," Chui Shuyan replied, her beautiful eyes observing the anxious Song Qian with an air of businesslike detachment. "This decision has been reached after discussions with my parents. I must depart for a flight tomorrow morning, and from now on, it will be your responsibility to care for them." As she spoke, she began to remove her delicate outer garment. Song Qian furrowed his brow, unable to fathom the Chui family's arrangements. Over the past 6 months, he had actually developed a good rapport with Chui's parents. Though the Chui family had 2 daughters, the elder one resided abroad for an extended period, and the younger one was seldom home, often out enjoying herself, leaving his calls unanswered more often than not. Several times, when Chui's father suffered from late-night health issues due to drinking, it was Song Qian who carried him to the hospital and provided attentive care. Likewise, whenever Chui's mother experienced severe headaches, he was the one to soothe her discomfort. His efforts had earned him a place in their hearts, as they treated him like their own. Given that Chui's father was preoccupied with business matters and his mother found herself overwhelmed by household responsibilities, they entrusted Song Qian with various tasks, demonstrating their unwavering trust and reliance on him. Yet, she had just been laid to rest, and the mourning period had not yet concluded. Chui Shuyan inexplicably smiled, gazing at Song Qian with a hint of pity and sympathy, which struck him as peculiar. "My time is precious. If you continue to waste it, I shall take my leave. If matters remain half-finished, do not blame me for my lack of compassion." The following day, Song Qian awoke late, glancing at his phone to find it already past 10 o'clock. He had exhausted himself the previous night. In retrospect, It all seemed rather absurd. However, he remained uncertain whether he had succeeded. Otherwise, there would surely be another opportunity, which was disconcerting, leaving him with an unsettling feeling. He sighed, noticing numerous messages on his phone, all expressing condolences for Shishi's passing and urging him to take care of himself. There was also a transfer from Uncle Chui, stating that he would not be home for the next few days and to ensure his well-being. Now, having transitioned from being the fiancé of Chui Shishi to that of Chui Shuyan, he felt justified in staying, particularly since he held a favorable view of his future in-laws. Seeking another family might not yield better circumstances. He headed to the bathroom to wash up, only to discover numerous red marks on his back, remnants of nails. He muttered to himself, "This woman truly does not regard me as human." Meanwhile, on a beach overseas, the sweet-faced Chui Shishi reclined on a sun lounger, basking in the sunlight, while a man beside her applied sunscreen to her skin. Sipping juice, her hands wandered playfully over the handsome man's abs, her face radiating contentment. The man remarked, "Shishi, you made quite a spectacle to elope with me. I heard that yesterday was your funeral. Your parents and fiancé must be heartbroken. I worry that when I return in a few months, there will be trouble." "And so what?" "They forced my hand," she replied defiantly. "I will certainly wait until my parents have driven that rustic Song Qian away before I return home." Chui Sisi's eyes brimmed with disdain. "Even though Song Qian's father sacrificed himself to save our family of 4, so what? I never implored him to rescue us." Chui Sisi scoffed, while my parents insisted that we owed too much to Song Qian, urging me to marry him. I would never agree to such a proposition. Having been the school belle throughout my youth, pursued by countless admirers and hailing from a noble lineage, I could never condescend to marry a man of Song Qian's caliber. Gao Wenbin affectionately ruffled Chui Sisi's hair, acknowledging that despite our brotherly bond, my friendship with Song Qian would be irrevocably altered for her sake. Love is an uncontrollable force. I suppose I owe him a debt. Gao Wenbin and Song Qian had shared a dormitory since their freshman year, initially having little interaction. However, after Song Qian cared for him during a month of recovery from a leg fracture, they became close friends. Gao Wenbin's family, though not as affluent as the Chui family, was comfortably well off. It was only after Song Qian's engagement to Chui Sisi that he came to know her. In essence, Song Qian had played the role of their matchmaker. "Brother Wenbin, please refrain from mentioning that unfortunate individual. He pales in comparison to you. In a few months, when we return, we could be together openly. It brings me joy just to think about it." Days swiftly passed. Chui Zhengtai and Xiao Yin returned from the mountains, finding their home orderly, which made them feel indebted to Song Qian. Xiao Yin inquired, "Aunt Zhang, how has Xiao Song been during our absence?" Aunt Zhang replied, "He tidied up the house, relocating the second young lady's belongings from the common areas to her room. He carefully stored her clothes and jewelry in dust bags and instructed us not to disturb anything in her room, leaving it just as it is." Xiao Yin felt a warmth in her eyes. This child truly has a kind heart. In the past, when Sisi was around, she often left her things scattered about, which would sometimes sadden me. It's good that everything has been put away. By the way, after Xu Yin's funeral, did she return home? Aunt Zhang pondered for a moment. It seems she came back briefly. The bedding in her room hasn't been disturbed. Perhaps she returned to shower and change her damp clothes before catching a late flight. Xiao Yin sighed. That child is always so far from us. Now, we only have Xiao Song by our side. Just then, Song Qian returned, carrying supplies. "Uncle Aunt, you're back. The house has run low on fruits and vegetables these past few days, so I went to the supermarket to buy some, considering the lovely weather today. Aunt Zhang, please prepare a light and appetizing meal tonight. Uncle and Aunt have not eaten or slept well these days." Chui Jingtai regarded Song Qian with admiration, feeling grateful for his reliability. "Xiao Song, you needn't call us Uncle and Aunt any longer. Refer to us as Mom and Dad. We have decided that you are now part of this family." Upon hearing this, Song Qian realized the significance of the moment. With his relationship with Chui Shuyin evolving towards the next generation, a change in address was indeed warranted. "Dad, Mom." Chui Zhengtai nodded and patted Song Qian on the shoulder. Although their identities had changed, their bond had merely deepened, devoid of any psychological burden. After she had completed her 49 days of mourning, They would invite a few individuals to announce this matter. There was no need for haste. After all, Shishi's remains had yet to cool. Song Qian quickly suggested that they discuss it once everything had settled. Cui Jingtai considered this reasoning and realized that hastily acknowledging Song Qian as his son might incite unnecessary suspicion and scrutiny from others. "Very well, I shall heed your advice," he replied. He continued, "I understand that Shishi's passing has been a significant blow for you. With 2 weeks until school resumes, if staying here weighs heavily on your heart, perhaps you might travel to your sister Shuyan's for a change of scenery. At your age, exploring the world and broadening your horizons would be beneficial." Song Qian was taken aback. Having just acknowledged him as a father, he was now being sent to Cui Shuyan's. "I would rather not intrude on Sister Shuyan. We are not yet well acquainted." Cui Jingtai reassured him. "That is of no concern. It was her suggestion after all, so you need not worry." Chapter 3. Moving into sister's apartment at 7 in the morning the following day. Song Qian boarded a plane with a suitcase. Upon landing, it was already past 11 in the land of cherry blossoms. This marked Song Qian's first venture abroad, and upon reaching the exit, he noticed someone holding a placard with his name. He approached, pulling his small suitcase behind him. The person awaiting him was a woman, approximately 25 years old, dressed in professional attire, exuding an approachable demeanor. "Hello, Mr. Song. I am Lin Lin, secretary to President Cui. Apologies for the sudden arrival. I must have caused some inconvenience to Sister Shuyan," Song Qian replied. Reflecting on how unexpectedly he had been awakened at 6 that morning and hastily packed off to the airport by his uncle and aunt, who had merely mentioned the idea in passing the day before. He had assumed it would be ages before he would see Cui Shuyan again, yet here he was, reunited so soon. "No trouble at all. President Cui has been quite busy. Allow me to take you to her residence." Lin Lin drove Song Qian to the base of an upscale apartment building and then took the elevator to the 17th floor. Although unfamiliar with the area, Song Qian sensed that this was a prime location, likely worth its weight in gold. "This is President Cui's primary residence, purchased 3 years ago," Lin Lin explained. "How much does a unit here cost?" Song Qian mused, calculating that it must amount to tens of millions of Huaxia coins based on the domestic exchange rate. He was taken aback. While he was aware of the Cui family's wealth, he had not anticipated such real estate in a foreign land. Upon entering, he was greeted by exquisite decor and a spacious, immaculate environment, devoid of extraneous items aside from the furniture. Lin Lin promptly took his suitcase to the master bedroom. "Your personal items will be delivered shortly. Would you prefer to rest now, or shall I arrange for something to eat?" Song Qian noticed that there were clothes belonging to Cui Shuyan in the master bedroom. "Am I supposed to stay in the guest room?" Lin Lin appeared slightly perplexed. "My apologies. President Cui indicated that you were in a relationship as an engaged couple. I assumed." Suddenly, Song Qian felt a wave of embarrassment. "Did she tell you that?" "Indeed, President Cui instructed me to meet her fiancé." While Song Qian had previously identified himself as Cui Cici's fiancé without discomfort, he now found himself unaccustomed to the shift in the narrative, especially considering the stunning and sophisticated Cui Shuyan. That night had indeed left a profound impression on him, and the thought of sharing a room with Cui Shuyan stirred a mix of emotions, compounded by the fact that his former fiancé he had passed away just days prior. During the day, Song Qian wandered around the bustling area, observing the fashionable attire of the locals, many adorned in suits and ties. His athletic were felt somewhat out of place amid the elite. By 5 in the evening, upon returning home, he discovered that Cui Shuyan was already there. Lin Lin handed a bag to Song Qian, smiling as she said, "I shall take my leave now. Should you have any instructions, feel free to contact me directly via phone." Song Qian accepted the bag, and only after closing the door did he take a glance inside, discovering several boxes of TT. How considerate of this assistant. However, he mused, if Cui Shuyan would see this, she might mistakenly believe it was her purchase, and wonder if she was not a proper person. Her sister had just been buried, and here was her brother-in-law, eager to fly abroad in search of her. Hastily, Song Qian stowed the items in his suitcase in the master bedroom. Cui Shuyan was in the kitchen pouring herself a glass of water when she heard footsteps and caught sight of Song Qian's hurried silhouette. Her phone lay on the island, engaged in a call, so she paid no mind to him. A while later, she entered the spacious living room with her cup. Noticing Song Qian had emerged, "My uncle and aunt invited me to clear my mind. I hadn't intended to disturb you," he explained. Cui Shuiyan nodded. "I am busy during the weekdays, only available in the evenings. For the next few days, Lin Lin will accompany you. If you wish to go out, let her be your guide." Song Qian regarded Cui Shuiyan, who wore a low-saturation purple dress that was both loose and simple, exuding an air of elegance and grace. Her long hair cascaded smoothly, enhancing her refined demeanor. The delicate features of her oval face were adorned with subtle makeup, and her eyes reflected an unusual restraint and maturity for her age, embodying an intellectual beauty that hinted at her distinguished status. Every gesture she made was imbued with a sense of restraint and the relaxed demeanor of someone in a position of authority. Yet, despite this polished exterior, the previous night had been tumultuous for her, and now, facing him, she maintained a professional distance. "Oh, Sister Shuiyan, you need not concern yourself with me. I merely came to alleviate my uncle and aunt's worries. I plan to do some shopping tomorrow, and will return home in a couple of days." Hui Xueyan suddenly smiled, her eyes casting downward as she sighed softly before setting her cup aside. She then locked her gaze on his Song Qian, her eyes traversing his brow, nose, and lips, keenly assessing his emotions. "Are you eager to return? Do you have matters to attend to?" Song Qian felt an inexplicable discomfort under her gaze. He took a step back. "I have no pressing matters." "Song Qian," she replied, "I understand that you need time to accept the nature of our relationship. I value efficiency, so perhaps our progress seems rather swift to you." Suddenly, Cui Shuiyan continued, "Due to certain circumstances, you must set aside she and marry me. However, I sincerely hope you can cultivate some feelings for me. After all, if marriage is merely a task for you, it would be a torment." Song Qian reflected that, were it not for these special circumstances, engaging with a woman of Cui Shuiyan's caliber would have been beyond his reach. Moreover, the previous night had marked their first encounter. Evidently, while Cui Shuiyan was enchanting and beautiful, her emotional landscape remained pristine and unblemished. He found nothing objectionable about marriage, yet expressing this could portray him in an unflattering light. "I shall endeavor to—" Cui Shuiyan lifted her hand, gently brushing her thumb against Song Qian's chin, skillfully redirecting the conversation. "How did you rest after such a long night the day before yesterday? Are you still feeling fatigued?" "I'm not tired anymore," he replied. "I slept rather well last night and managed to catch some rest on the plane this morning." "Ah, I see," Cui Shuiyan continued, her voice softening further. "Have you had dinner?" "I have. Lin Lin mentioned you had already eaten, so I dined alone." Despite their unfamiliarity, Song Qian found himself entranced by the delicate fragrance that lingered around her, leaving him a bit dazed, and he responded to her inquiries with candor. He remained uncertain whether her questions stemmed from mere politeness or genuine sisterly concern. Cui Shuiyan smiled, her voice dropping to an even softer tone. "Would you mind if we retired early tonight?" Song Qian was taken aback. "Ah, is the pace of the journey so swift?" He wondered why it felt as though he were merely there to deliver something. Chapter 4. How could they be siblings? The atmosphere was unfamiliar, heightening the tension. Given the peculiar nature of the moment and the extraordinary identity of the other party, anxiety was palpable. Cui Shuiyan took a bath first, draped in a robe, and said to the uneasy Song Qian, "You should take a shower now." Song Qian hurried to the bathroom. The bathroom was quite spacious, bright, and filled with a faint fragrance of shower gel. A backlit mirror and a sink adorned with meticulously arranged bottles and jars contributed to the cleanliness of the space. After showering, Song Qian realized he had forgotten to bring clothes and wrapped himself in a towel before stepping out. Meanwhile, Cui Shuiyan had already opened his suitcase and neatly placed his clothes in a cupboard. She glanced at Song Qian with a teasing smile. "You seem quite prepared." "Huh?" Song Qian reacted, noticing the neatly arranged items on the bedside table. "That's not mine." "Well, it's all been done. No need to be so reserved," he said, settling on the edge of the bed. Cui Shuiyan couldn't help but smile at his demeanor. She approached the bed and turned off the bedside lamp, casting the room into a dim light, while the city lights outside blurred the boundaries of visibility. She raised her hands to his shoulders, gently pushing him down before leaning over him. As Song Qian sank into the soft bed, He instinctively placed his hands on Cui Shuyan's waist. Sister Shuyan, her breath, fragrant and gentle, brushed against his ear. The night before last, you were utterly inexperienced, clumsy in every way. Tonight, you must have learned something, haven't you? You came here, surely with some preparation? Or will it be like the night before last, with me guiding you through it? Song Qian felt relieved that the lights were off. Otherwise, he would have blushed profusely. His body was tense and rigid. I want to try by myself. He couldn't always be the passive one. Take your time. There's no rush. Cui Shuyan gently took his hand, patiently guiding him. Tonight, there's ample time, so you needn't hurry into the main event. Women do not appreciate a direct approach. With that, her cool lips met his lower lip. Enveloped in his sister's tenderness, Song Qian gradually lost his senses. Initially, he reminded himself that she was once his sister, and, as her brother-in-law, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. He reasoned that they were merely fulfilling a familial duty, so he should not overindulge. However, he was unaware of how many times he had surrendered to the allure of her presence, eventually losing all rational thought. Unlike the last time, when he was merely a passive participant, this time, Song Qian endeavored to take the lead. Perhaps due to the comfort of the moment, Cui Shuyan responded with greater enthusiasm, as if her experience was enhanced. As they embraced deeply, Song Qian was enveloped in an illusion of passion, completely oblivious to the strangeness of their situation. The morning sunlight poured into the spacious master bedroom through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the carpet where a crumpled bath towel lay abandoned. Song Qian opened his eyes, raised his hand to touch the pillow beside him, only to find the warm and delicate form had vanished. She had left for work so early. He picked up his phone from the bedside, only to discover it was powered off. After charging it for a while, he was taken aback to find it was already 11 o'clock. Had he really slept for so long? He muttered to himself, recalling how he had stayed up late studying the previous night. Then, a barrage of messages and missed calls flooded his screen, all from relatives, which made him feel a twinge of anxiety. Had they suddenly changed their minds about him being with Cui Shuyan? But they had already crossed that line twice. If they were to part ways now, future encounters would surely be awkward, inevitably reminding them of their shared past. Lost in thought, he decided to return a call. Finally, you answered. Ciel Yin's voice trembled with a hint of tension, but she soon exhaled in relief. We were worried you might not be adjusting well. We called last night to check on you, but we couldn't get through. Your sister's phone was also unreachable. We feared something had happened to you. Oh dear, if something were to happen to you while you're abroad, we would truly be beside ourselves with worry. Song Qian initially wanted to reassure her not to worry, but then he recalled the current state of affairs with Cui Shuyan. They had indeed crossed a significant threshold. Feeling guilty, he refrained from mentioning their activities, knowing that even if they had intended to matchmake, it would be inappropriate considering the recent passing of Shishi. It was a matter of decency and reason. He redirected the conversation, saying, Mom, there's no need to worry. I'm with Sister Shuyan. It's quite safe here, and the security is excellent. I haven't been sleeping well for the past few nights, and I woke up too early yesterday. After a long day of exploring with Sister Shuyan, I fell asleep as soon as I got back. That's good to hear, Ciel Yin remarked, relieved that he had finally gotten some rest. Little Song, for the next half month, just enjoy yourself without any worries. You're young. Don't burden yourself with psychological stress. If you call me Mom, I will naturally consider you as my son and hope you can leave the past behind and start anew. Song Qian felt a bit strange at her words. Mom, are you saying you consider me your son? Did your father not mention this to you the other day? It wasn't just a formality. It was sincere, Ciel Yin replied earnestly. We have discussed this. But what about Sister Shuyan? Ciel Yin presumed Song Qian was concerned about Cui Shuyan's feelings. After all, recognizing a son could imply that some of the family wealth would be directed towards him. Originally, Cui Shuyan, as the only daughter, was entitled to inherit all the family assets. Song Qian was indeed a genuine and honest child, deeply concerned about how others perceived him. Little Song, do not fret. Xiao Yin has spent her formative years abroad. Although she possesses an independent spirit and is not particularly close to her family, she is a kind-hearted individual, devoid of materialistic concerns. As you spend more time together and grow familiar with one another, she will come to regard you as a younger brother, devoid of any attachment to superficial matters. Upon hearing this, Song Qian felt utterly bewildered. It was now impossible to assume the role of siblings, for they had already crossed the boundaries of physical intimacy. After ending the call, Song Qian found himself in a state of disarray. He had been quite joyful the previous night. Although fatigued, he awoke feeling both physically and mentally fulfilled, experiencing a profound sense of ease. However, the current turn of events struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him in disarray. He wished to call Cui Shuyan, only to realize that they did not even have each other's contact information. In the throes of passion the previous night, he had affectionately called her sister. And now it seemed that the transformation into a true sisterly relationship was imminent. When Lin Lin arrived to take on the role of a tour guide, Song Qian felt an overwhelming urge to flee with his suitcase. He even contemplated asking Lin Lin to drive him to the airport. Lin Lin handed Song Qian a card, smiling as she said, "Mr. Song, this is from General Cui. Feel free to indulge yourself. There are no spending limits." In the past, when Song Qian was engaged to Cui Cici, although his family treated him well, they never bestowed such financial generosity upon him. It was also revealed by Xiao Yin that the typical monthly expenditure for a college student was around 2,000 yuan, hence the allowance of slightly over 3,000 yuan. After all, for a financially struggling young man, an unexpected influx of money could easily lead him astray. Meanwhile, Cui Cici often derided him as a toad, an insufferable nuisance, and a country bumpkin, expressing her disdain without hesitation. And she would never offer him a single cent to spend. Ironically, there were occasions when Cui Cici overspent, even mooching off Song Qian's living expenses for extravagant meals. Reflecting on the painful memories of his time with Cui Cici, Cui Shuyan seemed like an angel in comparison. Are General Cui and her sister from the same mother? The contrast is striking. Lin Lin chuckled. General Cui grew up away from her parents, which may have contributed to her more assertive personality. However, as an employee, being under such a leader is a blessing. She is astute, intelligent, possesses a unique vision, and is incredibly capable. I was drawn to her talent and decided to join her company because we graduated from the same institution. Song Qian was taken aback. Her company? As her fiancé? It seems you do not know her very well. It's because we have only known each other for a short time, and our marriage is. Lin Lin realized the situation, likely arranged by their families. She continued, General Cui is remarkable. She studied at an Ivy League school. I graduated 2 years ahead of her, yet we finished simultaneously. During her early graduation, she managed the company while balancing her studies and work. She had countless admirers during her time at Ivy League, with talent scouts approaching her daily to sign with their agencies. However, it seems that her dedication to academics and work left her love life rather barren. At least during the years I have worked with her, I have never seen any man by her side. You're the first, because Cui Shuyan was both capable and compassionate towards her subordinates. Lin Lin felt comfortable discussing her. As Song Qian listened, he could envision just how exceptional Cui Shuyan was. However, despite her excellence, he was now to be her younger brother. He thought about the inevitable encounters that awaited them when Cui Shuyan returned that evening. This situation could not persist. I plan to fly back home this afternoon. My parents have just lost their daughter, and I am worried for them. Please remember to convey my gratitude to Sister Shuyan for her hospitality. When Cui Shuyan returned home, she carried a beautifully packaged box of fruit. Pondering what flavors the little one might enjoy, she entered her home only to find it utterly empty. Song Qian had taken his suitcase, leaving behind a card she had given him on the bedside table. Cui Shuyan's expression grew noticeably stern. After inquiring with Lin Lin, she learned that Song Qian had departed. For over a week, Song Qian had deliberately kept himself busy, attempting to cast aside thoughts of his relationship with Cui Shuyan. It was not until the eve of the school term, which coincided with Xiao Yin's birthday, that the reality struck him. Originally, she had no intention of celebrating this birthday. As in the past, it was always Cui Cici who organized the restaurant and entertainment venues. However, without Cui Cici this time, the memories were particularly poignant. Yet, it was also Xiao Yin's 50th birthday, prompting numerous business associates and friends to present their gifts. Reluctantly, she arranged for Song Qian to book a hall at a hotel without any special decorations. Uncertain of how many guests would attend, He stood at the entrance of the banquet hall, greeting them with a subtle smile. Chui Zhengtai stood beside him, and an unfamiliar business partner inquired, "Zhengtai, is this your son-in-law?" Outsiders were vaguely aware that the Chui family had a son-in-law, though he had not yet married their deceased youngest daughter. Now that he was still present, did it imply that he was to be paired with another? After all, it was unlikely for an unmarried man to reside indefinitely with the Chui family. "This is the child of my benefactor," Chui Zhengtai clarified. "His name is Song Qian. Tragically, his parents have passed, and I have no son of my own. I intend to adopt him as my son. In a couple of years, when he graduates from university, he will need everyone's support." The business partner couldn't help but regard Song Qian with newfound respect. With one daughter deceased and another far abroad, it was noteworthy that he had taken this young man under his wing. "Very well, do visit my home for tea when you have the chance," he offered. "Thank you, uncle," Song Qian replied with a smile. Though Xiaolian's demeanor seemed subdued, she maintained an air of dignity, having weathered her share of trials. As the banquet neared its conclusion, Chui Shuyan arrived. Her entrance commanded the attention of all present. Today, she donned high heels and a flowing white dress, her tall, graceful figure perfectly accentuated. Her dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, and a pair of dazzling earrings shimmered under the lights, imbuing her with an aura of elegance and aloofness. With only a hint of makeup, she appeared strikingly beautiful, yet her icy gaze and restrained demeanor kept others at a distance. "Is this the eldest daughter of the Chui family? Rarely seen, yet so stunning," murmured the guests. "Indeed, she surpasses even the stars of the entertainment industry. I heard she has been building her career abroad, seldom appearing domestically. Is she preparing to take over the family business?" Xiaolian expressed her surprise. "Xin, weren't you busy lately? What brings you back?" "Mother, happy birthday," Chui Shuyan replied, placing the gift she had brought down. "Today marks your 50th year. No matter how pressing my matters, I had to return." Xiaolian smiled and added, "Song, please make room for your sister." Song Qian, feeling somewhat awkward, had assumed she would not attend and went to arrange an additional seat. Xiaolian remarked, "Look at your brother. Although he is young, he has taken it upon himself to organize this banquet, all for our sake." "Brother?" she asked. "Indeed, your father hasn't told you yet. We've already come to an agreement to acknowledge young Song as our son, although the formal recognition banquet will take place in due time." Chui Shuyan's gaze fell slightly, her long eyelashes casting a shadow over the fleeting emotions in her eyes. "When he unexpectedly returned to the country last time, I assumed it was due to my shortcomings as an older sister. It seems he was merely eager to return and show his affection. It's not that. He simply cannot help but worry about us," Xiaolian explained. When Song Qian returned, he said to Chui Shuyan, "Sister Shuyan, please take a seat." "No need. I need to return home for a moment. I've already eaten on the plane," Chui Shuyan replied with a gentle smile, though her beautiful eyes remained devoid of any joy. "You all eat first. I will wait for you at home." "Huh?" Chui Shuyan had already taken her long strides away. Xiaolian misinterpreted her departure as dissatisfaction with their proposal, and a hint of concern crept into her heart. She hastily urged, "Young Song, quickly drive and see your sister off." Chapter 6. You wouldn't want your parents to know, would you? Outside on the road, Chui Shuyan initially intended to summon the driver to pick her up. However, Song Qian chased after her. "Sister Shuyan, the car is in the underground garage. Allow me to drive you home." Chui Shuyan did not refuse. She remained silent, indifferent to Song Qian's presence. Once seated in the vehicle, she suddenly spoke. "Don't you have anything to say to me? Are you referring to my abrupt return to the country last time?" Song Qian explained, "I didn't have your contact information." "Chui Shuyan, I must admit I underestimated you. I thought you harbored no ambitions, yet here we are." She glanced at Song Qian with a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. "Tell me, if my parents were to discover our affair, would they still allow you to remain their son?" Song Qian knew the answer was a resounding no. However, he believed that Chui Shuyan would not wish to burden her parents with such distress. The recent death of Chui Sisi was a significant blow to her family. If they were to learn that she had spent the night together with Song Qian on the evening of the funeral, it would surely not sit well with them. From the outset, Chui Shuyan's parents had never intended to bring the two of them together, and it was evident they could not accept the transformation of Song Qian from Chui Sisi's fiancé to Chui Shuyan's partner. The shift from brother-in-law to husband was a betrayal of Cui Cece and not something anyone could easily accept. Cui Shuyan tapped a navigation address on the central control screen and drove on. Upon arrival, Song Qian realized that this location was in stark contrast to his home. It was a commercial building. Cui Shuyan exited the car and, without preamble, instructed him, "Get out." Left with no choice, Song Qian complied, acutely aware that he had taken Cui Shuyan's innocence, and in such matters, the woman often bore the greater burden. Thus, it was only natural for her to harbor some resentment towards him. He followed her, assuming she had come to the commercial building for shopping, only to discover she pressed the button for the 29th floor in the elevator. Upon reaching the floor, he realized it was not a shopping venue, but a luxurious residential space. Entering the apartment, Song Qian was taken aback by its opulence. It was a spacious flat in the city center, directly above a shopping mall, and the decor was lavish. It appeared to be well-maintained, likely due to frequent cleaning. Perplexed, he inquired, "Sister Shuyan, what did you bring me here for? What do you think?" Cui Shuyan turned to look at him, her voice firm. "Undress." "Ah." Cui Shuyan retrieved her phone, navigated to the contact page, and placed her finger over Ciel Yin's number, her expression chillingly severe. "Do you think I wouldn't dare to inform my mother? Do not forget, you're the outsider here. If my parents were to find out, they would only send you away from the Cui family. Moreover," Cui Shuyan smirked coldly, "I could easily claim that you coerced me." Song Qian began to understand. Cui Shuyan's invitation was a means of revenge. "Cui Shuyan, you deceived me previously, which led to our involvement. Is this truly amusing to you? Was it I who forced you into this?" Cui Shuyan pressed on, her dark brows furrowing, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a profound light. Yet in those moments in bed, you seem to relish it quite a bit. "Song Qian, do not waste my time. I will count to 3, 3, 2. Song Qian caught a whiff of the cold fragrance that enveloped her, and the diamond earrings at her ears swayed with her approach, refracting a piercing light. A pang of apprehension stirred within him. He had not anticipated that this snow-white beauty, Cui Shuyan, would possess such a demeanor. He glanced at her phone screen, where the call button was already pressed. A mere flick of his finger would connect the call. Resolutely, he raised his hand and removed his outer garment. "Is this sufficient?" Cui Shuyan let out an inexplicable laugh, seemingly mocking him. "What else?" Gritting his teeth, Song Qian removed his outer trousers. Cui Shuyan raised her hand, her index finger hooking onto the waistband of his final pair of trousers as she made her way toward the living room sofa. Perhaps it was the chilling air conditioning that made him shudder involuntarily. "Hello." On the other end of the line, Ciel Yin's voice came through. "Xiao Yin, what's the matter?" Song Qian felt his body stiffen. He had complied with her request, yet she still made the call. "Quick Suiyan, you." Cui Shuyan, holding the phone, spoke casually into the receiver. "Mom, I'm in the city center and want to buy some clothes. Can you ask my brother Song Qian to accompany me? Is that so?" "That sounds good. Buy plenty, and let your brother help you carry them," Ciel Yin replied, her tone light and cheerful. After all, she feared that Cui Shuyan might not accept this brother, but since they were shopping together, it indicated that she had come to terms with him. "I have plans with friends tonight, and I worry about drinking too much to drive, so my brother might return a bit late." "That's fine," Ciel Yin said nonchalantly. "But do drink less." Hand the phone to Song Qian. "I'd like to speak with him." Cui Shuyan, with a playful smile, passed the phone to Song Qian. His face flushed with embarrassment, he said, "Mom, Xiao Song, your sister seldom returns home to enjoy herself. You should keep her company," Ciel Yin advised. "However, her stomach isn't strong. Make sure she drinks less. I'll transfer some money to you. Buy a few nice outfits for yourself as well. School starts tomorrow. It's best to dress well for the new semester." Song Qian mumbled an agreement before hanging up. Cui Shuyan sat on the sofa, her long, snow-white legs elegantly crossed, her arched feet beautiful, with a smooth, even complexion, even her toenails glimmering with a lustrous sheen. She scrutinized Song Qian. "Are you frightened? Look at you. Your face is flushed. You're quite nervous, aren't you? You were so proactive when we were in bed together. What? Now you're afraid. Could you please refrain from saying such things?" Song Qian frowned. "We are already in a sibling relationship. Do you really want our family to know?" "I want to let our parents know unless it's absolutely necessary," Cui Shuyan replied, biting her lip, her face betraying no emotion. But that will depend on your behavior. If you upset me, I might just let it slip. Parents may perceive me as confused, but what would they think of you? Who is truly more detestable? The man who took advantage of his fiancee's grieving sister on the night of her funeral. Song Qian understood the implications of Cui Shuyan's intentions. Even if the Cui family were to discover the situation, Cui Shuyan, being a blood relative, held a different status, while he remained merely an outsider. What do you wish to do? Strip. Song Qian froze, realizing the implication of your summons. Was it truly your desire? Indeed, and what of it? Cui Shuyan rose, speaking with unvarnished clarity. To me, Song Qian, you are merely a tool for my carnal desires. Did you suppose I sought you out of affection? Or perhaps this absurd notion of sibling bond? Chapter 7. Letting my sister know who's in charge. Cui Shuyan. Amidst the multitude of men in this world, why must you choose to indulge so close to home? Song Qian couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. With your qualities, what kind of man could you not have? Why settle for me? Is it merely for the thrill? Indeed. Cui Shuyan reached out, caressing Song Qian's face, his jaw, and his Adam's apple, trailing her hand down his body. I find this far more exhilarating and entertaining. You have been engaged to Cece for such a long time, yet nothing has transpired between you. You remain untouched. I can play with you without fear of disease. Song Qian exhaled deeply. As a normal man, he still had his natural reactions, and having recently indulged twice, his responses were undeniably heightened. He had to concede that while Cui Shuyan could be somewhat unreasonable, she possessed an undeniable allure. She smiled slightly, offering, "Do you want my help? Call me sister," just like the previous occasions. Under the relentless humiliation and provocation, Song Qian seized Cui Shuyan's wrist, pushing her back onto the expansive, soft leather sofa, with the bustling city center visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Beneath him lay the woman he was compelled to call sister, his very first woman. Cui Shuyan, do not overstep your bounds. If you continue to provoke me, I shall not hold back. Come on. Cui Shuyan raised her hand, seemingly unperturbed, and wrapped her arms around Song Qian's neck, her eyes narrowing playfully. If you're angry with me, retaliate fiercely. Be a man, don't be so pathetic. While the previous encounters had been shrouded in darkness, this time the light shone brightly. Even as the woman lay somewhat disheveled on the sofa, she was breathtakingly beautiful, her cascading hair resembling seaweed, her porcelain face adorned with a cool smile. Her gaze, though fixed upon him, held a hint of dazed allure. Her gown had loosened, revealing delicate curves, and her slender waist was soft, her legs entwined with his, as if eager to bloom beneath him. With the moral boundaries shattered, Song Qian no longer restrained himself. Look closely at me. She quivered. I am your sister, Song Qian. How shameless can you be? Perhaps you are the more shameless one. Song Qian retorted, unabashedly teasing his sister-in-law. How starved are you? His large hand grasped her calf. Pushing forward, I intend to take a closer look. Cui Shuyan gasped, her face flushing like a ripe peach, and she raised her hand to slap him across the face. You beast! Song Qian pressed her shoulder, turning her to face away from him. I may be a beast, but you're not much better. When Cui Shuyan awoke, she felt utterly disassembled. Previously, she had always been the first to awaken and leave. Yet this time she found herself having succumbed. She had underestimated the vigorous energy of a 20-year-old man. Glancing at the bedside, Song Qian was unsure when he had departed. Regardless, she had exhausted herself into the early hours of the night and had unknowingly succumbed to slumber. It was uncertain whether Song Qian had spent the night there. Scattered on the floor lay her attire from yesterday, in a state of disarray, undoubtedly beyond salvaging. She rose and entered the bathroom to freshen up, only to be met with the sight of her fair skin marred by crimson marks in the mirror, provoking a soft hum of discontent from her lips. At that moment, a call from her close friend, Su Xiao, interrupted her thoughts. Shuyan, I heard you're back. Shall we go out today? It's been ages since we last met. How about a hike? No, I can't. My lower back hurts, and my inner thighs are quite sore. I doubt I can walk far. I'm not feeling well today, so I can't exercise. Really? Wasn't yesterday your mother's birthday? Did you drink too much? No. I stayed up too late with my brother. Su Xiao couldn't help but chuckle at this. Seriously? Who could possibly catch your eye? Which brother is so impressive? Cui Shuyan chose not to elaborate. By the way, my parents mentioned your mother is still quite upset. And your sister? How could she cause such a stir without even sending a word home? A friend of mine ran into her abroad. She seemed to be living quite freely. Truly heartless. Should you give your parents a heads up? Cui Shuyan was unfazed. She had known from the start about Cui Cc's feigned death and elopement. Nevertheless, she didn't mind. It was more convenient for her with Cui Cc gone. No need. Cui Cc got herself into this predicament. She can sort it out herself. It has nothing to do with me. Meanwhile, Song Qian stifled a yawn in the classroom. He had truly worn himself out the previous night. Yet the thought that Cui Shuyan was likely exhausted from their escapades brought him a modicum of comfort. He had thought himself a mere vessel for release, oblivious to who the true tool was. Isn't this the son-in-law of the school beauty? Huang Chong swaggered over, sporting bleached hair. Cece has been ruined by your misfortune. How can you shamelessly linger in the Cui household? If I were you, I'd be mortified. He exaggeratedly slapped his face, feigning a mock expression of ridicule. Zhang Xiao stood nearby, his gaze menacing. Had Cece chosen to ally with my Zheng family, she would not have met such an untimely demise. This is all your fault. You should accompany her in death. These two had previously mocked him during Cc's burial and continued their relentless derision. When Cece was still alive, they had treated him as a thorn in their side, and their animosity had only intensified now. They spoke as if he were responsible for Cece's death. Are you done? Once you are, you may leave. What kind of attitude is that? How dare you speak to young Master Zhang like this? Huang Chong bellowed dramatically. The others in the class overheard their exchange. Wow, did Cui Cece really die? No way. I heard she was engaged to Song Qian. This is so sudden. I saw the obituary. She was swept away while diving abroad during the summer. The illustrious campus beauty, what a pity indeed. Alas, wasn't Song Qian previously residing with the Cui family as their son-in-law? Given this tone, has Cui Cece truly passed away, and he still lingers in their household? It is no wonder that others mock him. Such behavior is utterly inappropriate. Song Qian caught wind of the murmurs surrounding him. He furrowed his brows and said, Zhang Xiao, if you have affections for Cece, you may as well seek her out instead of bothering me. Zhang Xiao seized Song Qian by the collar, and upon doing so, he noticed the faint red marks of teeth beneath his clothing. His expression shifted dramatically. You beast! Cece has only been gone for a few days, and you already engage in such reckless behavior. How can you face Cece? You, a mere country bumpkin, have already accumulated unimaginable fortune by being engaged to Cece. How dare you? Song Qian forcefully swatted Zhang Xiao's hand away. What business is it of yours? It's nothing but a mosquito bite. At that moment, class was about to commence. Zhang Xiao pointed an accusatory finger at Song Qian, stating, very well, I shall inform Uncle Cui and Aunt Cui, so they may see your true colors. Chapter 8. Accountability of the mother after class. Song Qian felt a twinge of irritation. The unmistakable bite marks on his body were a lingering reminder of the previous night's encounter with Cui Shuyan. If this matter were to reach his parents, he could scarcely fathom how to explain it. Surely, a mosquito could not inflict such a significant mark, could it? His friend Lu Zhibiao, seated beside him, murmured, Song Qian, don't let it trouble you. Zhang Xiao has been pursuing Cui Cece for quite some time, and he has never held you in high regard. The troubles in the depths of the sea bear no relation to you. Can you truly control the ocean? With a reassuring pat on Song Qian's shoulder, he added, lighten up, the incidents surrounding Cui Cece have nothing to do with you. If her spirit were to linger, she would not wish to see you in such distress. Yet, Song Qian did not feel particularly connected to the matter. It was merely the perception of others that he harbored deep feelings for Cui Cece. It appeared that her demise was a monumental blow to his reputation. In truth, he had never held affection for Cui Cece. After all, who could genuinely like someone who consistently directed harsh words at them, never offering a kind expression? He certainly did not possess a masochistic inclination. Does your girlfriend have a dog? Does it bite? Lu Zhibiao was taken aback by this seemingly nonsensical question. What is wrong with you? My girlfriend's dog is ancient. Its teeth are nearly gone. it doesn't T-bite. Song Qian couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. After class, many approached, ostensibly to comfort Song Qian in his grief, though a select few genuinely sympathized with him. With no choice, Song Qian could only display a semblance of vulnerability. As he prepared to have lunch, he realized that his friend Gao Wenbin was absent. Typically, he, along with Lu Zhibiao and Gao Wenbin, would dine together. However, since last year, it seemed Gao Wenbin had occasionally been mysteriously absent from their gatherings. Where is Gao Wenbin? Surely he hasn't missed class? Lu Zhibiao voiced his curiosity. After inquiring with the class committee, they learned that Gao Wenbin had taken a month off for surgery. Song Qian sent a message to Gao Wenbin, inquiring about his health, but received no response. In a swimming pool abroad, Gao Wenbin broke into a cold sweat upon receiving Song Qian's unexpected message. Startled at the thought that he might have discovered something. With his cluelessness, what could he possibly uncover? He thought. Chui Cece leaned against the edge of the pool, a platter of fruits and beverages floating nearby. Half a month had passed without a message from him. He presumed Song Qian had already concluded that he was dead. Soon, they would be able to return home, and perhaps by then, he would have been expelled from their household. Curiously, Gao Wenbin pondered how to explain this to his uncle and aunt. It's quite simple, Chui Cece replied playfully, just say that after being swept away by the water, I was rescued by kind-hearted souls. However, I inhaled water and suffered a high fever, remaining in a coma at the hospital until I fully recovered and returned home. With a triumphant smile, Chui Cece added, my parents have already lost me once. They should no longer force me into things I despise. You are indeed clever. Gao Wenbin flattered her. Someone like Song Qian, a country bumpkin, never deserved you. If it were not for the insistence of his uncle and aunt, he wouldn't even possess the qualification to utter a word to you. Chui Cece smiled casually, proclaiming that naturally, when the time comes to return home, she would tell her parents of her intention to marry you, and Song Qian would inevitably come to recognize the reality of the situation. Gao Wenbin, having grown up in City A and being a former schoolmate of Chui Cece, was well aware of her status as the school's belle. Over time, owing to his own decent appearance and having Song Qian as a contrasting foil, he would often remark in private that Song Qian was unworthy of her, which ultimately led to conversations with Chui Cece. After all, Gao Wenbin hailed from a family of literary prestige, with parents belonging to the middle class, rendering him far superior to Song Qian in comparison. Thus, he believed he would be accepted by his uncle and aunt. As Chui Jingtai attended a dinner gathering, he did not return home. During dinner, only Xiaoyan, Song Qian, and Chui Shuyan dined together. Song Qian glanced at Chui Shuyan, feeling a sense of awkwardness, for they were now siblings, yet he had behaved rather intimately with her the previous night. The mere thought of it made him restless. However, Chui Shuyan appeared unfazed, engaging in light conversation with Xiaoyan without sparing a single glance at Song Qian. Xiaoyan hesitantly began, Little Song, today that boy from the Zheng family called me, saying you were bitten. Are you all right? Song Qian suddenly coughed, cough. I'm fine, Trudy. He recounted how he had previously harbored feelings for Cece and had often been at odds with the boy, who had scolded him in class that day. Yet he had chosen to ignore him, never anticipating he would report to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan expressed her confusion. Indeed, he did mention that. However, I find it hard to believe. You've been home every day lately, not venturing out, and given your deep affection for Cece, I cannot imagine you would act inappropriately during a period of mourning. Chui Shuyan suddenly became intrigued. Oh, mother, are you two playing a riddle? Why not share it with me as well? It was about Zheng Ziao from the Zheng family, who attended the same school as Song Qian and claimed that Song Qian bore bite marks, allegedly from a woman. Xiaoyan was straightforward, preferring to voice matters directly rather than harbor misunderstandings. Brother, you were bitten? Let's see if what they say is true. Song Qian met Chui Shuyan's mischievous gaze with exasperation. After all, she was the culprit behind it all, yet she feigned innocence. Sister, isn't that inappropriate? Chui Shuyan smirked, her tone laced with curiosity. Rather than being evasive, why not simply remove your shirt for us to see? Otherwise, we might misconstrue the situation, which would not be ideal. After all, With your unwavering affection for Cici and your compliance with her wishes, how could you possibly betray her? Song Qian truly did not comprehend what had gotten into this woman. He had already submitted to her whims the previous night, and now she sought to make his life difficult. If their parents were to discover this, would he still be able to remain in the Chui household? Xiao Yin intervened. All right, Xuan, I was merely mentioning it in passing. I know little Song well. He is not the type to act recklessly. Chui Xuyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with amusement. Mother, are you not afraid of being deceived by him? What if his intentions are nefarious, presenting one facade while concealing another? If he harbors no deceit, why then does he obfuscate the truth and resist proving his innocence? At this juncture, Xiao Yin fell silent. After all, her daughter had just passed away. She wouldn't expect Song Qian to remain in perpetual mourning, and would even encourage him to seek marriage and start a family. Yet in her heart, she found it difficult to accept that merely half a month after her daughter's demise, he would engage with another woman. Song Qian pulled down his collar, revealing the unmistakable imprint of teeth upon his chest. Although it no longer bore a red hue, the mark was still evident. Mother, you see, it is indeed as I said, Chui Xuyan remarked, raising an eyebrow, eager to observe how Song Qian would maneuver through this predicament. You Xiao Song. Xiao Yin was no fool. In such a context, a mere bite mark could not be taken lightly. Her tone escalated. What on earth happened? Mother, I prefer not to discuss it, as I wish to prevent this minor misunderstanding from escalating. Song Qian sighed, furrowing his brow as he looked helplessly at Chui Xuyan. Sister Xuyan, do you not recall how this bite mark came to be as you pressure me to vindicate myself? Chui Xuyan narrowed her eyes, displaying no sign of panic. Oh, Chapter 9. At home, the bathroom and the broken faucet. Xiao Yin was completely perplexed. What on earth was happening? It appeared that the bite mark was indeed from the previous day. Yet during the day, Xiao Song had been with them the entire time, only leaving at night. He had followed Xiao Yin, hadn't he? They were supposed to be out shopping, weren't they? Observing Song Qian's troubled expression, Xiao Yin sensed there was more to this story. Mom, after buying clothes last night, didn't Timai's sister tell you she was going to be a friend? I don't understand why she got drunk, Song Qian said, his face betraying no emotion. He shook his head helplessly. I advised her against drinking, but she insisted. I had no choice but to take her home. Once we got back, she started crying, smashing things, and even slapped me. I was worried she might hurt herself, so I tried to get her to her room, but he left the sentence hanging, his expression one of exasperation, implying that he had been bitten in the process. Shui Yin, I truly did not expect you to drink to the point of blackout. Chui Yin chuckled. You're lying. If you don't believe me, you can compare the bite marks. Xiao Yin, convinced by Song Qian's earnest demeanor, believed him entirely. After all, he had been with Chui Yin the previous evening. As for other speculations, she chose not to entertain them, as they had never considered a relationship between the two, being certain that Chui Yin would never take a liking to Song Qian. She had always been ambitious, possessing great capabilities, and even as parents, they could not interfere with her choices. Her understanding of her daughter was limited, so she was genuinely unaware that Shui Yin could become so intoxicated as to lose control. Xiao Yin, don't be anxious. It's perfectly normal to have a few drinks when meeting friends. Just be mindful next time and take care of your stomach. Thankfully, your brother was there with you. It's not safe for a girl to be out alone. Song Qian nodded in agreement. Yes. My sister's temperament is quite unpredictable and rather fierce. I hesitate to mention it, fearing it would tarnish her image. Chui Yin, noticing the attention from both of them, smiled and nodded. Indeed, it seems to be the case. Song Qian, I appreciate your help. Not at all. Protecting Shui Yin is my duty, Song Qian replied sincerely. But please, do not misunderstand me again next time. Chui Yin stood up. You two enjoy your meal. I've had my fill and need to handle some business in my room. From Xiao Yin's perspective, her daughter was simply embarrassed, prompting her early departure. After seeing her daughter ascend the stairs, she turned to Song Qian. I'm sorry you had to endure that. I had no idea my daughter would become aggressive when drunk. She has been feeling down lately, so don't take it to heart. It's nothing, Mom. I'm a guy. It's not a big deal. Besides, my sister doesn't hit hard, Song Qian reassured her. Xiao Yin nodded in satisfaction. If you treat her well, she will eventually accept you wholeheartedly. Song Qian smiled faintly. Yes, but that Zheng Zia is always at odds with me. Mom, please don't believe his nonsense next time. Xiao acquiesced, contemplating the absurdity of this young man from the Zheng family. If he were to spread slanderous remarks about Song Qian, how could Song Qian maintain his dignity? He had devoted himself wholeheartedly to Shi, yet he found himself under suspicion. She shook her head, unable to suppress a sigh. Little Song, your sister is surely too embarrassed to eat right now. I will ask Annie to prepare some warming soup for her. Please deliver it later. Cui Shuyan, in her room, was not preoccupied with tasks, but was instead engrossed in her phone, perusing messages from a private investigator. The contents were startling. They featured photographs of Cui Cece gallivanting with a man. She could not help but emit a soft snort. The thought that Song Qian was foolish enough to believe that Cui Cece had perished made her realize that his wit was perhaps only applicable to himself. After replying to several messages, she switched off her phone. After a brief period of work, it was time to retire for the night. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Without raising her head, Cui Shuyan continued her task until she noticed Song Qian entering with a bowl. Sister Shuyan, Mom specifically asked someone to prepare this soup for you, fearing that drinking would harm your health and that you need nourishment. Is that so? Then you should drink it instead. You need it as well. After so many times in one night, I worry that your young age may not withstand it. Your future sisters-in-law might look down upon you. Sister Shuyan, please stop joking. I'm not in any danger of exhausting my body at this level, so the soup is better suited for you. Oh, by the way, the shower in my bathroom seems to be malfunctioning. Could you check it for me? As Song Qian entered the bathroom, Cui Shuyan followed and locked the door behind her. The sound of water began to flow, and Song Qian discovered that the shower was functioning perfectly well. Sister Shuyan, this shower is working just fine. I assent it. He turned only to be pressed against a fragrant, soft body. The gentle rise and fall of her form accompanied her breath, and her hands slipped beneath his clothing. Song Qian, are you implying that I am merely drunk and acting foolish? Do you dare to show Mom anything besides that one bite mark on your body? Song Qian pushed her away and lowered his voice, speaking seriously. Are you out of your mind? We are at home. What if Mom suddenly knocks and walks in? How am I to explain this? My mother would never knock on my door, Cui Shuyan retorted unapologetically. However, I cannot vouch for the soundproofing in here. You should keep your voice down, or we might indeed be discovered. She raised her hand and turned on the faucet above the bathtub, the sound of water cascading forth. This noise could undoubtedly serve as a cover. Is this your way of retaliating against me for saying you were drunk? What if I were to declare that you are being lewd? You could certainly say that. Just be forthright with Mom and tell her you no longer wish to be her son, but rather her son-in-law. But do you have the courage to do so? Would you forsake your identity as her son? Coward. Song Qian, feeling a surge of anger, retorted, Who is the coward here? If you despise me so, why engage in such antics? If you wish to expel me, you could simply speak to Mom directly. I informed you last night, driven by excitement and amusement. After saying this, Cui Shuyan pulled Song Qian back to the grand mirror cabinet. Cool me. Let me see if you feel empty inside. Do you have tea in your room? As Song Qian spoke, he lifted her up gently, placing her on the wash basin. She skillfully wrapped her leg around his waist, teasingly hesitant. No, I do not. Cui Shuyan responded nonchalantly, her beautiful eyes devoid of any haze, instead exhibiting an excessive clarity, a smile lingering on her lips. What are you afraid of? I will take precautions afterward. Is this something you need to worry about? Song Qian huffed, retorting, Didn't you say no last night? How is it that you cannot resist so quickly? You seem quite eager. Cui Shuyan narrowed her eyes, a smirk gracing her lips. Before you pretend to be virtuous, can you not control your reactions? It seems that you are the one who is rather anxious now. Song Qian's ears flushed crimson, and he coughed, realizing his attempt to feign experience had been uncovered. Chapter 10. In the early morning, the room was filled with the sound of water from the bathroom, beneath which lay a seductive melody. Before long, as Song Qian observed the bathtub nearly overflowing, he inquired, Shall I turn off the water? No need, Cui Shuyan replied, biting her lip, her face flushed, her voice trembling. An hour passed, and Song Qian's phone buzzed. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Xiao, causing his heart to skip a beat. Oh no, it's Mom. I must go downstairs, otherwise I will be discovered. 10 minutes later, Cui Shuyan languidly rested against Song Qian, who gently placed her in the bathtub for a wash. Leaning against the tub, her inky hair cascaded into the water, rising and falling, while her fair skin flushed slightly. "Will you come again tonight?" "I won't," Song Qian replied, picking up his soaked clothes from the floor, attempting to steady his racing heart. He glanced at Cui Shuyan and felt, inexplicably, that her demeanor towards him had softened. Could it be that his performance had impressed her, thus eliciting her amiable disposition? Women are indeed complex beings. "Finish your shower and get some rest," Cui Shuyan said, still lost in emotions of the moment, her breath slightly labored. The vigorous activity had taken its toll, and sitting on the sink had left her legs feeling weak. She leaned back against the tub, sinking deeper into the water, raising her hand to smooth her damp hair. His progress is indeed swift. With his clothes drenched, Song Qian descended the stairs, relieved that the lights were off downstairs, rendering him inconspicuous. However, upon reaching the lower level, he noticed the television was on and saw Xiao Yin sitting on the sofa, engrossed in a show. He wondered if she had noticed the commotion upstairs. After all, being absent for an hour could hardly be deemed normal. "Mom, did you call for me?" Xiao Yin, adjusting her facial mask, turned to him without acknowledging his arrival. "Where were you?" "I just stepped out to the backyard for a moment." "I wasn't home." Xiao Yin nodded. "Make sure to rest early. By the way, did your sister drink the soup?" "I took it up to her, but I'm not sure if she actually drank any." Although he said this, he knew perfectly well that Cui Shuyan had likely not touched it, still lost in the afterglow of their earlier encounter. Xiao Yin said nothing further, yawning as she resumed watching television. Song Qian breathed a sigh of relief. It was Cui Shuyan's audacity that had put him in this predicament. Thankfully, the household staff had left for the night, alleviating his fears of his deception being uncovered. He resolved to avoid the upper floors in the future to prevent any further entanglements with her. Yet, he lamented his own weakness, unable to resist, and even finding enjoyment in it. Truly, it was a bitter pill to swallow. He returned to his room, bathed, changed clothes, turned off the lights, and went to bed, knowing he had classes the next day and refraining from late-night phone distractions, as fatigue had begun to weigh upon him. In the hazy realm between slumber and wakefulness, he caught a faint whiff of a delicate fragrance, feeling a warm body nestling into his blankets. Yet, as the other party made no overtures, he presumed he was merely dreaming, ultimately succumbing to sleep until the alarm clock chimed. As he reached for his phone, his hand encountered something soft, substantial, and delightfully tactile. Startled, he opened his eyes to find Cui Shuyan peacefully slumbering beside him, her alabaster face exuding tranquility, long eyelashes gently curled, and her lips a vibrant hue of crimson, rendering her countenance extraordinarily beautiful. At that moment, daylight had already dawned outside. Song Qian initially intended to rise quietly and dress for school, but the thought of the housekeeper entering to find Cui Shuyan resting there made him reconsider. He would be as guilty as if he had jumped into the Yellow River. "Hey, wake up. I need to escort you back to your room." With that, he prepared to lift this troublesome presence and carry her upstairs. However, Cui Shuyan stirred slightly, her eyelids fluttering open lazily. "What are you doing?" "I need to attend class." Rubbing her eyes, she let her fingers slide down to grasp the waistband of Song Qian's trousers. "I didn't wake you because you looked so peaceful last night. But now it's time to get to work, little brother." Her breath was fragrant, her voice languid and enchanting. "We'll discuss this tonight." "I have a flight at noon," she declared, her body languid and utterly relaxed. "Hurry up. I need to attend the 8 a.m. class." Observing her demeanor, Song Qian realized she was not inclined to release him. Yet his room was on the ground floor, with a back door leading directly to the yard, and the floor-to-ceiling windows offered an unimpeded view of the outside world. He approached and drew the curtains, only to find Cui Shuyan sprawled on the bed, her eyes closed in deep slumber once more. "Do you still want this?" "Yes." She did not open her eyes. "Come here, I want to indulge." Song Qian felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, as he dared not make a move. Moreover, the bed, while appearing sturdy, produced creaking sounds that, though muted, could still be overheard outside. Additionally, the housekeeper was already conversing in the backyard. He had no choice but to lift Cui Shuyan, assisting her to stand against the wall. He heard her emit a soft murmur, and with one arm around her waist, he covered her mouth with his other hand. Sister Shuiyan, keep your voice down, and don't let anyone discover us, all right? MMM. Half an hour later, a knock resounded at the door. Young master, it's time for school. The car is waiting outside. It was Uncle Li, the driver, with a wall separating them. Song Qian felt apprehensive about being discovered and refrained from speaking, but another knock echoed outside. Oh, all right, I'm up. Just give me a few minutes to freshen up, he replied. Uncle Li's footsteps receded. Not daring to delay any further, Song Qian hastily wrapped up in a few minutes. Cui Shuiyan turned with a hint of dissatisfaction. Why are you so quick? It's barely been an hour. If I don't conclude this soon, I'll be late for class. He returned her to the bed. But you? How will you get upstairs later? What if you're discovered? What is there to fear? If we're discovered, so be it. Kui Xueyan remained somewhat dazed. Yet her expression bore a hint of satisfaction. I confided to my parents my desire for you to become my husband, and they would undoubtedly acquiesce. After all, he is merely a man. Once I voice my wish, they are certain to comply. You are overthinking this. Song Qian hastily tidied himself and donned his clothes. While Cece had perished, even the most open-minded would find that unacceptable. What if she had not died? If she were still alive? It would be utterly absurd for my sister to come into her brother-in-law's room and engage in such activities. Would that not be lawless? Cui Shuiyan scoffed. Noting your considerable desires, yet your failure to ever approach her, which clearly indicates your lack of affection, even if she resides in this household. As soon as I enter your room and tease you just a little, you would still choose to be with me. Enough of this. Find your own way back to your room. With that, Song Qian exited promptly. Cui Shuiyan overheard him telling the maid outside that there was no need to clean the room before leaving. She glanced at her phone. It was already past 8 o'clock, and her parents were likely awake, making it inconvenient to go upstairs. Moreover, with people in both the living room and the backyard, this situation had become rather tricky. Chapter 11. The familiar girlfriend of a brother in the car. The driver, Uncle Li, chuckled as he drove. Young master, you're up early to exercise, aren't you? Song Qian was taken aback. Huh, I just heard your breath was unsteady in the room. You must have just finished exercising, right? Uncle Li continued. My daughter sometimes also exercises early in the morning. She bought a bunch of yoga mats, stretching bands, and jump ropes. Recently, she has become fond of aerobics. Ah, yes. Song Qian felt relieved to be seated in the back. Otherwise, his face would have turned crimson. His form of exercise was evidently different from others. However, he thought he had maintained a calm demeanor in the room. Little did he know, he wished he could find a hole in the ground to hide. At the entrance of the villa, there was a gym area on the 3rd floor of the office building, available for residents to use free of charge. It seemed there was also a swimming pool. You should check it out next time, Uncle Li remarked, oblivious to Song Qian's discomfort. The weather was suitable for swimming, providing a refreshing respite. Song Qian agreed, inwardly cursing Cui Shuiyan for visiting his room so early, nearly exposing him. It had been a month since Cui Cece had passed away, and if anyone discovered his activities with Cui Shuiyan at home, he could only imagine their thoughts. He found it quite strange that Cui Shuiyan exhibited no emotional turmoil over her younger sister's death. Was this normal? After all, they were family. Upon arriving at school, Song Qian was already a bit late, but fortunately, attendance had not yet been taken, so his name was not recorded. He settled into his seat, relieved, feeling a bit weak from skipping breakfast. Observing his pallor, his friend Lu Zhibiao inquired, Why do you look so unwell? Did you not sleep last night? I did sleep, but I woke up too early, Song Qian explained. I bet you dreamt of Cui Cece again last night, so that's why you didn't sleep well, right? Lu Zhibiao speculated, picturing how difficult it must be to move on after losing such a beautiful fiancée. If you're feeling down, you should spend more time in the sun and exercise. Don't let yourself idle. Otherwise, you'll keep thinking of her. Who is thinking of her? Song Qian replied, at a loss for words. Since Cui Cece's death, he had only occasionally thought of her, and never with any sense of longing. After all, what feelings could he have had for Cui Cece? Ah, stop being stubborn. Everyone knows how deeply you cared for her. Lu Zhibiao patted Song Qian on the shoulder. You just don't like to express yourself, which is why you didn't show your feelings in time. Now it's too late. It's not just me. Even Mabin can see how much you love Cui Cece. You would give her 800 out of the 1,000 you had, carry her to the infirmary when she fell, and even got into a scuffle at the bar just to bring her home when she was drunk. On a wintry day it snowed, and you don a light garment to deliver a cup of milk tea to her. However, she remarked that it was overly sweet and requested a cup with only half the sugar. You dutifully went to procure another cup for her. Lu Zhibiao remarked, somewhat incredulously, "Isn't that love?" "What then is love?" Song Qian, taken aback, pondered, "So everyone believes I have deep feelings for Cui Cici?" "Of course," was the consensus. Song Qian remained silent, the assertion ringing true. He recalled that his initial visit to the Cui household was due to the warmth of her parents, which inspired his kindness towards Cui Cici. He had spent 800 out of his 1,000 on her, only to turn to Cui's mother and receive another 3,000 for himself. What was there to discuss? As for the incident with the milk tea, it stemmed from his attempt to deliver a package to Cui Cici. She had mentioned it contained clothing, prompting him to open it for her, only to find it was a milk cap, which left her so vexed that she skipped dinner. The following day, he accepted her challenges as a means of apology. Lu Zhibiao noticed Song Qian lost in thought, sensing his friend's distress, and offered some comfort. Cui Cici, in spirit, would surely wish for your happiness. Song Qian forced a smile. That may not be the case. At the airport, Cui Shuyan checked her phone repeatedly, realizing that not a single message had come from Song Qian. She recalled how Cui Cici often complained about Song Qian's incessant messaging, yet now, he seemed to have forgotten her entirely. Lin Lin, carrying a briefcase nearby, inquired, "Cui, is there anything left to handle?" "No," Cui Shuyan replied, put her phone away, a cold smile playing on her lips. It appeared that Song Qian's feelings for Cui Cici ran profoundly deep. Indeed, everyone at home knew that he could even tolerate her princess-like demeanor. Perhaps when Cui Cici returned home, he would smile and forgive her. "Would you say my sister is a well-liked girl?" Lin Lin, having met Cui Cici, contemplated, "Well, many young boys might be fond of her. She is quite beautiful, lively, and adept at dressing, full of vitality. Such a girl would undoubtedly attract numerous admirers at school." "Precisely," Cui Shuyan replied, her gaze regaining its usual detachment. It was indeed true that some held her in lingering affection. Meanwhile, Song Qian sneezed several times at school. Rubbing his nose, he found it odd. Had the weather changed? He took out his phone, pondering that if it had, he ought to warn Cui Shuyan to dress warmly. However, she was abroad, likely on a plane by now, rendering any warning futile. Besides, the weather overseas differed from that at home. He recalled Cui Shuyan with a tinge of curiosity, despite her fluctuating emotions. She did not seem inclined to cast him out of the Cui household, which he found rather peculiar. "Song Qian, I just saw one Bin's post. That rascal isn't in the hospital at all. He's traveling abroad." Lu Zhibiao exclaimed, phone in hand. "Goodness, he seems to be living too well. It's infuriating." Song Qian cast a glance at the post in his friend's circle, which had been shared that morning. The 9-grid collage showcased azure skies, white clouds, the ocean, sandy beaches, and luxurious hotels, interspersed with glimpses of a graceful silhouette and tender hand holding photographs captured at sunrise. The scene appeared somewhat familiar. However, Song Qian was acutely aware that such a coincidence was implausible. It was merely a case of superficial similarities. Lu Zhibiao continued to lament, noting that he had even taken a girlfriend, having previously concealed his relationship under the guise of being single. They must have traveled together, perhaps even sharing the same bed every night, yet he still claimed to be unattached. How truly unprincipled. Why had he not seen this particular post? Puzzled, Song Qian retrieved his phone and confirmed that he indeed had not come across it. Lu Zhibiao, bewildered, speculated, did he block you? It was possible he intended to shield everyone else while inadvertently omitting me. Lu Zhibiao inquired with others, but all could view the post except for Song Qian. It was likely that by accident, he had been categorized within a blocked group. Upon his return, I must confront him about his betrayal of friendship. Yet, Song Qian dismissed the thought, reassured by the bond he shared with Gao Wenbin, believing there was no reason for him to block him. It was not as if the content was scandalous. After attending a class for a while, he felt a gnawing hunger and, taking a snack from Lu Zhibiao, ordered takeout during the break. This ravenous behavior left Lu Zhibiao astonished, pondering whether Song Qian had transformed his sorrow into appetite. Little did he know, Song Qian was merely drained, necessitating a replenishment of his energy. A week passed, and it seemed as though Song Qian and Cui Shuyan had severed all communication, allowing him to revert to the ordinary life of a university student, while Cui Cici's absence from daily life appeared to have little effect. Chapter 12. Celebrating sister's birthday. Cui Cici had originally planned to return to her homeland with Gao Wenbin in October. However, on September 12th, she suffered from a severe stomach upset after consuming seafood, leading to an acute gastroenteritis attack in the middle of the night. Writhing in pain in her hotel room, she attempted to call Gao Wenbin in the adjacent room, but after numerous attempts, she was unable to reach him and had to summon the hotel staff to take her to the hospital. In the stillness of the night, she lay in a foreign hospital, overwhelmed by the scent of antiseptic, feeling an immense sense of discomfort. Initially, she had relished the freedom of being abroad, but after just over a month, she found herself yearning for the comforts of home. When Gao Wenbin arrived the following morning, she impulsively hurled the water cup from her bedside at him, a mix of anger and disappointment in her voice. "Get out." Gao Wenbin was taken aback, yet he settled beside her bed, holding fruits and flowers. "Cici, I'm so sorry. I was sleeping so soundly last night that I didn't hear your calls. I never anticipated that you would end up hospitalized due to acute gastroenteritis. Go ahead and hit me. I promise I won't make a sound." Observing Gao Wenbin's expression, Cui Cici felt a twinge of indifference. "If it were Song Qian, he would have come running at my beck and call, unlike you, who chose to sleep soundly while I suffered." Gao Wenbin felt a pang of discomfort at the mention of that name. Song Qian, in his quest for a comfortable life, would undoubtedly put on a fade. Have you forgotten how your parents were completely taken in by his little tricks? Do you truly think he's a good person now? Cui Cici reflected on this and realized that while she did not think highly of Song Qian, she often found herself comparing Gao Wenbin to him. "All right, from now on, I'll stay by your side. Once we return to the hotel, I'll share a room with you. You can have the bed while I take the floor." "Dream on," Cui Cici scoffed. Her stomach growled with hunger, and when Gao Wenbin returned with food, she opened it only to find her appetite diminished. In the past, during her bouts of stomach pain, Song Qian had gone to great lengths to prepare wholesome, convenient meals for her, even mastering the art of porridge making, which surpassed the skills of professional chefs. Alas, that was merely Song Qian's singular redeeming quality. "I've decided to return home by the end of the month. I want Annie to prepare some delicious dishes for me," she declared. Gao Wenbin responded gently, "That sounds wonderful. I'll buy some gifts to bring back with you. You haven't told me what your uncle and aunt like yet. Shouldn't you be able to figure that out yourself?" Cui Cici retorted, growing irritable at the thought that she needed to instruct him on such matters. Gao Wenbin nodded. "I'll ask my parents and ensure we prepare a variety." "So you want to lose face?" Cui Cici pondered the notion of face. Her parents were hardly concerned about such trivialities, given their family's circumstances. Did they truly need to fuss over gifts? She recalled the moment that had first drawn her attention to Gao Wenbin. One winter, after a spat with Song Qian, she had accidentally stepped into a puddle, soaking her shoes. To her surprise, Song Qian's good friend had gifted her a pair of fluffy slippers, and at that moment, she felt that this person was far superior to Song Qian, who only seemed to cause her distress before walking away. Later, on cold days, warm milk tea was delivered, and on rainy days, umbrellas were brought. Countless small details moved Cui Cici. Previously, he had always been so attentive to her needs that he could anticipate them without her having to utter a word. Why then had he become so clumsy now? She found it a bit perplexing. "All right, I don't want to eat these things. Didn't you make plain boiled egg noodles before? Please prepare that for me." Gao Wenbin's expression stiffened for a moment before he smiled and replied, "Sure, but the ingredients here are not quite sufficient, so it might not taste very good. When I made it for you before, my mother guided me personally and even prepared the broth. I'm afraid I might mess it up if I attempt it myself." When Song Qian received Gao Wenbin's call, he was still asleep. After fumbling for a while, he finally located his phone and pressed the answer button. "Hello, Lao Gao. Why are you looking for me at this hour? I noticed that you made egg noodles before, and they seemed quite delicious. I suddenly crave something light. So I thought of your culinary skills and wanted to see if you could guide me. Is that all right? Song Qian chuckled softly. You haven't contacted me for over a month, and it's just for this? Let me tell you how to make it. After finishing the instructions, Song Qian inquired. When are you returning to school? At the end of the month, Gao Wenbin paused and added, I heard that Chui Cece has passed away. How have you been lately? It must be quite difficult for you during this time. Not at all, Song Qian replied, without a moment's hesitation. What are you thinking about? I'm off to sleep now. A small interlude that Song Qian paid little heed to. However, on Friday, Xiao Yin asked him to make a trip to the land of cherry blossoms, bringing along a suitcase of items. He was somewhat puzzled and, upon inquiry, learned that it was Chui Shuyan's birthday. However, due to the need to pay respects to Chui Cece, they could not leave the country and had to send Song Qian to accompany Chui Shuyan for her 24th birthday. When Song Qian arrived in the land of cherry blossoms on Friday night, he did not call ahead, but went directly to Chui Shuyan's home, intending to surprise her. To his surprise, upon knocking on the door, he found quite a few people gathered in her home. They were all handsome and beautiful, and the house was adorned with numerous bouquets and gifts, making Song Qian appear somewhat like a country bumpkin arriving in the city. Feeling quite awkward, he asked, Are you all having a party? Huh, I thought. Chui Shuyan, holding a wine glass, glanced over with indifferent eyes, noticing Song Qian's anxious demeanor. She did not pay him much attention. Lin Jia, please take him inside. Lin set down the cake she was holding and went over to grab the suitcase. Xiao Song, you arrived too late. If you had come earlier, you could have enjoyed a grand feast. By the way, have you had dinner? If I eat then. Song Qian lied. He had barely eaten anything, having rushed to the airport in the afternoon. The lively atmosphere made him silently reflect that his presence was somewhat unwelcome. With so many family members around, he felt like an intruder. Once inside the room, he inquired, Lin Jia, should I not have come? My parents were worried that Xu Yin would feel lonely on her birthday, so they asked me to come. Had I known, I wouldn't have come. How could that be? Lin smiled. Originally, President Chui intended to celebrate her birthday alone, but Mr. Mu organized a gathering to surprise her, which is why everyone has come together. Mr. Mu, a classmate of President Chui, is named Mu Handong. His father is from the country, while his mother hails from the land of cherry blossoms. He has always held a fondness for President Chui and has pursued her for many years, never missing a birthday celebration. Lin explained to Song Qian that, aside from herself and President Chui, no one here is aware of President Chui's fiancé. I believe it is best not to make this widely known, as it could lead to some awkwardness. Lin's point is valid. Having President Chui's suitors celebrate her birthday while being confronted by her fiancé may not be particularly amicable for Mu Handong. Therefore, when Song Qian stepped outside, Mu Handong inquired with a smile, Lin, who is this? Song Qian responded first, Oh, hello, I am Sister Shuyan's younger brother. My parents asked me to bring something, and I forgot to inform you in advance. Chapter 13. Unfamiliar faces in public. Unrestrained in private, Mu Handong was not particularly surprised. Among the attendees of the gathering, who was not clad in tailored suits and exuding sophistication, only this young man donned a tracksuit, resembling a typical college student, utterly devoid of pretentiousness. Although he was quite handsome, it was improbable that he shared any special connection with Chui Shuyan. However, if he were her brother, that would make sense. Otherwise, with his attire, he would seem out of place on the streets of this financial hub, let alone frequent such upscale residences. Hello, I am Mu Handong. You can call me Brother Mu. I have a good relationship with your sister. She is quite busy, but if you find yourself bored while visiting, feel free to reach out to me. Song Qian did not refuse. The others remained unfazed by his presence, and after a brief interlude, resumed their gathering. Song Qian retreated to the guest room to play on his phone, as he felt no rapport with the others, nor did he comprehend their conversation. After a while, the door swung open. He glanced up to see Chui Shuyan. She loomed over him, asking, Who invited you? Her arms crossed. She wore a delicate pink spaghetti strap dress that draped elegantly, complemented by a dazzling necklace adorning her neck. Her hair had been styled with deliberate curls, adding a touch of femininity to her usually aloof demeanor, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful, nearly impossible to look away from. Song Qian muttered, What? Are you trying to kick me out? There are no flights now. At least let me stay until tomorrow. I am somewhat tired. If my presence is inconvenient, I could always check into a hotel. Forget it. Chui Shuyan snorted lightly. I know your parents booked the flight for you. You are entirely oblivious to my birthday. I cannot keep an eye on you. If you were to wander into the wrong circles, it would be difficult to explain to my parents. You are overthinking this. Song Qian replied, well aware of the indulgent customs of the cherry blossom nation. However, he would never succumb to such temptations. That would imply a lack of self-control. If he were that type of person, there would be ample opportunities back home. Nevertheless, Chui Shuyan said nothing further and exited. Song Qian understood that Chui Shuyan merely toyed with him. Thus, in the presence of her friends and admirers, she could not afford to appear too familiar with him, lest it tarnish her image or complicate her romantic pursuits. Such duplicity was truly remarkable. As the clock struck midnight, the guests gradually departed. Mu Handong was the last to leave, specifically stopping by the guest room to say, "Brother, I'm heading out. Please take care of your sister." "Understood," Song Qian replied, somewhat irked by Mu Handong's brotherly demeanor, though he could not quite articulate the source of his irritation. With everyone finally gone, the house fell silent. After making a phone call, Chui Shuyan changed into her usual attire and beckoned Song Qian to accompany her outside. As they walked side by side down the street, Song Qian pondered, what is the purpose of our late-night outing? Chui Shuyan explained that she had summoned the housekeeper to tidy up, as she disliked the disarray in her home. Therefore, she stepped out, intending to return only once the cleaning was complete. Why go through such trouble? It's merely some trash. I could dispose of it for you, Song Qian remarked. Is there nothing else you wish to discuss with me? Taken aback, Song Qian responded, What brings you here? Quickly recovering, he added, Ah yes. Happy birthday. My parents asked me to convey their wishes as well. Chui Shuyan mused to herself that despite traveling a great distance, he exhibited no sincerity. If I were to grant you a wish, what would you desire? Hold on. Let me think for a moment, she said, leading Song Qian to a nearby late-night eatery. The establishment exuded a warm ambience, and through the glass, she noticed a considerable number of patrons inside, with some greenery adorning the entrance. Once inside, Chui Shuyan ordered a selection of dishes and took a seat with Song Qian. I thought there would be no late-night snacks available at this hour, he remarked. How did you know I hadn't eaten dinner? I initially intended to dine on the plane, but I refrained, anticipating a feast here, he confessed. Chui Shuyan smiled, lowering her gaze. How can I not know? Aren't you my brother? As an elder sister, it's only natural to have some understanding of my sibling. Moreover, she hesitated, looking up at Song Qian. Have you contemplated your wish? My wish. Song Qian had not given it much thought. After all, wasn't this day meant to celebrate Chui Shuyan's birthday? Can a birthday wish be substituted for another? Don't you have a wish of your own? As for me, Chui Shuyan pondered, I lack nothing and harbor no particular desire. Besides, I am the one posing the question. My wish is simply to complete my university studies and secure a good job, he stated. To articulate it differently, I wish to be free from financial concerns. It's not that I crave wealth. Merely enough to live and learn suffices, as financial strain can be quite burdensome. Song Qian, without hesitation, expressed his most significant aspiration. Observing his expression, Chui Shuyan found herself unable to suppress a smile. She was genuinely surprised that his wish was so simple. Sister Shuyan, did you expect my wish to be grandiose? If you've never experienced financial hardship, you may not comprehend that mere stability in food and clothing is a lofty aspiration for many. At that moment, their food arrived, and he couldn't help but inhale the enticing aroma. He picked up his chopsticks and began to eat, exclaiming, This is quite delicious. Chui Shuyan watched him, her hand resting on the table, idly tapping the surface. I thought your wish might be to bring Chui Sisi back to life. Do you think this is a performance? Song Qian retorted, exasperated. You are the heroine, and I'm the hero. Are you expecting me to resurrect my beloved? You're overthinking it. I've never contemplated such a thing. Why does everyone assume I cannot move on? Do you all really see me as a romantic idealist? Hui Xueyan fed silent. After Song Qian finished her meal, she finally spoke, I promise to fulfill your wish. Regardless of whether you remain in the Chui family, I will ensure that you can complete your university education without financial worries and secure a good job. Thank you, angel investor, he replied. Upon returning home, Song Qian intended to head to the guest room, but was halted by Cui Shuyan, who remarked, "Are you sure that's the room you should be in? Besides, you plan to stay over on a Friday night and still wish to sleep?" Song Qian felt a sense of helplessness, realizing the facade he had put on. In public, he pretended not to know her, yet privately, she clearly had her desires. He had indeed misspoken earlier. Calling her an angel investor was a misnomer, for she was evidently the benefactor wishing to take him, this male college student, under her wing. "Don't look at me with those eyes," Cui Shuyan said as she entered the master bedroom. "I can easily guess what's in your suitcase, so spare me the pretense." Chapter 14. Directly surrendering to sleep apart from the gifts stuffed into Song Qian's suitcase by Chui's parents, there were indeed some personal items concealed within. As fate would have it, they now proved to be quite useful. After taking a shower, Song Qian emerged to find Cui Shuyan seated at the edge of the bed, engrossed in replying to messages. He felt a twinge of discomfort. It was evident that just last week she had been quite affectionate, yet now she seemed to dismiss him entirely. The transformation was startlingly swift. He made a deliberate remark, "Sister Shuyan, if your admirers were to discover our relationship, I reckon they would be quite upset, wouldn't they? Engaging with me behind their backs suggests you might not be too concerned about their feelings. Or is it that you harbor no genuine affection for Mu Han-dong and merely distinguish between frivolity and serious relationships?" Cui Shuyan glanced at him with a bemused expression, as if she could see right through him, a casual smile playing at her lips. She set her phone down and patted the space beside her on the bed. Song Qian approached and sat down, realizing that perhaps he was somewhat irked by being perceived as an inconspicuous third party. "Quick Suyen teased. I told you long ago that I could easily inform my parents and have you acknowledged as my betrothed. It was your own reluctance that led us here. Who can you blame now?" Song Qian fell silent. Could this truly be feasible? From the beginning, Chui's parents had never entertained the notion of uniting him with Cui Shuyan. Surely, there must be another plan in place, perhaps a necessity for Cui Shuyan to marry into a more powerful family for the sake of inheriting the family business. It was entirely possible that a suitable match had already been predetermined, merely awaiting an announcement. "Do not indulge in baseless thoughts," Cui Shuyan said, leaning in to nip at Song Qian's lower lip, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. "When you are with me, you ought to maintain your focus." Although Cui Shuyan's demeanor towards him had soured recently, she switched off the lights as if no rift existed between them. Initially, Song Qian felt a lingering discontent, but within 10 minutes, he had returned to his previous state. His hand traced the warmth of her body beneath him, and he whispered, "Would you prefer a fruity scent or a floral one? This time, I purchased several varieties. Have you tried them yourself?" Quick Suyan chuckled softly. "Not at all. Whom I test them with?" Song Qian replied without hesitation. However, as he contemplated his options, Cui Shuyan's phone rang. She glanced at the screen and pressed the answer button. Mu Han-dong's voice came through. "Shuyan, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. I just remembered that I left a watch on your sofa tonight. I may need to retrieve it another day. Truly sorry about that." Cui Shuyan observed the anxious expression on Song Qian's face and gracefully lifted her leg, using her foot to gently push him back against the bed. Although her cheeks flushed slightly, her tone remained steady. "Understood. I will bring it to your office on Monday. By the way, why are you still awake at this hour? Has your little brother gone to bed yet?" Cui Shuyan glanced at the displeased Song Qian. "I'm not sure. I had someone tidy up and was just about to sleep. I'll hang up now." With that, she ended the call and tossed the phone aside. Seeing that Song Qian made no further moves, she smiled, wrapping her long legs around his waist. "Are you upset? I'll allow you to retaliate." "Am I even allowed to be upset? I am merely your tool. Yet does a tool not possess the right to feel vexation?" Song Qian provocatively remarked. "Or perhaps, Sister Shuyan's amiable disposition permits me a slight temper?" Cui Shuyan's gaze languidly traversed Song Qian's visage, her voice excessively gentle. "If you comport yourself well, I shall allow even more indulgences. You may attempt it." With a slight bend of her arm, Cui Shuyan rose slightly, her other hand caressing Song Qian's lips. With time, should this become habitual, I might even find myself enamored with you. After all, aside from this, I harbor no other desires. Song Qian swallowed hard, choosing not to engage in further trivialities. Perhaps it was the week-long separation, coupled with his newfound maturity, that rendered Song Qian transformed from his former self. Additionally, the stark contrast in Cui Shuyan's demeanor, whether clothed or unclothed, was astonishing. Song Qian felt she was insatiable. Throughout the night, he did not hold back, fervently indulging for over 5 hours. It was only when Cui Shuyan trembled and pleaded for mercy multiple times that he finally relented. Breathless in his embrace, Cui Shuyan murmured, "You exact your revenge upon me. Yet you treat me so harshly? Have you been secretly nourishing yourself at home?" "No." Song Qian covered her with a blanket. "I have always been this vigorous. Previously, I hesitated to exert myself due to our unfamiliarity." Cui Shuyan's face flushed instantly, and she closed her eyes, feigning sleep, though before long, she truly succumbed to slumber. The two embraced as they drifted into dreams. In the morning, Lin Lin arrived with a document, knocking on the door for an extended period without response. After a phone call, Cui Shuyan instructed her to enter directly. Upon entry, Lin Lin beheld Cui Shuyan emerging from the master bedroom clad in a silk robe, the room resonating with a man's indistinct murmurs. "Sister Shuyan, are you heading to work?" "ISNT today, Saturday." Cui Shuyan shut the door, muffling the sounds. Lin Lin's eyes caught sight of the sultry red marks adorning Cui Shuyan's fair, elongated neck. "Ahem, President Cui, do you require any arrangement for today's itinerary?" "None necessary," Cui Shuyan replied, having signed the document. "When you were in a relationship, where did you typically dine?" "Recommend some restaurants suitable for couples." It was rare for him to visit. She could not allow him to dine casually by the roadside, and it would be best to suggest a grand feast. He had mentioned wanting a lavish meal last night. Lin Lin couldn't suppress a smile. She had not anticipated President Cui to exhibit such a side. It appeared this young fiancé was indeed favored by President Cui. "Very well. I shall compile a list and send it to you shortly." Cui Shuyan nodded in agreement, then approached the sofa, noticing a watch. She picked it up and handed it to Lin Lin. "This belongs to Mu Handong when you give it to him. Inform him that you discovered Song Qian is my fiancé." Lin Lin was taken aback. "Ah, so direct? Will that not jeopardize your friendship with him in the future?" "There is no necessity for me to maintain correspondence with him. Besides, I have already informed him of my boyfriend. His disbelief and self-importance have only vexed me." Cui Shuyan stated matter-of-factly, her expression devoid of hesitation. "Understood, President Cui." Lin Lin picked up the watch, fully aware of her adulthood. Clearly, she had neglected Song Qian last night for the sake of Mu Handong, resulting in an apparent unfamiliarity between the two. Yet now, her demeanor was resolute, suggesting that Song Qian had, during the night, solidified his standing and whispered sweet nothings to sway President Cui as favor in his direction. Moreover, the telltale marks on President Cui's neck were a clear indication of who had been responsible. While she acknowledged Song Qian's capabilities, a flicker of sympathy for Mu Handong crossed her mind. However, what could be done? Who wouldn't he be drawn to a strong and robust male college student, especially one like President Cui? It is only natural to prefer an innocent pup over a cunning old fox, after all. Cui Shuyan returned to the master bedroom, finding Song Qian curled up in the blanket like a fuzzy caterpillar, which made her chuckle. Then, feigning impatience, she urged him to rise. Sister Lin just delivered some documents and mentioned a nearby restaurant with delightful cuisine. I happen to be hungry too, so let us give it a try since she recommended it. Song Qian fumbled for his phone and noted that it was already past 11. It was indeed time to eat, especially considering the considerable energy he had expended the previous night. After all, he was the one doing the hard work. Chapter 15. Is Cui Cece really not dead? After placing their order and settling at the restaurant, Song Qian observed Cui Shuyan, who appeared indifferent as she played with her phone. Moments later, a video call came through, assuming it to be another call from Mu Handong. He was taken aback when Cui Shuyan answered the call in his presence. "Mom, where's Xiaoyan? I'm having a meal with him," she replied, handing the phone to Song Qian. He, in turn, aimed the camera towards the floor-to-ceiling window, for the ambience of the restaurant hardly resembled that of a sibling meal. The lighting was dim, the dessert exquisite, and the table adorned with red roses, resembling a romantic rendezvous instead. "Mom, did you call for me?" "No. I just forgot to wish your sister a happy birthday last night, and wanted to check if you were awake. Go ahead and eat. I have some serious matters to discuss with your sister privately." Upon hearing this, Song Qian returned the phone to Cui Xuan, mouthing for her to refrain from speaking out of turn. Cui Xuan shot him a knowing glance. He had not been polite last night, but now he seemed apprehensive. She rose and exited the restaurant. Only then did Xiaoyan speak up. "Xiaoyan, something significant has occurred. Your sister is not in any danger. I received news last night that she has been hospitalized abroad, as evidenced by consumption records." "Oh dear. I must quickly send someone to check on her. She is hospitalized due to acute gastroenteritis, and a man, apparently a university classmate of hers, has been accompanying her. I suspect she didn't wish to marry Song Qian, so she fabricated this death ruse, causing us all such distress while she elopes." Cui Xuan was already aware of the situation, merely stating that her sister had been abroad with a man for over a month, suggesting that the matter had likely escalated beyond mere intentions. Do not blame her too harshly. Perhaps she simply refuses to compromise for the sake of true love. Xiaoyan's emotions were fraught with complexity. On one hand, the news of her daughter's supposed death had devastated her. Yet the possibility of her being alive felt like a miraculous reprieve. However, on the other hand, she could not overlook the severity of her daughter's actions. Yet, if she was alive and well, it would be unjust to chastise her further. But what of Song Qian? Throughout this ordeal, he had been tirelessly supporting them, balancing his time between school and their home, standing by them in their darkest hours. Now, with this unexpected revelation, perhaps the only true victim was Song Qian. Yet, he held deep affections for Cici, and his recent behavior had been erratic, seemingly unable to move on. If he were to discover that Cici was merely with another man, the blow would be tremendous. Sighing, Xiaoyan added, "Cici has booked a flight to return a week. Let Song Qian stay with you for half a month. Once things stabilize, we can inform him that Cici is still alive." Xiaoyan remarked that it would be best for Shi to come to her own conclusions. Xiao Song is undoubtedly a good man, and she should not so casually disregard his genuine affection. However, Cui Xuan interjected, "Mom, your actions hold no significance. We all know Shi's temperament. Once she has made up her mind, she would rather feign ignorance and remain away from home than concede. How could she possibly change her mind based on your few words? Besides, she has finally decided to return. Please do not push her too hard, lest she leave again." Yet what about Xiao Song? Xiaoyan found herself in a quandary. She had once thought that having two daughters meant less worry. But who could have foreseen the unpredictability of life and how circumstances would unfold in this manner? Had she known from the outset, she would have directly acknowledged Song Qian as a son. Now that their feelings had deepened, to suggest that he simply let go would be quite unreasonable. The first solution is to adhere to your previous decision and have him become your son. Xiaoyan listened, contemplating whether Song Qian could accept such a transformation in status. The second option, however, is to have him become my son-in-law. Xiaoyan was so taken aback that she struggled to find her voice. After a considerable pause, she finally said, "Xiaoyan, with your disposition, you certainly would not regard Xiao Song favorably, even if you were to make such a sacrifice. If you two are not happy in the future, both your father and I would regret it." Xiaoyan was not jesting. She genuinely believed that her eldest daughter would never look upon Song Qian with favor. "Mom, this is merely a temporary measure," Cui Xuan replied calmly. "Had it not been for Uncle Song's rescue, we would not be where we are today. I simply wish for Song Qian to feel at ease accepting the Cui family support. At the very least, until he has the means to earn a living, we are obliged to provide him with tuition and living expenses. The notion of an engagement is merely to allow him to remain in the Cui household without reservation." Xiaoyan feared that Song Qian, due to his pride, might choose to leave the Cui family upon discovering Shi's actions and thus decline their assistance. After all, young men of his age often possess a strong sense of pride. Since bringing Song Qian into their home, she had truly come to regard him as her own, and she was unwilling to see him leave. At that moment, this approach seemed to be the most prudent. However, would he be able to accept such a sudden proposal of a marriage exchange? Perhaps it would be difficult, as he harbored deep feelings for Shi that he would not easily relinquish. Nonetheless, our discussion shall remain confidential for now. I will attempt to engage with him and ascertain whether he exhibits any resistance before broaching the subject of the marriage exchange. Xiaoyan nodded, conceding very well. Let us proceed in this manner. If he is unwilling, there is no need to force him. Moreover, since you do not hold any affection for him, I do not wish for you to act against your own feelings. I am indifferent to such matters, Cui Shuyan replied nonchalantly. To me, it makes no difference whom I marry. Xiaoyan was aware that, in her eldest daughter's eyes, romantic love seemed to hold little significance. Perhaps she prioritized her studies and career too highly. If marriage were to be considered, a man of Song Qian's integrity and kindness would indeed be suitable. Although there is a 3-year age difference, it is hardly a concern. As Song Qian was about to finish his meal, he finally noticed Cui Shuyan returning. Have you two been chatting for so long? He inquired. Cui Shuyan replied, without raising her head. I told my mother that you took advantage of me while I was drunk last night. What? Song Qian nearly choked in disbelief, realizing with a hint of amusement that he had been teased by Cui Shuyan. You're just joking with me, aren't you? If you continue to scare me like this, don't blame me for not working for you anymore. Is that so? Cui Shuyan teased back. Do you still intend to work for me? I thought. Last night was the final occasion. She leaned forward slightly, resting her chin on her hand, observing Song Qian with keen interest. It seems that while you appear fearful of being discovered, you are secretly quite greedy. You find this thrilling, don't you? Chapter 16. A change of partners on Saturday. After lunch, Song Qian accompanied Cui Shuyan for a leisurely outing, returning home in the afternoon. Cui Shuyan immediately retreated to her study, engrossed in her tasks, while Song Qian procured some ingredients to prepare dinner. Once Cui Shuyan concluded her correspondence, she heard commotion from the kitchen. Approaching the door, she glimpsed through the glass partition and found Song Qian bustling about in an apron. She tapped on the glass, catching his attention. Do you often cook? Not really, he replied. I only experimented a bit during my freshman year. My culinary skills leave much to be desired. Cui Shuyan recalled the previous months when she returned home to find an unfamiliar presence, the boy her parents had mentioned. Dressed quite ordinarily, he was assisting the housekeeper in the kitchen. She had intended merely to take a glance, but overheard him expressing his desire to learn how to make porridge for Cui Cici. His tone a mixture of earnestness and resignation. At that moment, Cui Shuyan noted his clumsiness, perceiving him as somewhat lacking in intelligence. Nevertheless, the final product seemed satisfactory. Unfortunately, Cici declined the porridge for dinner, opting instead to venture out, subtly conveying her resistance to Song Qian. The bowl of porridge was ultimately consumed by her and her mother, who soothed Song Qian's pride, while he appeared unfazed, perhaps already accustomed to Cici's treatment. The following morning, as she prepared to leave for the airport, Song Qian rushed out to hand her an umbrella and a jacket. Shui and Jia, it's going to be chilly today, and rain is expected shortly. Please keep warm. After delivering his message, he departed with another umbrella in hand. The housekeeper mentioned that he was off to fetch Cui Cici. In that moment, she recognized that despite his childhood as an orphan, Song Qian possessed a genuine knack for caring for others, earnestly learning the art of nurturing. What are you doing standing there? Are you hungry? Song Qian emerged from the kitchen, glancing at Cui Shuyan. You can wash your hands. Dinner is ready. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I prepared a few dishes. Please make do with what I've made. Song Qian had prepared 3 dishes and a soup: braised eggplant, spicy stir-fried meat with peppers, mapo tofu, and a tomato and egg soup. Are we really going to eat all this? Cui Shuyan mused. Though she typically paid little heed to culinary desires, the enticing aromas had stirred her appetite. The culinary habits here differed significantly from those in her homeland, where the housekeeper typically prepared home-style meals. Thus, such flavors were not often experienced. As Song Qian set the table, the portions were modest. If you can't finish, I'll take care of the leftovers, he assured her. Cui Shuyan took a seat, reflecting on how the kitchen had scarcely been utilized before, mostly serving as a place for rinsing fruits. After Song Qian's visit, An array of jars and bottles had mysteriously appeared on the countertop. These ingredients will go to waste. I rarely cook, she remarked. I can still use them next time I come, he replied nonchalantly, not looking up. These condiments won't spoil. Cui Shuyan snapped a photo and sent it to Xiao. Did you ever cook for Cece? Song Qian shook his head. No, we have a housekeeper for that. I don't cook often. Occasionally, I prepare a light porridge for her in the evenings. She, with her finicky nature, often leaves the meal untouched, possessing a delicate appetite that leaves her satiated after just a few bites. Cui Shuyan subtly smiled. She is indeed quite fortunate. Song Qian this time was sincere in his intentions. My kindness towards her stemmed from the benevolence shown to me by her parents, the Cui family. In my inability to repay them, I regarded her as a sister. My feelings for her have never strayed into romantic territory. Thus, while you may believe I am unable to let go, the truth is far from it. Moreover, Cece does not harbor any affection for me. I have never entertained the notion of marrying her. Upon hearing this, Hui Xueyan expressed disbelief. Oh, then why do you not refuse the arranged marriage? Song Qian opened his mouth to respond, but merely shook his head in silence. Initially, he accepted the arrangement out of discontent with the Cui family, unaware that his father's demise was a sacrifice made to save them. Having lost his father at a young age, his life had been fraught with difficulties, enduring disdain from relatives before being sent to an orphanage, where he left to avoid adoption, striving to survive through part-time work while studying. The Cui family's involvement came too late. Any claims of atonement felt hollow to him. Gradually, however, he recognized the genuine care they held for him, allowing him to set aside his grievances. He had no intention of forcing them into a marriage out of gratitude. He simply wished to seize what was rightfully his. The Cui family has indeed treated him well, rendering any past grievances unnecessary to revisit. Noticing his silence, Cui Shuyan chose not to press further, as the delicious meal before them was more than enough to elevate their spirits. In the Cui residence, Xiao was conversing with her husband, both wearing expressions of discontent, particularly Cui Zhengtai. With a sigh, Xiao interjected, "Why are you so furious? At least Cece is unharmed. That is indeed good news." Cui Zhengtai retorted vehemently, "I would rather she had truly perished than to have a daughter who brings such disgrace upon me. How many friends attended the funeral? How many urged me to move on? Now, my daughter resurfaces, and it turns out she was feigning death to elope with some man, treating her parents like fools. What are people saying behind my back? She has no shame, yet I still possess mine." Xiao was rendered speechless. "What do you intend to do? Are you truly going to disown her? Call her at once and demand she return immediately. As for that man, I have thoroughly investigated his background. He is of dubious character and must be cast aside without delay." Xiao nodded in agreement. "Do not be too enraged. At her age, she is merely rebellious." "Rebellious?" Cui Zhengtai scoffed. "How old is she now? She holds us in contempt and disregards Song Qian as well, placing her trust in a man of unknown origins. It is utterly laughable. When she returns, I shall break her legs to spare myself further embarrassment." Xiao merely sighed. After all, she was our daughter. There was no way around it. Perhaps we should never have allowed her to become engaged to Xiao Song in the first place. "What's wrong with engagement?" replied Cui Zhengtai. "Let us not forget, were it not for Lao Song, we would have met a dire fate. Our family owes a debt of life to the Song family. And to Xiao Song, we owe a father." Cui Zhengtai felt a profound headache. He was at a loss as to how to speak with Xiao Song. This child was honest and earnest, and knowing about this matter would surely weigh heavily on his heart. Sighing heavily, Xiao phone chimed. She glanced at it and quickly reassured him, "Do not worry. Look, Xiao Song has prepared dinner for Xiao Yan. They seem to get along well. He could still be our son-in-law. Have you lost your senses? Are you speaking nonsense?" Cui Zhengtai frowned. Given Xiao Yan's temperament, how could she possibly accept this? Her nature is even more resolute and independent than she's. If she becomes displeased, she might sever ties with the family altogether. "I understand," Xiao explained. Xiao Yan herself has suggested this. She stated that marriage is not of great significance to her. Moreover, it seems she has already taken a step further with that man, rendering any possibility with Xiao Song impossible. She is considering the bigger picture. Cui Zhongtai pondered for a moment, his emotions gradually calming. It is indeed a good idea, but the issue remains that Xiao Yan's character is too strong. I wonder if it will work. Xiao Yan has mentioned that they should first observe the situation and keep this plan from anyone for the time being. If Xiao Song shows no resistance later on, they can proceed with the arrangement, thereby avoiding any potential awkwardness should the plan fail. Cui Zhongtai could only accept this, as ultimately, it was all due to Cui Shishi's antics, and this seemed to be the best course of action. Chapter 17. Still capable of conversation? After dinner, Cui Qian and Song Qian enjoyed the evening breeze on the balcony with a couple of drinks. Song Qian's tolerance for alcohol was decent. However, perhaps due to the effects of the wine, he found himself increasingly captivated by the profile of Cui Qian. She was indeed stunning, with exquisite features, an ethereal demeanor, and a mature allure. Her long, fair legs further accentuated her appeal, and her assertive approach to matters reflected the confidence of someone accustomed to authority. The more he observed her, the more she seemed enveloped in an air of mystery. Cui Qian swirled her glass and gazed at him, seemingly with an ulterior motive. Song Qian nearly choked, feeling the weight of her scrutiny. "I'm not thinking about those things, don't misjudge me." "Really? Let me check," she said, leaning closer to him and unceremoniously inspecting him. With a sly smile, she remarked, "You're lying." As she moved, a delightful fragrance enveloped him. Song Qian swallowed hard. "It's only because you're checking that I reacted. It was fine a moment ago. Can you let go once you're done? What exactly do you want?" He thought to himself, who among them was merely focused on driving. "Kiss me." Without hesitation, Cui Qian's gaze danced over his face. The typical coldness in her cheeks softened, slightly flushed from the wine. Song Qian was momentarily taken aback, then, almost instinctively, leaned in to kiss her. Before he knew it, he found himself lying on the plush carpet beside the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Afterward, Song Qian took out his phone to book a flight home for Sunday. Cui Qian nestled in the blankets, casually observing him. "Why not stay for another half month?" "I can't. I have classes." Although Song Qian relished his time there, he could not neglect his studies entirely. Besides, with the new student military training approaching, he was to be a teaching assistant. There will be many freshmen. "Are you planning to take advantage of the naive underclassmen?" Song Qian shot her a glance. "Of course not. I'm a decent person. Must you really leave? Do you not wish to stay?" "Qian, don't joke around. I don't believe you." Song Qian found her attempts to persuade him somewhat amusing. At the very least, she should not act so distant in front of friends. After all, didn't Tishi care for him? Otherwise, he might simply think she was being possessive. "I merely want you to avoid regret." Cui Qian huffed lightly. "You should go. I have no reason to keep you here." After securing his flight, Song Qian set his phone down. "Well, you still have the energy to converse, so it seems you could manage another round. Who knows? Next time you might turn your back on me. Best to seize the moment." With that, he burrowed into the blankets. Cui Qian pushed his shoulder, gritting her teeth. "You scoundrel." On Sunday, Cui Qian drove Song Qian to the airport. While waiting for the flight, she sat beside him, engrossed in her phone. Today, she donned a black dress adorned with delicate pleats, featuring 2 flowing ribbons at the shoulders that imparted an air of youthful elegance. Her snow-white arms, slender waist, and flawlessly proportioned long legs suggested the dress was of considerable worth. Her long hair cascaded smoothly, and when she lowered her gaze, her profile was strikingly exquisite. When Cui Qian glanced in her direction, Song Qian quickly averted his eyes. She remarked, "I will return at the beginning of October. And since you'll also be on break, I will take you out for some fun. Just the 2 of us? Or with your parents?" Song Qian pondered that her invitation likely entailed indulging in games favored by adults. However, going out alone would undoubtedly raise suspicions in Cui's parents. If they were to go together, they would need to be cautious under their watchful eyes. "Just the 2 of us," Cui Qian replied, and then added, "You should be on your way." Song Qian pushed his small suitcase and waved, "Then I shall take my leave." He hesitated to add anything further, feeling it was not his place. As he reached the security checkpoint, he glanced back and saw Cui Qian still standing in the same spot. A man in line behind him commented, "Your girlfriend is stunning, like a movie star." Song Qian quickly corrected him, "No, That's my sister. Not by blood, I presume? Song Qian found himself at a loss for words, yet the reasoning held merit. While he was passably attractive, he was clearly from a different genetic lineage compared to Cui Shuiyan's beauty. Unless, of course, there had been a genetic mutation. Upon returning home, Xiaoyan, upon seeing Song Qian, hastily ended her phone call, her expression slightly awkward. Little Song, didn't your sister say you would be away for half a month? Why are you back so soon? However, it turned out to be fortuitous, as it meant he could join for dinner. As she spoke, she scrutinized Song Qian's demeanor. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Song Qian felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that she had discovered something about his relationship with Cui Shuiyan? Perhaps she was simply refraining from mentioning it out of decorum. I was afraid of disturbing Sister Shuiyan, and besides, I had matters to attend to at school. He coughed. Did Sister Shuiyan say anything to you? Like how I might have disrupted her work? No, she was just praising you. Xiaoyan wiped her clammy palms. Having just been on the phone with Cui Cici, uncertain if Song Qian had overheard. You must be tired from your journey. Go rest a bit, and I'll call you when dinner is ready. All right, Song Qian said as he wheeled his suitcase into his room. After a short while, Xiaoyan returned, hesitating before speaking. Little Song, how did things go with your sister over there? Quite well. Song Qian felt a pang of apprehension, realizing they must know something. She has been very kind to me. Sister Shuiyan is truly exceptional. That's wonderful. Xiaoyan exhaled, choosing not to probe further to avoid provoking Song Qian's discomfort. She shifted the topic. What would you like to eat? I can have the aunt prepare it. Anything is fine, he responded with an awkward smile. Xiaoyan nodded, her expression a complex mix of unspoken thoughts as she gently closed the door behind her. Song Qian let out a sigh, feeling too dispirited to pack his belongings. He retrieved his phone and sent a message to Cui Shuiyan the moment I returned. Your mother regarded me with a peculiar gaze, hesitating to speak, inquiring about our relationship. Are you secretly plotting against me? Song Qian felt a sense of indignation. After all, he had exerted considerable effort. Before long, a response arrived. Do not judge others by your own standards. Her peculiar attitude toward you stems from something she is concealing. Upon reading this, Song Qian was taken aback. What could Cui's mother possibly have to hide from him? As long as it wasn't related to any matters concerning Cui Shuiyan, he felt indifferent about the rest. How could she know that something was being concealed from him? Was Cui Shuiyan perhaps hiding something as well? Pondering this, he inquired once more about the nature of the secret, but no further replies came. He stared at the screen of his phone, bemused and exasperated, finding the suspense rather aggravating. Chapter 18. Cui Cici brought a man home at dinner time. Aunt Zhang prepared 7 or 8 dishes. Song Qian initially assumed there were guests at home, but it was only him, Cui's father, and Cui's mother. Recently, Song Qian had lost weight, undoubtedly due to exhaustion and mental strain. He needed to eat more. Cui Zhengtai remarked that he would have Aunt Zhang make chicken soup for him to replenish his strength. Song Qian found it difficult to maintain his composure. The reason for his weight loss was certainly not as Cui's father imagined. Cui's father believed it was due to the loss of Cui Cici and the burden of managing some trivial matters concerning the Cui family. However, if he had indeed lost weight, it could only be attributed to being overworked. Hence, their insistence on him replenishing his health made Song Qian feel rather embarrassed, as he knew that getting better would only enable him to further trouble Cui Shuiyan. Mom, Dad, you should eat more. Your appetites haven't been great lately. Xiaoyan suddenly said. Why don't you take a photo and send it to Xiaoyan? She doesn't chat with us much, so you should talk to her more. Song Qian was taken aback, but seeing Xiaoyan's intense gaze upon him, he complied and took out his phone. She was alone in a foreign land, lacking the tender care and concern that one would hope for. Alas, your father is too busy with work to leave, and I have a fear of flying. So if you have the time, do visit her in Sakura country more often. Song Qian thought that since Xiaoyan now had only one daughter, she was particularly attentive, and he did not ponder it further. To keep the family informed about the food situation, Song Qian began sending messages to Cui Shuiyan every day for the following week. Cui Shuiyan, however, was often busy, responding only before bedtime. As time passed, they developed the habit of exchanging a few words daily. By Friday, on his way home from school, Song Qian sensed something odd about Uncle Li, the driver. His gaze seemed somewhat peculiar. He appeared to be hesitating, caught between words, ultimately letting out a sigh. This left Song Qian feeling anxious. Uncle Li, what on earth is the matter? Can you just tell me? Your behavior is making me quite nervous. Uncle Li hesitated again, sighing deeply. Observing his demeanor, Song Qian wondered if his relationship with Cui Shuyan had been exposed. In truth, it was not as dreadful as it seemed. If Chui's parents were genuinely upset, he could simply leave the Chui household and revert to his previous life. With some savings left on his card, a generous allowance given during the new year by Chui's parents, he would certainly manage through the rest of the academic year. Though he had been somewhat worried before, now that the potential exposure loomed, the outcome appeared less daunting. Uncle Li, thank you for your care over the past 6 months. You know, Uncle Li seemed surprised. Does this mean you plan to leave the Chui family? He quickly added, please don't go. There's no need for that. Although I am merely the driver for the Chui family, I have been here for over 20 years. I can see how the master and mistress regard you as one of their own. You should think of it differently. Staying with the Chui family has many advantages. Song Qian was left bewildered. Given the circumstances surrounding Cui Shuyan, can one truly remain? Uncla li remarca. While you may lack the fortune to be a son-in-law of the Chui family, you can certainly be regarded as a son, as the master has expressed his desire to acknowledge you in that capacity. At this point, Song Qian found himself utterly perplexed. He suspected that his conversation with Uncle Li was entirely disconnected from reality. He deliberately probed, Uncle Li, please do not persuade me further. How could I possibly continue residing in the Chui household? This predicament is not your fault. It is Miss Shishi's doing. Although I shouldn't utter such words, you owe nothing to the Chui family. Should you choose to depart, I assure you that both the master and mistress would be deeply affected. Song Qian was taken aback that the discourse had once again shifted to Cui Shishi. What is happening? She is simply too young to grasp many matters. Her feigned demise to escape marriage only wounds the hearts of those who care for her. At this juncture, Song Qian comprehended the situation, bewildered. Could one truly feign death? So, Cui Shishi, that living ancestor, has not perished at all? The mere thought of the Chui family's melancholic state due to her antics, with her parents unable to swallow their meals and weeping nightly, left him both amused and incredulous. They, along with numerous business associates of the Chui family, had attended the memorial, and Chui father had even sought a master at the temple to ensure Cui Shishi's peaceful passage, fearing she might not be reborn if she were to die abroad. Despite the immorality of the situation, he found himself stifling laughter. Raising such a daughter was indeed an experience brimming with excitement. While he found it amusing, he had also resolved that since Cui Shishi had effectively vanished to evade marriage, he could straightforwardly annul their engagement. The goodwill the Chui family had extended to him did not necessitate this union for validation. Besides, he had never genuinely contemplated a future with Cui Shishi. The car journey home was lighthearted, and Uncle Li, noticing the smile on Song Qian's face, felt a twinge of confusion. How could he be so cheerful when Shishi had brought a man to their door? Pondering this, he inquired, Of course I am happy. My parents have mourned Shishi's absence for these days, and the prospect of her return is indeed a blessing. Everything else pales in comparison. Uncle Li gazed at Song Qian deeply, sighed, and thought him a fine young man, albeit one who could not become the Chui family's son-in-law. Upon entering the villa, the servants regarded Song Qian with curious glances. As he stepped into the living room, he spotted Cui Shishi seated on the sofa, eating fruit. She had lost some weight and tanned a bit, appearing quite different from her once fair and lovely self. You're back, Sister Shishi. Song Qian mused internally. Little did you expect that I am now your brother. Cui Shishi, upon seeing Song Qian, instantly frowned and retorted angrily, I warn you, my engagement to you is null and void. Do not entertain any delusions. Leave the Chui household at once to avoid further disgrace. Silence. Cui Zhengtai slammed the table in fury, reprimanding, Little Song will always be a part of our family. If you leave, Little Song shall not depart with you. Cui Sisi's eyes instantly welled with tears as she rose to sit beside Gao Wenbin. But with the bond we share, there is no doubt that we are destined to marry, she declared. What place does he hold here? Does the Chui family have any regard for him? Mother, father, it will be Wenbin and I who provide for your old age. Do you truly expect support from someone with no blood ties to us? Please do not be foolish. At that moment, Song Qian noticed another figure seated with his back to him. As he approached, he discerned that it was his dear friend Gao Wenbin. He glanced at Chui Cici, then at Gao Wenbin, and finally at their intertwined hands, beginning to comprehend the gravity of the situation. It became clear that this was an elopement, one driven by a pursuit of true love. Yet, the object of this affection was none other than his own close companion, one of his finest friends from university. A dark cloud settled over Song Qian's countenance. It was impossible for him not to feel anger. After all, regardless of Chui Cici's involvement, he had treated Gao Wenbin with great kindness, especially during that time when Wenbin had broken his leg, and Song Qian had cared for him like a devoted attendant. Back then, Gao Wenbin had vowed to be a forever loyal brother, ready to stand by him in times of need. Now, however, Gao Wenbin felt a pang of guilt. Nevertheless, he stood firm. Song Qian, I'm truly sorry, but matters of the heart cannot be controlled. I acknowledge my fault, and I implore you not to direct your anger towards Cici. She is blameless in this. If you must assign blame, let it fall solely upon me. You may strike me, insult me. Do as you wish, but I shall not retaliate. Chapter 19. The cancellation of the engagement and compromise before Song Qian could utter a word. Chui Cici and Gao Wenbin had already exchanged a flurry of remarks. Why are you apologizing to him? Chui Cici defended Gao Wenbin, asserting, if it weren't for his pitiable state, would our family even allow him to stay here? Does he truly believe himself to be the master of the Chui family? She continued, let me make it clear, Song Qian, from now on, Wenbin is to be regarded as the son-in-law of the Chui family, a member of our household. You are living off the Chui family's resources, so you ought to show a modicum of respect. If you conduct yourself with propriety, I might, for the sake of our parents, allow you to remain here until your university graduation. Gao Wenbin cast a surprised glance at Chui Cici, recalling their earlier agreement to expel him. What kind of situation was this, with her former fiancé still residing here? What if he harbored lingering feelings for Cici and attempted to reclaim her? Kui Xingdai, unable to endure any longer, interjected, enough. You and your dubious companion should leave at once. We are still alive. This house is not under your control. Chui Cici shot a fierce glare at Song Qian, questioning, must you insist on occupying the position of the Chui family's son-in-law, thereby disturbing our household's peace? Feeling overwhelmed by the commotion, Song Qian finally spoke, Mom, Dad, I wish to dissolve my engagement with Cici. We were never truly compatible, and now seems the perfect time to sever our ties. From this evening onward, Cici and I shall no longer be engaged. Xiao Yan, who had remained silent until now, was at a loss for words. On one hand, she felt heartbroken witnessing her daughter oppose the family for the sake of an enigmatic man. On the other hand, she was uncertain how to navigate this situation. Are you serious? Chui Cici's eyes sparkled with surprise. If you care for me so deeply, how could you possibly agree to dissolve our engagement? You are not deceiving me, are you? Song Qian nodded, declaring, I have already found someone I cherish. Our relationship has never been one of romantic affection. A fruit forced off the vine will not be sweet. Chui Cici pouted, convinced that Song Qian was merely saving face. She had never seen any woman by his side, and considering her own recent absence from his life, it was implausible that he could have moved on to love another. However, if he was willing to let go for the sake of love, she chose not to probe further, opting instead to feign ignorance. Very well. Then you may continue to reside in the Chui household. Aside from our engagement status, everything else remains unchanged. Chui Zhongtai let out a deep sigh, his expression one of weariness and disappointment, gesturing for Chui Cici and the others to leave swiftly. Xiao Yan added, your father is on the verge of being driven to despair. You should go now, and we will discuss this later. Chui Cici cast one last glance at Song Qian before taking Gao Wenbin's hand and departing. Once they had left, Chui Jingtai turned to Song Qian, saying, you, my child, are willing to endure hardship for her sake. You're just like your father. Sigh. In his time, your father went to great lengths to save others. And now you. Chui Zhongtai felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. They could all see the profound affection Song Qian held for Cici, which made his claim of having found someone else utterly unconvincing. It was merely a matter of compromise. Xiaoyan sighed, Xiao Song, we owe you a debt in this matter. If you are willing to continue residing in the Chui household, we shall maintain our previous arrangement. However, should you prefer not to, we can manage a unit in the community for you to live in, making it more convenient for your comings and goings. So you need not feel uncomfortable here. No need to go to such expense. Renting a place can be quite costly, and I can stay at school. That won't do. Ciel Yin interjected. If you reside at school, over time, you may grow estranged from us. This apartment was originally intended for you after your graduation, meant to serve as a marital home for you and Shi. Now, considering you as our son, even when you establish your own family, we, as your parents, wish to provide you with a place to call home. When you address us as Mom and Dad, it carries weight. Song Qian presumed Ciel Yin was simply overwhelmed with guilt at that moment and chose not to protest further. However, the following morning, he was awakened by Chui Ba and Chui Ma, who insisted on accompanying him to handle the property transfer. Despite his repeated attempts to decline, Chui Zhongtai firmly pulled him along. By midday, he found himself holding the ownership certificate for his new home, feeling somewhat dazed. This house was a mere few minutes' walk from the Chui residence, and the villas in this community were not inexpensive. His unit boasted over 500 square meters of usable space and an additional 500 square meter garden. He knew that, on his own, he could never afford such a villa in his lifetime. This house was sold to me by a friend of mine who encountered business troubles and needed to liquidate. Hui Dai explained. Initially, it was meant for Xiao Yin, but after she went abroad for her studies and subsequently found work there, I thought of keeping it for she as a future marital home. Now, with you as our son, it is yours. Please do not feel any psychological burden. This house is yours to do with as you please. Ciel Yin smiled, feeling a weight lift from her conscience, especially upon witnessing Song Qian's joy, which brought her comfort. Years ago, Song Qian's father had saved their family of 4, sacrificing his own life in the process. She could still picture that crying child. Yet after their discharge from the hospital, they could no longer locate him. Later, they learned he had been taken in by relatives, and upon finding them, discovered that the child had run away from home. Throughout the years, they never ceased their search for Song Qian. A house, after all, cannot equate to a life lost. Thus, though this property held substantial value, to them, it was of little consequence. To celebrate Xiao Song's new home, let us dine out tonight. I shall treat, Ciel Yin proposed. Now that I have a house, it is only right that I treat. Song Qian replied, what would you like to eat? It's on me. Ciel Yin chuckled, sharing in his exuberance. Chui Zhongtai recognized this as a gesture of reconciliation. It was also rooted in sincerity. Very well, since our son wishes to treat, let us indulge, but I prefer something not too extravagant. Let us enjoy a meal near Xiao Song School, something the students love. Ciel Yin nodded, expressing her agreement. It had been quite some time since she had indulged in the local delicacies near the school, and it suddenly struck her that decades had passed since graduation. The 3 of them summoned Uncle Li to drive them to a university. After dropping them off, Uncle Li parked the car in a lot on the back street of the school, and while waiting, the car door was unexpectedly yanked open. He was momentarily startled, but upon turning around, he was greeted by a sweet, beaming face, which immediately relieved him. Miss, what brings you here? Uncle Li, I knew it was you. I recognize this car. The license plate belongs to our family. Chui Cici exclaimed with a radiant smile, followed closely by Gao Wenbin. Are you here to drop off Song Qian? Is he moving back to the school? How sensible of him. Chui Cici inferred that Uncle Li's presence here could only mean one thing. Song Qian was vacating the Chui household, thus sparing her a considerable amount of trouble. She contemplated having the housekeeper thoroughly disinfect the room Song Qian had occupied to avoid any unpleasantness. With that thought, Chui Cici unceremoniously entered the car. Wenbin, get in. Let us have Uncle Li take us to the city center. Although Uncle Li wanted to voice some concern, he refrained for Chui Cici, despite having caused some distress within the Chui family, remained their second daughter. Therefore, he obliged and drove them. As they settled into the vehicle, Gao Wenbin felt a sense of unease. He was aware that this car was quite luxurious, although his family was of the middle class. They could hardly afford such an expensive vehicle. He couldn't help but feel a bit awkward, especially since Song Qian had always used his car for school. Perhaps, in the future, it would be him who rode in it, considering he was to become the son-in-law of the Cui family. What's this? Quixixi inquired, discovering Abukled. Upon examining it, she remarked, my parents even mentioned wanting me to move out. This must be for me, right? Brother Wenbin, my parents care for me deeply. They must be worried about us not having a place to stay. Hence they bought us a house. Opening the booklet, she discovered it was a villa, a rather spacious one, conveniently located near her home. Her face lit up with joy, but when she saw the name on the property deed, her smile abruptly froze. Song Qian? How could it be him? Chapter 20. Why should the villa be given to Song Qian? Gao Wenbin's face finally displayed a flicker of joy, his heart racing uncontrollably. To reiterate, his family belonged to the middle class, yet they had never possessed such a grand villa. Thus, upon discovering the property deed, his initial curiosity quickly morphed into uncontainable delight, especially upon hearing Cui Cici's words and realizing the house was situated in her family's upscale villa community, its grandeur reaching new heights of elation. This was undoubtedly a transformative leap across social strata, a true alteration of fate. Once, Song Qian had been merely an orphan, impoverished, grateful for even a simple drink offered by Gao Wenbin. However, everything changed abruptly in the second semester of their freshman year, when Song Qian moved into a luxurious villa, traveled in high-end vehicles, and donned branded apparel, his monthly allowance proving more than sufficient. Having once assisted him, Gao Wenbin had genuinely contemplated offering support if his brother ever faced hardship. Yet now Song Qian's life surpassed his own. In an instant, Gao Wenbin's sense of superiority evaporated. A solitary energy drink would no longer elicit that same grateful expression from Song Qian. Instead, Song Qian occasionally treated them to barbecues, with Cui's mother aware of his generosity, even transferring money out of concern that he might not have enough. Why was this the case? Why had Song Qian suddenly surpassed them, entering an entirely different echelon? Truth be told, Gao Wenbin felt a surge of jealousy and resentment. This mindset likely stemmed from a fear that while his brother might struggle, he also feared Song Qian's newfound affluence. At that moment, all these advantages seemingly belonged to him, prompting a sense of happiness. However, when his gaze fell upon the name of the property owner on the deed, disbelief washed over him, tumultuous emotions surging within. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, striving for a calm demeanor. Cici, how is this possible? This villa is valued at tens of millions, perhaps even close to 100 million. Are your parents truly giving it to Song Qian without any strings attached? Have they been deceived by him? Cui Cici furrowed her brow, her expression darkening. With an exasperated huff, she threw the property deed to the ground. Of course, he is the master of flattery. He probably realized there's no hope for marriage with me and has manipulated my parents' guilt into consenting to transfer this villa to him. This Song Qian is truly unscrupulous in his pursuit of wealth. I always knew it. He came to our home solely for financial gain. Anger and disappointment etched across Cui Cici's beautiful visage. She lamented that her parents would rather be deceived by Song Qian than accept a relationship with Gao Wenbin. Was she truly their biological daughter, or was Song Qian the favored one? This was profoundly unjust. Gao Wenbin concurred. Indeed, uncle and aunt must be blinded by his charm. Logically, everything belonging to the Cui family should rightfully be yours. Their decision to give it to Song Qian merely strips away what was originally yours. Well, as long as uncle and aunt are happy, that is sufficient. However, it is ultimately you and I who will be responsible for their old age. This situation is truly disheartening. Upon hearing this, Cui Cici became even more incensed. Uncle Li, where are my parents? Uncle Li listened to their conversation, refraining from voicing any opinions. Yet he stood with Song Qian, for after all, Song Qian had lost his father due to the Cui family. Were it not for a life being taken, Song Qian would not have acquired this residence. What appeared to be a generous gift was, in truth, already meticulously priced. What grievances could Gao Wenbin possibly harbor? If he was dissatisfied, he could let his parents risk their lives as well. Such audacity, to issue warnings about old age support when they themselves can only rely on their parents. What grounds do they have to presume that Mr. and Mrs. Chui, with their considerable wealth, would require their assistance in their twilight years? It is utterly absurd. Second Miss, Master and Madam are dining at a university with young Master Song. Young Master Song? Indeed, I have heard that Master intends to adopt Song Qian as a son. Chui Cici's expression shifted dramatically. What? Not only is Song Qian not being driven away, but he is also to be adopted as a son? What will become of me, their daughter? If Song Qian's wishes are fulfilled, will a portion of the family fortune not be divided with him? This is absolutely unacceptable. I will never agree. Unless my parents no longer want me as their daughter. Uncle Li, my parents are being foolish. Why do you not advise them? Can you bear to witness the Chui family's fortune fall into the hands of outsiders? Second Miss, during the days you were unwell, Master and Madam were exceedingly distressed, and it was young Master who kept them company. Without him, the household could not have remained so orderly. Just the other day, the birthday celebration for Madam was entirely arranged by young Master, Uncle Li replied. Previously, whenever Master and Madam fell ill, it was young Master who tended to them, escorting and caring for them. He has already done remarkably well, and considering he is without parents and support, there is little reason to fear the family fortune slipping away. He carries the surname Song, not Chui. Chui Cici had not anticipated that Uncle Li, who had watched her grow, would not align himself with her, but instead turn against her. This left her utterly disheartened. Forget it. Turn around quickly. I must seek out my parents. I need to inquire whether they still recognize me as their daughter. Second Miss, Master and Madam were in a rare good mood just now. Perhaps it would be wise not to disturb them. I am going. Huixixi declared stubbornly. Uncle Li, with no other choice, complied and turned back toward the original direction. Gao Wenbin remained silent, recognizing that Chui Cici was already very agitated, and there was no need for him to add anything further. To be frank, he was quite upset himself. As far as he knew, Chui Cici had only one sister who resided abroad and possessed considerable assets there, with no certainty of her return to the country. Thus, the inheritance of the Chui family would likely fall upon Chui Cici, meaning everything belonging to the Chui family would effectively be hers, and hence his. The prospect of witnessing the grand villa that was destined to be his slipping away to Song Qian was, naturally, quite displeasing. It is inevitable that my father-in-law and mother-in-law will come to accept this reality. By then, the house will belong to someone else, and regret will be of no avail. He certainly does not wish to reside in the Chui family villa, only to be confronted by Song Qian, a person who does not belong to their social stratum, making an appearance in their upscale community. To take a step back, he is acting in Song Qian's best interest, having claimed something that is not rightfully his. He likely cannot even afford the property fees. It would be unreasonable to expect the Chui family to cover his utility expenses. As a son-in-law, he cannot agree to his in-laws providing financial support to his ex-wife's new partner. At this moment, Chui Cici regained some composure. Wenbin, I will go alone later. You should return to school to avoid upsetting my parents. All right, Gao, Wenbin replied, but make sure to speak kindly. Do not quarrel with your in-laws, for they do care about you. Care about me. Chui Cici rolled her eyes. If they truly cared, they wouldn't be so eager to acknowledge their son. Chapter 21. Stealing a brother's wife? What a scoundrel. Gao Wenbin returned to school after getting out of the car. Upon arriving at the dormitory, he found Lu Zhibiao inside. Wenbin, when did you come back? You didn't even say a word. Lu Zhibiao exclaimed with surprise. You've gotten quite tanned. Striking it rich abroad, have you? Living so leisurely over there? But you didn't bring me, or Song Qian, any local specialties? Gao Wenbin awkwardly chuckled, admitting that in his haste to return, he had brought nothing. How about we go out for a late-night snack together? I'll call Song Qian. Let us have a reunion of the three of us. Upon hearing that name, Gao Wenbin hesitated. Well, I can go with you, but he should probably focus on his own matters. Yes, not busy, Lu Zhibiao countered, recalling that Song Qian had mentioned being free over the weekend. It's just a short trip from home. Besides, it's been ages since we all got together. It's been 3 months since we last met. I'll give him a call. Let us just eat on the back street. Don't call. Lu Zhibiao could sense something was amiss. What's wrong? Did you have a fight with Song Qian or something? Gao Wenbin hesitated, unsure whether to reveal the truth, knowing that if he did, he might lose Liu Zhibiao's friendship. Although he recognized that his feelings for Song Qian were uncontrollable, he also understood the immorality of the situation. To put it bluntly, he was effectively undermining his brother by becoming the other man. Never mind, I'll head home. I'll talk about it again next Monday. Gao Wenbin's home was also in City A, and he had been staying close to ensure that Cui Cixi remained steadfast. Now that Cui Cixi was resolute, there was no need for him to hover around anymore, especially since it had been 3 months since he last returned home. By the way, I might need to rent a place soon. Just giving you a heads up. Liu Zhibiao listened to this and watched Gao Wenbin leave, feeling somewhat perplexed. Wait, if everyone else is commuting, it'll just be me and Zhao Ying, the academic genius, left in the dorm. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to Song Qian. However, when Song Qian didn't reply, he dismissed the matter from his mind. After a while, Zhao Ying called. This diligent student rarely interacted with others, as he had been preparing for graduate school since his freshman year, often elusive. Liu Zhibiao was surprised that he would reach out. While playing a computer game, he answered the call. Hello, Zhao the genius. Did you forget your library card or lose your access card and need me to come down and let you in? Or do you need me to pick up your study materials from the delivery station? What about Song Qian? Zhao Ying inquired. He is not at school. He went home. Can you get in touch with him? What's going on? Zhao Ying's tone was very businesslike. I saw Cui Cixi when I went to the back street to buy food. Oh, really? Liu Zhibiao's hand froze. His character in the game met an untimely death without him even noticing. What did you say? That is strange. Are you sure you're not imagining things? Zhao Ying's tone was devoid of any fluctuations. I am currently at the back street. You may come over and, while you're at it, contact Song Qian, as this matter holds considerable significance for him. Liu Zhibiao did not dare to hesitate and promptly stepped outside with his phone in hand. This issue was indeed crucial for Song Qian. Even Zhao Ying, an aloof academic prodigy, was aware of the importance of Cui Cixi to him. What more could be said for his good brother? If Cui Cixi were alive, he would surely feel happiness for Song Qian. At the very least, sparing him from the sight of his brother staring vacantly at his phone, feigning a smile. Liu Zhibiao feared that Song Qian might succumb to depression. Upon arriving at the school gate, Liu Zhibiao coordinated with Zhao Ying for their meeting. Within moments, he spotted Cui Cixi, who appeared quite flustered as she was attempting to make a phone call that was failing to connect, her frustration evident as she stomped her foot. It seemed that she was indeed alive. Cui Cixi. Liu Zhibiao approached in disbelief. You're truly alive? Cui Cixi recognized him as Song Qian and Gao Wenbin's mutual friend. And though she looked down upon him, she acknowledged him with a glance, albeit reluctantly. What do you want? I heard you were dead. He replied, incredulous. I returned from abroad today with Wenbin. Didn't he tell you? Cui Cixi responded impatiently. At that moment, Zhao Ying interjected. Song Qian has been quite troubled these past few days because of you. Have you met him? Why isn't he by your side? Cui Cixi perceived Zhao Ying's words as an attempt to persuade her. Don't waste your breath. My relationship with Song Qian is over. I never liked him at all. Rather than emphasizing how much he cares for me, it would be better for him to move on and stop bothering me. It's like a persistent adhesive plaster that just one T come off. Furthermore, isn't Wenbin also your roommate? Are you really going to treat us so unfairly? Wenbin and I plan to marry once we reach the right age. If you're wise, you might even be invited to the wedding. But if you continue to speak for Song Qian, don't expect any further association with us. With that, Cui Cixi took her milk tea and departed, her demeanor tinged with irritation. Liu Zhibiao stood there in a daze, perplexed by her words. It meant that she was indeed with Gao Wenbin, and the photos he had seen online from Gao Wenbin's travels were with none other than Cui Cixi. She was very much alive. Zhao Ying's expression remained unchanged, revealing that the supposed drowning was merely a fabrication. Poor Song Qian, betrayed by both his fiancée and his good friend. One could only wonder if he was aware of this truth. As his close companion, you should really advise him. After all, she is just one woman. Her importance is rather trivial compared to the pursuit of a graduate degree. Liu Zhibiao stood frozen, akin to a bewildered creature caught in a field. He scratched his head, finally realizing why Gao Wenbin had refused to see Song Qian upon returning. It was because he had taken his fiancée. How shameless could one be? In the past, when he broke his leg, no one came to his aid. It was only Song Qian who facilitated his transfer to our dormitory, escorting him to class daily and caring for him until he fully recovered. Has he forgotten the immense pain he felt at that time? And how Song Qian consistently offered him solace? Were it not for Song Qian, I would not have associated with someone like Gao Wenbin at all. At this moment, Lu Jibiao was overwhelmed with anger. Gao Wenbin is truly beneath contempt. Even a beast would not act in such a manner. He is fully aware of Song Qian's deep affection for Cui Cici, yet he chooses to stab at her heart. How can he justify such actions towards Song Qian? He is nothing more than a treacherous wolf, and Song Qian should never have extended his kindness to him in the first place. Zhao Ying nodded in agreement, affirming that individuals ought to possess a moral compass. Those lacking fundamental values should be kept at arm's length. Witnessing even the academic Zhao express such sentiments, Lu Jibiao hurried back to school, sharing the incident with all his acquaintances. Gao Wenbin believed he was enjoying a pleasant time at home, unaware that his misdeeds had already circulated throughout the class. Throughout the afternoon, he sneezed repeatedly, attributing it solely to Song Qian covertly meddling with him, showing no concern whatsoever. Chapter 22. Cui Cici's breakdown. When Cui Cici found Song Qian, he was dining with Cui Zhengtai and Xiao Yan, the three of them resembling a warm and harmonious family. To her astonishment, they were indulging in spicy hot pot from a street vendor. The sign outside the establishment displayed set meal prices, a meal for two at 60 yuan, and for three at 90 yuan, with complimentary sour plum juice. Surely, the dish on their table was the substantial hot pot intended for three. Cui Cici's hands clenched in frustration. Her father was the president of a major corporation with considerable wealth. The seemingly unremarkable polo shirt he wore cost thousands, while her mother's typical vegetable dish during outings, consisting of a few sweet potatoes and cauliflower, was priced at several hundred yuan. She vividly recalled the last time she dined out with her parents, where a single bamboo shoot, merely sliced into pieces, cost 1,200 yuan. Yet now, they had gifted Song Qian a lavish villa worth tens of millions, only for him to take them to eat at such a modest roadside eatery. It was utterly ridiculous. It seemed he had cast aside any pretense. He had always acted so graciously toward her parents, but when it came time to dine, he brought them to this? She could never be so dismissive towards her own parents. Cui Cici's eyes brimmed with tears, her anger directed at Song Qian, whom she saw as a cunning opportunist. She concealed herself behind a pillar, listening as her mother cheerfully remarked, "Xiao Song, you truly have an eye for good spots. The food here is quite delightful. And these fish balls are so bouncy." Her father chimed in, "I find these sweet potatoes rather tasty as well. Dear, you should try some." "All right, they're indeed sweet. I'll ask the owner what variety this is, so I can have Aunt Zhang buy some when we get home." Cui Cici longed to burst forth and tell Xiao Yan that those fish balls were nothing but a technological gimmick that would lead to digestive distress. Completely different from the fish balls they had enjoyed by the seaside. They might have cost no more than a yuan each. As for the sweet potato slices, who knew how long they had been soaking in water without spoiling? Perhaps they were laced with preservatives. She realized that Song Qian was deliberately attempting to harm her parents, plotting to seize their inheritance. Now, she regretted her earlier decision to feign death to escape marriage, believing her parents would expel Song Qian. Instead, she had unwittingly provided him an opportunity to endear himself further to them. Gritting her teeth, she understood that if she entered now, her parents would likely defend that wretched Song Qian. Stealthily, she retreated to the entrance and made a call. The line connected swiftly. "Sister, this is bad. Song Qian has brainwashed our parents into giving him a grand villa in the community, and neither you nor I have anything." Cui Cici's tone was urgent. "They appear like a family now, and I don't know what to do. Please, urge our parents not to be foolish." After her outburst, she realized her sister Cui Shuyan had not responded at all. "Speak up, sister," she pressed. "Are you really going to stand idly by as an outsider deceives us out of our family's fortune?" At last, Cui Shuyan spoke up, stating that her parents had their own plans and that she should simply fulfill her own responsibilities. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Cui Cixi, feeling frustrated, stamped her foot and muttered to her phone, You speak so flippantly, yet you have no idea of the struggle. You've made a fortune from your ventures. Of course, you are indifferent to family assets. But what do I have? Nothing at all. She sighed, recalling that Wenbin's family was not affluent either, unable to even afford a simple gift for her. If the family inheritance were denied to her, she would truly face a life of hardship, becoming nothing more than a weary housewife. She remembered Gao Wenbin mentioning that his family owned only a few small rental properties, with one modest 160 square meter home where they all resided. The thought of having to live with her in-laws after marriage in that same house was unbearable to her. In Gao Wenbin's eyes, he considered himself part of a modestly wealthy middle-class family, with assets totaling a few million from properties and vehicles. Yet to Chui Cici, such small houses hardly constituted wealth. With only a few million in family cash flow, how was that different from being impoverished? Meanwhile, the value of Song Qian's villa far surpassed that of Gao Wenbin's holdings. Chui Cici contemplated that if this house were hers, she could reside there with Wenbin after their marriage, transforming it into their marital home. And Zhang could help with cleaning and cooking, sparing her the need to hire additional help, making it more convenient for her parents to care for her. She absolutely could not allow Song Qian to have it. As she entered the establishment, she made her way directly to the table occupied by Song Qian and the others, feigning ignorance about the property deed. "Mom, Dad, why are you here with Song Qian?" she inquired. Xiaoyan opened her mouth, unsure of how to respond. "Cici, you're here too? Your brother is treating today. Have you eaten? Why not join us for a meal?" Song Qian smiled, clearly unbothered by the compensation of a grand villa. He had nothing to lose and had gained substantial assets. He had resolved to be a good son to Chui's parents, tolerating this rather oblivious sister. After all, the financial support was more than sufficient. He quickly rose, behaving like a considerate employee. "Cici, please have a seat. I'll ask the owner to bring an extra set of dishes. What would you like to eat? I'll place the order. You can sit and chat with Mom and Dad. It has been a while since you all had a proper meal together. Don't play coy with me." Her voice drew the attention of all the patrons around, who turned to observe the unfolding scene, akin to curious onlookers in a marketplace. These diners, primarily students, typically engaged in casual conversation, but none would raise their voices so loudly. It was evident that there was drama to witness. The owner of the establishment also took note of the situation, though it seemed not to stem from an issue with the food, and chose to wait and see. "Isn't that the campus belle, Chui Cici?" one student remarked. "Yes, I thought I remembered her being deceased. I even saw her obituary. Surely, it isn't a case of mistaken identity? No girl would joke about her own death, would she?" It was indeed Chui Cici, unmistakably beautiful and recognizable. There was no doubt about it. What on earth was happening? She took a photograph to share with her friends, prompting many to pull out their phones. "Cici, what are you doing?" Xiaoyan noticed the attention from the crowd and quickly tugged at her hand. They were all respectable individuals with status, unwilling to lose face in public. "Mom, are you really defending him? Who is the biological child here, him or me?" Her tone tinged with grievance. "I usually treat you all to 5-star meals, yet you still think well of him for offering you this filthy street food?" The owner, initially a passive observer, was now agitated. "Young lady, please refrain from making reckless statements. Everything here is inspected and meets health standards. There is absolutely nothing unclean." Ignoring the proprietor, Chui Cici retorted angrily, "Mom and Dad, you have all been deceived by him. He is not a good person at all. Are you not embarrassed enough already?" Chui Zhengtai slammed the table, bewildered at how such a troublesome child could emerge from their family. How had his once cherished daughter transformed into such a contentious individual? Was it their indulgence that led to this? He pointed towards the entrance. "Stop embarrassing yourself here. Go find your so-called wild man and leave at once." Chapter 23. Chui Cici received a fierce slap, while Song Qian remained silently observing the scene, fully comprehending Chui Cici's turmoil. However, he certainly would not side with her. If he were a benevolent soul, witnessing her distress, he could easily distance himself from the Chui family to grant them peace. Yet he was no saint. Moreover, it was rather ignoble for Chui Cici to conspire with his own brother against him. In essence, if he was not above board, Neither was the other party innocent. Cece, please do not be upset. At the very least, let our parents finish their meal before we discuss this, he said in a casual tone. I am about to move out of the Chui household, so rest assured, I will not trouble you any longer. As he spoke, Song Qian reached for Chui Cece's arm, attempting to appease her. There, regardless of the reason for your anger, I apologize. Would you please sit down? Chui Cece shook off Song Qian's hand and retorted loudly. Stop pretending. You took my mansion. Do you think I am unaware? Just because others do not express their anger, does that mean you can treat them as fools? I am the one who will support our parents in their old age, not you, an outsider. You are merely a parasite in our household. What do you even count as? To Chui Cece, Song Qian had no right to speak in this context. That man, living off the fortune of others, was nothing more than a despicable creature. Every penny he extracted from the Chui family was taken from her own grasp, money that rightfully belonged to her. Clearing his throat, Song Qian noted her awareness of the situation, recognizing that the rumor mill was quite active. He glanced at the visibly displeased Xiao Yin and Chui Zhengtai, both of whom were esteemed figures in society, clearly embarrassed by this public humiliation. While Song Qian might lack other talents, he possessed the ability to read the room. Lowering his voice, he attempted to clarify. You have misunderstood. Cece, please do not be angry. I will explain everything when we return home. Let's not escalate this further in front of everyone. Look, your parents are upset. We should resolve this privately. It was unclear whether it was Song Qian's lack of persuasive charm or Chui Cece's inability to comprehend, but his intended message of reconciliation fell on deaf ears, only serving to inflame her anger further, as if dousing flames with gasoline. What do my parents' feelings have to do with you? They're my parents, not yours. Chui Cece scoffed, raising her eyebrows in derision. Song Qian, you haven't forgotten who your own parents are, have you? Do you just claim anyone wealthy as your parent? Your parents have long passed. If it weren't for my pity, do you think you could even step foot in the Chui household? With a sharp crack, a resounding slap sent Chui Cece staggering backward, causing her to tumble to the ground, her milk tea splattering across her beautiful dress, rendering her a pitiful sight. Bewildered, she covered her cheek, tears streaming down her face, and soon, a vivid red imprint of the slap appeared on her exquisitely delicate features. The onlookers gasped in collective astonishment. The situation is quite intense. Upon hearing Chui Cece's words, Song Qian's expression shifted dramatically. The absence of his parents had been a lingering pain in his heart for many years, while he could disregard many things. Chui Cece seemed to plunge a dagger into his chest, especially since his father had sacrificed his life to save their family. If it weren't for them, he wouldn't be wandering the streets like a stray dog, devoid of parents and a home. Yet, before he could utter a word, he witnessed Chui Cece being knocked to the ground, leaving him in a state of shock. The sharp sound of the slap resonated loudly, the force of it palpable even as the wind from the impact swept past him. Goodness, he glanced at Chui Zhengtai, exclaiming, Father, you wretched man. Chui Zhengtai's face was dark with anger. Song Qian's father died, saving us. You ungrateful wretch, did you not consider that if it weren't for him, you would have perished over a decade ago? Do you think that if we hadn't survived, we would possess our current fortune? A life lost means everything is lost. Chui Zhengtai's chest heaved violently. From the first day I found you, I told you that Song Qian is family, not an outsider. From this day forth, I shall not give you another penny. I wish to see just how far your arrogance extends. With that, he took Xiao Yin and Song Qian and departed. Let us leave. Do not acknowledge this wretched being. Xiao Yin was pale with fright. After years of marriage, she had never witnessed her husband in such a fury. It was truly terrifying. Song Qian glanced at the pitiful figure of Chui Cece on the ground. Yet, this ungrateful wretch was hardly deserving of pity. To feel sorry for her would be a betrayal to the suffering he had endured over the years. Chui Cece remained stunned on the ground for a long while. Throughout her life, she had been cherished like a treasure by her parents, indulged in countless temper tantrums without consequence. Even when she feigned illness to escape marriage, her parents had merely scolded her lightly. Yet now, she was publicly humiliated over someone unrelated. This was the first time her father had ever laid a hand on her. They had never struck her before. The shopkeeper, observing the scene, noted that although Song Qian had left a 200 yuan note on the counter and offered an apology, he still had a business to run. The shopkeeper's wife approached to assist Chui Cici, her heart heavy with sympathy. As a mother herself, she often quarreled with her son. "Dear girl, please rise and cease your tears. Look at your beautiful face. It will be ruined if you continue to cry. Here, take this bottle of cold water to soothe your face and prevent swelling by morning. I just overheard your father mention that he is an orphan, and it was your family that caused him to become one. Your parents are indeed grateful. One ought not to be overly concerned with trivial matters. When you express anger towards your parents, do you not place them in a position of profound injustice? You remain oblivious, completely unaware." Chui Cici wept and fled. The proprietress, observing her retreating figure, could not help but shake her head. The owner, in resignation, remarked that discussing it with her would be futile. Today's youth believe that everything their parents possess is rightfully theirs, exhibiting a striking selfishness. 6 months ago, when you were at home caring for your child and unable to assist that young man work in our shop, earning a mere 20 yuan and a dinner for 2 hours of labor, a truly arduous endeavor. He was deft, as if accustomed to toil. Eventually, he ceased working but returned to treat us, ordering an abundance of food, claiming it was to support the business. I found it curious. He explained that a benevolent individual had given him money, allowing him to forego part-time work in the future. It seems such financial aid does not come easily. Upon hearing this, the proprietress remarked, "How tragic." Indeed, it is not only they who harbor such thoughts. Those who overheard this tale also grasped the implications. Anyone with a sound moral compass would acknowledge that while Chui Cici is undeniably beautiful, she exhibits a shocking lack of reason. People have suffered due to her father's absence, yet she uses it as a weapon against them. Truly a heartless ingrate. She may possess an alluring exterior, but her heart is undeniably selfish. Chapter 24. Chui Cici's dog. On Monday morning, Song Qian prepared to go to school, while Xiaoyan had been waiting in the living room for quite some time. Although Chui Zhengtai was quite upset with Chui Cici these past few days, Xiaoyan, despite her deep concerns for her daughter's safety outside, felt hesitant to voice her worries directly. After all, Chui Cici's unfiltered remarks were indeed excessive. However, Chui Cici was merely a 19-year-old girl, her own flesh and blood, and it was impossible for her mother to disregard her entirely. "Mom, did you wait here for me specifically because of my sister?" Song Qian inquired. Xiaoyan nodded. A worried expression etched on her face. "I fear she might be deceived at her young age. I wonder if she has enough money and where she is staying at night. If you see her at school today, please advise her to at least return home and not wander aimlessly outside." "Don't worry, Mom. Even without your prompting, I would do just that," Song Qian assured. "Today, I will also have a word with Gao Wenbin. If he genuinely cares for Cici, he should maintain a respectful distance and protect her. True love can withstand the test of time. If they both graduate and are mature enough to prove their choices were right, then I believe someone as wonderful as you, Mom, would not strongly oppose their relationship." Seeing her son's maturity, Xiaoyan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, Song Qian had always been kind-hearted and tolerant. She took out her phone and transferred 3,000 yuan to him, saying, "It's hot outside. Buy some cold water and ice cream at school to cool off." After expressing his gratitude, Song Qian departed. At that moment, Aunt Zhang, who had been listening to their conversation, interjected, "Madam, you needn't worry. The second young lady has always been wise. She should be fine." Xiaoyan shook her head. "I fear she might be confused and easily deceived by those dubious men. In the past, she caused a ruckus but never toyed with her own life. It must be that wild man outside who has led her astray. He likely has his eyes set on the Chui family's wealth, resorting to any means necessary." Aunt Zhang nodded in agreement. Indeed, some young people today would do anything for money. Xiaoyan sighed. "Yes, it's rare to find a boy like Song Qian, who isn't greedy for wealth." At the entrance of university, Chui Cici stood adorned in a white blouse paired with a blue pleated skirt, her long, slender legs clad in sheer white stockings. She was exceptionally delicate, her face sweet, with large, expressive eyes and elegantly curled lashes. Beneath her petite, well-defined nose, her lips were painted a rosy hue. Her hair, dyed a chestnut brown and styled in soft waves, made her resemble a radiant member of a debuting girl group, drawing the attention of many. Cece, I truly admire you. To escape abroad for love and even sever ties with your family. How bold. Suya gazed at her dear friend Cui Cece with admiration. I could never succumb to marrying a man like Song Qian. I would rather embrace a life of solitude, she declared. Cui Cece raised an eyebrow, her countenance brimming with pride and satisfaction. This time, she was undoubtedly victorious. No one could dictate her destiny. But Song Qian loves you so deeply. Aren't you concerned that being with his good friend might provoke his wrath? Suya expressed her apprehension. With the intensity of his feelings for you, I doubt he would easily let go. Cui Cece rolled her eyes. Just because he loves me, must I reciprocate? Even if every man in the world perished, I would still find him unworthy. Suya couldn't help but give a thumbs up, greatly admiring Cui Cece's courage and determination. In her eyes, Cui Cece was a privileged young lady, accustomed to a life of luxury, and it seemed implausible for her to settle for a toad. Cece, a voice called from a distance. Suya's expression shifted dramatically. It was as if the man had materialized at the mention of his name. I told you he would never let go. He clings to you like a stubborn adhesive. How annoying, she lamented. Can't he see that you harbor no affection for him? Cui Cece crossed her arms, tension radiating from her stance as she furrowed her brows. Her gaze alert as the man approached her, as if he were her adversary. What do you want? I warn you, if you dare to harass me. I won't hesitate to retaliate. What are you thinking? Song Qian replied, somewhat bemused. I've almost moved all my things out. You can return home now. Your mother is quite worried about you. At your age, you should be more sensible and go back tonight. Cui Cece scoffed at his lecture. Stop pretending to be so nonchalant. Do you truly believe I should return home just because my parents are worried? Are you genuinely that kind-hearted? Or are you still clinging to hope, attempting to employ some roundabout tactics to win me over? Even if you've moved out, it's merely a few steps away to see me. Song Qian had never encountered someone so shameless. He couldn't help but chuckle. Quick, Cece. If it weren't for your parents, I wouldn't even bother with you. As for your belief that I have feelings for you, I consider you a brother. There is no way I could harbor a secret crush. With that, he turned and walked toward the school. He had to maintain his image as the good older brother. Yet he pondered what benefit it would bring him to genuinely advise Cui Cece. After all, he had made his point. As Cui Cece watched Song Qian's figure fade into the distance, she found it utterly incredulous. He just left? He claimed to regard her as a brother? Lowering her gaze to her small, fluffy bun, her face flushed with frustration. Suya, equally puzzled, inquired, Cece, why has his attitude towards you changed so drastically? Could it be that he truly doesn't like you? How could he not like me? Cui Cece retorted dismissively. The one thing she would never doubt was Song Qian's feelings for her. At present, it is merely a case of love turning to resentment, a temporary discontent with oneself. Thus, out of a sense of dignity, one chooses to turn a cold shoulder. If only one were to extend a mere 3 rays of sunshine, he would undoubtedly flourish radiantly. Such is the nature of a sycophant. If he truly harbored no affection for me, why would he be so concerned? Cui Cece spoke with resolute conviction, even tinged with a hint of disdain. He has employed this tactic countless times and seems never to tire of it. Just a flick of my finger, and he would once again wag his tail like a dog seeking my favor. Suya, upon hearing this analogy, could not suppress a chuckle, remarking that with your appearance, charm, and family background, countless men would yearn to be your devoted follower, though it remains to be seen if they possess the requisite qualifications. Chapter 25. Sister came to school as Song Qian sat down in the classroom. His phone vibrated, producing a soft sound, revealing a green notification. He opened it and couldn't help but smile slightly. Cui Qian, I'll come to your school for lunch at noon. At that moment, Lu Zhibiao also approached, and Song Qian instinctively turned off his phone. Are you all right, brother? Lu Zhibiao asked inexplicably, pulling a bottle of fresh milk from his bag and placing it on the desk. Drink some milk to replenish your strength. Are you trying to give me your expired milk? Song Qian glanced at the production date on the bottle, noting it had been produced just days ago and felt pleasantly cold, clearly just taken from the refrigerator. Do you think I would do that? I genuinely care about you. Lu Zhibiao replied earnestly. Since the moment we became friends, I've recognized you as a good brother. I've never expressed my feelings before, but I truly admire your character. You are genuinely a good person. Song Qian could not help but furrow his brow, his expression growing increasingly grave and disconcerted. Wait, is something off? Has this guy's friendship taken a turn? All right, please stop. If you continue, we might not remain friends. I can't accept that. You know I'm straight. Although I'm currently single and can understand your eagerness, you've chosen the wrong person. I really can't. Lu Zhibiao looked utterly speechless. He had bared his heart, while Song Qian seemed to think he was after something else. No, how can you be so clueless? With a helpless gesture, Song Qian acknowledged he couldn't reciprocate those feelings. At that moment, Zhao Ying sat down beside Song Qian, rummaging through his bag and producing a chocolate bar. Placing it on the table. Have you had breakfast? Here, have some. I bought too much and can't finish it. Realizing something was amiss, Song Qian finally questioned. What you two up to? Lu Zhibiao and Zhao Ying exchanged glances over the oblivious Song Qian, remaining silent. A girl sitting in the front row turned around, gossiping. Song Qian, I heard your girlfriend was poached by your good brother. Is that true? How scandalous. But don't be too upset. It's not your fault. Blame your good brother for the betrayal. Could you share the details? It's not that I enjoy gossip. I'm just a bit curious. At this moment, Song Qian finally grasped the situation. No wonder he had felt an inexplicable number of gazes since entering the classroom. He had thought he was overthinking it. There's nothing more to say. It's exactly what you think. Let's get back to class. Song Qian would never defend Gao Wenbin. If he had the audacity to steal someone else's partner, he should also have the courage to own up to it. Song Qian would never accept such behavior from his good brother. Thus, they could no longer be considered friends. Gao Wenbin sat not far from them, acutely aware of the whispers that floated through the air, for he was not deaf. His attention was particularly drawn to Song Qian, and he even caught snippets of his conversations with others. Alone in his seat, surrounded by an unyielding silence, it seemed as though everyone had deliberately chosen to distance themselves from him, rendering him isolated. Gao Wenbin was unaccustomed to such solitude when he first arrived to study. He had been somewhat awkward and introverted, yet the presence of friends had mitigated that discomfort. However, the current circumstances stirred a sense of anger within him. If there were grievances, Song Qian could certainly address them directly. A simple apology or a gesture of reconciliation would suffice. Why resort to underhanded tactics to tarnish his reputation and incite their classmates to ostracize him? The facade of camaraderie had been well maintained, but it now revealed itself as mere hypocrisy. They could be close allies when their interests aligned, yet turn their backs without hesitation when they did not. When the class break arrived, Gao Wenbin approached Song Qian's desk, his expression solemn. May I have a word with you? He inquired, with his gaze fixed on his phone. Song Qian replied dismissively, I have nothing to discuss with you. Don't act as if we are familiar. Lu Zhibiao chimed in. Did you hear that? Leave him alone. How could someone like you dare to seek attention here? Regardless, this was merely a private matter between Gao Wenbin and Song Qian, and they should converse in solitude. Clenching his fists, Gao Wenbin felt the weight of stares upon him, intensifying his discomfort. Finally, Song Qian lifted his gaze, stating coldly, I have no interest in your affairs. Do not conflate me with you. There is nothing to discuss. Please refrain from bothering me. It is truly irritating. Gao Wenbin froze, taken aback. He had never anticipated that Song Qian would truly sever ties with him. Everyone was aware of how deeply Song Qian felt for Cui Cixi, yet his affections remained unreciprocated. In such a context, even if he were to end up with Cui Cixi, it would simply be a matter of merit. With a darkened expression, Gao Wenbin turned away. After the morning classes concluded, everyone dispersed for lunch, and Gao Wenbin trailed behind Song Qian, textbook in hand. He still believed that, given Song Qian's character, a sincere apology might mend their rift. Otherwise, his situation in class would remain untenable. Following him outside the teaching building, Gao Wenbin watched as Song Qian approached a woman sheltered beneath a sunshade. The brim was low, obscuring her features, yet her tall, graceful figure, slender limbs, and flowing dark hair were evident. Her hands, adorned with beautifully manicured red nails, added to her allure. Clad in a white halter-neck dress, a sparkling waist chain cinched the soft fabric, accentuating her delicate waist. Even without seeing her face, her physique and poise conjured thoughts of an exquisite beauty. Song Qian walked over to retrieve the umbrella, and the woman raised her hand, clasping his wrist as they strolled together. Gao Wenbin could not suppress a cold laugh within, pulling out his phone to snap a picture and send it to Cui Cece. How amusing, pretending to be so deeply affectionate. It turns out that while Cui Cece was feigning indifference, he had already found a new girlfriend, now putting on a show for himself. Those unaware might truly believe he was some kind of romantic hero or victim, while in reality, he was brazenly flaunting his new relationship in public, as if he feared no one would notice. As Song Qian held the umbrella over Cui Shuyan, he admired her exquisite visage, her long, curled eyelashes, and her gently lowered gaze, feeling momentarily entranced. "You're holding on to me like this. Aren't you afraid of running into your sister at school? It could lead to misunderstandings." Cui Shuyan lifted her gaze and smiled. "Dear brother, I feel a bit lightheaded. Would you mind supporting me? It's hardly unreasonable. Moreover," she raised her index and middle fingers, gently massaging her temples with a feigned look of discomfort, her brows slightly furrowed. "Sister seems rather unwell. Perhaps I need to rest in a hotel suite for a while." Chapter 26. Disobedience and distracted thoughts under the glaring sun. Song Qian felt his face flush. Whether from the heat or the embarrassment induced by Cui Shuyan's words, he could not tell. He jestingly remarked, "If you truly feel unwell, I shall take you to see a doctor. Seeking help from me would be of little use." Cui Shuyan's gaze flickered over Song Qian's countenance, seemingly questioning his willingness. "Very well, then. The consequence of disobedience is merely to accept punishment." With a playful smirk, she retrieved her phone and sent a message. Song Qian remained oblivious to the nature of her intended punishment. Was it merely a jest, or was there a more sinister motive? The duo ventured to a nearby restaurant, and before long, Cui Cece arrived. Song Qian's expression shifted slightly. It appeared that the so-called punishment was to subject himself to torment. Upon noticing the peculiar look on Song Qian's face, Cui Shuyan's gaze deepened with intrigue. Cui Cece, upon laying eyes on Song Qian, wore an expression of knowing amusement. "Ah, Song Qian, I heard whispers that you were flaunting your affection at school. Turns out it was with my sister. You went to great lengths to provoke my jealousy, even enlisting my sister's aid. How can you claim you harbor no feelings for me? TSK, such duplicity, your acting is quite poor. If you hadn't been so eager to present yourself before me, perhaps I might have believed you." Despite her words, Cui Cece would not trust Song Qian's fabrications, even if he refrained from appearing before her. Could he truly regard her as merely a sister, utilizing me? Cui Xueyan arched an eyebrow, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a hint of amusement. The expression she cast upon Song Qian was both teasing and unnervingly intense, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Song Qian found himself at a loss for words. He had invited her over, yet now that she was present, he felt discontent. "Cui Cece, I must say, you possess quite the imagination. Did I not make myself clear this morning? If you wish to dine, please sit. If you seek trouble, then be on your way." Cui Cece shot him an annoyed glare. Once, he had treated her with utmost deference, yet now, before her sister, he was decidedly impolite. When she eventually sought his forgiveness, she would relish in making him suffer. Nevertheless, Cui Cece complied and took a seat. Despite her stubborn nature, she was quite docile when it came to her sister. "Sister, why did you not come to see me first at school? Instead, you sought out Song Qian?" Cui Qian leaned back in her chair, her expression serene as she explained. "He invited me to dine, so I decided to meet him first. After all, he is now my brother and your brother. A modicum of respect is warranted." Upon hearing this, Song Qian felt incredulous. Was she not spouting nonsense? As expected, What audacity! She felt her parents had been thoroughly deceived, and now even her sister was not spared. "Sister, what did he say to you? Is he feigning vulnerability, hoping you will persuade me to reconsider our engagement?" Cui Shuyan nodded slightly, remaining silent. Song Qian observed the two sisters bonding, feeling like an unwelcome intruder. "I never said such things." In the depths of Cui Cece's enchanting eyes, a fleeting expression of speechlessness flickered, followed by a delicate huff. Song Qian, do not indulge in fantasies. If you behave yourself, I may allow you to remain in the Chui household, but should you misbehave, I will inevitably expel you. Chui Shuyan's brow furrowed slightly. Cici, is this how you typically treat Song Qian? Noticing her sister's displeasure, Chui Cici felt an inexplicable pang of guilt, murmuring, all right, I want to do it again. The luncheon was devoid of joy, overshadowed by an unspoken tension. Chui Cici held a deep admiration for her sister throughout her life. Wherever her sister was present, she always felt overshadowed, despite her own beauty. However, jealousy never tainted her heart. Only reverence and longing flourished within. She aspired to one day emulate her sister's excellence. Sister, next time you visit me, please do not bring him along. Chui Shuyan responded dismissively, and then turned to Song Qian, see me off. Chui Cici watched as her sister departed with her former fiancé, her thoughts untroubled. After all, her sister and Song Qian belonged to entirely different worlds. She would never conflate their lives. Chui Shuyan programmed her navigation to a nearby five-star hotel. Upon entering the room, she elegantly strode to the window, perched on the sofa, her legs slightly crossed, arms folded across her chest. A subtle smile playing on her lips as she regarded Song Qian. The room was dimly lit. With her back to the light, shadows danced across Chui Qian's exquisite features, enhancing her beauty. Her long hair cascaded softly over her shoulders, reaching down to her waist, as if shedding the cold allure of the outside world for an air of mystery and peril within. Come here, she beckoned. As Song Qian approached, he inquired, what is it? Change my shoes, she commanded. He glanced down at her slender, pale legs and the black stilettos adorning her feet, the delicate straps gently wrapping around her elegant ankles. The curve of her instep was striking, and her legs exhibited a remarkable length. Following the graceful lines of her legs upwards, the alluring curvature gracefully faded beneath her skirt. Song Qian picked up a pair of disposable slippers from the hotel. Half kneeling before Chui Shuyan, a gentle fragrance wafting towards him. He grasped her ankle with one hand while the other deftly unfastened the strap of her high heel. Stealing a glance up at her, her gaze was profound, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face. Yet, the flamboyant hues at the corners of her eyes and the delicate eyeliner suggested she was not a harmless daisy, but rather a thorny rose. Suddenly, the foot that had been freed from its shoe rose gracefully, unceremoniously pressing its toe against Song Qian's chest. Chui Shuyan's lips curled into a teasing smile, laced with mockery. What? I told you I dislike seeing that expression on your face in my presence. Tell me, what thoughts occupy your mind when you are with me? Are you contemplating how to win back Chui Cici, or how to use me to exact revenge on her? Or perhaps both? In Chui Shuyan's gaze, a shimmering light danced, as she slightly furrowed her brow, scrutinizing him. Song Qian, I can be of use to you, but you must consider what value you can provide in return. If you are merely a fleeting plaything, I fear I cannot allow your aspirations to come to fruition. Song Qian grasped her delicate jade-like foot and replied calmly, why do you presume I would wish to win back Chui Cici? In truth, you possess far more allure than she ever could. A man who is distracted in my presence dares to claim I am enchanting? Chui Shuyan let out a soft laugh, as if she had just heard a ridiculous jest. She leaned closer, fixing her gaze on Song Qian's eyes. Should you allow your thoughts to wander again, I assure you, I shall have no further need of you. Chapter 27. Sister. Look in the mirror. Song Qian found himself at a loss for words regarding the two sisters. One harbored an unrequited affection for him, behaving like an ardent admirer, willing to go to great lengths to win his favor. The other believed herself astute, attempting to outmaneuver him in a game of wits, thinking she could best a cunning vixen like her sister. But why complicate matters? He was merely a naive university student, with thoughts clearly etched upon his face. Why must they weave such intricate webs of complexity? Sister Shuyan, it seems that you are the one preoccupied with thoughts of others, not I. However, if you wish to engage with me, it cannot be while your mind is constantly on your sister, for I was once your brother-in-law. Finding amusement in the situation. You think this is more thrilling, do you? She retrieved her phone and dialed a number. The call was promptly answered. Chui Cici's voice came through. Sister, just as you called, where are you? I brought you some skincare products from abroad. You left so abruptly. I forgot to give them to you. You haven't wandered too far, have you? Chui Cici, noticing the silence on the line, queried, Sister, where are you? Chui Qian, observing Song Qian's expression from above, raised an eyebrow, silently urging him to continue. I'm at the hotel. The call was inadvertently dialed. Really? Cui Cixi responded. Don't you have a home to return to? I recall you own several properties. Even if you wish to avoid our parents, surely you need not stay at a hotel. Just taking a nap. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. Chui Qian replied dismissively, all the while watching as Song Qian slipped on her slippers. His submissive demeanor and slight tension stirred an unsettling feeling within her. So, he is anxious about being discovered? He should indeed feel that way, as Song Qian's affection for her sister, even if momentarily entangled with her, would likely remain fixed upon Chui Cici. If he were to be found out, retreat would be impossible. She provocatively remarked, I heard you brought a man home. Are you certain you truly love him? Cui Cixi, taken aback by her sister's unexpected concern for her personal affairs, cheerfully replied, Of course, sister. So please stop trying to matchmake me with Song Qian. My heart belongs solely to Brother Wenbin. I have never harbored any affection for Song Qian. Understood, Chui Qian concluded, ending the call. A smile graced her lips. Devoid of sympathy, her tone laced with mocking. Did you catch that? Song Qian nodded, confirming he had heard clearly. Chui Qian rose, gently ruffling Song Qian's hair as he crouched on the floor, her touch reminiscent of petting a dog. Are you not troubled in your heart? She inquired with curiosity. Song Qian shook his head. I have never liked her. Chui Qian nodded in satisfaction. I am pleased to hear you say that. Even if merely a plaything, I would not wish for you to harbor feelings for another woman. Let us proceed to the bath. Song Qian followed Chui Qian, observing her tall silhouette and flawless figure, already accustomed to the routine of her humiliating him beforehand. However, he accepted it, for there would surely be opportunities to regain his dignity. 15 minutes later, the sound of running water mingled with suggestive whispers echoed from the bathroom. Chui Qian found herself pinned against the sink, her reflection illuminated in the hotel's grand mirror, revealing everything with startling clarity. Her complexion flushed, eyes brimming with indignation. She thought. A 1T look she attempted to turn away, but her waist was firmly gripped, and her spine pressed against the surface, leaving her no choice but to lower her head, her hair cascading in disarray. The elegant butterfly bones of her back, strained and slightly tense from her struggles, accentuated her long, swan-like neck, right-angled shoulders, and the exquisite curve of her spine that tapered down to her waist. Class began at 2 p.m. Song Qian changed into a new outfit, which caught Lu Zhibiao's attention. Did you just go shopping for new clothes? You look particularly radiant. Did you win a lottery? Lu Zhibiao inquired, puzzled. Moreover, Song Qian exuded a pleasant fragrance. Song Qian explained, the eldest daughter of the Chui family bought me some clothes and even gave me a bit of pocket money. Lu Zhibiao's eyes widened in realization. You've struck gold. What does the eldest daughter look like? Although Chui Cici was not of good character, she was undeniably beautiful. He wondered if her sister shared the same allure. She is far more enchanting than Chui Cici, Song Qian replied. If Chui Cici could be considered a beauty or a campus goddess, even eligible for the entertainment industry, then Chui Qian would be a goddess in her own right, rivaling the most stunning starlets. Furthermore, her demeanor and physique were equally impeccable. Nevertheless, Song Qian did not wish to gossip about Chui Qian behind her back. Despite her seemingly untouchable nature, she was still a first for him, and he would not engage in discussions about her with others. Thus, even though Lu Zhibiao was intensely curious and asked numerous questions, Song Qian remained tight-lipped, as if his mouth were welded shut. Gao Wenbin was truly vexed. During lunch, he thought he had found a way to hold something over Song Qian. Little did he know that the beautiful woman in question was none other than Chui Qian, the eldest daughter of the Chui family. It was her air of mystery that contributed to his ignorance. Despite dating Chui Cici for several months, he had never laid eyes on Chui Qian. He had presumptuously sent a photo, claiming that Song Qian was anything but low-key, thinking he would gain Chui Cici's approval, only to find that she despised Song Qian even more. A 60-second voice message came through, reprimanding him instead, and since they hadn't even shared lunch together, it seemed he had inadvertently upset Chui Cici. As soon as class ended, he rushed to the school gate, where he spotted Chui Cici preparing to leave with Song Qian. Panic surged within him. Cici, today marks 3 months of our relationship. Are you leaving? I had planned a candlelit dinner for us. Yu Haven T replied to my messages, and I specifically came here to find you. Are you really going off with Song Qian? Chui Cici, having forgotten to respond, walked over and took Gao Wenbin's hand, deliberately stating, Wenbin Gu, I am returning home solely because my sister has come back, so I will be having dinner. Rest assured, it's merely a ride in the same vehicle. You know, I have never harbored feelings for anyone else. She cast a sidelong glance at Song Qian. Raising her voice a notch, Wenbin Gu, are you afraid that I might develop feelings for Song Qian? If I were to fancy him, I would have been with him long ago. Why wait until now? Gao Wenbin felt somewhat reassured, responding, then, once you arrive home, please send me a message. Tomorrow, I shall make it up to you with a candlelit dinner. Chui Cici smiled sweetly, waved, and got into the car. However, as the vehicle began to move, her expression shifted. Although she was not seated beside Song Qian, she still issued a warning, Song Qian, you are not permitted to stay in the villa tonight. I do not wish to see you, and do not speak to me. Hearing her words, Song Qian lowered his head to play with his phone. Quick Sixi, feeding Yangshus, exclaimed, did you hear me? Song Qian, remaining silent, replied, I heard you, but coincidentally, I also do not wish to converse with you. Perhaps you should be a bit quieter. Chui Cici, slightly irritated, crossed her arms and turned her face away, determined to see who would lose their composure first. Chapter 28. The tummy ache the car came to a halt at the Chui family's villa. Under the unwelcoming gaze of Chui Cici, Song Qian entered the villa as if nothing were amiss, noticing Mr. and Mrs. Chui seated comfortably on the sofa. Chui Cici followed Song Qian back, and upon seeing her, Xiaoyan could not help but reveal a hint of surprise on her face, while Chui Zhengtai remained aloof, averting his gaze. Chui Cici lowered her head to glance at her toes, refraining from initiating conversation. After all, she was the one who had been scolded, and if she was no longer angry, what reason had her father to be upset? Song Qian caught sight of the distress on Xiaoyan's face, and he understood perfectly. Mom, sister, is there anything delicious to eat tonight? Xiaoyan quickly rose, exclaiming, today is lively at home. Not only has your sister Cici returned, but also your sister Xiaoyan. I've asked the aunt to prepare a feast. She continued, little Song, your sister Xiaoyan is unwell. Please go check on her and tell her to come down for dinner in 15 minutes. Song Qian felt no discomfort in this arrangement, believing Xiaoyan simply wished to speak privately with Chui Cici. This was understandable, so he ascended the stairs without hesitation. Knock, knock, knock. Sister Xiaoyan, may I come in? Chui Xian lay on her bed, clad in a soft white silk camisole, her long hair cascading lazily across the pillow. Her delicate, pallid face bore a hint of displeasure. You knocked to ask if you can enter? Yet you barged in when I was at the sink, she thought, noting the stark contrast to the brash boy he had been days ago. Come in. As Song Qian stepped into the room, he instinctively closed the door behind him, approaching the bedside without ceremony, towering over the not-so-well Chui Xiaoyan. Sister Xiaoyan, I heard from Mom that you're feeling unwell. What's the matter? Do you need me to call a doctor? Chui Xiaoyan was too weary to respond. Did he not have any inkling as to why she was unwell? The instigator of her discomfort stood before her, feigning the role of a caring little brother. Observing her demeanor, Song Qian couldn't help but reflect. Had he truly overstepped during their earlier encounter? Yet, was it not merely playful banter? She typically enjoyed it. My stomach hurts, Chui Xiaoyan finally admitted, resting her head on the pillow. Her dark hair fell across her porcelain cheek, accentuating her youthful beauty. Did I hurt you? Or is it that time of the month? Song Qian sat at the edge of the bed, pulling back the silk blanket to place a hand on her abdomen. His intent was solely to offer comfort, regretting that he may have been too forceful. Quick soyanese, gaze, sharpen sudenli. Song Qian, this is my home, my room. How dare you? He let out a sigh, retracting his hand. Sister Xiaoyan, what exactly are you angry about? I thought you were in pain and merely wished to help. I had no other intentions. You often let me touch you, rub you, and kiss you. Now you act as if we were strangers. Women like you are truly heartless, using someone and then discarding them. If that is the case, then please do not invite me out again. Song Qian is not lacking in funds, even before arriving at the Chui family. He was perfectly capable of taking care of himself. Moreover, regardless of whether he accompanies Shuyin, Chui father and mother will still provide him with financial support. Furthermore, he feels entirely justified in accepting this money, with no obligations to cater to the whims of a capricious young lady. Song Qian felt a twinge of anger. Earlier at noon, things were so tender, yet now he felt as if he were nothing more than an object. He stood up, preparing to leave. Stop! Chui Shuyin furrowed her brows, her delicate, alabaster-like arms propping up her frame as she slightly lifted herself. With her movement, her long, lustrous hair cascaded from her shoulders to her waist, rendering her an exquisite sight. Song Qian turned back, feigning indifference. What now? In her heart, Chui Shuyin truly believed he thought he had her completely under his thumb, showing no regard for boundaries. After all, I am your sister. When I asked for one more chance, you certainly did not hesitate to remind me that I was your brother. Instantly, Chui Xuan's eyelashes fluttered, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Do not speak to me in such a manner again. Then what exactly are you angry about? Chui Xuan paused in silence, turning her face away. I told you my stomach hurts. Song Qian returned to sit beside her on the bed, lifting his hand to rub her abdomen. However, as he applied pressure, he noticed her brow furrow. She raised her beautifully manicured hand and dismissively swatted his away. I said hurts, feeling puzzled. Song Qian's hand slipped beneath the hem of her skirt, revealing a small gap where he spotted a faint red mark on her alabaster belly, suggesting a possible abrasion. He met her gaze, and now it was Song Qian who felt embarrassed. It was likely that she had bumped into the sink and sustained the injury. It had probably taken some time for the mark to manifest. I will fetch some ointment for you. It will heal quickly. Just be careful not to get it wet when you bathe tonight. Chui Shuyin was reluctant to engage in conversation. Earlier at noon, she had clearly stated her disinterest, and he mistakenly thought she was speaking in jest. Aware of his misstep, Song Qian softened his tone. All right, Shuyin, please do not be upset. I assure you there will not be a next time. Will I even have a next time? Hui Xuan avd. Song Qian understood that no matter what he said now would be in vain. So he went downstairs to retrieve a tube of ointment. Explaining to the housekeeper that Chui Shuyin had scraped her ankle while wearing high heels, which was indeed a reasonable excuse. Upon returning to her room, he patiently applied the ointment, leaning down to gently blow on her skin. Initially, Chui Shuyin maintained a stern expression, unwilling to show any warmth. But soon she felt a tickling sensation on her abdomen, her ears reddening slightly. She lifted her hand to push against Song Qian's shoulder, warning, do not take advantage of this moment. You are not permitted to touch me without my consent. Seeing her blush, Song Qian was bewildered by her ability to switch between the roles of an innocent sister and a seasoned companion. If she were truly innocent, she would not be so unreserved in sharing a bed with him. To speak of experience, one might say there has never been another man before him, and, at times, a hint of shyness may emerge. Sister, what are you up to? The sudden voice of Chui Cici echoed from the doorway, causing Song Qian to lose his grip, and the ointment fell to the floor. Chui Shuyin, composed, covered herself with the blanket and lifted her gaze, inquiring, what is it? Chui Cici noticed only Song Qian seated at the edge of the bed, unaware of any other activities. Our parents have called us for dinner. You may come downstairs as well. After speaking, she cast a wary glance at Song Qian. When did he become so close to her sister that he could sit at the edge of her bed? It was truly perplexing. Chapter 29. Asked me for help. Song Qian felt a surge of anxiety in his heart as he picked up the ointment. I'm just delivering this to my sister. He said, let me wash my hands first. I just applied some ointment. With that, he placed the ointment on the bedside table and naturally made his way to the bathroom. Chui Cici frowned even more, perplexed. How dare he enter his sister's bathroom so casually? The Chui family villa was vast, and the upstairs bedrooms were equipped with spacious bathrooms, particularly his sister's room, which was usually very private. He wouldn't even allow himself to wander in uninvited. Could it be that Song Qian had become so familiar with his sister? He seemed to be adapting to his new role as a brother quite swiftly. Previously, she had thought he was merely trying to ingratiate himself with her to become her husband, but now it appeared he had quietly established his place within the Chui family. Was he truly attempting to usurp her position? Chui Cece was genuinely bewildered. She discreetly asked, "Sister, are you quite familiar with him? He is here to apply ointment for you, surely to curry favor. He used to dote on me like a sycophant, without any shred of self-respect, and it was impossible to shake him off. Now that he sees that relying on me is futile, he has surely tried to win over you and our parents to remain in the Chui household." She added earnestly, "Sister, you mustn't be deceived by him. He is unscrupulous when it comes to money." Chui Shuyan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "You're overthinking it. Just go downstairs. I'll be there shortly." Kui Xixi nodded, though she still wished to warn her sister further, lest she fall for the same tricks as their parents. However, seeing her sister's disinterest, she resigned herself to silence. If there was anyone to blame, it was Song Qian for being so scheming, taking advantage of her absence to plot. Alas, she regretted feigning illness to escape the marriage. When Song Qian emerged from the bathroom, Chui Shuyan had already gotten off the bed and entered the dressing room to select an outfit. "Which one should I wear?" she asked. Song Qian approached and suggested a more conservative dress. "How about this one? After all, there's still some servants around. It wouldn't be appropriate to wear something too revealing, like a spaghetti strap dress that exposes your beautiful legs. Is that so?" Chui Shuyan shot him a teasing glance. "Brother, you mustn't develop any inappropriate possessiveness towards me." Song Qian clicked his tongue. "If you're going to ask me, I'll just end up being mocked by you. Never mind. It's futile to discuss this further. I'll defer to your judgment." Chui Shuyan handed the hanger to him. She playfully tossed her long hair back, then gracefully slipped out of her exquisite silk camisole nightgown, revealing her alluring figure unabashedly. Song Qian felt his cheeks flush. "Are you really changing in front of me? Why not?" Chui Shuyan raised her hand, resting it against his side, her upper body brushing against his. She tilted her beautiful face up, her lips curling into a gentle smile. "Don't you like what you see?" As the delicate foot intentionally pressed against Song Qian's instep, her thigh lifted and grazed a certain area, seemingly designed to provoke him. In a whisper soft as a fragrant breeze, she teased, "Brother, I am your sister. Yet you dare to react to me?" Song Qian swallowed hard. "You are the one who seduced me. Your parents and younger sister are waiting downstairs. Stop playing around and quickly get dressed." Chui Shuyan's eyes sparkled with mischief as she inquired, "Do you want my assistance? If you plead with me, I may oblige." "No," Song Qian insisted, shoving clothes into her hands. "Hurry and get dressed. It's time to eat." Just then, footsteps echoed at the door. "Sister, what are you drinking?" "I ordered some milk tea." "Huh? Where's everyone?" Chui Cece seemed puzzled. "Sister, are you changing?" Hearing the approaching footsteps near the cloakroom, Song Qian hastily concealed himself in the wide-open wardrobe, hiding among the hanging dresses. If Chui Cece were to discover him here, especially with Chui Shuyan in disarray, he would be irreparably tarnished. Chui Shuyan found his swift movements amusing. Once dressed, she playfully tossed her cascading hair, and at that moment, Chui Cece appeared at the cloakroom entrance. "Sister, would you like some milk tea?" "No, please have a cup. I ordered one for myself." Kui Xixi pouted. "Get the jasmine milk green. It's delightful with half sugar, please." "All right." Chui Cece placed the order and, noticing Chui Shuyan's attire, remarked, "Sister, why is her back so red? When you tossed your hair, I saw what seemed like a red mark on your neck. Did a mosquito bite you? There are so many pesky insects outside the villa lately." Chui Shuyan's back was obscured by her long hair, concealing the marks left by Song Qian. She turned to Chui Cece. "It might just be an allergy. It's nothing serious." Chui Cece looked at her sister with a hint of envy. Her sister was tall, radiant, and strikingly beautiful, while she, despite being attractive, felt her proportions lacked the same perfection, leaving her feeling somewhat overshadowed when they stood together. "Sister, you seem even more beautiful now. Unlike me, I've gotten quite tanned." The two sisters chatted as they stepped outside. Meanwhile, Song Qian, still hidden in the wardrobe, overheard Chui Cece inquiring about his whereabouts, sending a wave of anxiety through him. Once he was certain they had departed, he exhaled in relief and emerged from the wardrobe, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He then made a deliberate trip to the second-floor restroom, feigning the need to relieve himself. After sitting on the toilet for 2 minutes, he felt something against his back. Upon investigation, he discovered a sheer fabric. Confused, he pulled it off, and his expression changed dramatically. It was a black, lace butterfly-patterned milk cover, completely unlined, suggesting that it would be utterly transparent when worn. The delicate shoulder straps were quite exquisite. Song Qian couldn't help but imagine how enticing it would be if someone were to wear it. The dilemma is quite perplexing. Could it be that this item was inadvertently extracted from the closet? Song Qian was indeed drenched in perspiration. Should Cui Shuiyan discover that a piece of her beloved milk cap is missing, she would undoubtedly suspect that he had taken it. The crux of the matter lies in whether it was an accidental removal or a more nefarious act of theft. These are two entirely different notions. If he were to stealthily return the item now and were caught in the act, he would find himself at a complete loss for words. Such an event would only serve to brand him as a deviant. However, concealing it presents its own challenges. Song Qian found himself in quite the predicament. The only option left was to stow it in his pocket and wait for the next opportunity to discreetly return it to Cui Shuiyan's room. Fortunately, this milk cap appeared to be merely decorative and was quite diminutive, easily crumpled into a small ball and tucked away without any burden. He slipped the milk cap into his trouser pocket, wiped the sweat from his brow, and descended the stairs to partake in his meal. Chapter 30. Peeling shrimp in the confines of their home, these two sisters found themselves together. One, a former fiancée, and the other, a nominal sister. The situation was enough to send him into a cold sweat, for he understood all too well that should Cui Sisi discover the nature of his past with Shuiyan, it would surely spark a considerable uproar. As Xiao Yin spotted Song Qian descending the stairs, she urged, "Xiao Song, come quickly to the dining table." Nodding in acknowledgement, Song Qian made his way over, with only one vacant seat beside Cui Shuiyan. The arrangement at the table featured Cui Zhengtai, Cui Sisi, Xiao Yin, Song Qian, and Cui Shuiyan. Song Qian mused that it was a rare occasion for both daughters to return home, thus they sat beside their father. While he was intentionally positioned away from Cui Sisi to mitigate any awkwardness regarding their current relationship, this arrangement was indeed quite sensible, given Cui Sisi's propensity for overthinking. Sitting adjacent to her might lead to an endless stream of commentary. Cui Zhengtai earnestly advised his younger daughter from now on, be a bit more courteous to your older brother Song. Regardless of the circumstances, you are the younger sister and should be obedient and understanding. Understood, Cui Sisi replied, though internally she bristled at the directive, recognizing it was for her and Wenbin's sake. There's no need to worry, as the elder brother. It is only fitting that I yield to my younger sister. Song Qian interjected appropriately. Cui Sisi rolled her eyes internally, yet managed to display a cheerful facade. Satisfied with the atmosphere, Cui Zhengtai nodded approvingly. Throughout the meal, Xiao Yin occasionally whispered to her younger daughter, deliberately avoiding the topic of overseas matters, for such discussions would not be well received. Meanwhile, Cui Zhengtai engaged in business-related conversations with his elder daughter. Song Qian remained observant, focusing intently on his meal. Cui Sisi glanced at him, noting how comfortable he appeared sitting next to her sister, seemingly unfazed by the professional discourse exchanged between her sister and father. A peculiar sensation of curiosity stirred within Cui Sisi, though she could not quite grasp the source of her unease. Song Qian, I would like to eat shrimp. Please help me peel it, Cui Sisi declared, placing a shrimp on the plate before him. Xiao Yin frowned slightly, exclaiming, what nonsense! You're old enough to peel your own shrimp. Why trouble your brother? Mom, you just refer to him as my brother. What's wrong with a brother indulging his sister? Cui Sisi pouted, feigning a sense of grievance. Yet, in her heart, she thought, if he wished to enjoy the privileges of being my brother within the Cui family, he ought to demonstrate some tangible support. With a hint of petulance, she added, Mom, I'm not trying to belittle him. He used to peel shrimp for me all the time. Is it because I now call him brother that he treats me worse than before? I refuse to accept that. Xiao Yin felt somewhat helpless in response to her daughter's deliberate antics. If you want shrimp, I will help you peel it, she offered. Mom, it's all right. I'll do it. I can peel shrimp quickly, Song Qian interjected hastily. Although Cui Shuyan appeared indifferent to the happenings at the dining table, her peripheral vision discreetly flickered towards Song Qian. Just then, she observed him with furrowed brows, diligently and patiently peeling shrimp. Opposite him, Cui Cece wore an expression of entitlement, as if it were only natural for Song Qian to undertake such a task. She found it rather normal, considering that he had always behaved this way in the past. Sensing a slight chill nearby, Song Qian placed the first peeled shrimp directly onto the plate in front of Cui Shuyan. "Sister Shuyan, you are the eldest. This is for you," he said, swiftly peeling a second shrimp. "And this one is for you, Cece, as my younger sister." Cui Cece opened her mouth, her expression revealing some displeasure, for Song Qian had previously reserved his peeled shrimp solely for her. Like a devoted servant, she feigned indifference, yet harbored a reluctance to lose his loyalty. However, as she was in the presence of her elder sister, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. She muttered softly, "You're giving it to my sister. She won to eat it. She thinks your hands are dirty." Indeed, Cui Shuyan made no move to pick up her chopsticks, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. "Thank you." Song Qian sensed a shift in Cui Shuyan's mood again, perplexed by the volatility of her emotions. Yet, it could be a deliberate act to feign distance in front of their parents, as she often pretended not to know him in public. Such a fade. Xiaoyan was quite pleased with Song Qian's handling of the situation. All right. Your brother indulges you. The shrimp has been peeled for you, so don't cause any more trouble. Then I still want him to accompany me for a mountain hike tonight." Cui Cece raised an eyebrow, and then she could drive off, leaving Song Qian, who was oblivious to his own limitations and dared to harbor fantasies, stranded on the mountain to endure a night of cold. With that thought, Cui Cece felt a twinge of impatience. Song Qian nodded. "That sounds good, but you don't mind if I invite a few more people, do you? Like my college roommates." Cui Cece's expression changed instantly, her eyes filled with discontent, finding her response rather dull. At such a moment, intentionally raising the stakes only revealed her sensitivity. "Indeed," she thought, "I was just teasing you. I have plans tonight. Who will want to hike with someone as boring as you?" After saying this, Cui Cece buried herself in her meal and soon left the table. After finishing his meal, Song Qian turned to Cui Dad and Cui Mom. "Mom and Dad, do you have any plan for later? Would you like me to accompany you for a walk?" Xiaoyan waved her hand. "No need. Xiao Song, your father and I will rest at home. You can check if we need anything. Let me know if you need more money. Then I shall return to the villa first. Remember to contact me if anything comes up." Song Qian smiled and waved goodbye as he departed. Suddenly, he heard Xiaoyan call out from behind. "Xiaoyan, you haven't visited your brother's villa yet, have you? If you have no plans at the moment, you could go along and take a look." Song Qian turned to see Cui Shuyan sipping water from glass, expecting her to respond with a blunt refusal. To his astonishment, she actually nodded in agreement. Could it be that she was still unsatisfied from their midday encounter? Did she require further injury to extract more from herself? Such audacity would surely reveal her true nature. He mused that one cannot be so brazen. "Sister Shuyan, did you not mention that you would be busy this evening? It seems you still have documents to review." Cui Shuyan nodded. "Yes, my computer is malfunctioning. May I use yours? Did you study business administration in university?" Song Qian shook his head. "I majored in computer science." Cui Shuyan's expression remained indifferent as she observed him closely. In the future, that knowledge may prove advantageous. Cui Jingtai could not help but interject. "If you could diligently study alongside your sister Shuyan upon graduation, you could easily secure a position within this company, which would certainly be more convenient than working as a programmer. If there is anything you don't understand, be proactive in learning and asking questions. Youth is a time for quick learning." Song Qian smiled. "Thank you, sister. I would appreciate your guidance." While he wore a cheerful facade, deep down, he understood that the notion of employment advice was merely a pretext. After all, his claim regarding her need to review documents was entirely fabricated, and she had concocted the excuse of her computer being broken without a hint of hesitation. Her psychological resilience was indeed impressive. Chapter 31: The Old Villa of the Siblings. Song Qian and Cui Shuyan exited the villa in succession. As they walked, Song Qian slowed his pace, remarking, at this hour, being alone together. Do you not fear that your parents might grow suspicious if we return late? Cui Shuyin regarded him with a hint of confusion, questioning, what is there to be suspicious about borrowing a computer? Noticing her earnest demeanor, Song Qian chose not to elaborate further. He hoped that upon returning home, she would utilize her own computer rather than any other. Cui Cece made her way to the cinema, where Gao Wenbin awaited her, already clutching a cup of milk tea at the entrance. Cece, I thought you wouldn't come out tonight. Your parents must be keeping a close watch on you, he said. Concern etched across his face. Not at all. They let me go without a word, Cui Cece replied, surprised by the unexpected leniency. She had anticipated resistance, but found the reality to be quite different. Prior to her departure, she had believed her parents would do everything in their power to prevent her from being with Wenbin, even compelling her to fulfill her engagement to Song Qian. Yet, it seemed that no one was particularly concerned. In a tone tinged with bewilderment, she continued, my parents are no longer trying to promote a match between Song Qian and me. This is rather strange. Were they not once so eager for us to marry? Hearing this, Gao Wenbin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Well, this is indeed a positive turn of events. There is no need to sacrifice your happiness for the sake of gratitude. You never liked Song Qian, and now that he can no longer bother you, you must feel somewhat relieved. In truth, Cui Cece felt little joy. She simply relished the newfound freedom from constraints. However, this sense of liberation felt almost surreal, as if it should not be so. She pouted in jest, hoping that her parents had genuinely come to understand her desires rather than employing some indirect strategy. Gao Wenbin gently patted her head, his voice soothing. Rest assured, I am here now as your boyfriend. I will ensure that no other man will trouble you. Cui Cece nodded, her tone resolute. I have a premonition that Song Qian's feelings for me run deep. He cannot maintain his indifference for long. I suspect he will soon come clinging to me again. And when that time comes, I must make him give up entirely. Gao Wenbin found her reasoning quite sound. Song Qian had always been compliant and devoted to Cui Cece, and the absence of their engagement had not prompted any erratic behavior from him, which was decidedly unusual. He surmised that Song Qian might merely be biding his time, plotting to win Cui Cece back. It would be wise to remain vigilant to avoid any underhanded tactics from him. Meanwhile, within Song Qian's villa, the decor remained untouched, as the hasty move had only warranted a brief cleaning rather than any significant renovations. The furniture and decor remained true to the style of the previous homeowner. However, it is fortunate that all the furnishings embody a new Chinese aesthetic, featuring a rosewood coffee table, rosewood sofa, and rosewood display shelves. These are not the preferred style of Song Qian, who perhaps has not yet reached that age. Yet he has no intention of replacing the furniture or the decor. Solid wood is quite expensive, and aesthetics are secondary to practicality. Cui Shuyin entered the living room, casting her gaze over the European-style marble tiles on the floor before lifting her eyes to the dazzling crystal chandelier and the rosewood coffee table. The style appeared somewhat antiquated. I find it rather charming, she remarked. Song Qian was indifferent, though the house felt rather spacious for a solitary occupant, and with such decor, one could indeed feel a tinge of fear at night. He had only moved his belongings in during the day. Tonight marked his inaugural overnight stay, and he hoped no peculiarities would manifest, especially since the house had been vacant for so long. Although Song Qian jested, he was merely attempting to lighten the mood. In his childhood, he had fled to the park benches and slept beneath the station curtains with little money in his pocket, enduring the company of mice scurrying over him. Compared to those times, his current predicament seemed a trivial concern. Cui Shuyin did not linger in the living room for long. She ascended the staircase to the second floor, with Song Qian following closely behind. The bedroom is the one at the far end, Song Qian explained. There is a large master bedroom on the third floor, but I am too lazy to climb that high. The second floor will suffice. It appeared that the house had been renovated some time ago, as there was no elevator installed. Perhaps when I achieve financial success, I will add one. Cui Shuyin glanced back at him. Must you wait until you strike it rich? In October, when we have a holiday, accompany me on a trip. If you perform well, I might grant you a budget for renovations. Upon hearing this, Song Qian was taken aback. Although Cui Xian had mentioned a trip in October before, he had dismissed it as mere banter. After all, what was his status compared to hers? He never imagined she was being serious. Where are we going? Is the itinerary strenuous? Should I consider bringing along some health supplements? Cui Xian smirked slightly. With your capabilities, I doubt you'll need any supplements. Yet Song Qian shook his head. Though I possess strength, dear Xian, your appetite is quite substantial. To satisfy you for 7 consecutive days, I fear my body may not endure. After all, as the saying goes, they're only overworked oxen, not exhausted fields. Cui Xian halted, turning to approach Song Qian, her gaze scrutinizing his face. Though her demeanor seemed casual, there was an undeniable aura of pressure. I'm not certain where your limits lie. If you are unafraid of death, would you care to test them? Song Qian met her earnest expression, feeling a warmth spread through him. Sister Xian, I assure you that one night poses no challenge for me. The question is whether you can resist returning home until the dawn breaks. Furthermore, he continued, not merely a night, but from now until noon tomorrow is quite feasible. The young man, having just embarked on his journey into adulthood, confidently proclaimed that engaging in such activities 7 or 8 times would pose no challenge. However, Cui Xian's gaze drifted from his face, lowering to observe a certain spot. The longest encounter, it seemed, had not even lasted until dawn. Yet, she mused, you have already indulged once during the day, Song Qian, my dear brother. Are you certain your reserves are sufficient? Song Qian cleared his throat, suggesting that a trial might yield the answer. Cui Xian noticed the bulge in his trousers, initially assuming it to be a physical manifestation of excitement. Her eyes glimmering with playful teasing. Her fingers glided down to his chest and then to his pocket, where her gaze softened and her smile turned mischievous. How curious it was, she pondered, what might be concealed within your pocket? I wonder if it is some restless little thing. However, her fingers brushed against something soft rather than rigid. It was the familiar texture of fabric, lace perhaps. Before her mind could fully comprehend, her long, crimson nails had already ensnared the object in question. Cui Xian paused momentarily, her eyes wide. Song Qian. Chapter 32. Testing the limits in the midst of an ambiguous atmosphere. Song Qian found himself in a state of bewilderment. Suddenly, it seemed as if a realization struck him. But by the time he reacted, it was already too late. Upon focusing his gaze, he discovered that the delicate, elongated fingers were adorned with a small tuft of black lace milk foam. Song Qian inhaled sharply, his tone becoming tense and serious. Please, allow me to explain. This is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Cui Xian furrowed her brow, her beauty tinged with indignation. You stole it? It wasn't a theft. It was an accident. As Cui Xian glanced at the milk foam and then at Song Qian's perspiring face, she questioned, an accident? Did you not resist? Or was it intentional? Song Qian exhaled deeply. Meeting Cui Xian's gaze, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. At that moment, I was hiding in the wardrobe. When I emerged, this item was inadvertently caught on the back of my clothing, and I failed to notice. Then why did you not return it? Instead, you took it away secretly? What purpose does it serve for you? Cui Xian initially intended to assert that he had no use for it, but her expression shifted subtly as a thought crossed her mind. Song Qian hurriedly interjected, no, I truly had no opportunity to return it. I merely intended to keep it safe temporarily. Please, do not overthink this. Cui Xian scoffed lightly. You had numerous chances to explain once you left your home. Yet you chose not to. Surely you must have desired for me to engage in some peculiar activities with my... At night, you enjoy utilizing, your bosom. Do you? Is it truly that pleasurable? As she spoke, Cui Xian found herself somewhat at a loss for words. She understood that everyone harbored certain peculiarities, and while it did not surprise her, it was rather abrupt. In truth, aside from the initial encounter, Song Qian had gradually begun to exhibit rather unusual behavior. For instance, during the day, he had even rubbed his abdomen raw. The more he resisted, the more exhilarated he became. It was uncertain whether this could be deemed perverse. No, I truly did not. At this point, Song Qian found himself at a loss for words. Had he known, he would have disposed of the milk foam to eliminate any evidence. If you do not believe me, I swear, should I have deliberately stolen your milk foam? Let me suffer from impotence. Cui Shuyan observed his solemn expression and deemed the threat of impotence unnecessary. If you desire it, you may simply tell me next time, to avoid such misunderstandings. Furthermore, is your fantasy of possessing it more intriguing than witnessing me wear it for you? I truly had no fantasy. Song Qian attempted to refute her claim, but soon conceded, perhaps I did entertain a fleeting fantasy. Cui Shuyan regarded him with a bemused smile. Her heart, now convinced that Song Qian had indeed seen the item, succumbed to a fantasy and taken it without restraint. Do you harbor feelings for me? No. Then you are attracted to my body. Song Qian fell silent. Cui Shuyan averted her gaze, her tone cooling slightly. Very well. It is sufficient that you can recognize the truth. We are merely engaged in a physical relationship. Please clarify to avoid any inappropriate assumptions. When the day comes that I grow weary, it will be best for you to gracefully let go. Song Qian fell silent, retorting, Do you have feelings for me? Dream on. Is it my body you desire? Cui Shuyan was about to counter, but realizing she had been led into a trap, she chuckled and said, Indeed, I am fond of your physique. To be precise, I appreciate your tools. Oh, I see. After all, each time you use them, it is quite pleasurable, and you always seem to crave more. Cui Shuyan's earlobes flushed slightly, a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance stirring within her. Yet, she understood that Song Qian was deliberately provoking her. Previously, he had behaved like a naive young man, overly obedient, but within just a few short days, he had learned to be cheeky. She mused whether this was his true nature, now liberated, or if he had simply picked up bad habits from her. Lost in thought, she suddenly felt Song Qian's hand slipping beneath her garment, directly caressing her back, unfastening her button. What are you doing? Hui Xueyan stumbled slightly, caught by Song Qian's embrace to prevent her fall. She lifted her clear, alluring gaze, slightly dazed, and said, Weren't you asking if I felt comfortable using that? I don't know. If Sister Shuyan is willing, perhaps I could give it a try. After all, as an elder sister, it wouldn't be unreasonable to enlighten a younger brother, would it? Cui Shuyan was taken aback by his audacity in suggesting she use that on him. Absolutely not. You can forget it. Unless you kneel and beg me, it will never happen. With a soft thud, her clothing was discarded on the floor, and her skirt became voluptuous, revealing glimpses of spring from the outside. Instinctively, her slender arms shielded her chest, her waist-length hair swayed with her movements, and her eyes glimmered with indignation. Song Qian, how dare you? Do you truly think that just because I have a slight interest, you can act wantonly? Sister Shuyan, weren't you curious about my limits? Why the sudden coldness now? Song Qian grasped her wrist and planted a kiss on the back of her hand, continuing, Here, it is just the two of us. You may shout as loud as you wish, no one will hear. However, you did inform your parents that you are here to work, and that teaching your younger brother while at the office is quite normal. But what will you say if you don't return home tonight? Explain? Hui Xueyan murmured softly, her enchanting voice captivating. I would say, a certain bee saw his sister diligently working and brazenly leaped upon her to strip her clothes, and then, just like this, seizing my hand, taking advantage of his strength to misbehave, with one hand gripping her wrist and the other lifting her by the waist. He placed her atop a wooden rack in the corridor where flower pots were kept, instantly elevating her stature. Her chest was aligned perfectly with Song Qian's face. You bastard. As she moved, Cui Shuyan's face flushed a deep crimson, trembling all over, her delicate hand gripping the back of Song Qian's head. You be quiet. In the restaurant, Cui Sisi gazed at the exquisite dishes before her, feeling a sense of disinterest. She took out her phone to check, but found no messages at all. More specifically, there were no notifications from her family, only a message from her best friend. This was undoubtedly peculiar. In front of her parents, Song Qian had always assumed the role of the dutiful brother, yet he hadn't bothered to reach out to her. Several hours had passed. How could he possibly endure such silence? An hour or two, perhaps, but 3 or 4 hours. He must have been anxious beyond measure, especially since it was already quite late and darkness had enveloped the sky. In the past, as soon as night fell, he would incessantly check in on her. Now, it was as if he had vanished entirely. Could be that her internet was off. Under such circumstances, She couldn't help but feel that Song Qian was deliberately playing a mischievous trick on her. Gao Wenbin sat across from her, noticing her distracted demeanor, and inquired with concern. Cici, what troubles you? Is your family urging you to return home? Chapter 33. From night to noon, Cui Cici waved her hand dismissively. No, it was Yaya who sent me a message. My family hasn't urged me. Are you going back tonight? Didn't you say you wanted to see my abs? Gao Wenbin coughed lightly, feigning embarrassment. If you prefer not to return, we could always head to the hotel. Gao Wenbin was aware that their relationship had been solidified during their overseas trip at the end of last semester, a decision that had been somewhat impulsive on Cui Cici's part. Her character was too innocent. If she did not take the initiative, she would never act on her own. No, thank you. Although Cui Cici occasionally touched Gao Wenbin's abs while abroad, she had no genuine interest in taking things further. The truth was, she was simply too timid, despite having already eloped for love and feigned death. She had been instilled with the belief from a young age by her mother that a girl's first time was incredibly precious, especially for a girl from a family like hers. Many girls married men of equal status, and thus, maintaining her purity was synonymous with preserving her family's honor. After all, both families were esteemed in their own right. Discovering on a wedding night that it was not the first time would certainly be awkward. She exhaled, Brother Wenbin. When can I bring you home to be accepted by my parents? Anytime you'd like. I can assure uncle and aunt that I will cherish you for a lifetime. Cui Cici pouted, convinced that her parents would not be swayed by such assurances, especially with someone like Song Qian who was adept at brainwashing. Cici, do you not wish to be with me anymore? Gao Wenbin inquired suddenly. I understand that our family backgrounds are disparate, and given your beauty and excellence, it is entirely normal for you to hesitate. Brother Wenbin, please don't think that way. I love you dearly. It's just that we haven't reached the legal marriage age yet. Once we do, we can simply obtain our marriage certificate. In just a few months, I will be 20, and then we can go get it. Cui Cici spoke with conviction, her sweet, beautiful face radiating determination. I still remember 2 days before the semester started last year when we drove to the mountains together. The car skidded and tumbled down the slope. The snow was so heavy and the cold so biting, and we were in a place far from any village or shop. If it weren't for you taking me to the hospital, I might not have survived. I recall the doctor saying that if you hadn't promptly treated my wounds and taken me for a blood transfusion, I could have gone into shock and faced life-threatening danger. Recalling that moment still sent shivers down her spine. She moved closer to Gao Wenbin, her soft hand grasping his. You walked so far along that mountain road. Carry me to find help. I remember waking up on your shoulder, seeing that long, endless path. You have treated me so well, and if I were to lose you, it would be my greatest loss. Thus, I will not waver in my feelings for you, nor will I let you down. Gao Wenbin's eyes displayed an uncharacteristic unease. For you, I would risk my life, for I've secretly adored you since the beginning of our freshman year. If on that day, the person who saved you had not been me, but rather Song Qian, would you still choose to be with me? Cui Cici found his words rather peculiar. Him? He would never rescue me. He came to our home solely for monetary gain, unlike you, who would risk your life to save me. Moreover, even if he were to save me, what difference would it make? I would never harbor any affection for someone like him. If he were to save me, he would undoubtedly boast about it to the world and leverage that favor to pressure me into marrying him. Such a person would act solely out of self-interest. Gao Wenbin grasped Cui Cici's hand firmly. Cici, could you please maintain your distance from Song Qian? I would feel envious. Although I understand that he has a debt of gratitude towards your family, I cannot help but feel this way. Perhaps it is simply because I care for you too much. Seeing Gao Wenbin's slightly despondent expression, Cui Cici recognized that he felt the sting of her parents' disapproval and the loss of friends, which must have weighed heavily on him. All right, I promise you. Unless he approaches me first, I will not seek him out. For anything that is not essential, I will ignore him. Her promise was unwavering, especially since she harbored a strong dislike for Song Qian, making it effortless to keep her distance. Gao Wenbin smiled. Cici, thank you for considering my feelings. At noon, Song Qian had reached his limit. He lay sprawled on the bed, observing as Cui Qian slept with her back turned to him. Are you hungry? Shall I fetch you something to eat? He turned on his side, resting his hand on Cui Shuyan's delicate shoulder and leaning closer to her neck, where the warmth mingled with a faint scent of her skin, which was delightful. Cui Shuyan did not respond. To be precise, her eyelashes fluttered slightly, but she chose to ignore Song Qian. Her throat felt somewhat sore, likely due to her voice being a bit hoarse. In a daze, she sensed Song Qian getting out of bed, and then she succumbed to a profound sleep, oblivious to any external sounds or movements. She felt a warmth enveloping her body. It was too languid to comprehend her surroundings. After taking a shower, Song Qian gently placed her in the bathtub. Strands of her long hair inevitably floated in the water. She was tall, slender, and fair-skinned, a paragon of beauty. Although her face, in deep slumber, lacked its usual sharpness and aloofness, it was still captivating enough to warrant a second glance. Beautiful. While her words could be sharp, her physical allure was undeniably evident. Suddenly, Song Qian recalled the injury on her lower abdomen. Soaking in water at this moment was indeed his oversight. Nevertheless, he decided to proceed as is. He gave her a brief wash, noting that her skin was exceedingly pale and delicate, leaving behind several marks. His handiwork, especially a red imprint on her waist, likely from his grasp. While Cui Xian soaked, he hurriedly changed the sheets and blankets, ensuring she was comfortably settled afterward. After tossing the soiled bedding into the washing machine, he left to procure some food. Although the Cui family has provisions, I dare not approach them, fearing I would be unable to explain myself if questioned. I first indulged in a modest meal, then purchased a box of hot porridge and a cup of soy milk. As I neared the entrance of the community, I turned back to the nearby pharmacy to acquire contraceptives. Just as I arrived at the entrance, I encountered Cui Cici, the embodiment of a relentless tormentor. Fortunately, it seemed he intended to mock me, but ultimately chose silence and walked away. Cui Cici took several steps to the entrance of the milk tea shop before letting out a huff. It was undoubtedly my mother who had tipped him off, informing him of my intention to venture out for a drink, prompting him to lie in wait. He had been staring at me moments before, clearly biding his time for a conversation. His expression was one of palpable annoyance. He truly knows how to feign innocence. However, I had already promised Brother Wenbin to maintain my distance from him, and no matter how often he seeks my attention, it shall be in vain. Chapter 34. A confession before my ex-fiancé. During this period, the new student's military training had come to an end. On the final day, Song Qian and several freshmen gathered in the back street to enjoy a late-night snack. The university's back street was always bustling with activity. "Thank you for taking care of us during this time, Senior Song," Su Qingqing said as she poured orange juice for him, her sweet face adorned with a hint of bashfulness. She had attended the same high school as Song Qian, where he was a distinguished student, tall and slender, excelling in academics, and thus well-liked. "It was my pleasure," Song Qian replied with a polite smile. Su Qingqing possessed an adorable visage, her cheeks slightly chubby, skin fair, and her almond-shaped eyes sparkling. With her wavy medium-length hair and at just 18 years of age, she radiated an innocent sweetness, despite not wearing any makeup. Her shy demeanor made her seem soft and endearing, though she spoke little. A mischievous boy nearby remarked, "Come on, we're all adults here. Why drink orange juice? You should be drinking alcohol. Qingqing, you really don't know how to have fun." "That's unnecessary," Song Qian quickly interjected, waving his hand. "Stop the nonsense, or I'll leave." The boy immediately fell silent. Su Qingqing quietly stood up, and after a moment, returned with a bottle of wine, asserting that barbecues indeed pair well with alcohol. The others exchanged secretive glances, stifling their laughter, leaving Song Qian somewhat puzzled. "Do you often drink, Junior Su?" he inquired, as he was not accustomed to their social habits. "I don't." Su Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly. "I bought it for you all. I rarely drink." With that, she swiftly poured several cups for everyone. As they enjoyed the barbecue, midway through the meal, Song Qian excused himself under the pretext of using the restroom to settle the bill. With 7 or 8 people, it was not expensive, especially near the school, and they hadn't ordered much, just around 400 yuan. When he returned to his seat, he noticed Su Qingqing's cheeks were slightly red, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. "Senior, I thought you had left." "Not all," Song Qian replied, somewhat helpless. Surely, as a senior, he wouldn't abandon them over a barbecue, would he? Meanwhile, Coincidentally, at another table, Chui Cixi sat with her boyfriend Gao Wenbin and her close friend Su Yiya, accompanied by Zheng Ziyao, Huang Chong, and several fashionable young men and women. Cixi, isn't that Song Qian over there? Su Yue whispered, nudging Quick Cixi. I thought after you broke up with him, he'd be heartbroken and begging you not to go. But he seems quite pleased with himself. Cixi, you faked your death to escape the wedding, and he didn't seem the least bit sad, Zheng Ziyao interjected. His feelings for you were all a facade, merely insincere. Huang Chong agreed. Indeed, on the day of the burial, Zheng was in tears, yet Song Qian didn't shed a single tear. We even remarked on how heartless he is. In matters of affection, none can rival the sincerity and devotion that Zheng Xiao harbors for you. As Chui Cixi listened, she absent-mindedly toyed with a roasted green bean, her gaze momentarily lowering. Unable to restrain herself, she glanced over and beheld an adorable girl, blushing, who leaped into Song Qian's embrace, prompting a wave of cheers and applause from the surrounding crowd. Together! Oh my, they are together! Senior, you must accept Qingqing's confession. The atmosphere was charged, filled with youthful university exuberance as those nearby joined in the revelry. At their table, curiosity piqued, they leaned in to catch a glimpse. Chui Cixi tightened her grip on the skewer, an irate sentiment bubbling within her. How shameless Song Qian was. Just moments ago, he feigned deep affection with her, and now he was brazenly courting someone else, openly displaying such intimacy. Where did Chui Cixi stand in his eyes? Was she merely a fool to be toyed with? Huang Chong exaggeratedly exclaimed. Look at him, such a philanderer, truly despicable. His intent was clear, to elevate Zheng Ziyao's genuine feelings in contrast. After all, although Chui Cixi was now with Gao Wenbin, such minor characters were hardly worthy of their attention, lacking both wealth and charm. How could they compare to Zheng Ziyao's merits? Cixi, it's not too late for you to see his true colors, Zheng Ziyao interjected at the right moment. This impoverished fool belongs to a different realm than us. Huh? Chui Cixi was seething, her body glistening with perspiration from anger, yet she feigned indifference. Do I care? He can be with whomever he pleases, as long as he doesn't bother me. Exactly, Su Yiya nodded. Our Cixi has never had any affection for Song Qian. If he prefers to be with someone else, isn't that splendid? It spares us from his incessant buzzing like a bothersome fly. Chui Cixi's countenance darkened excessively, her beautiful features etched with coldness, her eyes suppressed fury. Yet, she insisted, we came out to enjoy ourselves. Let us not concern ourselves with such inconsequential individuals. Such lowly characters were beneath her notice, and even acknowledging them was a concession. The group shifted away from the topic, but Gao Wenbin, though silent, was conflicted within. Upon seeing Song Qian, Chui Cixi had glanced over several times, her expression growing increasingly grim. Could it be that she truly did not care for Song Qian? Perhaps she merely found him tiresome. After all, Chui Cixi had never held any affection for him. If she had, where would that leave Gao Wenbin? It was likely that he was simply an eyesore to her. Cixi, shall we go singing later? No, my mother wants me home early, Chui Cixi replied curtly. Gao Wenbin nodded. That makes sense. By the way, my parents mentioned visiting your family this weekend. Would you be available? Quick Cixi remained silent. Meanwhile, the raucous laughter from Song Qian's table grew even more boisterous, seemingly alive with fervor. Even passers-by could not help but exclaim how wonderful youth is. Cixi, are your parents home this weekend? Gao Wenbin assumed that Chui Cixi had not heard him, as the noise was rather overwhelming. Chui Cixi took out her phone and opened a messaging app to send message. Gao Wenbin believed she was inquiring about her family's availability over the weekend, which brought him a sense of joy, as finalizing their engagement would bring him greater peace of mind. He poured a glass of cola for Chui Cixi, but suddenly, she stood up, causing the glass to topple over, spilling cola onto her white, fluttering sleeve dress. A large brown stain spread across the pristine fabric, creating a rather jarring contrast. Chui Cixi gasped softly, quickly grabbing a tissue to dab her dress. However, as she stood, the people at Song Qian's table caught sight of her. After all, a beautiful woman always draws attention, and Chui Cixi's striking beauty made her stand out distinctly in the bustling barbecue restaurant. Chapter 35. Chui Cici was angered Cici. I am truly sorry. It was unintentional. Gao Wenbin hastily took a tissue and began to dab at her skirt. Chui Cici's countenance darkened, resembling a storm cloud looming ominously. Yet she refrained from voicing her irritation, choosing instead to suppress her temper. After all, she was conscious of her image in public. Isn't that the ex-girlfriend of the senior? Li Wang from Song Qian's table remarked. I've heard of her before. She intended to elaborate on how she was the campus belle, naturally attracting attention, and many were aware that she and Song Qian were once engaged. However, the narrative took a bizarre twist when the female lead passed away, returned, and subsequently strayed, ultimately severing ties with Song Qian. This peculiar tale was precisely why Song Qian found himself single again, leading to the recent confession from Su Qingqing. Su Qingmi, observing the scene, noticed Song Qian's gaze directed towards her, causing a flutter of anxiety within her. Senior, the reason you told me you weren't interested in dating right now, is it because of Senior Chui? She reasoned that letting go of a past relationship was not an overnight endeavor, and she could empathize with him. Despite her understanding, being rebuffed by Song Qian felt akin to being doused with a bucket of cold water. She had harbored feelings for him since high school. How she wished she had confessed back then. Song Qian, noticing the unfolding circumstances, remained unfazed. No, my refusal has nothing to do with anyone else. Then why? She inquired. Because you are still new here and quite young. You perceive me as a distinguished senior, but I am not as remarkable as you believe. He replied with a gentle smile, his tone warm. He recognized that Su Qingqing, being a fresh college student, was merely experiencing the thrill of infatuation. Having been through such phases himself, he understood the mindset of newcomers and did not take it to heart. Once you mature, we can revisit this conversation. Su Qingqing's brows knitted slightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, on the verge of breaking down. She was not merely a naive freshman. She had long cherished her secret admiration for him. All right, let me escort you back to the dormitory, and I shall treat you to some milk tea. Being considerate of the young girl's dignity, Song Qian led her away. With so many eyes upon them, it would indeed be quite embarrassing for a girl to cry in front of everyone. Their classmates, intending to settle the bill, soon discovered it had already been taken care of. Wow, the senior is truly kind. When did he pay the bill? Libang Musha, surpresa. Another chimed in, indeed. He is a good person, but it seems he may not have any romantic feelings for Qingqing. Without affection, he wouldn't toy with her emotions. Li Wang countered. That doesn't mean it's impossible. After all, there's a saying that a girl pursuing a boy is like a thin veil between them. Who knows what may happen in the future? The group nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his reasoning. Chui Cici, having tidied her skirt, observed as Song Qian led the girl away, clearly aware of her presence, yet choosing to feign ignorance. She felt a complex mix of emotions that she could scarcely articulate. In the past, Song Qian would have undoubtedly pushed that girl aside to buy her a new outfit, rather than ignoring her current disheveled state. What a disgraceful man he was. She silently cursed him, vowing that should he ever seek her forgiveness again, it would be denied. For he was nothing but a vile creature. Gao Wenbin, noticing her discontent, suggested, "Shall I take you to buy a new dress?" "No need," Chui Cici replied absently. Her thoughts were consumed by the question of where Song Qian had taken that girl at such a late hour. The girl had so readily thrown herself at him. She must not be a virtuous character. Were they heading straight to a hotel? What might transpire there was all too evident. She excused herself to the restroom and promptly called Song Qian. She intended to command him imperiously to fetch her a new outfit, yet after only a few rings. The call was abruptly disconnected, indicating he was unavailable. A twinge of anxiety gripped her. Could they already be at a hotel? She hastily dialed Xiaoyan. The call was answered almost immediately. "Mom, didn't you send a message to Song Qian urging him to come home? I just saw him out late, gallivanting." Xiaoyan, still drowsy, yawned and replied with a tone of resignation, "Cici, I had already fallen asleep. I'm not sure what you're talking about. What's going on with your brother? Are you two in a quarrel?" "Not at all. I saw him dining outside with a girl, and now they've gone off together," Chui Cici exclaimed, her tone imbued with righteous indignation. "Consider this. At such an hour, where could they possibly be headed? Just the two of them? Surely it must be for some reckless escapade. You must insist he return home at once. It's unacceptable for him to engage in such behavior after all your kindness in supporting him. Don't you feel angry? And at such a tender age. If he gets into trouble, it would bring disgrace upon our family. However, Xiao Yin did not share Cui Cici's concerns. Instead, she sighed, Cici, young Song is merely a spirited youth with commendable character. If you dislike him, isn't it a cause for celebration that he has found new companionship? At your father's age, he was already with me, which was quite normal. If he were like your sister, perpetually blooming like a barren tree, then I would be worried. Cui Cici was taken aback by her mother's perspective. Very well, do as you please. Just don't say I didn't warn you, she retorted before hanging up. Xiao Yin stared at her phone, perplexed, unable to fathom what was troubling her younger daughter. Typically, she would go to great lengths to avoid Song Qian. Yet now she seemed invested in his private affairs. Was it perhaps due to her discontent with the girl he was involved with? Feeling a twinge of concern for Song Qian's choice of companions, Xiao Yin decided to call him. Hello, what's the matter? Young Song, why haven't you returned home yet? Where's your sister? I'm with her. She's having barbecue. I was just eating barbecue too. I'm now seeing a classmate back to her dorm and will take a taxi home shortly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin immediately recognized that Cui Cici was merely indulging in fanciful thoughts. She chuckled and suggested, allow me to send a driver to fetch you. If Cici is also returning home, then you may come back together. Song Qian nodded in agreement. Xiao Yin then called Cui Cici to inform her to accompany Song Qian home. Little did Cui Cici anticipate that she was, in fact, setting herself up for misfortune. Yet her dissatisfaction with Song Qian had reached its zenith. She was eager to witness how Song Qian would justify himself later. Thus, she hastily bid farewell to her friends and departed. When Uncle Li's car arrived, she climbed in and immediately spotted Song Qian in the back seat, engrossed in his phone, appearing utterly unconcerned, not sparing her a single glance. Clenching her fists, she deliberately maintained silence. Halfway through the journey, it was Cui Cici who could no longer contain herself. Song Qian, I thought you wouldn't be returning home tonight. It seems you're not as desperate as I had assumed. Are you unwell? Song Qian replied without lifting his gaze. If you're sick, seek treatment and refrain from speaking nonsense. How dare you speak to me that way? Cui Cici retorted, her anger morphing into a sardonic smile. You openly embrace other women in public, and yet you claim to be unthirsty? I presumed you would head straight to a hotel. Yet here you are, willing to return home? Song Qian frowned, finding her words exceptionally distasteful. What business is it of yours? Are you and Gao Wenbin not staying at a hotel tonight? Is it by choice, or are you simply too afraid? At this remark, Cui Cici's expression froze, her face paling to an extreme. Chapter 36. The humiliation of Cui Cici. Cui Cici could scarcely believe her ears. Yet, Song Qian had indeed just insulted her. Although she had spent time abroad with Gao Wenbin, their relationship, while romantic and tinged with ambiguity, had never culminated in intimacy. She opened her mouth, ready to unleash a torrent of reprimands upon Song Qian, but the words caught in her throat, leaving her feeling as if she might choke on her own frustration. To Song Qian, it was perplexing that this notorious tormentor of hers had suddenly fallen silent, a rare occurrence indeed. A fleeting glance revealed Cui Cici's intense gaze. Filled with indignation, her lips pressed tightly together, the corners of her eyes tinged with pink, a clear sign that she was on the verge of tears. Fine, I concede that I misspoke, Song Qian thought wearily. It was tiresome to deal with the emotional outbursts of others. Cui Cici, perceptive as ever, detected the insincerity and impatience in his tone. Her beautiful, sweet visage darkened with indignation. Let me make this clear, Song Qian. My relationship with Brother Wenbin is not as sordid as you presume. Should you dare to cast your lewd gaze upon us again, I will ensure you are expelled from the Cui family. Do not mistake my parents' kindness towards you for an elevation of your status. At the end of the day, you remain an outsider. Cui Cici had intended to add that Song Qian was merely a dog of the Cui family, given scraps of food and money out of pity. But the memory of her father's wrath silenced her. Instead, she turned her face away defiantly, her her chest heaving with pent-up emotion, truly incensed and feeling deeply wronged. Song Qian's disdain for her stemmed from unrequited love, twisting into hatred, manifesting in the humiliation he heaped upon her. Such love, she mused, was utterly devoid of value. Disinterested in further discourse with Cui Cixi, Song Qian found her temperament intolerable. She permitted herself to insult others, yet would not tolerate any retort. Moreover, to accuse him of seeking a hotel room with his innocent junior sister was absurd. Meanwhile, she had shared countless days and nights with Gao Wenbin abroad, their bond forged in shared experiences that transcended mere infatuation. He could not accept her claims of a pure love. Nonetheless, this was of no consequence to him. As they reached their destination, he turned back to the woman who refused to alight from the vehicle, speaking sternly, "Cui Cixi, while you may feel justified in humiliating me, do not tarnish the reputation of a virtuous young woman." Cui Cixi met Song Qian's unyielding expression, a visage now devoid of any warmth. The man who once expressed concern and indulgence towards her had transformed into a stranger. For the sake of someone inconsequential, he dared to utter such words. Did he truly believe that in his eyes, the junior sister was pure and innocent, whereas she was merely a woman willing to engage in indiscretions? Song Qian, I must ask you, are you in a relationship? At this, Song Qian could not help but think of his current illicit affair with Cui Xiuyan. He hesitated for a moment and said, "I suppose so." Cui Cixi forcefully slammed the car door shut. Uncle Li, sitting in the front seat, felt overwhelmed. At 50 years of age, he could not fathom why his young mistress exhibited such peculiar behavior. An outsider would undoubtedly ask, "What exactly are you concerned about?" Cui Cixi rolled down the window and addressed Song Qian's retreating figure. "On Saturday, Brother Wenbin will come with his parents to meet my mom and dad. You must not appear at the Cui residence." Song Qian paused, uttering a simple "oh," before continuing until he was out of sight. Only then did Uncle Li inquire, "Miss, shall we exit now, or—" "Uncle Li, why is Song Qian so pragmatic?" Cui Cixi clenched her fists, her tone tinged with grievance. "He once had a betrothal with me, believing there was something to gain, and he was entirely submissive. Now that the engagement is void, how quickly he has turned cold toward me. He must harbor resentment and seek to retaliate. He has stolen my parents' affection and now cruelly bullies me from behind. He is indeed a treacherous wolf. Miss, if he ignores you, how can that be considered revenge? Perhaps it is more about his own fulfillment." Uncle Li sighed. "Did you not often tell him to leave you alone? Now he has obliged. If he were to show you kindness in hopes of rekindling your engagement, would you be willing?" Cui Cixi fell silent, undoubtedly unwilling. She simply struggled to adapt to Song Qian's abrupt change in demeanor. She had no desire for any connection with him, as he possessed nothing worthy of her admiration. To be with Song Qian would be akin to a fate worse than death. "So, Uncle Li, are you suggesting that he still has feelings for me, but because I despise him, he feigns indifference to pursue his own happiness?" Uncle Li, too, fell into silence. Was that truly his implication? He shook his head. "Miss, at my age, I find such matters perplexing. It must be so. You, as someone with experience, see it clearly," Cui Cixi murmured to herself, casting a complex glance in the direction Song Qian had departed. It turned out that he had intentionally distanced himself to allow her to be with Brother Wenbin without any emotional burden. As for the notion of romance, perhaps it was merely to shield her, hence the pretense of being single. Cui Cixi exited the car, feeling a slight sense of relief. She imagined that her earlier mention of the weekend meeting between their families must have caused him considerable distress, yet he had feigned nonchalance while leaving. Perhaps he was already on the verge of tears. Alas, what could be done? After all, she did not love him. Sighing, she concluded that maintaining distance was for the best. If she cared for him too much, it could embolden him to overstep boundaries. Upon returning to the villa, Song Qian found the atmosphere rather desolate. Ever since that challenge of extremes, Cui Xiuyan had cut off communication after he had kindly cared for her and thoughtfully provided her with a box of contraceptive pills. He seemed to have found satisfaction, believing that he would not be contacted again in the near future. After taking a shower, he lay on his bed, gazing at the other pillow beside him, sighing, "Women are truly heartless." Days had passed without a single reply from her, and it appeared that he was merely discarded once his utility was exhausted. Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, his phone chimed. Assuming it was a message from Cui Shuiyan, he was immediately disheartened upon checking. Gao Wenbin, Song Qian. I invite you to dinner tomorrow afternoon. For next week onward, we will in name be family. Surely, you and T want our relationship to remain so awkward? I apologize for the past, but there are other matters we must discuss thoroughly. Song Qian snorted, finding Gao Wenbin rather amusing. If it came to that, they could discuss it once he truly became part of the Cui family. He felt there was nothing worthwhile to converse about with him. However, neglecting him did not imply that Gao Wenbin was out of options. The following noon, he directly intercepted Song Qian in the cafeteria. Chapter 37. The villa rightfully belongs to the Gao family. Upon observing Gao Wenbin's unwavering determination and the hushed whispers of his companions, Song Qian interjected, Gao Wenbin, if you have something to say, please do so directly. We still have dinner to attend, so kindly do not obstruct our path. Gao Wenbin, taken aback by Song Qian's brusque demeanor, felt a surge of indignation. After all, had it not been for the Cui family and his future in-laws, would Song Qian be enjoying such a comfortable life today? Had he forgotten the days when he toiled in menial jobs, struggling to make ends meet? Truly, it is astonishing how easily one can forget their roots. What I wish to discuss pertains to the Cui family. Do you desire everyone to overhear our conversation? Gao Wenbin remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Lu Zhibiao, exasperated, retorted, why must you be so bothersome? Can't you see that Song Qian has no intention of engaging with you? Despite his desire to extend some courtesy, Gao Wenbin found himself scoffing at Song Qian's indifference. Nevertheless, he could not overlook the fact that Song Qian had recently acquired a villa from the Cui family, one that was rightfully meant for Shishi. It was supposed to be their marital abode, a sanctuary for him and her. How had he managed to deceive his in-laws into relinquishing such a lavish property? Worth tens of millions, if not more? Did he not feel the weight of this acquisition? Upon hearing this, Gao Wenbin's companions turned their attention to Song Qian. They were unaware of the intricate connections between Song Qian and the Cui family. All they knew was that Song Qian had been supported by them and had an engagement with Cui Shishi. The relationship had largely been a one-sided endeavor, with Cui Shishi persistently troubling Song Qian, making his modest earnings feel like a burden. They were taken aback that, following the annulment of their engagement and Cui Shishi's betrayal, the Cui family was still affluent enough to bestow such an extravagant mansion upon him. A tinge of envy surfaced among them, though the timing was decidedly inappropriate for such sentiments. Song Qian recognized that Gao Wenbin's approach would yield no favorable outcome, and it was apparent that Gao was agitated by the recent acquisition of the villa. It was rather amusing. Zhaoing frowned and remarked, Gao Wenbin, the villa granted to Song Qian by the Cui family pertains to their personal assets and is of no concern to you as an outsider. Nowadays, relationships dissolve frequently, and the likelihood of divorce post-marriage is quite high. Even if you were to marry Cui Shishi one day, the Cui family would undoubtedly take measures to safeguard their assets. There is no need for your undue haste, as your claim to the Cui family's wealth remains uncertain. Lu Zhibiao concurred. Do you genuinely believe that by merely dating, the entirety of the Cui family's fortune becomes yours? You must be dreaming. It was surprising to witness someone attempting to take advantage of a family with only a daughter seeking to secure their fortunes. How shameless! The others chimed in, expressing their disdain. Indeed, to encroach upon someone else's relationship and still have the audacity to act superior is utterly despicable. Song Qian should never have associated with such a person. Those who play with treachery are truly formidable. The property belongs to whomever the owners deem fit. So what gives you the right to complain? Let's see how you carry yourself once Cui Shishi decides to part ways with you. One must be cautious around such ingrates to avoid being ensnared. Gao Wenbin observed the clique that had formed to ostracize him, his expression darkening further as he found the pretentiousness of Song Qian's inner circle increasingly distasteful. His past association with such a person now felt like a regrettable chapter in his life. Their mockery stemmed from envy, as they believed his position within the Cui family was not yet secured, thus resorting to ridicule. However, he knew it was merely a matter of time. This Saturday, his family would discuss the engagement with the Chui family, and he was eager to see what role Song Qian would assume then. What does not rightfully belong to you will inevitably revert to its rightful owner. With that thought, Gao Wenbin stormed off. At that moment, Zhao Ying inquired Song Qian, "Has the Chui family truly gifted you a house?" Surprised that this academic was interested in such matters, Song Qian confirmed that he had indeed received a villa. "You must ensure the property is transferred to your name, conduct proper asset notarization, and meticulously verify all procedures to avoid any loopholes that Gao Wenbin might exploit," Zhao Ying advised earnestly. "As long as the transfer is officially executed and not merely a verbal or contractual promise, there should be no significant issues." Song Qian smiled and replied, "Thank you for your advice. I will consult with an appropriate individual upon my return to ensure Gao Wenbin cannot take advantage of me. Now that I have acquired this property, I am officially part of the homeowners community. Let us ascend to the second floor for a celebratory meal. I shall treat you all to some delightful dishes." His generosity inspired the others to join him. Often, human nature is marked by simultaneous fear of a brother's hardship and envy of his prosperity. After treating them to a meal, Song Qian shared the reason behind the Chui family's gift of the house. Initially, some felt envious of his good fortune in being favored by a wealthy family. But upon hearing the circumstances, they reconsidered. After all, despite the unpleasantness of their patriarch, no one would resort to exchanging a father for a dwelling. Thus, they deemed Song Qian's acquisition of the house entirely justified. Gao Wenbin had not dined at noon, his anger festering. In the evening, he returned home with Chui Cici, managing to conceal his feelings and adjust his demeanor. Upon entering, Chui Cici noted that the Gao residence, though modest at just over 100 square meters with 3 rooms, was clean and orderly, adorned with numerous books and some calligraphy, giving it an air of cultured refinement. "Cici is here," a bespectacled woman, exuding an air of gentility, emerged from the kitchen just as the meal was ready. "I prepared your favorite dishes. Hurry and wash your hands so we can eat. Wenbin mentioned you enjoy fruits, so I've cut some for you," she added. Chui Cici felt a wave of warmth at Gao's mother's kindness, replying, "Thank you, Annie. Now that we are family, there is no need for thanks," she smiled. As they began their meal, the atmosphere was initially warm and inviting. However, the mood shifted slightly when Gao Wenbin's father returned home, casting a more serious tone over the dinner. "Cici, I have heard that your family prefers the son-in-law to come to the house." Gao Ziqiang, with his square-faced countenance, appeared somewhat stern. Chui Cici pondered for a moment, her tone brimming with pride. "Well, not quite, but our family has no sons. If I were to marry Brother Wenbin, I would undoubtedly inherit the family business," thus placing the focus squarely on the Chui family. "I see." Gao Ziqiang also engages in some business, albeit on a smaller scale. While his wife is a teacher with a stable income, their family circumstances can be considered decent, certainly middle class. However, when compared to the Chui family, they are indeed incomparable. "I have heard that your family has chosen a fiancé for you, who still resides in the Chui household. If you truly wish to be with Wenbin, it would be wise to ensure that man vacates the Chui residence promptly. Otherwise, it would not reflect well if word got out. As a young lady, sharing a roof with a male companion, what might others think?" Listening to this, Chui Cici felt somewhat uncomfortable, yet there was a semblance of reason in the words spoken. "Uncle, he no longer lives with us." Upon hearing this, Gao Wenbin's expression changed, a frown forming. Has he moved into that villa? He intends to make Song Qian relinquish the villa? In just a few days, he has taken residence there? Gao Ziqiang's expression mirrored confusion as he inquired of his son. "What villa?" "Next to the Chui family's villa, there is another villa originally intended as a wedding house for Cici. However, a few days ago, her previous fiancé managed to deceive her into relinquishing it through some means." Gao Wenbin regarded Chui Cici, his tone tinged with displeasure. It appeared that uncle and aunt intended not only for Song Qian to remain in the Chui family, but also to retain him there. "What you mentioned previously was misguided. Uncle and aunt likely wish to wait until you and I part ways so that you can marry Song Qian instead. Otherwise, what audacity would he have to reside there so openly? Surely, it must be with the Chui family's approval and endorsement." Chapter 38, A Lesson for Him. Chui Cici felt a sense of annoyance as she listened. She was reluctant to relinquish the villa to Song Qian without reason. Yet what could she do? But here she was at the Gao family's residence, meeting her uncle and aunt for the first time. She could not afford to storm out in anger. She merely feigned indifference, deciding to address the matter at a later time. After all, her family possessed numerous properties. Losing one was not a significant loss. Gao Wenbin continued, "Cici, this is not merely about a single property. Consider it from my perspective. If you were to visit my home and discovered an inexplicable woman there, someone I was purchasing a car and a house for as a potential daughter-in-law for the Gao family, you would undoubtedly feel upset as well. From my standpoint, being at the Chui residence, in your company, in the eyes of our classmates, what am I truly? Perhaps everyone finds me laughable, which explains why when I encountered Song Qian at noon, he treated me with such disdain and even said." Chui Cici interrupted. "What did he say?" "He mentioned that I should only speak to him once I am truly married to you," and his friends chimed in to ridicule me. Chui Cici's expression darkened. Regardless of the circumstances, Gao Wenbin was her boyfriend, one who had devoted himself to her protection. How could a mere parasite like Song Qian dare to speak in such a manner? "Brother Wenbin, do you not understand my feelings for you? Even if my parents favor Song Qian, I will not yield. Rest assured, I will find a way regarding the matter of the house." Gao Wenbin lowered his head, remaining silent. Gao Ziqiang, having listened intently, wore a serious expression. "Cici, if your family has other arrangements, please provide my son with a clear answer. While we may not be affluent, we lead a life free of want and are a respectable family. We are all individuals of dignity and would not demean ourselves to be ridiculed." Zhaoru also displayed a look of helplessness. "Indeed, had we known of your family situation, we would have refrained from visiting on Saturday to avoid embarrassment." Chui Cici felt a pang of urgency. "Uncle, Auntie, please do not say such things. Song Qian is merely an outsider. He is of no consequence. I will not let Brother Wenbin down." The meal had truly soured her mood. After dining, Gao Wenbin accompanied Chui Cici out of the community. Upon reaching the entrance, a car awaited them. As Gao Wenbin opened the car door, he furrowed his brow and inhaled sharply, shaking his hand as if to dismiss any discomfort. Chui Cici softened her expression. "Brother Wenbin, does your hand hurt again?" "It's nothing, it doesn't hurt." Chui Cici felt a twinge of guilt. After all, Gao Wenbin had endured pain in his hand due to the cold while rescuing her, despite consulting numerous doctors who could not discern the cause. For someone of his youth, such suffering was indeed a torment. "Rest assured, if Song Qian dares to bully you, I will ensure he faces the consequences. Forget it. I do not wish to burden you." Chui Cici silently shook her head, entered the car, and departed. This time, she was determined to teach Song Qian a lesson. Gao Wenbin returned home, where Gao Ziqiang sat on the sofa, blowing on the hot tea in his ceramic cup. His demeanor had shifted completely from before. "Wenbin, it seems your wife will be quite a challenge. After spending so much time abroad together, and yet no pregnancy? For a girl from a family like hers. Once the news of a pregnancy spreads, her reputation would be tarnished, making it difficult for her to marry someone of equal standing. In that case, rather than marrying someone else, she is likely to choose you, making it a foregone conclusion. Dad, we haven't even been intimate. How could she be pregnant?" Gao Wenbin was left speechless. "You child, so naive," Zhaoru interjected with a huff. "You're simply too honest." She shifted her tone and, crossing her legs on the sofa, continued, "About the house you mentioned, that villa is quite valuable and shouldn't be given to anyone else. You must make your stance clear to Shi. Insist on that villa as your marital home. Otherwise, she will certainly find a way around it." Gao Wenbin nodded, resolute that, without his mother's urging, he would never allow Song Qian to take advantage. This matter had transcended the mere issue of property. On Friday night, Song Qian booked a ticket before bed, planning to travel to the neighboring province the next morning. After all, the Chui family had many matters to attend on Saturday, and he preferred to avoid any involvement. It was better to keep his distance than to get entangled in a mess. In the early hours of the morning, he found himself growing increasingly hot and, upon rising to retrieve the air conditioning remote from the bedside, discovered that the power was out. In such sweltering heat, a power outage was unbearable. Dazed and drenched in sweat, Song Qian resolved to take a cold shower to cool down. However, just as he stepped off the bed, he heard strange sounds, scraping and hissing. As he fumbled for his phone, a sudden pain shot through his foot. A chilling, slippery sensation crawled across his instep, causing him to panic, his heart racing as adrenaline surged through him. He was already harboring a dreadful suspicion. When he finally grasped his phone, his hands trembled uncontrollably, and sweat began to bead on his back. His breathing quickened, becoming labored, as he gasped for air. Breathe! Breathe! Leaning against the edge of the bed, he struggled to regain his composure, yet the nauseating urge to vomit became overwhelming. He feared that a snake had entered his space. When he was 8 years old, while staying with relatives, a couple had quarreled and sent him out. He had curled up on a bench to sleep, unaware that a snake had slithered into his clothing during the night, nearly giving him a heart attack. Since then, he had developed a profound fear of snakes, an indelible psychological scar from his childhood. He could not bear the thought of such a lethal creature intruding upon his safe haven. The mere idea was unbearable. Song Qian felt himself growing dizzy, his vision blurring, as stars danced before his eyes. He was uncertain whether it was due to psychological reasons or the effects of poisoning. With sheer willpower, he exited the room and, clutching the banister of the second-floor corridor, made his way to the staircase. However, that persistent hissing sound trailed him like a shadow. In his desperation, he misstepped and tumbled down the stairs. Though fear and urgency gripped his heart, an even greater dread loomed over him, the thought of dying here unnoticed. With a thud, Song Qian landed on the first floor. His body racked with pain, and overwhelmed by the shock, he crawled a couple of paces before losing consciousness. As he closed his eyes, he felt certain he was doomed. Song Qian, wake up! A voice pierced through the haze, yet his eardrums vibrated, rendering the words unintelligible. He could not discern whether the speaker was male or female. Who is speaking? He attempted to open his eyes, but they were matted with blood, refusing to part, plunging him further into complete darkness. In that abyss, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair and helplessness, as if the feelings from his past had resurfaced. He longed to grasp something. Dad, father, I want to go home. At the tender age of 8, after losing his father, he had asked countless times why his father had abandoned him, never to return. Back then, death felt so distant, yet it haunted his entire childhood. Now, death seemed so near, so close that he believed his end was imminent. He could not even distinguish whether he was trapped in the night of his 8-year-old self or in the summer night of his 20s. Chapter 39. Rescue by Her. How remarkable! When Song Qian opened his eyes, he was greeted by the pristine white ceiling and the unmistakable scent of disinfectant in the air. His first thought was a startled exclamation, "Have I ascended to heaven?" The second, a throbbing realization of pain in his head. As he attempted to move, he became aware of something beside him. Turning his head, he saw a woman perched on a stool, her slender arms resting on the edge of his bed. Her long hair cascaded down, revealing half of her fair face, where delicate brows arched over elegant eyes, complemented by a straight nose and slightly pale lips. Sister Shuyan? Upon hearing his voice, Cui Shuyan furrowed her brow slightly before opening her eyes. She assessed Song Qian, then straightened her posture. You're awake. How do you feel? What happened to me? My head feels like it's splitting open. Song Qian lifted his hand to touch his head, only to find it wrapped in a bandage. Cui Shuyan explained, last night, the power went out of your home, and you tumbled down the stairs, sustaining a head injury. I brought you to the hospital, and you received 4 stitches. You need to eat light meals for a while and take care of yourself. Song Qian pondered for a moment, recollecting the events. It all made sense now. He had thought he was doomed, but he had been saved. Had he not been discovered lying on the floor all night, he might have bled out. How did you end up at my house? But truly, thank you. Otherwise, I might have ended up in paradise, he said gratefully. Cui Shuyan's expression turned slightly somber, her demeanor cool and distant. I merely came to check on you. Now that you're awake, I will return to rest. Once you're better, you can be discharged. I've preloaded 10,000 yuan for you. That should suffice. Noticing the fatigue etched on Cui Shuyan's face, Song Qian realized she must have had a long night as well. However, he observed her delicate hand, marred by several cuts, resembling snake bites, as she reached for her bag on the bedside table. What happened to your hand? He inquired. Cui Shuyan glanced at her own hand, her brow remaining unfurrowed. It's nothing serious. It doesn't hurt anymore. Was it a snake bite? Song Qian asked, alarmed. A snake got into my house last night. I didn't catch a glimpse of it, and I don't know if it was venomous. You should tend it quickly. What if it was poisonous? It wasn't a venomous snake, Cui Shuyan replied. When she had gone to rescue Song Qian, she had encountered 2 snakes and, in her effort to discard them, had suffered a couple of bites. However, she had clearly identified the snakes and confirmed with the doctor that they were not poisonous. She continued, the situation at your house has already been handled. Over a dozen non-venomous snakes were captured. It's unclear how they got in, but an investigation is ongoing, and I will inform you of the results when they are available. Song Qian nodded, his thoughts swirling. He wanted to express something, but was at a loss for words. Yet a subtle feeling lingered within him. Just as Cui Shuyan reached the door, she turned back suddenly. You know, you shouldn't have fallen down the stairs just because a snake entered your home. Are you really that afraid of snakes? Yes, Song Qian replied candidly. I fear nothing else, but snakes terrify me. I could say I have a psychological aversion to them. Aside from yourself, who else is aware of this matter? My parents know, and a few of my close friends are also in the loop. Cui Shuyan lowered her gaze, pondering for a moment before she opened the door to the hospital room and stepped out. An hour later, someone brought warm congee. Aunt Zhang said, Young master, the young lady instructed me to take care of you. If there's anything you wish to eat, just let me know. Thank you, Aunt Zhang, Song Qian replied, leaning against his pillow. A nurse had already come to draw blood for tests. He felt somewhat fatigued, likely due to excessive blood loss. Aunt Zhang set up the small table beside the bed and placed the congee in front of Song Qian, pouring him a cup of water. At that moment, Song Qian's recollection of last night had become much clearer. His mind felt considerably more lucid. He remarked, Sister Shuyan is quite impressive. She isn't afraid of snakes? The young lady. Aunt Zhang contemplated for a moment and shook her head. We don't know much about her, but she is indeed remarkable. From childhood to now, she has excelled in every aspect. Perhaps she truly is unafraid of snakes? Song Qian sipped his congee, falling silent. However, he now felt that, although the woman spoke rather excessively, she was undeniably formidable. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but she also had a successful career. At times, her professionalism and rigor during video conferences were quite admirable. Furthermore, she was unafraid of snakes. She seemed almost too perfect. Her only flaw, perhaps, was a slight indulgence in certain desires. Otherwise, she was impeccable. In the past, it was a matter of mutual needs and seeking thrills, but now, he had developed quite a fondness for Cui Shuyan. At the very least, he admired her greatly. Aunt Zhang, reflecting on the incident, sighed. Last night was indeed perilous. I heard that a snake had entered your villa. Oddly enough, I didn't see any snakes during my previous cleaning visits. Who would have thought there were so many? Perhaps the warm weather and the villa's proximity to the mountains attract such creatures, or maybe the ecological environment is simply too favorable. Song Qian also found the snake situation somewhat perplexing. Having lived in the Cui residence for so long without encountering a single snake, it was bewildering that such an incident occurred shortly after moving to a nearby villa. The most absurd part was that there had also been a power outage at his new home. Nonetheless, an investigation was underway, and he could only await the outcome. Is Sister Shuyan resting now? Not at the moment, Aunt Zhang replied. Early this morning, someone from the Gao family came by. The second young lady brought gifts for a visit, and since both the lady and gentleman are dignified individuals, they cannot openly express anything. They are probably at home enjoying tea right now. After saying this, Aunt Zhang realized that perhaps this matter was not something Song Qian wished to hear. Don't take it to heart. They simply cannot leave. The lady and gentleman have said that they will visit you once they finish their business. That is unnecessary. Song Qian waved his hand. The doctor said, I'm not seriously ill. There is no need for them to make a special trip. I'll return home once I'm better. How could that be? Aunt Zhang insisted. The lady and gentleman regard you as their own son. They will undoubtedly come to see you. Song Qian was not merely being polite. He genuinely disliked making a fuss. He had grown accustomed to such a lifestyle throughout his life. In the Cui household, Cui Sisi sat upon the sofa while Gao Wenbin, along with Gao's parents and Chui's own mother and father, had retreated to the study upstairs to discuss matters of import. Only Cui Cici and Cui Shuyan remained in the living room. A flicker of anxiety crossed Cui Cici's gaze as she glanced toward her sister, feeling an inexplicable apprehension regarding the impending marriage. "Sister, does your hand still ache?" Cui Shuyan merely acknowledged her with an affirmative sound. Cui Cici's eyes reflected a tangle of emotions. "You were always terrified of snakes as a child. I can only imagine how unbearable it must have been for you to be bitten. I still recall how a cousin of ours once frightened you with a fake snake, leaving you utterly terrified. Ironically, that cousin was punished by his father and spent 3 days bedridden." She pouted, a hint of fear lingering in her thoughts. "You could have called for help last night. Why take such risks for someone like Song Qian? Thankfully, it wasn't a venomous snake. That would have been far too perilous." Cui Shuyan remained silent, lost in her thoughts. After a moment, she lifted her gaze. "Did you know that Song Qian is quite afraid of snakes?" "Really? He fears snakes?" Cui Cici replied, her brow furrowed in confusion, uncertain why her sister suddenly posed such a question. Could it be that she had learned something? That seemed unlikely. She feigned ignorance. "I didn't know. Perhaps everyone fears snakes." Still, it's amusing that he fell down the stairs in fright. As she spoke, Cui Cici found a certain humor in the situation. However, Cui Shuyan's expression hardened, her brow creasing. He harbors a deep-seated fear of snakes, a psychological scar. If anyone were to deliberately use a snake to frighten him, that would indeed be crossing a line. Listening to her sister, Cui Cici felt a twinge of guilt. After all, it was likely a matter of misfortune on his part. Noticing her sister's silence and the chill in her demeanor, she continued, "Perhaps he knows of my engagement today and is employing a ruse to thwart my marriage plans. Sister, do not view him as a benign character. He possesses quite a calculating mind." Chapter 40. Gao Wenbin moves into the Cui family not long after. The Gao family descended from the upper floor, their countenances appearing relatively calm. This brought a sense of relief to Cui Cici, who had secretly feared that her father might become irate and expel their guests. Fortunately, nothing untoward transpired. Cui Jingtai, a man of dignity, would refrain from uttering any harsh words as long as the other party did not overstep their bounds. After all, it is said that one should not strike a smiling face. Moreover, the Gao family merely requested that the two children spend time together, without broaching any other matters. Cui Zhangtai had contemplated that if the Gao family dared to provoke his displeasure, he would unceremoniously usher them out. Yet, they had ultimately committed no offense. After all, his daughter had been persistently yearning to be with Gao Wenbin these past few days. He could not bear the thought of losing his daughter once again. Once the Gao parents departed, Gao Wenbin remained, expressing his desire to share lunch with Cui Cici. Cui Shuyan, feeling fatigued, retreated to her room for some rest. Cui Zhongtai then accompanied his wife to the hospital. With no one to disturb them, Cui Cici nestled into Gao Wenbin's embrace and exclaimed, "Wenbin, you are truly remarkable. How did you manage to persuade my father?" "I have already assured you that everything is under my control," replied Gao Wenbin with a smile. "However, uncle and aunt are quite amiable. They did not make things difficult for me. They merely mentioned that you are still young, so while they do not oppose us, they are also not in full support, preferring to observe how our relationship develops. It seems an engagement is temporarily off the table, but at least they do not object to our continued companionship," Cui Cici said sweetly. "That is indeed progress. Once we reach the legal age, we will simply go and obtain our marriage certificate. At that point, our parents will have no choice but to acquiesce to our union." Gao Wenbin nodded, holding Cui Cici close. Suddenly, he remarked, "I noticed that uncle and aunt left in quite a rush and did not join us for lunch, stating they had matters to attend to. Is something amiss?" He had assumed that both families would at least share a meal together, particularly given that his own family had brought an abundance of valuable gifts. The lack of a simple lunch was rather dismissive, especially when there was ample food available. Despite his annoyance, he refrained from voicing his discontent, considering the social standing of the Cui family. Upon hearing his inquiry, Cui Cici recounted the events concerning Song Qian from the previous night. Gao Wenbin furrowed his brow as he listened. Why did he have to fall last night of all times? Was it intentional to vex me? While uncle and aunt do not oppose our relationship, they still seem overly concerned about Song Qian. Do not speak like that, Cui Cece reassured him. Song Qian was severely injured, with several stitches in his head. Most importantly, this serves as a form of retribution for you, considering how he previously mocked you. Are you implying that this was your doing? Gao Wenbin asked, his voice dropping in volume. Cui Cece quickly gestured for him to lower his voice as well. I once overheard him chatting with my parents, revealing that he had been frightened by a snake in his childhood, leaving him with a psychological scar. He is terrified of snakes. Therefore, last night, I had someone cut off power to his house and tossed in a dozen snakes. He must have been thoroughly terrified. Cui Cece covered her lips, stifling a giggle. I reckon he will be plagued by nightmares for the next month. Gao Wenbin felt a sense of relief in his heart. At least, Cui Cece showed no concern for Song Qian's well-being in her actions for his sake. This clearly indicated that she harbored no feelings for Song Qian whatsoever. If Song Qian were to discover that all of this transpired due to Cui Cece's doing, he would likely be heartbroken. Gao Wenbin felt elated and remarked, Cece, I truly did not expect you to be so unyielding towards Song Qian for my sake. I had felt somewhat uneasy about the house situation, but it seems I was narrow-minded. I cannot blame you. If I were in your position, I would also be displeased. Cui Cece took Gao Wenbin's hand and said, Tonight, you should not return home. Stay with us and accompany me in playing games. Is that appropriate? Surely, uncle and aunt will mind. I've already informed my parents that we've taken our relationship to the next level, so they should not have any objections. Gao Wenbin was more than willing, as he felt that if Song Qian could reside in the Cui household, he, as the future son-in-law, certainly could as well. Moreover, he wished to solidify his standing. Cui Cece instructed a maid, go tidy up the room that Song Qian used to occupy, dispose of his belongings, and replace them with new essentials for Brother Wenbin to use tonight. But there are still some books belonging to young Master Song. What does it matter whose belongings they are? His surname is Song, not Cui. In this household, it is the Cui family that holds authority. Just throw them away. If he doesn't take them with him, he clearly does not want them, so there is no need for them to clutter the space. After a moment of hesitation, the maid complied. Gao Wenbin chuckled to himself. The pent-up frustration he had been harboring recently could finally be released. If Song Qian were to learn that there was no longer a place for him here, he would likely be unsettled even in the hospital. 2 hours later, Xiao Yan returned from the hospital, while Cui Zhengtai had gone out for a meal with business partners. Upon arriving at the doorway, she noticed the books discarded by the maid. What is this? Xiao Yan frowned and approached, recognizing those books as the ones she had previously bought for Song Qian. Why were they left outside? The maid, fearing repercussions, quickly explained the situation. Xiao Yan felt a surge of anger and commanded, put those things back. She strode into the house, astonished that her youngest daughter would have the audacity to allow an outsider to stay without their consent. Upon entering the living room, she saw Cui Cece munching on chips while playing games with Gao Wenbin. Cece, come here. Not wishing to scold her in front of company, Xiao Yan ascended the stairs. Cui Cece followed closely, still clutching her chips. Once in the room, Xiao Yan confronted her. What on earth are you doing? Your father and I reluctantly agreed not to oppose your relationship. Yet how can you be so thoughtless as to let him stay overnight? Moreover, you've even thrown away your brother's belongings to accommodate him in his room. How heartbroken would he be if he returned from the hospital to find this? Mom, doesn't Song Qian have his own house? Cui Cece sat on the bed, pouting in a state of grievance. If I were to marry Brother Wenbin in the future, and he harbored resentment over these matters, wouldn't my own happiness be compromised? She implored, for the sake of my well-being, you ought to clarify who truly is your son-in-law and who will take care of you in your old age. By pushing Brother Wenbin away, you risk alienating him. What if he treats me poorly afterward? Cui Cece spoke with a deliberate tone, for she was not genuinely afraid of Gao Wenbin's treatment. Given her nature, she would be unlikely to bully him. Rather, it was improbable that she would be bullied herself. Besides, Brother Wenbin would undoubtedly treat her exceptionally well, even to the point of risking his own life for her. She had no doubt about that. My head aches. You are truly exasperating me, Xiao Yan sighed, massaging her temples, her expression reflecting genuine distress. With both you and your sister at home, How could you invite a stranger to reside with us? I am at a loss as to your reasoning. Your father and I are still young. We do not require your support in our retirement. It would be a blessing if you didn't drive us to our graves. Mother, why is it acceptable for Song Qian to stay, but not for my boyfriend? Chui Cece retorted, her anger rising. You are so biased. If you refuse to let Brother Wenbin stay, I will simply move out. I will go live with the Gao family. Xiao Yin shot her a fierce glare. Are you not already embarrassed enough? Chui Cece stamped her foot in frustration. Then I shall find a river to jump into. Perhaps I'll drown myself, or I will go on a hunger strike. Starting today, I will eat and drink nothing. Yu. Xiao Yin fell on the brink of collapse, her chest heaving with frustration. I truly regret having you as my daughter. Chui Cece huffed and stormed downstairs in a fit of anger. Xiao Yin sat on the bed, struggling to regain her composure. She eventually made her way to Chui Shuyan's room. Noticing her sister was still awake, she spoke. Xiaoyan, your sister has become quite irrational, insisting on allowing a stranger to live in our home. Perhaps you should consider staying elsewhere. We cannot ascertain whether this man has ulterior motives. Chui Shuyan's temperament differed from that of Chui Cece. Should Gao Wenbin provoke her anger, she might very well leave for years without returning. Thus, it was essential to inform her first. However, Chui Shuyan responded, Mother, please do not hinder them. Let Gao Wenbin stay. Chapter 41. Traveling with sister Shuyan. Xiao Yin couldn't help but doubt her own hearing. It was hard to believe. Xiaoyan, have you also lost your mind in anger? Chui Shuyan shook her head, a fleeting shadow of profundity crossing her beautiful face. She then raised her luminous eyes, her expression utterly earnest. Mother, in light of the current circumstances, the more you oppose, the closer you will drive them together. It will be far more prudent to take an opposite approach. Chui Shuyan continued, explaining that her decision to feign death and elope with Gao Wenbin was not born from profound affection, but rather a rebellion against her family's plans. Gao Wenbin represented an escape from Song Qian, a means of evading her reality. She herself could not discern whether she truly yearned for the freedom to choose her partner or if she genuinely loved this man. Perhaps it would be best to grant her that freedom to ponder her own feelings. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin understood and nodded in agreement. Indeed, she had always been opposed to Xiao Song being with Chui Shuyan, which initially led to her acting out, then to tormenting Xiao Song in various ways, culminating in this feigned demise and elopement. Sighing, Xiao Yin reflected that perhaps she had pressed too hard, resulting in such rebellion. If she continued to apply pressure, it was possible that Chui Shuyan might truly end up living with the Gao family, which would be quite a spectacle. Chui Shuyan smiled lightly, her demeanor serene. Rather than let her roam outside, it would be better for her to stay at home, at least under your watchful gaze, where things are less likely to escalate. It may even prove beneficial. Xiao Yin sighed again, acknowledging that if she were to monitor them daily, she might maintain some control over the situation. With this thought, a plan began to form in her mind. She discussed it with her husband, who, upon learning that it was Chui Shuyan's idea, agreed to the arrangement after some consideration. Chui Cece, sulking in the living room, grew anxious upon seeing her mother descend the stairs. Mom, I have consented. I just spoke with your sister and believe that young people should be allowed the freedom to love. As a mother, I should not oppose them too vehemently. Xiao Yin replied with a soft smile, her tone considerably gentler. However, I do have a few stipulations. If you agree to them, Gao Wenbin may stay here. Chui Cece felt a surge of joy, but quickly tempered her expression. Not daring to show her elation, she cleared her throat. Mom, what are your conditions? Gao Wenbin promptly approached, his demeanor respectful. Auntie, thank you for supporting us. Whatever your requirements may be, I shall comply without hesitation. Suppressing her underlying disdain, Xiao Yin enumerated her terms. Firstly, you may not reside outside. Return home after school. Secondly, by 8 p.m. each evening, you must each retire to your respective rooms and cease all contact. Thirdly, Gao Wenbin must return home every weekend, while CC is to remain with us and is forbidden from dating. Fourthly, as Gao Wenbin is a male, he is not permitted on the second floor. His activities must be confined to the ground floor. Lastly, Xiao Song is your brother, and his visits home are to be respected. Should I witness any attempt to chase him away, I shall retract my consent to these arrangements. Even if Cece were to resort to drastic measures, such as fasting or jumping into a river, there would be no room for negotiation. Upon hearing this, Gao Wenbin deemed it reasonable. Aunt, rest assured, I shall certainly fulfill my promise. I will conduct myself well and demonstrate my genuine affection for Shishi. Cui Shishi felt a surge of joy, for these stipulations were not excessive. After all, she had never shared a bed with Gao Wenbin. Thus, these precautions posed no significant threat. As for Song Qian, that fellow was a taciturn soul. Even if she were to bully him, he would remain tight-lipped. Once everything was settled, Cui Shishi happily purchased 2 cups of milk tea and ascended the stairs to express her gratitude to Cui Xuan. Sister, you truly are wonderful to me. Mom and Dad have heeded your counsel and have indeed consented to Gao Wenbin staying at our home. Allow me to treat you to milk tea. As long as you are happy, Cui Xuan replied, raising an eyebrow. Was she genuinely assisting Cui Shishi? That was uncertain. However, Cui Shishi felt deeply moved, as she believed Cui Xuan's actions were entirely in her favor. Little did she realize that Cui Xuan had ulterior motives. In the blink of an eye, the day of Song Qian's discharge from the hospital arrived, coinciding perfectly with the upcoming 7-day holiday. He would not need to attend school and could recuperate properly. As for the previously mentioned trip with Cui Xuan, it seemed that plan had fallen through. Approaching the front door, a flutter of trepidation overcame him. That nest of snakes had indeed terrified him thoroughly. Before entering, he engaged in a bit of mental preparation. Upon pushing the door open, a delicate fragrance of lilies wafted through the air. The villa was well lit and impeccably clean. It appeared that additional items had been added, such as a pair of women's slippers by the entrance and a vase adorned with several green plants. On the cabinet lay a woman's handbag and a set of car keys. Could it be that Chuema had come over? Yet, those slippers hardly seemed to match her style. With a sense of curiosity, he stepped inside and spotted someone seated by the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. The midday sunlight bathed her in warmth, illuminating her ethereal white dress, which gracefully accentuated her tall, slender figure. Her long, dark hair cascaded down to her waist, making her waist appear impossibly delicate. Upon hearing the door open, she turned to face him, her profile aglow in the light, her exquisite features directed towards him, a faint smile gracing her lips. Song Qian was somewhat taken aback. Xuyan, I thought you had gone on a trip. Didn't I say I would accompany you? She replied. Me? Song Qian scratched his head. I was concerned that my condition might dampen your spirits. Cui Xuyan frowned, a hint of disdain in her voice. I'm not so trivial as to be concerned about physical desires. Do not underestimate me. Unable to contain his laughter, Song Qian mused. Can you truly believe that? Despite Cui Xuyan's typically austere demeanor, outsiders might genuinely think she was indifferent to base pleasures. However, only he understood the stark contrast that lay beneath her surface. As she packed her luggage, Cui Xuyan exhibited little patience to explain herself. The flight departs in 2 hours. Whether you make it on time is up to you. Song Qian wasted no time. The 7-day holiday, which initially seemed dull, now held promise. Since travel is now an option, let's not dwell on anything else. As for the injuries, they seem to have improved sufficiently. One merely needs to exercise caution, does one not? The two soon set off. Song Qian did not bring much along, carrying only a single backpack containing a few changes of clothes and 2 boxes of condoms. Should they prove insufficient, procuring more would be convenient. He merely carried them out of concern that Cui Xuyan might suddenly take an interest, and one could not expect her to rely on medication each time, could one? What if it were detrimental to her health? When Cui Cece and Gao Wenbin arrived, only an aunt was present, diligently cleaning the house. Aunt Lu, has Song Qian not returned yet? Was it not mentioned that he had been discharged from the hospital? Cui Cece inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Gao Wenbin also glanced at the entrance, suspecting that Song Qian might be aware of his residing at the Cui household and was too embarrassed to return home. His intention here was to humiliate Song Qian, and he had already prepared a series of cutting remarks for their encounter. However, he was met with disappointment. Aunt Lu explained that it seemed he had gone on a trip and was likely at the airport by now. What? A flicker of surprise crossed Cui Cece's lovely, sweet visage. He simply went on a trip? Indeed, he left shortly after returning for just over 10 minutes. Aunt Lu, being a servant arranged by Cui Xuan, would not divulge any details concerning her. Cui Cixi furrowed his brow, a look of puzzlement in his eyes. Logically, Song Qian must have known that Gao Wenbin was staying at the Cui residence, yet he had not caused a scene, appearing as though nothing were amiss. Not even sending a single message to inquire. Having been discharged, his first action was not to visit the Cui home, but rather to pack his belongings and depart. Was it possible that he was reeling from a heartbreak and chose to escape reality? Gao Wenbin was equally displeased. Nonetheless, they would encounter each other again in the future, providing him ample opportunity to provoke. Surely, Song Qian could not hide away forever. Noticing Cui Cixi's troubled expression, he feigned a sigh, lamenting, such a pity. We were all once family. I had hoped to speak with him directly and foster a better relationship moving forward. It is surprising that he is aware of our presence, yet shows no desire to see us, leaving without even a greeting. Gao Wenbin displayed a disapproving expression. Even if he wishes to avoid us, he should at least acknowledge his uncles and aunts, who are genuinely concerned for him. Chapter 42. Knowing her flavor, once the plane touched down, a driver was waiting to escort the two to their hotel, where they deposited their luggage. This region, adorned with breathtaking natural beauty, boasted a radiant sun, azure skies, and fluffy white clouds, the breeze carrying a refreshing essence. Their accommodation was nestled near an ancient city at the foot of a snow-capped mountain, with the majestic peaks visible from the window. Despite the late hour, the daylight remained vibrant. This was Song Qian's inaugural visit to this renowned locale. Although it was famous, the expenses associated with visiting had deterred him until now. Sister Xuyan, let's venture out for a meal. I'm rather hungry, he suggested, pulling out his phone to search for highly rated local cuisine. Observing his effortless demeanor, Cui Xuyan opted to remain silent. After a brief interval, Song Qian ordered a group meal package that appeared quite appetizing, sufficient for the two of them without being exorbitant, averaging less than 100 per person. Just then, a notification popped up on his screen, revealing a transfer of 10,000 yuan from Cui Xuyan. Sister Xuyan, you're in charge of arranging our itinerary for these few days, she stated casually, expressing her desire to avoid the stress of planning. Realizing that Cui Xuyan likely wouldn't engage with apps for travel guides or culinary explorations, let alone deal with group purchases and coupons, Song Qian thought it prudent to take charge of the arrangements, potentially saving unnecessary expenses. All right then. At 8 in the evening, Cui Cixi returned to her room as per the regulations, feeling a touch of boredom as she scrolled through her phone. Noticing that Song Qian hadn't messaged her, she clicked on his profile. There, she discovered a new post displaying a grid of photos, images of airplane clouds, clear blue skies, delectable meals, and scenic views, alongside a cheerful image of him enjoying himself in the ancient city, devoid of any trace of sadness. The location tagged was a famous city in the highlands. Cui Cixi furrowed her brow, convinced that these were not merely archived photos, as Song Qian had never traveled there before. Yet, how could he appear so blissfully happy? The photos were taken from a third-party perspective. Who had captured these images for him? That junior from school? How curious. He had claimed to maintain a platonic relationship with her. Yet here he was, vacationing with her for an entire week, a lone man and a woman in a foreign land. Surely something must have transpired. Recalling his earlier claim of having moved on, Cui Cixi felt a surge of anger. Had he feigned his emotional detachment merely to soothe her? Had he crossed the line with that junior? Observing his apparent enjoyment and happiness only fueled her ire. Since her return, he had never reached out to her, ignoring her entirely, and even with her brother Wenbin now cohabiting with her, Song Qian showed no interest. How could he be so indifferent? Cui Cixi opened the chat window and sent a message. Song Qian, who are you traveling with? However, her message vanished into silence, receiving no reply. After a while, she sent another message. Our parents have been concerned about your discharge from the hospital. Have you not considered giving them a call to reassure them? How ungrateful. Cui Cixi furrowed her brows in frustration, feeling an inexplicable agitation within her. Was this person dead? Unwilling to respond? How impolite. In the hotel, Song Qian emerged from the shower and noticed Cui Xuyan, clad in a nightgown, engaged in a phone call on the balcony. Her brow was furrowed in concentration, fingers lightly tapping the railing as she pondered. He chose not to interrupt and instead lay on the bed, waiting. Out of boredom, he unlocked his phone and found a message from Cui Cece. Fearing that she might pry too much and uncover his connection with Cui Shuyan, he promptly silenced her notifications. His social media was flooded with likes and comments from friends, all of which he replied to dutifully. The sounds of conversation seemed to have ceased, and when he looked up, he found Cui Shuyan standing by the bed, gazing down at him. "Sister Shuyan, what are you looking at?" "I'm not chatting with any girls," he reassured her. "I never claimed to care," she retorted. Cui Shuyan had initially intended to invite Song Qian for a drink and some fresh air, but upon noticing his disheveled state, she reconsidered. "Chatting? You want to chat while your pants are down?" he questioned, bewildered. She smirked. "Is that a problem? Why not give it a try? You needn't be an expert. It's practically automatic now." Cui Shuyan dimmed the lights and climbed into bed, her voice taking on a softer tone. It seemed that her brother's recent hospitalization had limited his activities, yet he still appeared quite lively. "But you're an injured man. How come you're so energetic? Are all men like this?" Song Qian chuckled. "I'm injured in the head, not elsewhere. As for others, I wouldn't know." The fragrant aroma enveloped him, causing Song Qian to swallow hard as he wrapped his arms around Cui Shuyan's waist, feeling his heart race uncontrollably. It had been a while since they had been intimate, leaving him somewhat tense and his pulse elevated. Yet, he maintained an outward demeanor of calm and composure. No wonder people say that absence makes the heart grow fonder. Although it may not be entirely appropriate, he felt that each reunion after a brief separation was more exhilarating. Perhaps it was due to a hint of unfamiliarity. Cui Shuyan chuckled softly in his ear. "Why are you reacting so strongly? It seems you've been holding back. Since you're so concerned about my well-being, perhaps you could assist in alleviating my tension," he suggested. Cui Shuyan was soon overwhelmed, her body warming in response. Fortunately, it was dark. Otherwise, Song Qian would have seen the beautiful flush creeping across her exquisite features. Her long hair entwined around his fingers as he embraced her, kissing the back of her hand. He could still feel the rough scar from where she had been bitten by a snake, a reminder of that fateful night. It was impossible not to be moved by the thought of such a stunning woman risking her life to save him. It was a memory that would linger forever. That night, "Thanks to you, I'm still alive. Otherwise, my body would have gone cold several days ago." Cui Shuyan gazed at the man before her, illuminated by the faint light as he lowered his head to kiss her hand. "How shall you repay me?" he inquired. "A life-saving grace is no trivial matter." Song Qian replied with a smile. "Perhaps I shall be your eternal lover? Whenever you require my assistance, I shall be there to extinguish any flames." Cui Shuyan shook her head. "A lifetime? That is far too distant. You will undoubtedly say the same when you bed other women." After a moment of contemplation, Song Qian feigned a serious demeanor. "Perhaps I shall have other women in the future, but I can assure you that you shall remain the most unique among them." "Unique?" she echoed. "You should be the only woman who knows this taste." Cui Shuyan furrowed her brow, momentarily perplexed. What taste? His words were incomprehensible to her. However, as she observed him lifting the covers and leaning in, even her dulled senses began to awaken. "Song Qian, you mustn't." Panic coursed through her, and she instinctively clamped her legs together, her face flushing with heat. Her voice trembled with anxiety, and she could feel her breath growing fervent. Regret washed over her for even considering what kind of repayment this was. Was she not merely granting him the opportunity to act as he pleased? "Get out this instant," she exclaimed. "If you dare to misbehave, I shall be furious." Song Qian, however, remained unfazed. After all, Shuyan's threats bore little weight, sounding more like a plea for him to hasten his actions. He had never envisioned himself in such a predicament, for not all men could embrace such a notion. Yet, a life-saving grace could not go unacknowledged, could it? Soon, the room was filled with the alluring and melodious sounds of pleas for mercy. Chapter 43. A call at this moment? Busy with work. At this point, Cui Shuyan was truly exhausted. Initially, she had spoken harshly, but soon she began to soften. A rosy glow adorned her beautiful face, and her usually cold, proud eyes were now misty with tears, her lashes dampened. The tiny mole at the corner of her eye, stained with tears, appeared all the more alluring. Each breath she took was an uncontrollable gasp. After merely a brief service from Song Qian, she was already overwhelmed. He wasted no time and directly got to the point. 30 minutes later, Cui Shuyan lay on the pillow, her long hair glued to her back by a sheen of fragrant sweat. The cascading strands obscured half of her flushed face, while her hands clutched the pillow tightly, enduring wave after wave of Song Qian's intensity. Suddenly, the shrill sound of a ringing phone pierced the air. Song Qian did not answer. After the call ended, it rang again a minute later, repeating several times, as if determined to connect. Answer the phone quickly, Cui Shuyan urged, hoping to gain a moment of respite. However, Song Qian held her waist with one hand, and with the other, he picked up his phone to check the caller ID. It's your sister, a 1T answer. He rejected the call, yet it rang again. Are you afraid to pick up? Cui Shuyan lightly exhaled, her voice melodious. Fearing that Cui Shuyan might suspect him of lingering feelings, Song Qian decided to answer, deliberately putting the call on speaker so she could hear. Song Qian, what are you doing? Why didn't you answer the phone? Did you see my messages? Where are you right now? Out having fun or at the hotel? When will you be back? Cui Cc's voice was urgent and angry, bombarding him with questions as if it were her right. I'm busy at the moment. Please stop calling. I don't have time. Dare to hang up on me? Cui Cc's voice rose, questioning. Are you with that schoolmate? Are you afraid to admit it? Hand the phone to her. I'd like to ask her if she knows you're a pet of the Cui family. Does she also wish to become a dog of the Cui family like you? Song Qian felt a pang of irritation, and Cui Shuyan tightened her grip on the pillow, suppressing her rapid breaths. He exhaled. All right, I'm busy now. We'll talk later if there is something. What exactly are you busy with? Video call me. I want to see what you're doing. Song Qian found her behavior utterly irrational. He hung up the phone and turned it off, tossing it aside. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. When Cui Cc called back, she was met with the cold, mechanical voice of the automated message. She was no fool. She understood that his evasiveness was a sign of something unspeakable happening. Cui Cc felt an overwhelming chill coursing through her body, her mind in a tumult. The thought of waiting here for his message, while he might be engaging in deep conversations with someone else, made her feel utterly vulnerable. She gripped her phone tightly, recalling the times when Song Qian would circle around her, always at her beck and call with just a simple gesture. Whenever she was upset, he would find endless ways to console her. Yet now his demeanor was so cold and distant. Cui Cc pressed her lips together, her eyelashes fluttering, her beautiful eyes tinged with sorrow. She couldn't comprehend why her heart ached so profoundly. Was it a sense of justice? Or perhaps possessiveness? Maybe it stemmed from the belief that Song Qian was her dog, and despite any dislike or disdain, he belonged to her, destined to obey her every command unconditionally. Therefore, even if she no longer desired him, he could never be given to another. It had to be that way. In a fit of frustration, she pounded her pillow a few times, declaring, Song Qian, now that you are so sullied, do not ever expect me to acknowledge you again. Outside the door, Xiao Yan knocked gently. Cece dear, I made lotus seed soup. Would you like to come downstairs for a bit? I don't want any. Xiao Yan discerned the unusual tone in her daughter's voice and, perplexed, pushed the door open to find Cui Cc sitting on the bed in a daze. Her arms wrapped around her knees, her long hair concealing her pale, downcast face. When she looked up, her eyes were red, brimming with anger. What happened? Did that Gao Wenbin upset you? Xiao Yan intended to express her disdain, suggesting that she should break up with him at once. But recalling the advice given by Xiao Yan, she altered her course. You young people quarrel. It's perfectly normal. Don't take it to heart. You'll reconcile in no time. After all, true love requires understanding and tolerance. You should temper your little temper. What if he decides he doesn't want you anymore? Cui Cc was not in the mood to listen, her mother's prattle blending into an incoherent noise. Mom, please leave. I'm not in the mood to talk. Xiao Yan, at a loss for words, prepared to exit. Yet, Cui Cc suddenly inquired, do you know where Song Qian is right now? Can you get in touch with him? She had initially wanted to ask Xiao Yan to call someone to come home, but considering her previous outburst demanding Song Qian to leave, she felt it would only invite confusion. Thus, she refrained from elaborating further. Cece, Your brother is traveling. Have you been quarreling with him again? Xiaoyan shook her head and added playfully, You're about to marry Gao Wenbin. You shouldn't always be at odds with your brother. After all, there's no blood relation, and you must maintain some boundaries. Once you have a sister-in-law, you can't continue this way. Sister-in-law? Chui Cici's voice sharpened slightly. I've only ever had one sister. I never knew I had a brother or sister-in-law. With someone like him, don't even think about me calling him brother. I truly despise him. Hearing the commotion from upstairs, Gao Wenbin inquired from below. Annie, is everything all right? Should I come up? You may come, Xiaoyan replied, somewhat at a loss. Ascending the stairs, Gao Wenbin was immediately struck with concern upon seeing Chui Cici in distress. Annie, what has happened? Did you not have a quarrel? Xiaoyan found it peculiar that she was being questioned. Fearing that Gao Wenbin and Chui Cici might engage in something inappropriate before her eyes, she decided to supervise them, saying comfort her a bit and then hurry down to sleep. Upon entering the room, Gao Wenbin took Chui Cici's hand and asked gently, Cici, why are your eyes so red? What transpired? You can tell me. I'm here for you. With a quivering nose, Chui Cici buried herself in Gao Wenbin's embrace. I am fine. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of Song Qian and that classmate who had previously thrown herself at him. She knew that the girl was not virtuous and must have already been intimate with Song Qian. Yet, why should she allow herself to be upset over such matters? She could not directly express her feelings to her mother or Gao Wenbin. It would indeed be strange to voice her discomfort regarding Song Qian's involvement with others. Gao Wenbin winced at her grip, furrowing his brow. Cici, please do not squeeze me so tightly. It hurts. Oh. Chui Cici realized her actions. Her gaze cast downwards, feeling quite aggrieved. Brother Wenbin, will you always love me? Will your heart never waver? Of course not, he assured her. However, Chui Cici felt a flicker of doubt. Previously, she had never once questioned Song Qian's affection for her. Regardless of her shortcomings, she believed he could never change his feelings. But now, if he truly loved her and wanted no one else, how could he share a bed with another woman? Chui Cici found herself in a quandary. Or perhaps he was merely playing around without deeper intentions. After all, he could not force himself to be with someone he did not love. Could he? Maybe she was overthinking the situation. As she began to calm down, she realized that if Song Qian had indeed been engaged in something untoward, he would not have answered her call. The very fact that he did answer suggested that there was nothing amiss. He must have simply been upset with her and chose not to engage. It had to be that way. With this thought, Chui Cici felt a measure of relief in her heart. Chapter 44. Embracing soft jade at 3 in the morning. Song Qian ordered a few fruit slices and a bowl of noodles, a modest takeout. Yet his hunger was undeniable after the grueling hours of work typical of a super soldier schedule. While awaiting his delivery, he leaned against the bed, one hand holding his phone while the other wrapped around Chui Shuyan's delicate shoulder. Chui Shuyan languidly rested against him, her flowing black hair cascading softly over him, exuding an alluring charm, perhaps due to fatigue, which rendered her less distant than usual. The dim light from the bedside lamp cast a tranquil ambience around them. Chui Shuyan casually remarked, Now that you have some free time, why don't you explain things to Shishi? What should I explain? Are you not afraid she might misunderstand? Misunderstand? Song Qian furrowed his brow, setting his phone aside to gaze into Chui Shuyan's beautiful eyes. Surely, she harbored no misconceptions. It was merely a case of mistaken identity. She thought it was a junior when, in fact, it was her own elder sister. With a smile, Song Qian replied, If an explanation is needed, let it wait until she truly discovers the truth. You can clarify then. Chui Shuyan recognized his playful teasing, yet maintained an expression devoid of emotion. At that moment, she reverted to her usual composed and restrained demeanor. Oh, I shall await that day, she said, and Song Qian realized he could never truly gain the upper hand in their banter. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of security, having acquired a legitimate property that now belonged to him, alleviating fears of potential exposure. Yet, he was acutely aware that their relationship would undoubtedly incur the disapproval of Chui's parents. He genuinely wished to avoid hurting them, thus opting for discretion. After a while, Hui Xueyan unexpectedly broached a previous topic. During your days in the hospital, were you aware of the affairs concerning the Chui family? Song Qian shook his head. I'm unaware and not particularly interested. If I were to inquire further, it would likely be misconstrued as lingering feelings. As for the Chui family, it was merely about Chui Cece and Gao Wenbin's engagement. How was that relevant to him? Chui Shuyan cast a glance at him. Do you know that Gao Wenbin has moved into the Chui household? He resides in your former room. This revelation was indeed new to Song Qian. Since his hospitalization, Aunt Lu had been attending to him, never mentioning matters concerning the Chui family, and he had not thought to ask. It was even less likely for Chui's parents to discuss such topics with him, given the delicate nature of the situation. However, he was quite surprised to learn that Gao Wenbin had managed to settle into the Chui household so seamlessly. To suggest that there were no lingering tensions would be far from the truth. That fellow, now living there, would undoubtedly begin pestering him in no time. Surely, it was Chui Cece's insistence that had facilitated this outcome. Indeed, she is quite persistent, Chui Shuyan remarked, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, the depths of her gaze hinting at something darker. She teased, Song Qian, witnessing your former fiancé is so deeply enamored with another man. Can you truly bear to watch her love someone else without feeling a twinge of sorrow? After all, everyone is aware of your fondness for she, and it seems you cannot easily let go of those feelings, can you? Song Qian gently caressed her delicate shoulder, questioning, why should I feel troubled? Releasing her is merely a matter of moments. Indeed, she is youthful and beautiful. However, I am not someone prone to infatuation, nor am I a sycophant. Upon hearing his words, Chui Shuyan thought to herself how effortlessly he spoke. If he claims not to be infatuated, what then do we make of his past actions? Prior to the funeral, he hardly interacted with her, yet he was well aware of how compliant he was towards Chui Cece. Do you not harbor feelings for Cece? If you do not, why then agree to the engagement? At that time, my parents did not coerce you nor leverage the marriage as a bargaining chip. Song Qian replied, half-jokingly, because of money. Someone like me, who has lived in poverty, is conditioned to respond to those who offer financial support. Isn't it hard to resist the allure of marrying a wealthy and beautiful woman and thus ascending to the pinnacle of life? Shuyan, if you are willing to support me, I could also agree to an engagement with you. I would follow your every direction without hesitation. Chui Shuyan smiled slightly, resting her hand on his shoulder. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on his, devoid of laughter and instead filled with a scrutinizing gaze. Her fingers traced his throat. How much would it take to support you? At least 5,000 a month. That is the going rate for a male college student. Chui Shuyan chuckled softly, as if she had heard a humorous jest, the corners of her eyes lifting with a hint of disdain. 5,000? Just 5,000 can buy you? Indeed, Song Qian nodded. But that is a special familial rate for you. If someone else were to come along, the price would differ. Chui Shuyan picked up her phone, leaning her body against his, and transferred 5,000 to him right before his eyes. Now, you shall do as I command. Her eyes sparkled with mischief, her tone laced with playful seduction. Indeed, Song Qian's hand found its way to her thigh, and in that moment, he was ready to proceed. Kui Xueyan, noticing the intent in his gaze, suddenly felt a rush of heat to her earlobes, playfully scolding, Get lost, get lost. Song Qian embraced her waist, drawing her into his arms and onto his lap, his hands wandering over her smooth skin. If I were to leave, would you truly be able to bear it? Such a large bed, sleeping alone, can be quite lonely. As she found herself pinned beneath him, she spoke with unexpected seriousness. Song Qian, now that you are under my support, you are not to engage in any flirtatious relations with other women. I do not wish to share my man with anyone else. Unless one day I tire of you and choose to end our arrangement, only then may you pursue others. Inhaling her fragrance, Song Qian inquired curiously, why? Is it possessiveness? Chui Shuyan scoffed lightly, fear of disease. Upon hearing this, Song Qian couldn't help but wonder if she harbored any feelings for him. Was her affection merely a reflection of her instinct for self-preservation? Her excessive caution indeed aligned perfectly with her character. Nevertheless, in a mutually beneficial relationship, it is evidently more prudent for both parties to maintain their integrity, especially in these times when one must be wary of ailments. Just as he pondered this, a knock echoed from outside. Cui Shuyan nudged his shoulder, informing him that his takeout had arrived. No rush, let the delivery sit by the door. I shall indulge in something else first, Song Qian replied, mindful of the considerable sum he had spent. Cui Shuyan found herself exasperated. Did he not feel weary? As the one in a position of indulgence, she felt a slight ache in her back. Remarkably, it was indeed possible to engage in such endeavors numerous times throughout the night. Chapter 45. Carrying her away, the two of them ventured out quite late during the day. There was no alternative. They had slept in. Song Qian felt fortunate that he only encountered Cui Shuyan occasionally, for at their tender age, the effects of time were not immediately discernible. However, if they were to spend prolonged periods together, he surmised that by the age of 30, she would require substantial nourishment. It would seem that whoever marries this woman would need to provide daily sustenance for her health. What kind of look are you giving me? Cui Shuyan remarked, having noticed Song Qian's gaze lingering on her throughout the journey. Are you afraid of me? Indeed, why wouldn't I be? Song Qian replied. Cui Shuyan scoffed lightly. It wasn't my intention to keep you up so late last night, Song Qian. As your elder sister, I must advise you to act within your means, lest you feel burdened by my influence. Song Qian shook his head. I never claimed such a thing. After lunch, they made their way to the snow-capped mountains to take a cable car for sightseeing. Aware of the chill at higher altitudes, Song Qian had thoughtfully purchased a down jacket for the ascent. As soon as Cui Shuyan began to feel the cold, he draped the coat over her shoulders. You truly are considerate, Cui Shuyan said as she stepped off the cable car and onto the pathway, glancing at the unattractive but warm jacket. As long as it keeps me warm, I do have a soft spot for Sister Shuyan. From his backpack, Song Qian produced 2 pairs of gloves, one pink and one blue, both identical in design. After donning the gloves, he extended his hand toward Cui Shuyan. Let me hold your hand to prevent you from slipping. Don't take advantage of me, she retorted, yet she still offered her hand, which Song Qian promptly guided into his pocket. She paused momentarily, stealing a glance at his profile before focusing on the path ahead. Actually, my parents are right. You would suit the role of a son-in-law quite well. You should be attentive to them. After all, at the very least, they provide you with financial support, and you manage everything quite adeptly. Of course, I am destined to be a diligent worker, Song Qian joked. Being a son-in-law can be both a status and a vocation. Similarly, I could be your full-time younger brother, he added, as they continued their ascent along the trail leading to the summit. A full-time younger brother? Is that even a thing? Cui Shuyan was perplexed by Song Qian's words, unaware of the internet's humorous references to full-time daughters and sons. She merely found his outlook to be rather optimistic. After a considerable trek, Cui Shuyan began to feel her legs weaken, her breath becoming labored. She was uncertain whether it was due to fatigue from the previous night or the effects of altitude sickness. Gasping slightly, her complexion paled. Let us take a break. Could it be altitude sickness? Song Qian observed her pallor. Have you ever been to high altitudes before? I have, Cui Shuyan replied, pausing to rest. She felt a tinge of confusion. After all, she had traveled extensively in her teens, exploring mountains, deep seas, lakes, deserts, and had rarely experienced altitude sickness. Perhaps I'm simply too fatigued from last night. Song Qian observed a vendor selling oxygen tanks in the distance and approached to purchase one. To his dismay, the price was exorbitantly inflated compared to that at the base of the mountain. He hurried back and handed the oxygen tank to Cui Shuyan, gently caressing her face. Shall we descend the mountain? Cui Shuyan glanced at the mountaintop, acknowledging that they were close to the monument. I can wait here. You need not concern yourself with me. Go on to the summit. Song Qian shook his head. It's fine. I didn't come here merely to take photos. Having already ascended the snow-capped mountain is sufficient. I have no pressing desire to reach the peak for a keepsake. Cui Shuyan raised her long eyelashes, a complex array of emotions flickering in her eyes. She had always believed that the journey held significance, just as the outcome did. After all, the result could be seen as a form of closure. Suddenly, Song Qian chuckled. If you're reluctant to descend, there's another option. I could carry you to the top. He squatted in front of Cui Shuyan, patting her shoulder. Come on, Song Qian. This is not the time for bravado. Come on, let me hone my skills. I might unlock new techniques for next time. Chui Shuiyan's face flushed, her eyelashes trembling. Please refrain from such jokes in public. To her surprise, Song Qian did indeed manage to carry Chui Shuiyan to the summit. After they exchanged a few photos to commemorate their adventure, they prepared to descend. Wait, I took a picture of your silhouettes. It's quite endearing. Here, take this. A girl approached, handing them a Polaroid. Upon inspection, Song Qian saw it captured the moment of him carrying Chui Shuiyan. Thank you, he said. You're welcome. The girl smiled. But upon seeing Chui Shuiyan's face, she appeared taken aback. Miss, you're so beautiful. Are you an influencer or a celebrity? Not at all, Chui Shuiyan replied, shaking her head. I'm just an ordinary person. The girl expressed her surprise, for it was rare for an ordinary person to possess such beauty. Yet consider her looks. If she were indeed a celebrity, she would likely be well known, leading the girl to conclude that she must truly be a non-celebrity. As they made their way down the mountain, Song Qian remarked, with your looks, it would be a pity not to enter the entertainment industry. I have no need for money. Song Qian pondered this. Indeed, while the entertainment industry offered quick riches, it was also arduous, steeped in complexities. Given the Chui family standing, there was little need for her to pursue a dream in show business unless she had a genuine passion for it. Earlier, others had assumed they were a couple, and it seemed their age difference was negligible. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older brings fortune, which he found quite reasonable. However, Chui Shuiyan did not respond, her head pounding slightly. Believing she wished to maintain boundaries, Song Qian refrained from further comment. Upon returning to the hotel, they found it was already late. This time, they did not engage in any activities but simply covered themselves with blankets to sleep. Outside, the sky remained a brilliant blue with the setting sun. Yet they succumbed to slumber. So exhausted, Chui Shuiyan murmured, feeling unwell due to her fatigue and overexertion, ultimately succumbing to sleep. In the days that followed, their interactions became less frequent as Chui Shuiyan struggled with the repercussions of her exhaustion and altitude sickness. Once she began to feel better, Song Qian was still somewhat reserved, avoiding excessive exertion. On the final day of the extended holiday, Song Qian boarded a flight home alone, while Chui Shuiyan departed for abroad on a different flight. Thus, they parted ways. Upon returning home, Song Qian asked Aunt Lu to prepare some nourishing food for his recovery, then tossed his backpack aside and collapsed onto the sofa. He took a moment to organize his phone's photo album and casually posted on his social media. In the center of his 9-grid photo layout was a snapshot, a Polaroid gifted by a passerby, capturing a moment of him alongside Chui Shuiyan. Beneath such a voluminous coat, one could hardly discern gender, alleviating any concerns of exposure. Aunt Lu, initially intending to cook, received a call and informed him, young Master Song. The sir and madam have invited you to join them for dinner. Should I proceed with the meal? Song Qian waved his hand dismissively. I haven't visited Uncle Chui and Aunt Chui for several days. He inquired, Aunt Lu, is Gao Wenbin still at the Chui residence? She responded affirmatively, yes, only absent on weekends. Song Qian had hoped to grab a quick bite and rest to rejuvenate, but now he found himself obligated to visit the Chui family. Encountering Gao Wenbin and Chui Cici would likely subject his ears to yet another round of trials. Chapter 46. A son-in-law's encounter in the Chui family. Xiaolian beamed upon seeing Song Qian. You've tanned quite a bit. Did you enjoy your trip? How is your head recovering? Mom, I'm perfectly fine, and yes, I had a wonderful time. Song Qian replied with a smile, appreciating Xiaolian's concern. The coffee and tea there are quite renowned. I brought some back for you and Dad. Xiaolian took the gift bag, saying, you thought of us while having fun. How considerate. Please sit down and eat. I had Aunt Zhang prepare some chicken soup to nourish you. By the way, I suppose your living expenses are running low? After dinner, I'll transfer you a few thousand. You're still young. It's the perfect time to travel and explore the world. If you need more money, just let me know. Chui Zhengtai chimed in with a smile. As your father, I should contribute as well. I'll cover your travel expenses. Song Qian quickly declined. Thank you, Mom and Dad. But I have enough money. Please, don't worry about me. Seeing his attitude, Xiaolian only felt prouder of Song Qian's maturity and filial piety. Meanwhile, at the dining table, Gao Wenbin, who had yet to touch his chopsticks, watched as Song Qian received such affection from his uncle and aunt, feeling a pang of jealousy. As the son-in-law, he was often treated as invisible, yet they were so kind to Song Qian. It seemed so unfair, so biased. Cui Cece observed as Song Qian sat down, and everyone began to eat. She cast several glances at him without speaking. After such a long trip, he returned without bringing her anything. Song Qian, don't you think of your sister and brother-in-law? You didn't even give us a greeting. Are you still upset about the previous incident and choosing to ignore us? Don't be so petty. You're a grown man. What's there to be angry about? Song Qian knew that Cui Cece wouldn't let up easily. He chuckled. Sorry, I was in a rush to return and didn't buy anything else. I promised to bring something next time. Xiao Yin shot her daughter a disapproving glance. From Song Qian's perspective, it was already commendable that he bore no ill will towards Gao Wenbin, let alone bringing gifts. What more could one expect? Cui Cece continued. Did you have fun? Who did you travel with? It wasn't tea alone, was it? Yes. Song Qian nodded. I went and returned alone. A smirk crept on a Cui Cece's beautiful face, as if she had anticipated this. The thought of him hiding away to travel for pride's sake, while trying to maintain a tough exterior, amused her. Traveling alone must have been quite dull, wouldn't it? Gao Wenbin said amiably. We're classmates and used to hang out together. Next time you go on a trip, include us. Cece and I are free during holidays anyway. It's more fun with a group, and we can look out for each other. Cui Cece had no intention of traveling with Song Qian. She would prefer to go with Gao Wenbin and didn't want him tagging along. However, it was clear that Gao Wenbin was merely being polite, and Song Qian wouldn't take it too seriously. That won't be necessary, Song Qian replied. You young couple should enjoy your time together. I don't wish to be a third wheel. Gao Wenbin observed that Song Qian remained utterly indifferent, not the least bit angered, and inwardly mocked him, realizing that this Song Qian was indeed adept at feigning composure, likely struggling with deep-seated emotions while managing to swallow his pride. How had he never noticed that Song Qian was such a master of patience? If he truly was unconcerned, he wouldn't have hastily packed his belongings and fled the moment Gao moved in, even avoiding the Cui family altogether. It was clear that he was aware of his own awkward position. With Gao as the legitimate son-in-law present, Song Qian could hardly hold his head high. Thus, he was forced to adopt a subservient demeanor. Yet, it was only fitting that he recognized his place. Once he wed Shishi, the male authority of this household would rightfully belong to him, and should Song Qian wish to gain any favor from the Cui family, it would necessitate his approval. Gao Wenbin feigned a desire for familial harmony, asserting that they would all be one family moving forward, dismissing any notions of discomfort. If Shishi calls you brother, then I shall as well. Cui Shishi frowned and remarked, Look how magnanimous brother Wenbin is. If you continue to be petty, it would be quite unbecoming. Cui Zhengtai interjected, That is enough. We do not speak of food at the table, nor of meals in bed. By the way, Gao Wenbin has not returned home these past few days, has he? You should go back tonight and spend some time with your parents. With Xiao Song here to keep us company, we need not crowd the space. I prefer a quieter atmosphere. In Cui Zhengtai's eyes, Song Qian's filial piety was genuine, while Gao Wenbin's overtures were nothing more than insincere and clumsy attempts, replete with ulterior motives. That Cui Shishi wished to say something, but recalled she had matters to discuss with Song Qian, so she refrained. Then, Brother Wenbin, I shall see you at school tomorrow. Gao Wenbin had already felt a disparity since Song Qian's arrival, and now, to his surprise, Cui Shishi had not defended him either. How delightful! He forced a stiff smile, yet within he felt as cold as ice. After the meal, Gao Wenbin turned to Song Qian and said, Brother, could you escort me? Before Cui father and mother, Song Qian donned a friendly smile. Let us go. Upon reaching the door, both their expressions grew exceedingly frosty. Song Qian impatiently halted. If you have something to say it directly. I have no time for theatrics. Gao Wenbin retorted, If anyone is performing, it is indeed you. He turned back, his eyes brimming with derision and hostility. With Song Qian's return, he was compelled to depart, a situation both pitiful and humiliating. Perhaps Song Qian was already mocking him inwardly. Pretending so well before his uncle and aunt, it was no wonder they were so easily charmed by him, even going so far as to grant him and Shishi's marital home. Yet, it must be uncomfortable for him to reside in a place that was not rightfully his. It was only natural to pay a price. He clicked his tongue. I am merely giving you a friendly warning. You should learn your lesson and adopt a more modest demeanor. Otherwise, next time, it won't be merely a matter of a bruised head. Upon hearing this, Song Qian immediately furrowed his brow. Did you do this? Gao Wenbin retorted. How could I possibly have that capability? With his arms crossed and a faint smile on his lips, he added, it was she who did it. In order to teach you a lesson and vent her frustrations, she deliberately prepared an extravagant gift for you. Aware that your greatest fear is snakes, she unleashed a dozen upon you. I even tried to dissuade her, but she refused to listen, insisting on confronting you for my sake. As Gao Wenbin observed the increasingly grim expression on Song Qian's face, he felt a growing sense of satisfaction, patiently savoring the turmoil reflected in Song Qian's demeanor. Did not expect this? The woman you cherish most has weaponized your vulnerabilities against you, showing no regard for your well-being. Oh, Song Qian, how pitiful you are. What makes it worse is her utter lack of affection for you. Suddenly, Gao Wenbin seemed to recall something, reflecting that childhood traumas can haunt a person for a lifetime. That night must have terrified you, leaving you plagued by nightmares for days. Bang! With a single punch, Song Qian sent Gao Wenbin crashing to the ground. Towering over him, he gazed down at the blood trickling from Gao Wenbin's mouth, his eyes brimming with fury. Gao Wenbin, I truly regret our friendship that began when you broke your leg. You are a beast unworthy of such a bond. Chapter 47. Song Qian, cease your pretense. Gao Wenbin was momentarily taken aback. His earlier provocation had been deliberate, intended merely to observe Song Qian's reaction. He had never anticipated that Song would actually dare to strike him. Who bestowed upon him such audacity? Gao raised his hand to touch his throbbing cheek, inhaling sharply upon discovering blood. Throughout his life, he had never endured such a beating. With gritted teeth, he glared at Song Qian. You hit me? And what of it? Gao's chest heaved, fury igniting in his eyes. Ah, so you can no longer maintain your facade? Always reminiscing about the past. Claiming you were my friend during my leg injury? Is that truly the case? You were merely impoverished and unable to afford meals, seeking to curry favor with me because of my family's wealth. I have been generous, never owing you anything. You repeatedly invoke the past to present yourself as a paragon of righteousness. Do you? Song Qian scoffed, shaking his head. Speaking to Gao Wenbin was akin to playing music to a deaf audience. Gao continued, hitting me will only make Shishi feel more sympathy for me. Go on, strike me again. The Chui family aids you out of pity. What will you say when you have assaulted their son-in-law? Uncle and aunt will inevitably see through your true nature. Song Qian was no fool and had no intention of engaging in meaningless banter with Gao Wenbin. He was unafraid of the repercussions from Chui Ba and Chui Ma. After all, one would be foolish to think that voicing such matters could inflict pain upon oneself. Little did Gao realize that he was handing over a weapon against himself. Approaching Gao, he spoke softly. I have never harbored any affection for Chui Shishi. Her concern for you is of no consequence to me. Do you believe I would weep inconsolably? You shall be disappointed. I will not. Gao furrowed his brow, unable to believe him. It was evident to anyone with eyes that Song Qian held deep feelings for Shishi. This assertion was merely an attempt to save face. Gao found amusement in the situation, thinking, continue your charade. You truly are obstinate. Do you not realize how hard your heart must be? You are filled with hatred towards me, yearning to reclaim Shishi, yet you insist on feigning indifference. How hypocritical. As for Song Qian's pretense, he did not deny it. He was indeed playing a role within the Chui family. His father had passed away when he was merely 5 years old. At that tender age, while other children required coaxing to eat, he had already begun to navigate the complexities of human nature. For 3 whole years, he had learned to read people's expressions. He recalled vividly that before his father's demise, their family had not been impoverished. They had lived comfortably, with some savings and property. However, upon his father's death, relatives descended upon them like flies to carrion, dividing the inheritance without a thought. Yet, despite their newfound wealth, they regarded him as a burden, unwilling to care for him. He faced hunger and cold, forced to work at a young age, often becoming a target for their frustrations. He had long since glimpsed the darker aspects of human nature. Having endured such a life, he chose to run away at the age of 8, seeking refuge beneath bridge overpasses. He had also spent some time in an orphanage before balancing work and studies. He possessed remarkable resilience and the capacity to endure hardship. Most importantly, he was acutely aware that in this world, money is the most reliable asset. Although Mr. and Mrs. Chui treated him well, he understood that nothing in life is guaranteed. He too needed to provide emotional value. If he did not master the art of pretense or fail to evoke sympathy, he could never be regarded as one of their own. What if he owed them a debt of gratitude? If he had initially instilled aversion and distrust, they would merely offer him a one-time monetary gift and then distance themselves. How would he secure his living expenses, his housing, or the networking and job opportunities for his future? If I pretend, does it not follow that you're also engaging in deception? Gao Wenbin, I have come to see you clearly. Song Qian scoffed. You and Chui Cici are together. Do you truly believe it is 100% genuine love, devoid of any ulterior motives or vanity? Gao Wenbin sneered in response. Do not conflate me with you. I am nothing like you. Just as the tension escalated, Chui Cici's voice rang out as she hurriedly emerged from the house. Upon hearing the servants mention a commotion outside, she rushed out alongside her parents. Upon exiting, she was met with the sight of Gao Wenbin, bloodied and bruised, lying on the ground, while Song Qian appeared unscathed, clearly the aggressor. What gives you the right to strike him? She exclaimed, pushing Song Qian with indignation and loathing. Brother Wenbin has shown you endless patience, and yet you continue to overstep. Song Qian, you have gone too far. Song Qian took 2 steps back, but remained silent. Chui Cici hurried to help Gao Wenbin to his feet. Concern etched across her features. Brother Wenbin, are you all right? Does it hurt? Let me help you tend to your wounds. Gao Wenbin touched his face and exhaled. I'm fine. It's bearable, just a minor injury. He noticed Shui Zhengtai and Xiao Yan had followed closely behind, their expressions grim. Uncle Aunt, I apologize for causing you concern. Xiao Yan surveyed the situation, preparing to speak, but was preempted by Chui Cici. Mom and Dad, look at Song Qian. It is your indulgence that has led him to strike someone right at our doorstep. He was putting on an act at dinner, only to turn around and show such hostility. This is an utter disrespect to the Chui family. There must be a misunderstanding. Xiao Yan interjected calmly, refusing to succumb to anger. We are well aware of Song Qian's character. Having spent over 6 months together, he has never behaved poorly. Let us not rush to judgment. Gao Wenbin found it utterly incomprehensible. Having endured a beating, it was bewildering that his uncle and aunt could stand there unperturbed, still defending Song Qian. He could not fathom what spell Song Qian had cast over them. Surely, it could not be that Song Qian was their biological child, while his daughter was merely adopted. The issue is that they bear no resemblance whatsoever. This elderly couple has only 2 daughters and no sons to support them in their old age. One daughter has been living abroad for years and may not return. In the future, won't the family's legacy and care depend solely on Chui Cici? Why then do they seem to be turning their backs? Xiao Song, your actions were indeed misguided. Chui Zhengtai wore a serious expression, yet his tone shifted, questioning the underlying reason for your aggression. Gao Wenbin was on the verge of retching with indignation. Is it to suggest that he deserved the beating? One after another. Are they now espousing the notion of victim blaming? Surely, he cannot be the one at fault. Mom and Dad, Chui Cici was equally incensed. Favoritism should not manifest in such a manner. She stamped her foot and shot a furious glare at Song Qian, truly justifying her disdain for him, as he was a usurper of their home, utterly detestable. If you continue this way, I shall leave with Brother Wenbin and distance ourselves from you. To avoid further victimization by an outsider, Gao Wenbin hastily interjected, Cici, please don't act impulsively. Your uncle and aunt simply do not understand the situation. Chapter 48. The art of pretense, Xiao Yan and Shui Zhengtai remained steadfast in their resolve, refusing to yield to Chui Cici's threats. They had never accepted Gao Wenbin into their fold. Were it not for Chui Shuyan's counsel, they would not have allowed him even a single step into the Chui household. They placed their faith in their own judgment, rather than in a man who would seize another's fiancée. During moments of illness or sorrow, Song Qian displayed a level of care that surpassed that of a biological daughter, embodying the essence of a benevolent spirit, consistently treating others with kindness. The household staff often extolled his virtues. Even in the face of Cui Cixi and Gao Wenbin's egregious behavior, Song Qian never uttered a word of complaint. His inherently gentle nature rendered it inconceivable that he would ever bully anyone. In fact, it was fortunate if others did not take advantage of him. For this reason, they were increasingly concerned that he might internalize his grievances. "Mom, Dad, it was I who struck first," Song Qian explained, stating that Gao Wenbin was responsible for the dozen snakes he had found in his villa, a fact known to Cixi as well. "I have endured everything until now, but his actions have crossed a line. You are aware that I have an irrational fear of snakes, and because of this incident, I have been unable to eat or sleep properly, losing several pounds." I initially thought it was an accident, but as he spoke, his gaze shifted towards Cui Cixi, deliberately concealing the fact that she was behind the incident. If it were known that Cui Cixi had orchestrated this, her parents would find it difficult to address the matter. After all, even though Chui's parents treated him well, he was not foolish enough to challenge familial ties. No matter how egregious a daughter's actions may be, they were merely directed at an outsider, and he held no expectations that they would reprimand Cui Cixi. A few casual remarks might suffice to let the matter fade away. However, by attributing the blame to Gao Wenbin, with Cui Cixi as an accomplice, her parents would likely react harshly. After all, Cui Cixi and Gao Wenbin were akin to two peas in a pod. Punishing either would yield the same result. Cui Cixi's expression shifted abruptly, her heart racing as she instinctively sought to refute his claims. "You are speaking nonsense. We did not engage in such actions. The snakes were attracted to your own misfortune. There is a nest beneath your family tree. How can you frame others for your own plight?" Xiao Yin looked on in astonishment. Incredulity etched across her face as she regarded Cui Cixi and Gao Wenbin. She could hardly fathom that they would resort to such a dreadful act. Yu Cui Zhengtai's countenance darkened, his gaze chillingly severe. If this were true, then Gao Wenbin harbored malicious intent, employing nefarious means. And even more reprehensible was his willingness to manipulate his own daughter into wrongdoing. Though Cixi lacked maturity, she was fundamentally a good child. If she were to associate with Gao Wenbin for an extended period, who could say what kind of influence he might exert upon her? Cui Cixi exhaled sharply, nervously fidgeting with her hands. "Mom, Dad, why are you looking at me like that?" Song Qian is sowing discord. What he says is a fabrication, merely intended to drive a wedge between us. Gao Wenbin's tone was equally cold. "Indeed, can he present any evidence? I have never mentioned anything about snakes. I cannot comprehend how Song Qian can speak so freely without basis." Song Qian gazed meaningfully at the anxious face of Cui Cixi. "Cixi, you are still young, and I believe you did not intend any harm. Perhaps you were merely deceived. If we were to pursue this matter, it could indeed be investigated thoroughly. The surveillance cameras in the community would reveal who has entered, and there are cameras nearby as well." At this, Cui Cixi fell silent, her beautiful face betraying a hint of guilt. Her brows furrowed as she lowered her gaze to conceal the frustration in her eyes. "No way. The cameras should have been turned off. They shouldn't have captured anything significant, right? However, there are indeed cameras at the community entrance. Could this lead back to me?" She was uncertain. After all, it was her first time engaging in such mischief. She had merely orchestrated others to carry it out. Surely, there wouldn't be any slip-ups, would there? Cui Cixi bit her lip. "Why would he want to harm you? You are an inconsequential person. No one would go to such lengths to target you. Don't take yourself so seriously." Song Qian continued, "To bring in so many snakes, if they were carried by hand, they would have been easily noticed. Therefore, they must have been driven in. Coincidentally, our community requires vehicles to be registered upon entry. By cross-referencing the times of entry and exit, we could swiftly identify the culprit. With today's big data, tracing such matters is quite efficient, and locating individuals is a trivial task. We could also investigate financial transactions or mobile information." Cui Cixi's expression shifted dramatically, and she fell completely silent. She had transferred the money directly. This was a disaster. She had been careless. The individuals she had hired were not professionals in wrongdoing. They were merely a few wealthy young men she had paid off. The vehicle they used was likely her own. A quick check of the license plate would reveal her identity. Rather than face the consequences of being discovered as the mastermind, it would be better to. Gao Wenbin interjected. Song Qian, do not slander others. Brother Wenbin, just let it be. Let us admit it, Cui Cece murmured, keeping her head down. Gao Wenbin was taken aback. CCU. Cui Cece sighed, feeling as deflated as a wilted eggplant, unable to meet Gao Wenbin's or her parents' gazes, nor Song Qian's. Without lingering further, Song Qian returned home, wishing to distance himself from the Cui family's affairs. Whether or not punishment would ensue was irrelevant. He was confident he would receive compensation for this episode. Indeed, as he lay in bed after a shower, preparing to sleep, his phone buzzed with several incoming transfers. One was from Xiaoyan for 20,000 yuan, labeled as travel reimbursement. Another was a 20,000 yuan medical fee transferred by Cui Cece, with no additional comments. There was also a voice message from Cui Qian. He tapped on the voice message, and Cui Qian's melodious voice filled the air. I just finished up. You promised to accompany me on my trip, and if you perform well, I'll sponsor your home renovations. I've arranged for a supplementary card. It should have been delivered to your home. You might want to replace your mattress soon. It's too firm and uncomfortable. Song Qian couldn't help but chuckle. He recalled that there had been some items on the coffee table earlier, which Aunt Lu had mentioned were sent by the Cui family. He had assumed they were something else. It turned out to be a gift from Sister Xiaoyan. A knock resounded upon the door. Aunt Lu stood outside, informing that young Master Song and the second miss were downstairs, seeking his attention. Song Qian donned his attire and opened the door, inquiring about the current affairs of the Cui family. Aunt Lu, being quite the gossip, possessed a keen awareness of such matters, including the incident involving the snake fight. Given Song Qian's amiable nature, she felt comfortable discussing these matters with him. She instantly displayed a look of lamentation, saying, I have heard that Gao Wenbin has been expelled from the Cui household. Both the master and mistress were furious, unleashing their wrath and even shattering items in their anger. The servants did not enter, but they heard the second miss weeping, and then Gao Wenbin departed with his belongings. I suspect the second miss seeks you to intercede on her behalf. Chapter 49. How deeply saddened I am. A plea for compassion? Upon reflection, Song Qian concluded that this was indeed the only possibility. As he stepped outside, he beheld the silhouette of Cui Cece under the softly glowing streetlights, appearing somewhat forlorn. Did you call for me? Cui Cece swiftly turned around, her face devoid of its usual vibrant spirit, with traces of defeat marring her otherwise sweet visage. It was evident that her eyes were slightly reddened, likely from weeping. With a slight pout of her delicate lips, she accused Song Qian. Do you realize that because of you, our family is in disarray? Upon hearing this, Song Qian noted that the young lady remained as self-assured as ever. If you hadn't thrown snakes at my home, and if your boyfriend hadn't provoked me with this matter, would we be in this predicament? You blame me, yet you failed to reflect on your own actions, he retorted. Cui Cece furrowed her brow. I threw snakes at your house, with his arms crossed. Song Qian regarded her with an air of leisure. Gao Wenbin himself claimed that it was you who instigated this. He advised you against such behavior, yet you chose to disregard his counsel. Surely, your beloved boyfriend would not be the one spreading rumors behind your back to tarnish your reputation. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Cui Cece's face, but since Song Qian had not disclosed her own faults, she assumed he would remain silent on the matter. Since you are aware, why do you choose to conceal it from me? Song Qian wrestled with his thoughts. Ultimately, it stemmed from his understanding of human nature. However, he could also feign a sense of affection, claiming he regarded her as a dear sister, albeit with a hint of discomfort. Yet, he feared that if he spoke too freely, Cui Cece might misinterpret his intentions as a sign of unrequited affection. There is no particular reason. Simply consider it my preference. Cui Cece fell into silence for a moment. I feigned my death and went abroad. Though I returned safely, the situation has escalated, leading my parents to feel embarrassed, and, consequently, their attitude towards me has soured. You must be afraid that during such a time, my parents would be even more disappointed in me, which is why you chose to conceal the truth. She lifted her bright, beautiful eyes, gazing intently at Song Qian. You still cannot let go of your feelings for me. Thus, You refuse to believe I could engage in such actions, thinking I have been deceived. Indeed, that is the case. Song Qian's lips twitched. He had initially intended to deceive her in this manner, yet she had already filled in the blanks without his prompting. Song Qian, do you still love me? Even if I feigned death to elope and cohabitate with Wenbin, leading you away from our home, do you still harbor feelings for me? Cui Cixi found it hard to believe. She had always assumed that Song Qian had been merely pretending to care for her, due to monetary interests. Yet now she increasingly felt she had misjudged him. The fact that he could forgive her for losing the snakes signified something profound. Indeed, her allure was irresistible. You are overthinking it, Song Qian replied bluntly. You are merely putting on a brave front. Cui Cixi scoffed. You may deceive others, but you cannot deceive yourself. In truth, if you could relinquish your hostility towards Brother Wenbin and interact amicably with him, I would gladly embrace you as my brother, attempting to accept the kindness you offer me, and I could extend some kindness in return. However, should you persist in opposition, I shall have no choice but to be less than courteous to you. Song Qian harbored doubts, wondering if she had been so influenced by the sycophants outside that her intellect had been compromised. He furrowed his brow and sighed, contemplating before shaking his head. Ultimately, he conceded, knowing that since you are aware of my feelings for you, you ought to understand how challenging it is for me to coexist harmoniously with Gao Wenbin. Cui Cixi raised an eyebrow, realizing that he had finally admitted it. Indeed, love, after all, is inherently narrow. Given its authenticity, it requires a price. Cui Cixi was momentarily taken aback, her brows knitting in disbelief as she looked at Song Qian. What did you say? Had she misheard? I mean, witnessing you two together inflicts great emotional turmoil upon me, and thus, I require compensation for my suffering. Just consider it. When I am heartbroken, must I not spend some money to find joy? Cui Cixi had not anticipated this approach. This cannot be right, can it? She pondered. You claim my love is genuine, yet you have the audacity to ask me for money? Shouldn't it be you who provides me with funds to spend? You have deliberately distanced yourself for my sake, even feigning intimacy with other women. Now, you bring up finances? Times have changed. We now live in an era of gender equality. Song Qian, maintaining his composure, stated, if you each contribute 10,000 yuan to me monthly, I shall swallow my tears and refrain from interfering in your relationship. Is that for real? Cui Cixi questioned, unconvinced. She turned to see herself and Gao Wenbin together. Could he truly endure that? Even if he managed to suppress his rationality, could he also suppress his emotions? Really, you can give me 10,000 first, and then decide whether to continue based on my behavior. Cui Cixi, though skeptical, negotiated a few conditions and subsequently transferred 10,000 yuan to Song Qian. Wait, did I not give you 20,000? That was for medical expenses. Song Qian acknowledged receipt of the funds and promptly returned home. Cui Cixi stamped her foot, exclaiming, hey, you take the money and then act as if you don't know me? Song Qian inwardly scoffed. Why should he continue to smile at her when she treated him like a mere cash machine? Taking advantage of his fear of snakes without mercy, he truly was a saint in name only. Were it not for his greed for the Cui family's wealth, he would have severed ties long ago. However, though he found temporary relief in venting his frustrations, such behavior did not align with his typical demeanor. His tone turned icy. As long as the funds are received this month, I shall not intrude upon you. Remember to transfer the money early next month. Otherwise, I will resort to harassing you, stalking you, and sowing discord between you and Gao Wenbin. Cui Cixi clenched her fists. While his actions were somewhat detestable, they were also within the realm of reason. After all, he cared for her deeply. Do you remember to tell my parents that you hold no grudge against Brother Wenbin? Oh, very well. As Cui Cixi closed the door, she felt an odd sensation. Having already softened her stance towards him, she was surprised by his rationality. Cui Cixi turned and headed home, feeling somewhat lighter in spirit. Previously, Song Qian's behavior had been rather peculiar, which had led her to indulge in a plethora of anxious thoughts. Now that he had confessed to loving her, yet choosing to evade, there was little left to discuss. She had intended to inquire about his travel plans, but fearing that too many questions might provoke him further, she refrained. Upon returning home, Cui Cixi opened her phone to peruse Song Qian's moments. and fortuitously stumbled upon a grid he had posted that afternoon. The central photograph depicted him traversing a snow-capped mountain while carrying someone on his back. The long hair of the individual suggested it was a female, yet the oversized puffer jacket obscured her identity. "How dare you, Song Qian?" While feigning deep affection, "You are off on a sweet escapade with another woman." Quixixi instantly felt deceived. However, to demand back the 10,000 yuan now would be exceedingly embarrassing, leaving her with no choice but to swallow her pride. "Spending Chui's family money on frivolities. You had better hope I never discover who this woman is. Otherwise, I shall ensure you face the consequences." Chapter 50. The bet lost. Chui Cici was in a wretched mood, unable to sleep, so she ventured out into the night. At the night color bar, Suya was seated with two other attractive young women, engaged in lively conversation. Upon spotting Chui Cici, Suya waved her over. When Chui Cici joined them, she realized that all the women at the table were strikingly beautiful, yet she stood out as the most exquisite among them. Curious, Suya asked, "Ever since you started dating, you hardly come out to have fun. Why the sudden invitation today? Are you feeling down?" Chui Cici recounted her troubles with Song Qian, raising her glass. "I truly cannot comprehend this. Look at this photograph. Isn't that the junior who confessed to Song Qian that night?" Suya glanced at the image, hesitating. It's hard to tell. They're all bundled up. Who could recognize them apart from those involved? Neither men nor women could discern. She continued, "However, they're wearing matching outfits. Is that down jacket a couple style?" Li Ting interjected. "That girl seems rather pretentious, needing someone to carry her while hiking. She likely knows how to manipulate the psychology of being needed by men, pretending to be a delicate girl." Chui Cici pondered. "Isn't that exactly the type of girl that junior is?" The image of the girl sweetly asking Song Qian to carry her made her stomach turn. Gripping her glass tightly, an unnamed fury surged within her. Suya, puzzled, remarked, "Cici, why do you care so much about Song Qian? If he desires to be with other women, shouldn't that be a relief for you? You used to despise him, wishing he would keep his distance." Chui Cici scoffed. "Care about him? That's a joke. His interactions with other women are merely his way of seeking revenge on me." With disdain evident in her delicate features, she continued, "Tonight, he said it pained him to see me with Gao Wenbin. I suspect he is simply using other women as a means of venting. Such behavior is truly beneath him." Suya nodded in agreement, noting, if he is suffering, he will seek solace elsewhere to divert his attention. "Cici, with your beauty, many admire you as a goddess. For him, gaining you and then losing you must be unbearable." However, Lin Liner frowned. "I think if they traveled together, and Song Qian could carry her up the mountain, posting affectionate moments on social media, perhaps there must be some feelings involved. It's unlikely one would treat someone they don't like so well." Chui Cici's expression darkened. Suya, aware of her best friend's sentiments, looked down on Song Qian, yet was accustomed to his devotion. He could weep and plead for her affection, but should not immediately embark on a new romance. Such actions would surely vex Chui Cici. "Liner, you have no idea how deeply Song Qian feels for Cici. He is absolutely devoted to her. We can make a wager. Just one phone call, and Song Qian would obediently come running, as loyal as a dog." Lin Liner, intrigued, inquired, "Is that true?" In a dramatic twist, she feigned death and eloped, yet now she flaunts her high-profile romance with Gao Wenbin, leaving Song Qian to surely resign himself to despair. Is he truly so pitiable? One cannot help but feel sympathy for his girlfriend. With a confident arch of her brow, Shi's eyes betrayed a hint of coldness as she defiantly raised her chin. "Let us place a bet to see," she proposed. "On what?" Lin Lin pondered. Being a wealthy heiress herself, she found ordinary stakes uninteresting. "How about the loser works as a waiter here for a week?" Li Ting Shuklat, finding the wager rather audacious. A gamble that could lead to severe consequences should their families discover it. She hesitated. If she were to lose, would she truly serve as a waitress? What would become of her dignity as the daughter of the Chui family? "We can always change the terms," Lin Liner suggested casually, though her gentle appearance belied a bold spirit. "I find this to be quite a challenge." She could not refuse. She had faith that Song Qian would not allow her to lose. He had always catered to her wishes. Suya retrieved her phone, familiar with Song Qian's number, having been acquainted with him through Shishi's bodyguard. The four of them gathered around the device. Su Ye pressed the call button, while Li Ting stifled a laugh, her eyes gleaming with mischief, eager to see Song Qian made a fool for their amusement. "Hello," a male voice answered. Su Ye cleared her throat. Shishi is drunk at the bar and in a rather foul mood. I've tried to counsel her, but she remains silent, just drinking away. She is now inebriated. You must come and fetch her. Li Ting could hardly contain her laughter, whispering aside, he'll definitely fall for it. Lin Linner, you're bound to lose. Lin Linia, curious, replied, if I lose, so be it. I accept the terms. Shishi sat quietly, seemingly unfazed and composed, yet she listened intently to the phone conversation. However, Song Qian responded, you've dialed the wrong number. I'll send you Gao Wenbin's contact. No, I'm looking for you, Song Qian. Sui wei get. A hint of desperation in her voice. In my eyes, you're the only one who truly cares for Shishi. You need to come. She is feeling unwell. And, you know her stomach isn't great. She needs you now. Surely, you wouldn't want to leave her out there alone? With a yawn, Song Qian replied, if her stomach is upset, she should see a doctor. I'm not the solution. I'm going to sleep. With that, he hung up. The atmosphere at the table shifted dramatically, faces displaying a range of emotions. Li Ting sensed the awkwardness and refrained from laughing, quickly recalling the most sorrowful moments of her life. She feared her expression would betray her, and with a thump on the table, she exclaimed with feigned gravity. From the tone of his voice, it seemed Song Qian harbors some resentment toward Shishi. He is likely envious of Gao Wenbin. What a petty man he is. Indeed, Lin Linner cast a glance at Chui Cici's displeased countenance. This wager was merely a jest. One should not take it too seriously. After all, the essence of our outing is to revel in joy. Allow me to treat everyone. Feel free to indulge in drinks. Su Ye clutched her phone as if it were a scalding hot potato. At that moment, she truly regretted initiating the bet. She had never anticipated that Song Qian would decline. He was not like this in the past. Moreover, Cici was someone who valued her pride immensely. Cici, I must say, he is merely putting on a brave front. Do not doubt it. He may well show up after a while. That is simply his nature, Su Ye reassured her. Chui Cici lowered her head and gulped down a glass of wine vigorously. Her face flushed with anger, yet she maintained a facade of composure. How dare Song Qian not show up? Was he playing games of teasing and retreating with her? Little did she realize how adept he had become at manipulation. Suya hurriedly urged, Cici, do not drink so hastily. Suddenly, Chui Cici laughed. Yeah, do you think I am drinking out of unhappiness? Not at all. Song Qian, what is he to me? I could not care less whether he comes or not. His presence would only be a nuisance. Chapter 51, Class Team Building. Visiting Song Qian's home. Early the next morning, Song Qian rose with the intention of attending classes. Aunt Lu, noticing his awakening, informed him, young Master Song, Mr. Li has already taken Miss Shi to school this morning. You may have to take a taxi by yourself. Oh, it's nothing to worry about, Song Qian replied. For he was no longer a child. The absence of a car did not trouble him. Aunt Lu, there will be a furniture company delivering items today, so please keep an eye on that. The previous night, he had ordered a new bed for the second-floor bedroom, along with a rather expensive mattress. Not feeling the slightest pinch, as it was purchased with Chui Shuyan's funds. As the clock struck 10, Song Qian nearly found himself late for class. He settled into the back row, where Lu Zhibiao had saved him a seat. You arrived quite late today, but luckily, attendance hasn't been taken yet. Song Qian sighed. It's a bit far. The journey from the villa area to the school takes time. It used to be fine with Uncle Li driving. He was a skilled driver, quick and steady. Today, taking a taxi felt like opening a blind box. The driver moved at a sluggish pace, and with the morning rush hour, traffic was congested. Perhaps living at school during class times would be more practical. He had not relinquished his dormitory spot, as he had previously intended to accompany Mr. and Mrs. Chui. Now, residing alone in the villa felt rather empty. Living at school would afford him the opportunity to study for the upcoming English teacher exam in 2 months. At 5 in the afternoon, Uncle Li called, young Master Song, the car is in the parking lot. I have already picked up Miss Shi. She is a bit anxious and inquired about your departure time. I'm still in class. with half an hour remaining. However, I will be living at school for the next 2 months, so there will be no need to pick me up anymore. I will call you if I need anything. Uncle Lee paused. You're staying at school? Do Mr. and Mrs. Chui know? I'm not sure, but I will call them shortly, he replied before hanging up. He glanced at the back seat where Chui Shishi sat. Miss Shishi, shall we leave now? Chui Shishi nodded, casting a glance out the window, feeling somewhat vexed. Song Qian had repeatedly soured her mood, and now he was keeping his distance, leaving her without an outlet for her frustrations. In the dormitory, after dinner, Song Qian returned to tidy his bed. Gao Wenbin was also staying at school that night, caught in a cold war with Chui Shishi. Having been betrayed by her the previous night and then unceremoniously expelled from the Chui household, he found himself reluctant to spend money on a hotel. Yet staying at home would subject him to his parents' nagging. Thus, he had no choice but to reside in the dormitory. Who would have thought that upon returning from dinner, he would hear laughter and chatter emanating from the dormitory? His steps slowed, and a frown creased his brow. Upon reaching the dormitory door, he indeed discovered Song Qian inside. Song Qian? Song Qian also noticed Gao Wenbin, and he too was somewhat taken aback. After all, Gao Wenbin had been so sweet and affectionate with Chui Shishi. Why was he back in the dormitory? You are truly cunning. Before Song Qian could utter a word, Gao Wenbin seized the initiative, declaring, I've already left the Chui household, yet you still follow me here to mock me. Does this amuse you? He had overheard the laughter in the dormitory, undoubtedly stemming from Song Qian recounting his embarrassing escapades from the previous night. A few men, with nothing better to do, were gossiping behind his back. Don't think that just because I fell into your trap last night, you've won. You're dreaming. In a few days, I will return to the Chui household. Just wait and see. Where you reside is of no concern to me, Song Qian replied, puzzled. Do you think so highly of yourself that I would chase after you? Zhao Ying adjusted his glasses, setting down the book in his hands. Gao Wenbin. Song Qian is merely returning to the dormitory to study. Not because of you. You're overthinking it. Gao Wenbin scoffed. Only he knew the truth of the matter. However, even if Song Qian employed devious tactics, it would be to no avail. Cici would never harbor feelings for him. His petty maneuvers would only serve to make Cici despise him further. Lu Zhibiao, this time, refrained from saying much. Instead, he calmly retorted, Haven't you seen Song Qian's social media? Gao Wenbin frowned, suspecting that Song Qian had featured him on his posts. He hastily pulled out his phone, only to find travel photos, including one of Song Qian climbing a mountain with someone. Lu Zhibiao chuckled. Did you think there was only Chui Shishi in the world? A few days ago, Song Qian was on a romantic trip with a beautiful woman. Do you really believe he has fixated on the two of you? How amusing. Song Qian chose not to clarify. Allowing Gao Wenbin and Chui Shishi to misunderstand was not detrimental. It would prevent them from believing he was secretly surveilling them. Gao Wenbin was utterly incredulous. Song Qian, are you truly in a relationship? Did you not see it? Song Qian replied, puzzled. I have long stated that I do not like Chui Shishi. You simply refuse to believe it. Gao Wenbin fell silent for a moment, gathered his belongings, and departed. He had no intention of staying in the dormitory that night. As Lu Zhibiao watched him leave, he remarked, what a pure lunatic, truly believing someone would covet competing with him. However, Song Qian, who is this girlfriend of yours? Just a silhouette, so understated? Song Qian clarified, not a girlfriend. Not a girlfriend? Then she must be a future girlfriend, Lu Zhibiao teased. Which respectable friend cuddles like that? Just then his phone vibrated, reminding him to vote for the location of the team-building event this Saturday. Their class held an annual team-building outing. Last year they had gone for outdoor barbecues. This year, scheduled for October, the weather remained quite warm, making outdoor grilling unbearable. Consequently, numerous suggestions emerged. A villa party, mountain climbing to witness the sea of clouds, as well as agritourism and river tracing activities. Lu Zhibiao, upon reading the announcement in the group, was rendered speechless. Is it true that family members can accompany us for the fee? It appears that there is an excess of dog food this time, he mused, harboring reasonable suspicions that a certain class committee member might be attempting to smuggle in a partner under the guise of the event. Although they were all from the same class, familiarity was lacking, and the purpose of the team-building exercise was to foster camaraderie. The inclusion of outsiders could easily lead to the formation of cliques, complicating the collective enjoyment of the occasion, especially for someone like him, who is single. It felt rather unwelcoming. He believed that a villa gathering would be a more suitable choice. Zhao Ying also perused the announcement. With the recent temperatures on the rise and an abundance of mosquitoes outdoors, not to mention the possibility of snakes, it seemed unsafe. Both cast their votes, turning their gaze towards Song Qian. Without hesitation, Song Qian opted for the villa gathering as well. An hour later, the voting concluded, and the villa gathering emerged as the winner. The class committee tagged all members in the group, urging them to select a villa package. Currently, the market was replete with villa team-building options, so the prices were not exorbitant, yet they were not inexpensive either. Moreover, the locations were quite remote. The address indicated a suburban area that could more accurately be described as a self-built house in the countryside, rather than a true villa. Noticing the dissatisfaction among the members, the class committee expressed their own frustration in the group, suggesting they explore other options. Just then, someone in the group tagged Song Qian, Gao Wenbin. Song Qian, ISN to your home, a grand villa? You are such a kind person. Why not let your classmates hold a gathering at your house? Surely, you have authority over your own residence, don't you? Upon reading this, Lu Zhibiao found himself utterly incredulous, thinking, Gao Wenbin is as sour as old pickled cabbage. How excessively bitter. Chapter 52. Magic defeats magic. The neighboring dormitory was visited by Zhao Qianyang, a member of the class committee. Curiously, he inquired about Song Qian and the implications of Gao Wenbin's remarks. Does your family own a villa? Lu Zhibiao interjected, disdainfully commenting that Gao was merely being sarcastic. Zhao Qianyang rubbed his aching head, overwhelmed by the responsibilities of organizing class activities. This villa must be quite expensive, and if it's affordable, it's probably too far for the classmates to be pleased with. He had initially believed there was indeed a villa involved, understanding the veiled mockery in Gao Wenbin's words, that despite owning a villa, he could not dictate his own choices. Song Qian responded with a smile, I do possess a villa, but organizing a team-building event entails a fair amount of cleaning, which can be quite troublesome. I will share a picture with you, and if you find my villa suitable, a venue fee would be appreciated. He did not expect to be chosen. After all, if the event were held at his home, he could earn a bit of money to spend. If it were not chosen, it mattered little. He had already spoken his piece and would not allow Gao Wenbin to continue his sarcastic remarks. I will send you the picture. Consult with the classmates regarding their opinions. Zhao Qianyang agreed and returned to his dormitory. Shortly thereafter, a message appeared in the class group, detailing the location along with images of the price and environment. The chat buzzed with excitement. This villa is so affordable? ISNT, this a wealthy district? Is this a scam? That price seems impossible. Wow, the class committee is impressive. They actually secured a real luxury property for us. Isn't this a bit suspicious? I know this area. It's notoriously expensive. There's no way they would rent it out for leisure. I suspect the class committee has encountered a deceitful vendor. Upon seeing the messages, Zhao Qianyang was speechless, being unfamiliar with the local real estate. He hurriedly clarified that this was Song Qian's property, offered at a friendly price. Zhao Weiwei. Song Qian's house? I'm at a loss for words. Lu Mei. I thought Gao Wenbin was joking, but this villa is beyond extravagant. Did we win a lottery? Zhao Weiwei. Even winning the lottery wouldn't suffice. Properties here used to sell for 70 to 80 million. Many curious classmates discreetly searched for this neighborhood, ultimately deciding that Song Qian was merely putting on an act. After all, he had previously been a struggling student, an orphan who worked part-time washing dishes. How could he suddenly afford such a home? Who would believe that? Thus, they expressed their agreement in the group and were intrigued about how things would unfold. Song Qian, however, felt no need for a grand resolution. He simply called Aunt Lu to tidy up the house. Nevertheless, the villa contained no precious artworks or vases. The remaining items were merely modern crafts, rendering the situation inconsequential. The previous owner had transformed the basement into a sizable entertainment area, complete with karaoke and billiards, while the backyard boasted a swimming pool that had fallen into disrepair. The rooftop featured a sunroom suitable for barbecues, accompanied by a projector. Therefore, there there were truly no significant concerns. On the other side, Gao Wenbin had just returned home and, upon seeing that Song Qian had indeed reluctantly agreed, promptly called Cui Cece to inform her of the situation. Listening at home, Cui Cece furrowed her brow, planning to inform her parents on the day when Song Qian invited his classmates over, curious to see what kind of commotion he would stir up. Would her parents be pleased? Ideally, they would publicly reprimand Song Qian, causing him embarrassment. In the blink of an eye, Saturday arrived. Zhao Qianyang had hired a vehicle, gathering the entire class at 8 in the morning for their departure, which was not a great distance away. Song Qian also boarded the vehicle, while Zhao Weiwei remained skeptical. Are you really taking us to your home, Song Qian? What if we end up being kicked out? Are you certain it's your house? Yes, rest assured, Song Qian replied with a wry smile. Previously, he had seen Zhao Weiwei watching a shore drama where a faux rich girl flaunted her wealth by inviting classmates over, only to be disgracefully ousted. It seemed Zhao Weiwei was concerned about a similar fate. I hope so. I certainly do not wish for our annual class gathering to turn into an unpleasant memory. Lu Mei, however, was optimistic, asserting that the class committee had surely inspected the place, so there should be no issue. By the way, Song Qian, does your home have a mahjong table? I would love to play. Song Qian pondered, recalling that there was one in the tea room on the first basement level, although he had never used it and was uncertain of its quality. Lu Mei's eyes sparkled. Your home is so well equipped. It must have cost a fortune to decorate. I wouldn't know. I didn't pay for it, Song Qian replied. Lu Zhibiao, standing nearby, was also quite curious, for although he had heard of Song Qian's villa, he had never visited. Gao Wenbin sat a short distance away, watching Song Qian bask in the praise and sneering to himself, eagerly anticipating the outcome. Let's see how you handle this. You flaunt the Cui family's property as your own. Your uncle and aunt are not oblivious and will not allow you to carry on like this. Just because they let you stay doesn't mean it's yours. Outside Song Qian's residence, Cui Cece awaited their arrival. When the vehicle pulled up, a throng of individuals disembarked. She couldn't help but feel a tinge of disdain. Yet she held it back. Today, she wore a stunning dress, her hair slightly curled, exuding an air of elegance and sweetness. Upon seeing Gao Wenbin, she offered him a faint smile. Gao Wenbin approached and took Cui Cece's hand, saying, Song Qian, you don't mind if I bring a companion, do you? Sensing everyone's gaze upon them, Song Qian nonchalantly replied, of course not. Lu Zhibiao, feeling irked, muttered under his breath, damn, this guy is so pretentious. He has to show off his affection at a time like this, doesn't he? Song Qian, this house used to belong to the Cui family. With Cui Cece here, nothing unexpected will happen, right? Zhao kindly reminded him. Song Qian shook his head. The vehicle departed, and everyone stood at the entrance of the villa. Class monitor Su Chi could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, this truly is a renowned luxury villa area. It's magnificent. It's my first time here. Song Qian stepped forward to open the grand entrance, saying, please everyone come in. Today, this place is reserved with the class funds. Feel free to enjoy yourselves as you wish. In that case, we shall not hold back, they replied. The class flower, Xiaolan, took out her phone, eager to capture moments today. I even made a special effort to apply makeup and donned a lovely dress. Song Qian smiled and made way for everyone to enter. At the back, Cui Cece, with a teasing glance at Song Qian, remarked on the absurdity of utilizing such an expensive property for a gathering of underprivileged university students. This area was inhabited by the affluent. Did he truly believe this was akin to a makeshift dwelling in their village? Song Qian regarded Cui Cece and then cast a glance at Gao Wenbin. One exuded disdain while the other radiated provocation. It appeared that both were equally insufferable. Thus, one could only resort to magic to counteract magic. With a sigh, Song Qian lamented that he merely sought some revelry, especially since he had recently experienced a heartbreak that had deprived him of restful nights. Last night, he dreamt of her once more, envisioning a wedding where they were united. Silence. Cui Cece's face flushed with embarrassment. What kind of illicit dreams are you having? You wretched creature, how dare you fantasize about me? Do you believe I won't inform my parents? She was well aware that any notion of a girlfriend was mere fabrication, and the so-called emotional distance was nothing but an act, While publicly avoiding the truth, he indulged in fantasies about her in private. Song Qian, do not overstep your bounds. Gao Wenbin, equally irked, expressed his outrage at the audacity of discussing his own woman so openly. Song Qian frowned, asserting that dreams were beyond his control. Moreover, he could embrace the idea of their coexistence as a trio. Gao Wenbin, now both angry and amused, retorted, "You have quite the imagination. Well then, Cici, your willingness to speak with me, albeit in humiliation, suggests that if you did not harbor feelings for me, why would you engage with me in such a manner? I believe that we—" Cui Cici hurriedly dragged Gao Wenbin inside, muttering to herself that she had known better than to engage him, as doing so only encouraged him to wag his tongue like a dog. Song Qian chuckled, finding this method rather amusing. He glanced at his phone and noticed that an hour ago, Cui Xuan had sent him her flight details. She would be returning today. Chapter 53. Embarrassment? Non-existent. The yard in front of the villa was already quite expansive, and the house itself was grand. Upon entering, one was greeted by the opulence of new Chinese-style decor. Su Qiqi couldn't help but exclaim, "This is made of rosewood. It must be quite expensive. Is that so?" Zhao Weiwei's eyes glimmered with curiosity. "Class monitor, do you think this villa actually belongs to Song Qian, or is it merely rented?" Su Qiqi laughed. "What kind of joke is that? Properties like this never go on the market for rent. The wear and tear from a single rental would far exceed the income." Zhao Weiwei murmured to herself, surprised to learn that Song Qian was so affluent. Previously, she had only known him to be poor, while Gao Wenbin was perceived as the wealthier one. Just then, Gao Wenbin arrived, and she approached him. "Gao Wenbin, have you been here before? Since you were so close with Song Qian, you must know about his family circumstances." Gao Wenbin glanced at Cui Cici beside him and replied, "This house belongs to Cici's family." Zhao Weiwei gasped, "What? So this house isn't Song Qian's?" Liu Mei, who was nearby munching on some fruit, overheard and said, "No way, this house belongs to Song Qian, right?" Yet Zhao Weiwei speculated, how could an orphan like Song Qian possibly own such a large house? Didn't he date Cui Cici before? Perhaps she lent it to him, and now that they've broken up, he refuses to leave. Now he is flaunting someone else's property as if it were his own. "Cici, you want to kick us out, will you?" Upon hearing this, Gao Wenbin thought it was indeed a plausible scenario, an intruder occupying another's nest. Cui Cici crossed her arms and huffed, "I want to kick you out, but my parents might not be as lenient." Zhao Weiwei felt a twinge of anxiety. Song Qian is truly overstepping. Cui Cici mused, contemplating that had Song Qian approached her with humility, she might not have exposed him. She watched him intently, noticing he had stepped out with his phone, exchanging a few words with someone nearby. After about 10 minutes, he still had not returned. The others occupied themselves within the villa, some swimming, others enjoying the KTV on the basement level, singing and playing billiards. In the living room, a gaming console attracted a group of players. Cui Cici sat on the sofa, merely observing, as she had come to watch rather than participate. Gao Wenbin, feeling a mix of jealousy and resentment over the house that once belonged to him but was now Song Qian's, had no desire to play. Lu Zhibiao called from the kitchen, "Anyone wanting a drink, help yourselves to the fridge." Zhao Ing followed suit, grabbing a bottle, exclaiming how well-stocked it was. "Wow, this is delightful." Su Qiqi chimed in, "This is far more enjoyable than a trip to a farm stay." However, she pondered, but where did Song Qian go? He just mentioned stepping out to pick someone up, and it's been half an hour. Zhao Weiwei speculated, perhaps he fled. This house isn't even his. He's afraid of being held accountable, so he took off. "Just drink up. When the real owner arrives, we can settle the bills." Su Qiqi frowned, "You're overthinking it. Do you not understand? He is merely attempting to deceive everyone for the team-building funds." Zhao Weiwei expressed her dissatisfaction. Upon hearing Zhao Weiwei's words, the others in the living room began to murmur among themselves. Indeed, this house does not resemble a style that a young person would favor. I just took a glance, and there is no sign of Song Qian's belongings. It rather resembles a residence fit for an entrepreneur. Could it truly not belong to him? That seems improbable. It would be exceedingly awkward, and we certainly wouldn't be driven out by security, would we? At that moment, Gao Wenbin suddenly laughed, revealing that the house actually belongs to Shi, and that letting you all enjoy it is simply a matter of Shishi's word, requiring no team-building fee whatsoever. Gao Wenbin thought that his statement would make everyone flock to him eagerly. However, instead, they began to contemplate. They were merely here for enjoyment, not to ingratiate themselves with the powerful. Licking boots? That was out of the question. If any issues arose during their fun, Song Qian would undoubtedly be held responsible for a refund. Anything beyond that would be superfluous. At that juncture, Aunt Lu arrived, accompanied by several individuals clad in the uniforms of a fruit shop. Just placed the fruit platters on the table. The staff set down an abundance of fruit, including watermelon, peaches, grapes, cherry tomatoes, as well as durian and jackfruit, filling the dining table to the brim. Su Qiqi, positioned closest to the table, discerned that this fruit shop was quite expensive, having only seen it in video reviews previously. The fruit was priced 7 or 8 times higher than what one would find outside. Their team-building funds could scarcely afford such extravagant fruit. This is a gift from young Master Song for everyone, Aunt Lu said with a smile. Students, I hope you enjoy your time here today. The sir and madam have also arranged for a chef to prepare a meal at the Chui family villa, which will be delivered for everyone to enjoy at noon. The young master has never brought anyone home before, so the madam said to encourage you all to visit more often to liven up the house. Upon hearing this, Su Qiqi was taken aback. Oh, so this house truly does belong to Song Qian? Of course, the property deed is in order. How could there be any doubt? Aunt Lu explained with a smile. I shall take my leave now, so as not to make everyone feel constrained. With that, Aunt Lu departed. Su Qiqi glanced at Zhao Weiwei. See, everyone has confirmed it. You were overthinking it. Such a luxury residence would not be accessible unless it were owned. You're simply worrying needlessly. Hurry and enjoy the fruit. Afterward, let's clear the table as there will be lunch to savor as well. Su Qiqi remarked to the class representative, Zhao Qiangyang. This time, the team building only costs so little, and we have exquisite fruit and meals to enjoy. It is indeed quite delightful. However, raising the experience to such heights this time makes one wonder how team building will be handled in the future. Zhao Qiangyang could only smile wryly. He perceived that the venue fee Song Qian collected was likely just a token gesture, essentially a subsidized arrangement. Gao Wenbin's expression darkened as he addressed Chui Cici. Did you not say that uncle and aunt would surely be upset? Why are they not only unperturbed, but also arranging for a chef to prepare meals for everyone? I'm uncertain as well. Chui Cici furrowed her brow. Usually, her parents forbade her from bringing any dubious friends home. Why then did they display such double standards when it came to Song Qian? It seems profoundly unfair. Cici, regarding the incident with the snake, you placed the blame entirely on me, and your uncle and aunt unceremoniously expelled me. Now, Song Qian is basking in the limelight. And Gao Wenbin's tone revealed his discomfort. I truly do not know who your fiancé is supposed to be. Please do not say such things. Chui Cici felt a pang of guilt towards Gao Wenbin. Without further ado, she returned home. At that moment, her father was absent, leaving only her mother, Xiao Yan. At home, Mother, Song Qian has allowed outsiders to wreak havoc in the villa, and you do not intend to intervene? Are you truly going to indulge him in this manner? You are well aware that Brother Wenbin is among my classmates. How can you permit Song Qian to flaunt his wealth so ostentatiously in class? What must Brother Wenbin think? Chapter 54. Brother-in-law? Are you joking? Xiao Yan cast a curious glance at Chui Cici. Surely, Song Qian was of greater significance than Gao Wenbin. He possessed more than Gao Wenbin did. Was that not entirely reasonable? Why then did Chui Cici not comprehend? Was it merely because he was their godson? Yet, Brother Wenbin was still their son-in-law, was he not? Xiao Yan furrowed her brow. Firstly, on a rational level, Song Qian was the son of their lifesaver. Secondly, emotionally speaking, Song Qian treated them well, and they regarded him as a younger member of the family. Lastly, while Gao Wenbin might be a potential son-in-law, it was not certain. However, the likelihood of Song Qian becoming their son-in-law was considerably greater. What? Chui Cici raised her voice, as if she had heard something utterly unacceptable. You're still unwilling to give up? You want me to marry Song Qian? Absolutely not. I have already told you. Brother Wenbin and I have taken things to the next level. Do you really expect me to switch husbands? Suddenly, Xiao Yan fell silent. How strange. Cici, Are you not aware that Song Qian is already in a relationship? How could you still think I would pressure you? To be honest, ever since you faked your death to escape marriage, I have realized that matters of marriage cannot be forced, and thus I have no such intentions anymore. Cui Cici, however, was skeptical, her beautiful eyes filled with doubt. Then tell me, how could Song Qian still become a son-in-law? Surely, he cannot marry my sister? Cui Cici found it hard to believe, for her sister was of a different caliber. It was impossible for her to take a liking to Song Qian, let alone comply with familial arrangements. The more plausible scenario was that her mother had misspoken. Observing Cui Cici's expression, Xiao Yin sighed. Currently, they are merely acquainted, is still uncertain. For now, let us keep a low profile. However, rest assured, the family will not pressure you, nor will Song Qian. If things progress well, he may indeed become your brother-in-law. Cui Cici was genuinely taken aback. She gazed at her mother's serious demeanor and couldn't help but laugh. What, Mom? Are you joking with me? I would even look at Song Qian. How could my sister possibly be interested in him? This isn't yet another arrangement by you and Dad, is it? Waving her hand, Xiao Yin replied, Don't ask me. Go inquire with your sister. Kui Xixi, sensing the gravity of the situation, felt as though this was no jest. How could this be possible? A swirl of confusion and complex emotions filled her mind. Before long, Cui Shuiyin returned, accompanied by Song Qian. All right, you go spend time with your classmates. I will change and join you for lunch, Cui Shuiyin said to Song Qian. You really didn't need to come pick me up. You wasted time that could have been spent enjoying yourself. I see my classmates every day. This little delay doesn't matter. After all, whether familiar or not, we can still play together every day. Cui Shuiyin smiled slightly, affirming, yes. Song Qian then greeted Xiao Yin in the living room. Mom, I will head over now. Xiao Yin smiled, acknowledging that young people should spend more time with their friends. Staying alone every day can be rather dull. Song Qian departed. Cui Shuiyin exchanged a few words with her mother before preparing to ascend the stairs with her suitcase. Cui Cici could no longer restrain herself. Sister, Mom said you're dating Song Qian? Surely, this must be a jest. You barely know him. How could there be any connection between you? Cui Shuiyin paused for a moment. Do you mind? Mind? Why would I mind? I do not harbor any feelings for him. In fact, I find him quite loathsome. As long as you do not mind. With that, Cui Shuiyin continued on her way, offering no further explanations to Cui Cici. Downstairs, Cui Cici's expression faltered, her brow furrowing as she pressed her lips together, at a loss for words. Mom, does this mean my sister is serious? She wanted to laugh, but found herself utterly bereft of joy, her expression drooping. My sister and Song Qian have no connection. How could they possibly interact? What does she even see in him? Song Qian hardly seems to have any feelings for her either. Sometimes, emotional intensity is not the only consideration. Compatibility holds greater significance. You may not like Song Qian, but your sister believes he is a suitable choice for a boyfriend, and that is all that matters. Xiao Yin glanced at her younger daughter, unable to suppress a smile at her concern for someone she dislikes so fervently. Her thoughts were indeed complex and ever-changing. However, I must warn you in advance. You are well aware of your sister's temperament. Do not stir up trouble, or else. I understand. Cui Cici held her lips tightly, casting aside thoughts of Gao Wenbin, the villa, and her own pride. The idea of having to call Song Qian brother-in-law was simply unacceptable to her. Why didn't she tell me beforehand? Did she keep it from me alone? Have they been? Do not speak nonsense. Xiao Yin interjected sternly, her brow furrowed. If not for your immaturity, none of this would have happened. She looked at her daughter, who was speaking recklessly, feeling an overwhelming sense of disappointment. When you left, we were devastated. It was Song Qian who stayed by our side every day, finding ways to comfort us with food. When I learned that you were alive and had eloped with a man, I was utterly at a loss. Feeling such guilt towards Song Qian, your sister, seeing our sorrow, suggested trying to get to know Song Qian better. She is not particularly interested in romance. She simply needs a reliable and decent man. Given that Song Qian is well acquainted with our family, we have faith in him, which is why we considered him. Xiao Yin sighed. Your sister is not someone who acts on impulse. Just a few days ago, after their trip, She confided in me that she found him dependable and was willing to attempt to build a relationship, which is why I informed you. Had it not been for your persistent hostility towards Song Qian, I would have kept this to myself. Chui Cici's eyelashes fluttered slightly. So, they have only known each other for a month, or even less. Yes, Song Qian would not harbor affection for my sister. His actions would merely inflict pain upon her. Are you not aware that the person he holds dear in his heart is me? How could you possibly allow him to be with my sister? Is that not a disservice to her? Yet, Xiao Yin contended that feelings can indeed be cultivated, asserting that as long as one possesses good character and their values align, the distinction between like and love becomes inconsequential. Moreover, your sister is beautiful and accomplished. It is inconceivable that Song Qian would not be drawn to her. However, Chui Cici remained skeptical. Regardless of her sister's beauty and excellence, how could Song Qian so swiftly transfer his affections? Does my sister not care? The one who occupies Song Qian's heart is her younger sister. Your sister is indifferent, Xiao Yin replied assuredly. For her, love is merely a trivial matter. After all these years, do you still not understand your sister? Enraged, Chui Cici stamped her foot and stormed off. It is utterly unacceptable. How absurd. One side is her fiancé, and the other is her own sister. What is this? Does she not regard her as a person? This is beyond excessive. Chapter 55. The beautiful sister Chui Xiuyin donned a casual ensemble, a sporty skirt suit complemented by a flowing gray pleated skirt that showcased her long, slender legs. She stepped into a pair of white athletic shoes, her long hair elegantly styled into a high ponytail, gleaming with a lustrous sheen. Her tall, delicate figure exuded an ethereal grace that caught Xiao Yin's attention in the living room, leaving her momentarily entranced. Xiao Yin's visage was naturally captivating. Even without makeup and in such simplicity, she radiated beauty. Her brows and eyes conveyed an air of aloofness, while a small mole at the corner of her eye added to her enchanting allure. Xiaoyan, when did you acquire this outfit? It looks rather lovely and suits you perfectly. Xiao Yin couldn't help but commend. Chui Xiuyin replied, aiming to appear more youthful. Xiao Yin chuckled. Aren't you the epitome of youth? You always carry an air of maturity. This look is just right for you. Chui Xiuyin merely smiled faintly before stepping out. Upon arriving at Song Qian's villa, the moment she entered, the atmosphere in the living room shifted into a hushed reverence. Both men and women alike gazed at her with a shared sense of astonishment, silently exclaiming how beautiful she was. Lu Mei nearly dropped the fruit in her hands, exclaiming, "Whose family member is this? Such beauty! Is she a celebrity? With this figure and looks, she would undoubtedly be the belle of our school." It was not just the men captivated by her beauty. The women, too, found themselves unable to avert their gazes. Su Qiqi remarked, "I've never seen anyone like her. She's truly stunning. Did she walk into the wrong house? Who could possibly have such a family member? How could they not boast about it daily?" I couldn't contain myself. Wow. Xiaolan echoed her admiration. As the class beauty herself, she considered her own looks merely decent, enhanced by careful grooming. Yet, standing before such an effortlessly radiant beauty, she felt a pang of inadequacy. Zhao Qianyang's eyes widened in awe. Who is she here for? I have no idea. The others around him shook their heads. At that moment, Song Qian emerged from the kitchen, sensing the sudden quietude in the living room and feeling a tinge of confusion. However, upon spotting the woman at the entrance, his face broke into a smile. "Sister Xiuyin, please come in and have a seat." His good friend Lu Zhibiao couldn't help but blush as the stunning woman approached. "Bro, is this your sister?" Song Qian clarified. To be precise, she is Chui Cici's older sister. So beautiful? Lu Zhibiao, familiar only with Chui Cici's charming and sweet appearance, was astounded. Though she too was lovely, standing at just over 1.6 meters, she was a different kind of beauty compared to this tall, perfect goddess. Though the two sisters shared blood, there was still a slight disparity between them. The genetic prowess of the Chui family was undeniably remarkable. Even the usually taciturn Zhao cleared his throat and inquired, "Does your sister have a boyfriend?" "Don't get any wild ideas," Song Qian quickly interjected. "Anyone who dares to covet my sister Xiuyin, beware of my wrath." Liu Zhibiao assumed this was merely because of his sister's exquisite and untouchable beauty, not considering any deeper connection with Song Qian. He nodded in agreement. Such a stunning beauty, not to mention a wealthy heiress, was indeed beyond the realm of ordinary imagination. As Cui Shuiyin approached, a faint scent of shower gel lingered around her, a testament to her recent bath. Her complexion was as pristine as the finest mutton fat jade, delicate and flawless. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with a hint of mirth as she gazed intently at Song Qian. "Am I interrupting you?" she asked. "No. This time our class gathering allows family members to join," Song Qian explained. "What would you like to eat?" "I'm not hungry. How about I, as the elder sister, treat the little classmates to milk tea and coffee?" Cui Xian appeared to be in good spirits, effortlessly standing beside Song Qian and taking hold of his wrist. "You can order." Following her lead, Song Qian settled beside her and accepted her phone. Cui Xian lowered her head to unlock the device. A loose strand of hair brushing against Song Qian's face in the breeze, tickling him with her unique fragrance. In a soft whisper, she inquired, "How many people are at home?" "Probably over 50, though I didn't count precisely." "Then let's order 60 cups," she replied with a gentle smile, instinctively leaning closer to Song Qian. "The extras can be shared with the aunts. We wouldn't want to waste them." "All right." Song Qian could feel her warmth. After placing the milk tea order, he curiously asked, "Sister Shuiyin, you seem exceptionally cheerful today. Is business going well? Did you land a big deal?" "Yes," she teased. As Song Qian turned to meet her gaze, the proximity was almost overwhelming. Clearing his throat, he shifted a bit, replying, "Then congratulations." Cui Shuiyin reclaimed her phone from him, her fingertips lightly grazing his palm, as if playfully teasing. "I'll be right back. I need to visit the restroom." Song Qian nodded. "Oh, all right." Cui Shuiyin rose and made her way to the second floor. She wasn't fond of noisy atmospheres. Rather, she preferred to watch the merriment from above, not wishing to partake in it. Nearby, Gao Wenbin had noticed their intimate demeanor. Curiosity piqued as to why the eldest sister was so familiar with Song Qian. He felt a sense of unease. He yearned to ask Cui Cici, but she seemed to have vanished, leaving his messages unanswered. Lately, she had been acting mysteriously and prone to anger, leaving him baffled about the source of her irritation. Before long, the milk tea order arrived. Class monitor Su Qiqi messaged everyone to gather in the living room for their drinks, specifically mentioning, "This is treated by Sister Song Qian. Thank you, beautiful sister." Gao Wenbin chose not to partake. He had no need for another cup of milk tea. Instead, he felt disgruntled that Cui's family was there to honor Song Qian while he remained treated as a stranger. "Gao Wenbin, aren't you going to get one?" Zhao Qiangyan inquired, noticing there were still several cups left. With a huff, Gao Wenbin replied, "I won't drink it. I refuse to curry favor with anyone for a trivial gain." Liu Zhibiao, sipping his milk tea, chimed in, "Indeed, some people are just overly sour." What further can be said about the house not belonging to Song Qian? It seems the truth has now been laid bare. It is better that he does not drink. Such waste should not even be offered to a dog. "What do you mean by that?" Gao Wenbin's expression shifted instantaneously. "I say you, who think you are so impressive, deliberately flaunting yourself before Song Qian. Well, look where that has led you." Liu Zhibiao smirked, having eagerly awaited this moment. His patience now rewarded, and he showed no mercy in his words. "It appears you are merely a shadow of what you claim to be." The uncles and aunts of the Cui family, as well as the eldest sister, only acknowledge Song Qian, not even sparing you a glance. This clearly indicates that your status as a son-in-law of the Cui family is greatly inflated. Surely, you are not the kind who embellishes their own reputation? Gao Wenbin glared at Liu Zhibiao, rendered speechless with fury, for he truly lacked the skill for such quarrels. Chapter 56. Trying the mattress? Liu Zhibiao continued, "Are you feeling anxious? In the future, refrain from flaunting the name of the Cui family's son-in-law to deceive others, lest you find yourself a mere figment of imagination, which would be rather embarrassing." Gao Wenbin, infuriated, retreated to the backyard to bask in the sun. Zhao Ying lamented, "I truly admire him. If it were me, I would feel too ashamed to be here. He has the audacity to betray his brothers. What more does he have to lose?" Song Qian distributed milk tea to everyone and took a cup upstairs, blissfully unaware of the banter occurring on the first floor. In the bedroom at the end of the second floor, he indeed found Shui Shuyan within. She sat at the foot of the bed, her hands propped on the mattress, her body slightly reclined, with her long hair cascading gracefully at her waist. The sunlight streaming through the window highlighted her flawless profile. Compared to her usual appearance in beautiful dresses, in this moment, she resembled an unattainable beauty, exuding the vigor and vitality of youth. Upon hearing the door open, Cui Shuyan cast a sidelong glance at Song Qian, her legs elegantly crossed. This mattress is rather comfortable and soft. I shall have to try it more thoroughly next time. Perhaps today would be a good occasion to do so. There was a hint of skepticism in her eyes. With dozens of people in the villa, what were they doing here? It seemed rather easy to be discovered. Had he truly become so reckless in his pursuit of excitement? She found it difficult to keep pace with his rhythm. To put it plainly, while Cui Shuyan enjoyed the flirtation they shared in private, it did not mean she was inclined to seek thrills in front of so many witnesses. After all, she could not afford any blemish on her reputation. Even if tempted, she could easily suppress her desires. Song Qian clarified, I meant you could rest here, perhaps take a nap. You must be tired after your flight. I will lock the door, and no one will disturb you. Oh, Cui Shuyan nodded. I thought you were suggesting something else. Her voice trailed off with a teasing tone, for it had indeed been several days since they last met. Who could say what your intentions might be? I certainly am not. Song Qian's face flushed. He set down the milk tea. If you prefer solitude, then make yourself comfortable. Lunch will be served soon. Would you like to come down, or shall I bring it to you? I'll come down. There's no need for you to go out of your way for me. I can manage on my own. At noon, servants from the Cui household delivered a sumptuous spread, filling a large table, though there were too many people to fit everything. They even placed some dishes on the island counter. However, everyone was considerate of cleanliness. After the meal, they tidily cleared away the plates. Feeling a bit drowsy, Song Qian ascended to rest. The others spent the afternoon swimming, playing card games outdoors, and engaging in script murder mysteries. Upon entering the bedroom, he locked the door behind him. Cui Shuyan was also resting in the room. Initially, Song Qian intended only to sit for a while, but unexpectedly, he leaned against the headboard and fell asleep. In a daze, he found himself lying on the bed, resting his head on the soft pillow. Awakened by the incessant ringing of the phone, he opened his eyes to find himself embracing Cui Shuyan, who was also napping. Her long hair cascaded over his arm, her head resting on his bicep, and her arms wrapped around his waist, nestled comfortably in his embrace. Upon hearing the phone, she gently nudged Song Qian before turning over to continue her slumber. Song Qian, with his phone in hand, quietly exited the room and locked the door from the inside before making his way downstairs. It was the afternoon of a class bonding activity, and it would be unbecoming for him to remain in bed alone, despite the reluctance to leave the warmth of slumber. He descended the stairs, and by 5 o'clock, everyone had gathered at a restaurant at the community entrance to enjoy dinner before being driven back to school. Naturally, Song Qian chose not to return immediately, as he was concerned about Cui Shuyan being home alone without dinner. He returned to the villa, which had been tidied and cleaned thoroughly. Aunt Lu, having finished her chores, was about to leave. Young Master Song, I shall take my leave now. Aunt Lu, you've worked hard today. I've sent you a red envelope. Please make sure to receive it. Aunt Lu, smiling warmly, graciously accepted, acknowledging her fatigue. The second floor was quiet, and upon entering his room, Song Qian found Cui Shuyan seated at the table by the window, engrossed in her work on the computer. When did you wake up? I slept until just past 3. Cui Shuyan replied. I have a video conference at 4, so I'm just wrapping up a few things. Have your classmates left? Yes. Song Qian took a seat beside her. I'll wait for you to finish, then accompany you for dinner. Haven't you already eaten? I purposely had a light meal. Cui Shuyan smiled faintly, leaning against Song Qian's shoulder. Is that so? Shall we do something else first? Aren't you hungry? Not particularly. Cui Shuyan gazed at Song Qian's lips, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, the small mole at the corner of her eye particularly enchanting at that moment. Her long hair brushed against the back of his hand, sending a tingling sensation through him. A gentle kiss followed, after which Cui Shuyan entwined her arms around his shoulders and he swept her into his arms, carrying her toward the bedside. An hour later, Cui Shuyan, glistening with a sheen of perspiration, pulled the thin blanket over herself, obscuring her form. Her long hair was now tousled, and the pillow had long since been displaced. Song Qian embraced her, planting soft kisses on her shoulder. Suddenly, his phone rang. "Young Song, why couldn't I reach you earlier? Are you home?" It was Xiao Yin's anxious voice. "Yes, I just dozed off and didn't hear it." "What's wrong?" She is missing," Xiao Yin replied urgently. "She went home for a bit this morning and then ran out. I didn't think much of it. But she hasn't returned for dinner, and her phone is off. I asked Gao Wenbin, and he hasn't seen her since this morning. Alas, she is just a girl. At this hour, who knows where she could be? What if something has happened?" Upon glancing at the clock, Song Qian noted that it was merely 7 in the evening. For Cui Cici, it was perhaps still the onset of her nocturnal adventures. However, observing the urgency in Cui Ma's demeanor, he reassured her, "Mother, do not fret. I shall attempt to reach her shortly, and will also venture out to search for her. I promise to inform you of any developments at the earliest opportunity." Cui Lian acquiesced. "Very well. I too am in pursuit of her." Alas, this situation is quite disconcerting. The call ended. Cui Shuyan's expression grew somewhat colder, sensing a withdrawal of warmth from her surroundings. With a smile, she inquired, "Are you off to find Cici now?" "Not quite," replied Song Qian as he donned the clothing from his bedside. "You will be staying here tonight, so I have asked the housekeeper to leave. And with no one at home to prepare dinner, you probably wouldn't wish to venture out in your current state. I shall boil you a bowl of noodles. It will suffice." "Oh," Cui Shuyan's gaze lingered on him. "May I borrow your phone? Mine has run out of battery." "Of course," Song Qian replied, tossing his phone to her before stepping outside. Leaning against the bed, Cui Shuyan fiddled with the phone, yet did not turn it on. She had anticipated that Song Qian would reach out to Cici without delay, but it seemed that was not the case. Chapter 57. The hotel, the air in the bar was infused with a faint scent of alcohol. Cui Cici curled up on the soft sofa, toying with the glass before her. She sipped slowly, the icy liquid gliding down her throat, yet it failed to bring any semblance of pleasure, leaving only the bitterness on her tongue and a heavy discomfort in her stomach. Discovering that Song Qian's aloofness towards her was not a result of his consideration for her, but rather due to his desire to avoid any implications from his association with Cui Shuyan, felt like a fishbone lodged in her throat, stuck neither here nor there, suffocating her heart. An indescribable emotion fermented within her chest, mingled with surprise, confusion, and a hint of bitterness that she was reluctant to acknowledge. "Cici, you seem off tonight. What is the matter?" Su Ye observed her with concern, attempting to snatch the cup from her hand. "You've already had so many drinks. Stop now. You've been so distracted, yet you want to share what's bothering you." Cui Cici evaded Su Ye's hand, her voice muffled. "It's nothing. Just a bit vexing." She could not voice the thought that Song Qian was dating her sister. What kind of justification was that? Even she found it inexplicable, bordering on unreasonable. In essence, while the identities of Song Qian and her sister were somewhat awkward, everyone knew that she and Song Qian had never shared anything significant. Her feelings towards him were merely disdain. So what if they were in a relationship? As she continued to drink, the effects of the alcohol began to take hold, leaving her in a half-drunken stupor against the sofa. Sui sighed and took out her phone, sending a message to Gao Wenbin. He arrived promptly, and upon seeing the dazed Cui Cici slumped on the sofa, his brow furrowed with concern. "Cici?" He hurried over and gently supported her shoulder. "Why have you drunk so much?" Sui briefly explained. "She is feeling down and want to share why. You should take her home to rest." She added, "By the way, Annie was looking for her this afternoon. She seemed quite anxious. Should you let her know?" Gao Wenbin nodded, pulling out his phone to message Xiao Yan. "Song Qian, why?" Cui Cici mumbled hazily against his shoulder, her voice soft, laden with intoxication and a sense of grievance. Gao Wenbin's fingers froze instantly, an intricate array of emotions gripping him. Was she thinking of Song Qian? Did she drown her sorrows in drink after he left without a word this afternoon? All for the sake of Song Qian? And what about him? What was his place in all of this? As Cui family's son-in-law, he possessed nothing, while Song Qian effortlessly secured a home. Chui Cici's desire for revenge against Song Qian had resulted in her being cast out of the Chui family, and today, he had been ridiculed and belittled by Song Qian's circle, losing all dignity. Why? Why was Song Qian always favored, while he, Gao Wenbin, had to bear the brunt of it? Even in Chui Cici's current vulnerability and tears, her subconscious still called out for that very Song Qian. Yeah, I'll take Cici nearby to find a place to sober up. Gao Wenbin tucked away his phone, a chill in his heart, though he forced his tone to remain calm. She's in this state. Returning now will only worry Uncle and Annie more. I'll wait until she's a bit more sober before taking her home. Sukia nodded. Very well. Then you must take good care of her. Gao Wenbin half-assisted, half-carried Chui Cici out of the bar. The cool night breeze brushed against her face, and Chui Cici seemed to regain a hint of consciousness, though her steps remained unsteady. Gao Wenbin did not take her home, nor did he head to a place to sober up. Instead, he directly entered a nearby chain hotel. After securing a room, they entered the elevator and swiped the card to open the door. Gao Wenbin gently placed Chui Cici on the bed. She appeared utterly exhausted. Her eyes closed, brows slightly furrowed, long eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath her eyes. As he gazed at her serene and fragile, sleeping visage illuminated by the light, his heart raced. He sat at the edge of the bed, watching her, slowly leaning down, wanting to softly kiss her forehead or cheek. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed unexpectedly at the door. Gao Wenbin's body stiffened, abruptly pulled from his previous emotions. A wave of irritation surged within him. He approached the door, his tone unfriendly. Who is it? It's me, Song Qian, came a calm voice from outside. I'm here for Chui Cici. Gao Wenbin felt an unnameable fury ignite within him. Was this a ghost that refused to depart? He swung the door open forcefully, and indeed found Song Qian standing there, his expression indifferent, but his gaze sharply scanning past him into the room. Song Qian. Gao Wenbin's voice brimmed with hostility and rejection. Instinctively blocking the door with his body, what do you want? It's not your place to concern yourself with Cici and me. You are not welcome here. Song Qian's gaze fell upon the bed, where Chui Cici seemed to be stirred awake, groggily rubbing her eyes. Only after confirming her safety did he turn back to Gao Wenbin. Our parents are very worried about her. Now I must take her home. Home? Gao Wenbin was almost amused by his presumption. You're the one who should be leaving. You interrupted us. Can't you see that? The argument had fully awakened Chui Cici. She sat up, massaging her throbbing temples, her vision still blurry as she looked towards the door. When she recognized the tall figure as Song Qian, she froze, her thoughts muddled with remnants of alcohol, leaving her feeling conflicted. Song Qian? Her voice was hoarse, laced with the confusion of waking and a hint of barely perceptible surprise. Why? Why are you here? Song Qian's gaze settled on her face, his tone devoid of inflection. You left without a word, turned off your phone, and didn't inform our parents. They were frantic searching for you. Your previous faux death had already caused them great distress, and now you're causing another uproar. Have you considered their feelings at all? How dutiful Song Qian was. Chui Cici couldn't help but scoff internally. The faint flicker of hope she hadn't even realized she harbored extinguished in silence. A deeper, indescribable sense of loss began to envelop her. She looked at his calm, unyielding face, recalling how he had once been so obedient to her, always smiling and accommodating. Was he now the same with her sister? Even if her sister treated him with indifference, could he still present a cheerful demeanor? I have my boyfriend to take care of me. I don't need you to come all this way. She turned her face away, her tone laced with a deliberate aloofness and a hint of petulance. What? Are you afraid I might intrude upon your time with Sister Shuiyan? Rest assured, I shall simply avoid you both in the future. The alcohol magnified her sensitivity and the faint jealousy bubbling beneath the surface, rendering her words sharp. Song Qian observed her in silence for several seconds. How could Chui Cici possibly know about his matters with Sister Shuiyan? Had he been discovered? He nodded slightly, feigning calmness. As long as you're all right, please take care and rest well. With that, he turned and exited with decisive grace. Watching his figure vanish at the doorway, Chui Cici felt an even heavier sense of suffocation, as though something was lodged within her chest. Gao Wenbin closed the door, a triumphant smirk lingering on his face from having sent Song Qian away, mingled with a barely perceptible tension. He approached the bedside, gazing at Cui Cici's downcast profile, mistakenly believing that her discontent stemmed from Song Qian's arrival, seeing it as his opportunity to shine. Chapter 58. Are they aware of their relationship? Gao Wenbin spoke softly, imbued with a tone of reassurance and intimacy. She, ignore him. He only seeks to provoke you. It's all right. I'm here with you. As he spoke, he extended his hand, attempting to gently wrap it around her shoulder, even daring to lean closer to her cheek, yearning to bridge the gap between them. After all, he was a normal man, confronted by a stunning beauty who was also his girlfriend. It was impossible for him to harbor no desires. However, just as his fingers were about to make contact with Cui Cici, a sharp sound echoed through the quiet room. A crisp slap that, while not overly forceful, resonated loudly, piercing the stillness. Cui Cici's eyes reflected an affronted resistance as she pointed towards the door, her voice laced with unyielding resolve. Gao Wenbin, leave. I wish to be alone right now. Go out immediately. Do not touch me. Gao Wenbin, clutching his cheek, was utterly bewildered. The stinging sensation was eclipsed by the shock and embarrassment swelling within him. He gazed at Cui Cici in disbelief, the tenderness and pride he felt moments ago abruptly frozen. He merely wished to comfort her, to draw closer to his girlfriend. Why did she react so vehemently? I. Leave. Cui Cici interrupted him, her tone icy, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. I need to sleep. Gao Wenbin, observing the resolute and rejecting look in her eyes, felt a surge of humiliation and a misplaced ire directed towards Song Qian. It had to be Song Qian. If he and T appeared so suddenly, things would not have spiraled into this chaos. She would not have treated him this way. Fine, I'll go. Gao Wenbin's voice was low and heavy, saturated with profound frustration. He cast a deep, complex glance at Cui Cici, a mix of despair and resentment evident in his expression, before swiftly exiting the room, closing the door gently behind him with a soft click. The room fell into complete silence, leaving Cui Cici alone. She sat dazedly at the edge of the bed, her face still flushed with the remnants of her earlier fury. Gazing at her slightly numb palm and then at the closed door, her mind was a tumultuous haze. Gao Wenbin's approach had instinctively prompted her resistance, while Song Qian's calm and distant demeanor only exacerbated her unease. Meanwhile, Gao Wenbin stood at the elevator entrance, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his stinging cheek, his gaze darkly fixed on the closed door. Song Qian. He silently mulled over the name, the humiliation of the night, the indignities of the afternoon, and all the injustices he had felt at the Cui household, now finding a clear outlet for his pent-up frustration. He inhaled deeply and pressed the button for the descending elevator. Downstairs at the hotel, Song Qian sat on a shared electric scooter, delaying his departure. While on a call with Xiao Yan, he looked up just in time to see Gao Wenbin storming out of the hotel, hailing a taxi as he left. Changing his tone, he noted, now that Gao Wenbin has departed, she is alone in the hotel. I sense her mood is not particularly favorable. Mother, please decide how to proceed. She does not appreciate my interference. I leave the ensuing matters in your capable hands. Xiao Yan let out a sigh, and I quickly approached. Xiao Song, you have worked hard. She is truly too willful. After hanging up the phone, Song Qian hurried home. The night had deepened, and upon returning to the villa, Song Qian looked up to see the familiar window on the second floor still glowing with a warm yellow light. He had left Shui Yin twice that day, uncertain if she was still there. With hurried steps, he reached the door to the second floor. It was ajar, and the warm light spilled through the crack. Gently pushing the door open, he beheld her silhouette. Cui Yin was not seated behind the large desk, but rather leaning against the soft cushions of the bay window. She wore a soft, cream-colored nightgown, her long hair casually twisted into a loose bun, with a few strands lazily cascading down her snowy neck. A hefty book lay open on her lap, though she appeared not to be reading, her gaze lost in the somber night outside. Her profile, illuminated by the light, outlined gentle curves, exuding a tranquil beauty. Upon hearing the door open, she immediately turned her head. You're back? Her voice was softer than usual, tinged with a barely perceptible concern. Song Qian responded, closing the door behind him and walking to the bay window. Still awake? Waiting for me? Cui Shuyan closed the book resting on her knees, lifting her eyes to scan his face as if seeking confirmation of something. Then, her brows slightly arched, revealing a faint smile, imbued with a touch of resignation and indulgence. Otherwise, how could an elder sister sleep soundly while her little brother runs off in the night to rescue a damsel? She's fine, Song Qian succinctly replied, sitting beside her, inhaling the scent that enveloped her. She had overindulged at the hotel, courtesy of Gao Wenbin, but now she was alone. Their mother was already on her way. Cui Shuyan, ever perceptive, noted the subtle, nearly imperceptible fatigue etched in his brow, understanding that the events had not unfolded as he described. Gao Wenbin, she softly repeated the name, once a friend of his, yet one who had coveted a woman and intruded upon his life, forcing him to leave the Cui household. Even the incident with the snake could not be disentangled from him. She paused, turning her head, her gaze intensely fixed on Song Qian's face. Do you not harbor any resentment towards him? Her eyes, often characterized by a cool detachment, appeared particularly deep and gentle in the warm glow. Have you never considered teaching Gao Wenbin a lesson? Showing him that you are not someone he can easily manipulate? Huh? Song Qian was somewhat taken aback by Cui Shuyan's words, for she did not seem like someone who would concern herself with such matters. Moreover, wasn't his persona that of an honest man? Could an honest man seek revenge? A delicate smile graced Cui Shuyan's lips, her body leaning slightly closer to him, her voice lowered, imbued with a coaxing tenderness. As long as you are willing, I can teach you how to repay kindness with kindness and malice with malice, in a manner both clean and beautiful. Song Qian gazed into her captivating eyes, which shimmered with a hint of authority and an unwavering protective intent, feeling warmth blossom within him, accompanied by an inexplicable fluttering in his heart. He fell silent for a few seconds, not responding directly. Instead, he remarked, She just mentioned the matter concerning you and me. Does she know something? I believed we had concealed it well. Perhaps she recognized my circle of friends? Had I known, I would not have posted anything at all. He genuinely wished to avoid causing trouble for Cui Shuyan. What if I told you I informed her at noon today? Would you be upset? Song Qian was taken aback, instinctively furrowing his brow. Cui Shuyan scrutinized his expression, scoffing lightly. This trivial matter is nothing worth concealing. Do you think I need to hide it? Whatever I choose to do, my family has never interfered, just like with our relationship. Even if my parents know now, they would not comment on it. Song Qian, I am not afraid. What are you afraid of? Song Qian remained silent. Wasn't it supposed to be a secret affair? Why did it feel akin to an official announcement? This seemed amiss. When did such arrangements become so openly discussed? Chapter 59, A Confrontation Between Sisters After a Moment of Contemplation. Song Qian realized that while it might be awkward if he and Cui Shuyan were to part ways in the future, it was unnecessary to conceal the fact that she had given herself to him for the first time. To do so would be to lack integrity. All right, I am unafraid. If my parents inquire, I shall accept any blame directed at me. However, if you are so open, what have you been concealing all this while? Cui Shuyan coughed softly, averting her gaze. The secrets she had kept were merely to provoke. The dynamic between an elder sister and her brother-in-law, or rather, an elder sister and her foster brother, carried a certain ethical taboo, didn't it? If you were to call me sister in bed, I would find it rather appealing. Song Qian felt as though a wheel had rolled over his face. Indeed, this woman is entirely consumed with such thoughts. How utterly reasonable, he remarked. So, Cui Cece resorted to drinking because of this? What does my relationship with you have to do with her? What sort of tantrum is she throwing? She cares for you. Cui Shuyan spoke softly, as if stating an undeniable fact. Yet, perhaps she herself had not fully grasped it or was unwilling to admit it. Knowing that they were together, and hearing their mother's approval, was unbearable for her. She has feelings for you. At the very least, she holds some affection. Oh, he replied with a nonchalant tone, devoid of any discernible emotion. Cui Shuyan was taken aback by his calm response. Aren't you unhappy? You once cared so deeply for her, yet she never acknowledged you. Now that she slowly shows concern for you, you seem indifferent to her feelings. Song Qian's gaze swept over Chui Xuyan's delicate features, his voice resolute and clear. Whether she cares for me is her affair. It has no bearing on me. I have never harbored romantic feelings for her. I have told you before. My interest lies in financial gain, yet you do not believe me. His eyes wandered ambiguously over Chui Xuyan's porcelain neck. As for you, such an astute woman, why do you persist in asking the same foolish question? I believe it is you who cares too much about me. Is it that I do not exert enough effort to convey my stance? Chui Xuyan's face flushed. If one were to speak of effort, Song Qian certainly had nothing to be criticized about. Yes, I care for you. Is that satisfactory? He grasped her hand gently. Sister Xuyan, since you care for me, why do you not ask if I am weary? After all, I just concluded my time with you before seeking someone else. How exhausting. Tonight, I shall not exert myself. Let you reward me instead. After all, I sought out your dear sister. What about the sisterly debt? Kuik Suayan Chakud. His demeanor caused a hidden corner of her heart to stir, giving rise to a secret pleasure that she found somewhat childish. Is it only for teasing that you mention her? You truly are rather heartless. Chui Xuyan's laughter was now more genuine. Her smile no longer superficial, but infused with authentic emotion. As her eyes sparkled, a hint of languid charm emerged. Yet, I must admit, I rather like you this way. She deliberately elongated the final syllables of like with a hint of playful mockery, intertwined with an elusive allure. Suddenly, a discordant chime shattered the delicate atmosphere. Chui Xuyan smiled and declared, I must take my leave. Song Qian. Observing his expression, Chui Xuyan couldn't help but laugh. The subtle tension was abruptly interrupted by reality, lightening the mood. She rose, the soft fabric of her loungewear gracefully accentuating her lovely curves. It seems our little friend is feeling down. However, dear sister did not say she wouldn't return. Just be ready in half an hour. And wait for me in bed after you cleaned up. She reached out, her hand naturally brushing through his slightly tousled hair, as if to soothe him. I still need to check in with the family. Otherwise, you won't be able to face the world later. Her cool fingertips glided through his strands, grazing his scalp, sending a shiver of indescribable excitement through him. Song Qian's body stiffened almost imperceptibly, his Adam's apple instinctively bobbing. Are you in such a hurry to go? Don't think about it. You can't expect my parents to wait an hour, can you? Perhaps just 10 minutes? Kuik Suayan playfully protested. No. Should I accompany you? Song Qian's voice tightened, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on her. Chui Xuyan ceased to tease him, withdrawing her hand and turning toward the door, her steps light and graceful. As she reached the threshold, she suddenly paused, glancing back at him. Oh, by the way, her tone was spirited. The offer I made earlier about teaching you how to deal with people is still valid. Just say the word, and your sister will be at your service. With that, she left him with a meaningful look and descended the stairs, her footsteps fading into the distance. Song Qian did not dwell on the matter of discipline. Instead, he felt a pang of concern for the Chui family. He was well aware of Chui Cici's temperament, a capricious young lady prone to whimsy, her immaturity often leading to impulsive decisions. Now that Chui Xuyan had laid her cards on the table, it was reasonable to expect that Chui Cici should refrain from interference, especially since she had already moved in with her boyfriend. However, he did not wish for Chui Xuyan to face this alone. Yet, it was evident that he had no authority to join the conversation. At the Chui residence, Chui Cici had consumed a hangover remedy and felt considerably clearer-headed. Sitting on the sofa, clutching a cushion, appearing rather lethargic, Chui Xuyan entered wearing her pajamas, and Cici's gaze flickered as she assessed her sister's attire. Did you stay overnight at Song Qian's? Indeed, Chui Xuyan readily admitted. From now on, I will be residing there. Sister, why must it be Song Qian? Chui Cici's eyes reflected a trace of sadness. You are well aware that he was previously engaged to me, right? Our parents have tried to set us up together, and you still. Cici, ultimately, our parents wish to have Song Qian as a son-in-law not because of you, but rather out of gratitude for his life-saving assistance. Chui Xuyan spoke with a calm and rational tone, stating that if you were unwilling, she would take the initiative. However, her smile was faint as she asked, then why did you choose Song Qian's best friend over the other men? Chui Cici's complexion paled slightly as she replied, Matters of the heart cannot be forced or controlled. I am well suited for Song Qian. Cui Shuyan decisively delivered her final notice. He possesses a commendable character, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall marry him. Cici, he will soon be your brother-in-law, and you already have a boyfriend. It would be wise to maintain some distance from Song Qian and refrain from harboring animosity towards him. You have never truly begun anything, let alone ended it. Thus, let be. Cui Cici gazed at Cui Shuyan in disbelief, unable to discern any hint of jest. Only seriousness and gravity. Sister, are you serious about him? What do you think? Cui Cici's hands trembled as she murmured, the one I love is him. Do you not care? Cui Xian offered a faint smile, for she had already found her answer and, naturally, did not care. Chapter 60. Familiar Noodles. The truth on a Sunday evening, Song Qian had just seen off Cui Shuyan at the airport and was returning to the Cui family home. Where the atmosphere at the dinner table was rather somber. Xiao Yin wore an unmistakable expression of fatigue and concern, hastily taking a few bites before setting down her chopsticks. Believing her mood to be influenced by a situation with Cui Shuyan, Song Qian inquired, Mother, what troubles you? She had an acute gastroenteritis this morning and is running a fever. I had to take her to the hospital. Xiao Yin sighed, rubbing her temples. The child must have overindulged in alcohol on an empty stomach last night. I will need to keep vigil at the hospital tonight. Her expression dimmed as she continued. Now that Xiao Yin has you, we need not worry too much. You are a caring and reliable young man. However, we cannot entrust Shishi to her boyfriend, whose intentions are questionable. Song Qian listened in silence, refraining from offering his thoughts. He felt little concern for Cui Shishi's reckless behavior and sudden hospitalization, but still, out of courtesy, he asked, Is her condition serious? She is on in 4. The fever has subsided a bit, but she is lethargic and has no appetite. Xiao Yin replied, just as her phone rang. Upon answering, a smile instantly graced her face. Have you arrived? So soon? Wonderful. I shall head to the airport to pick you up. Yes, there's a bit of traffic, so please hold on. After hanging up, Xiao Yin turned to Song Qian with a troubled expression. Xiao Qian, you see, my dearest friend from university has unexpectedly arrived early, and I must go to the airport. Regarding Shi, she pointed to a well-prepared, large bag in the corner of the living room. I have packed everything. Clothing, toiletries, fruits, and some light porridge and side dishes that I intended to take to her tonight. Could you possibly run to the hospital to deliver these? Just hand them to Shi in her ward, and once I settle the guests, I will come right over. Song Qian regarded her anxious yet pleading gaze, pausing in silence for a couple of seconds. He was reluctant to get involved, especially after the events of the previous night. However, considering the kindness Xiao Yin had shown him and the luxurious villa she had provided, he found it difficult to decline. Ultimately, he nodded, All right, send me the address. The hospital loomed in the night, its air saturated with the sterile scent of disinfectant. Carrying the heavy bag, Song Qian navigated to the designated ward. The door was ajar, and after knocking with no response, he gently pushed it open. Inside, he found Cui Shishi lying alone on the hospital bed. Her eyes closed and her complexion as pale as parchment, her lips slightly chapped. The defiance and arrogance she usually exuded had diminished, revealing a rare vulnerability. There was no sign of Gao Wenbin in the room. Song Qian carefully placed the items on the bedside table. Cui Shishi, wake up. Mother sent me with some food, porridge, and side dishes. You should eat something. Cui Shishi's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Song Qian, a complex array of emotions flickered across her gaze. Surprise, grievance, embarrassment, before settling into a state of numbed tranquility. She did not exhibit her usual domineering demeanor or sardonic remarks. Instead, she merely cast an exceedingly weary glance at the thermos on the bedside table, her voice hoarse and feeble, expressing a lack of desire for congee. Then what would you prefer to eat? Song Qian inquired patiently. Clear broth with lean meat noodles. She almost spat out the words in a hushed tone, imbued with a hint of stubbornness and petulance characteristic of her illness. Song Qian's brow twitched imperceptibly. Did she not despise noodles? He recalled half a year ago when Cui Cici was hospitalized due to acute gastroenteritis. At that time, they had been at odds, and she had adamantly refused his offerings. After laboriously preparing a bowl of clear broth with lean meat noodles, he had to rely on Gao Wenbin, who happened to visit the hospital, to deliver it to her. Upon his return, Gao Wenbin reported that Chui Cixi had discarded it all into the trash. Now, gazing at the sickly figure of Chui Cixi, her complexion pallid, the words of refusal rose to his lips but were swallowed back. After all, what was the point of quarreling with a patient? He retrieved his phone, ready to order from a nearby establishment reputed for its lean meat noodles. Chui Cixi discerned his intentions, furrowing her brow, her voice tinged with a petulant whine. Don't order takeout. It's horrid. I won't eat takeout. Song Qian had grown accustomed to the peculiarities of Chui Cixi's mindset. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a transfer of 3,000 yuan had arrived from Xiaoyan, and his hand acted on instinct. Accepting the transfer without a second thought, he knew Chui Cixi was deliberately vexing him. He sent a message to Chui Xiuyan. Chui Cixi does not wish to consume congee. She has specifically requested clear broth with lean meat noodles. May I utilize the kitchen in your spacious apartment to prepare a serving for her? Chui Xiuyan's response arrived swiftly. A single word. Okay. After a brief pause, she added, Thank you for your effort. She will be fine after some time. Between the lines, Song Qian sensed Chui Xiuyan's subtle attitude. She was acutely aware of her sister's ambiguous feelings towards Song Qian and recognized her own opportunism, yet she felt no remorse. She simply wished for Chui Cixi to remain untroubled at that moment, as complications would surely ensue otherwise. Chui Xiuyan's expansive penthouse, situated atop a central building, offered breathtaking views and was decorated in a minimalist yet sophisticated style. Having stayed there before, Song Qian was quite familiar with the layout. With ingredients in hand, he effortlessly made his way into the open kitchen, donned an apron, and swiftly prepared the broth, sliced the meat, and boiled the noodles. Soon enough, a bowl of clear soup, adorned only with a few sprigs of green onions and delicate slices of meat, was ready and placed into the thermos. He returned to the hospital. As he pushed open the ward door, he encountered Gao Wenbin, who was hurrying in with a bag emitting the warmth of freshly prepared food. Song Qian, why are you here again? Gao Wenbin's expression darkened upon seeing Song Qian, especially when his gaze fell on the thermos in his hand, his eyes betraying a mix of wariness and slight panic. Song Qian dismissed him with indifference, walking straight to Chui Cixi's bedside, placing the thermos on the bedside table. Here are the noodles you requested. Chui Cixi caught a whiff of an exceedingly familiar, delectable aroma that was both light and enticing, and her spirit seemed to lift slightly. She struggled to sit up. Upon witnessing the scene, Gao Wenbin promptly stepped forward, unveiling the takeout noodles he had brought along. With a courteous demeanor, he proclaimed, Cixi, look, I have prepared a bowl of clear broth noodles for you. I even added some of your favorite greens. Do give it a taste. He endeavored to draw Chui Cixi's attention to his offering while inadvertently positioning himself to obscure Song Qian's lunchbox. Chui Cixi glanced at Gao Wenbin's bowl, which was noticeably laden with excess oil, and the noodles appeared slightly limp, before her gaze inevitably drifted towards the modest yet lustrous lunchbox brought by Song Qian. A faint, familiar aroma wafted towards her, evoking memories buried deep within her consciousness. Song Qian, she uttered weakly, her eyes fixated on the lunchbox. What kind of noodles are those? Clear broth with lean meat, Song Qian replied succinctly. Did you make them yourself? Chui Cixi instinctively inquired, her tone tinged with a childlike curiosity, reminiscent of her illness. Gao Wenbin's heart leapt in his throat, cold sweat nearly breaking forth. He was acutely aware that the bowl of noodles, which had lingered in Chui Cixi's memory, was, in fact, a tribute to Song Qian's culinary prowess, a credit he had wrongfully claimed. Despite his numerous attempts thereafter, he could never replicate that flavor, attributing his failures to his mother's guidance, fleeting inspiration, or improper cooking times. If Chui Cixi were to taste the noodles crafted by Song Qian now. Chapter 61. Chui Cixi's Please Cixi. Gao Wenbin's voice suddenly rose, laced with feigned anger and accusations, as he abruptly turned to Song Qian. What do you mean? You know that the plain noodle soup is a symbol of my bond with Cixi. What is the intention behind sending something so similar? Do you still harbor feelings for Cixi? Don't forget your own status. Before he could finish, he noticed Chui Cece reaching for Song Qian's lunchbox. In a moment of panic, he hastily pushed towards Song Qian, attempting to stop his hand from opening the lunchbox. With a loud crash, everything transpired in the blink of an eye. The thermal lunchbox toppled over, spilling scalding broth, noodles, slices of meat, and scallions everywhere. Most of the boiling liquid and noodles splashed onto Song Qian's arms and trousers, instantly soaking through his white short-sleeve shirt. The searing pain caused him to grunt softly, his brow furrowing tightly. Some noodles and soup splattered onto the floor, creating a chaotic mess. The rich, familiar aroma, imbued with nostalgic warmth, instantly filled the hospital room, creating a stark contrast with the scent of disinfectant, making it all the more ironic. Time seemed to freeze. Chui Cece stared in shock, her eyes wide, observing the rapidly spreading dark stain and remnants of noodles on Song Qian's chest, then glanced at the disarray on the floor, along with the familiar fragrance that lingered in her memory. Her mind buzzed. Gao Wenbin was also taken aback, realizing the predicament he had caused, his complexion darkening slightly. The last trace of warmth in Song Qian's eyes vanished entirely, replaced by a chilling fury and profound disdain. He swiftly pulled out his phone, performing the action with astonishing speed, and before the two could react, he opened his contacts and blocked and deleted both of their numbers. "Are you satisfied now?" Song Qian's voice was as cold as ice shards, imbued with an unprecedented chill. "Have you two finished your little act? Do you take me for a fool? A free laborer? Or merely a pawn in your emotional games?" His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over Chui Cece's pale face and Gao Wenbin's guilty expression. "Chui Cece, how you choose to manipulate your life is your affair, but do not involve me. Gao Wenbin, I have no interest in your sordid thoughts, nor do I wish to partake in your theatrics. From this moment on, your affairs are no longer my concern." With that, he turned away, refusing to cast them another glance, and directly dialed Xiaolian's number, his tone icy and clear. "Mom, the items have been delivered, but please, do not contact me regarding anything concerning Chui Cece in the future. I cannot assist, nor do I wish to. Gao Wenbin is here, and I do not wish to be an annoying third wheel. It ends here." He hung up, disregarding the searing pain on his chest and the mess surrounding him, resolutely striding out without a hint of regret. "Song Qian, wait." Chui Cece finally snapped back to reality amidst the chaos. She was no fool. Could that bowl of noodles truly be the same one from before? Ignoring her weakened state, she threw off the covers, ripped the four drip from her hand, and barefooted, stumbled after him. "Song Qian, don't go." She caught up with Song Qian in the corridor, grasping his arm with an unprecedented plea in her voice. "I'm so sorry. I had no idea. I didn't know he would act like this. Could you please make me a bowl of noodles? Just one bowl. I beg you. I'll pay you 10,000. No, 20,000. Just for one more bowl." Her words tumbled out in a frantic, disheveled manner. All she sought was a singular answer. Song Qian halted, forcefully shaking off her grip. His gaze, devoid of any compassion, was filled only with profound annoyance. He cherished money, but some things were not meant for him to obtain. "Chui Cece," he said coldly, "I believe your illness has taken a serious toll on your mind. If you desire noodles, go to your boyfriend, Gao Wenbin." He gestured towards the hospital room, where Gao Wenbin emerged, his complexion ashen. "He can't replicate that flavor." Chui Cece cried out in desperation, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Wasn't he that bowl? The one you made? Wasn't he it?" Song Qian regarded her, his expression shifting briefly to one of complexity before returning to utter coldness and detachment. Tick, tick. The back of Chui Cece's hand throbbed painfully, blood seeping from the foresight, yet she remained oblivious. Song Qian refrained from responding to her foolish inquiry. Instead, he retrieved his phone and, before her eyes, dialed Chui Qian, placing the call on speaker. The call connected swiftly, and Chui Qian's icy voice echoed in the empty corridor. "Xiao Qian? What's the matter? How is Cece doing?" "She wants noodles." Song Qian's tone was devoid of emotion, as though he were recounting an incident unrelated to himself. "Ask her if she still wants me to make them." Chui Cece froze as her sister's voice resonated from the phone, her head bowed in despair. There was a brief silence on the other end, and then Chui Qian spoke again, her tone calm, yet imbued with an invisible pressure. Cece, stop this nonsense. You're unwell. Heed the doctor's advice and consume light congee and easily digestible food. She paused, her voice softening but resolute. If you truly crave clear soup noodles, wait until you recover. And when your brother-in-law has the time, he can prepare them for you. However, you must behave yourself, refrain from further troubling yourself, and do not inconvenience others, understand? The term brother-in-law pierced Chui Cece's heart like a chilling dagger, draining her already pale face of its remaining color. She stood there dazed, staring at Song Qian's phone in speaker mode, listening to her sister's calm yet distant promise while observing Song Qian's frigid detachment, as though he were a stranger. An overwhelming wave of unutterable sorrow, embarrassment, and despair engulfed her in an instant. Her heart felt as if it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, causing her such pain that breathing became nearly impossible. Once, this man was her fiancé. Now, to desire a bowl of noodles made by him, she must seek her sister's permission and behave herself? How absurd! How ironic! She opened her mouth, intending to utter something, yet found her throat constricted, rendering her utterly voiceless. Only the tears of grievance cascaded silently and tumultuously down her cheeks, splattering against the frigid floor. Song Qian, with an impassive expression, terminated the call, casting one last glance her way, devoid of any warmth, embodying an irrevocable finality. He turned and strode away with resolute steps. In the stark, pale illumination of the hospital corridor, Chui Cece stood barefoot on the icy tiles, her body shivering uncontrollably. Your hand is bleeding." A passing nurse was taken aback. "Hurry over here, let me tend to it." Chui Cece gasped, her breath quickening as she turned to Gao Wenbin. "Did you deceive me?" Gao Wenbin felt a chill engulfing him. "Cece, I cannot comprehend your words. Tend to your hand swiftly. You're at risk of losing too much blood." Chui Cece's voice escalated, her emotions fraying. "Who, pray tell, was it that made that bowl of noodles back then?" Chapter 62. Who is the savior? "It was I who performed the act, yet you are reluctant to believe me. No amount of words will alter this reality." Gao Wenbin revealed a hint of self-mockery in his smile. "Have you forgotten your previous promises? If so, so be it. I shall regard my efforts as mere unreciprocated devotion. My act of saving you was voluntary, with no one compelling me. Thus you need not force yourself to respond." Chui Cece felt a tremor within her heart. Despite her regained rationality, she was disinclined to converse further with Gao Wenbin. She felt utterly exhausted, truly wishing for silence. Once Xiao Yin arrived, Gao Wenbin took his leave. Throughout the night, her sleep was restless. Morning sunlight streamed through the slats of the blinds, casting mottled shadows upon the white hospital linens. Although her fever had subsided, her gastrointestinal health remained fragile, her complexion still bearing a sickly pallor. Leaning wearily against the headboard, she gazed blankly out of the window, her mind a chaotic whirl. The door to her hospital room was gently pushed open as Xiao Yin entered, carrying a thermal container, her face marked by the fatigue of a sleepless night and a subtle complexity of emotions. "Cece, feeling any better? Here, have something to eat." Xiao Yin placed the container on the bedside table and opened it, revealing a bowl of clear broth with lean meat noodles. The noodles were distinct, the broth clear and inviting, garnished with thin slices of meat and vibrant green scallions, emanating a familiar, delicate aroma. Chui Cece's attention was instantly captivated by the bowl of noodles. She turned abruptly to Xiao Yin, her eyes filled with surprise and a trace of barely perceptible hope. "Mom? This is—" "Your brother-in-law made it," Xiao Yin sighed, her tone tinged with helplessness and profound guilt. "I knocked on his door this morning. He had just returned from his morning jog. Had it not been for your restless murmurs in your dreams, calling out for Song Qian to prepare a bowl of noodles for you, I would have hesitated to intrude. After all, I could easily inquire with the nurse about what transpired. I even apologized to Song Qian. Honestly, Gao Wenbin's behavior was utterly outrageous." Observing her daughter's eyes briefly light up only to dim once more, Xiao Yin felt a pang of sympathy. "Hurry and eat while it's hot. You haven't had anything. And how can your body recover?" Recalling Song Qian's warm demeanor that morning, as if the previous night's conflict had never occurred, Xiao Yin's heart grew heavy. Gao Wenbin was but a trivial outsider. It pained her to see familial discord stemming from such a person. She sat down, gazing earnestly at Chui Cece. Cece, I understand that you are troubled, but last night's incident was truly too much from both you and Wenbin, especially Gao Wenbin. How could he lay hands on someone? And to pour hot soup all over your brother-in-law. Song Qian is a kind-hearted soul, one we know well. This time, he has genuinely been pushed too far. Please, do not let Gao Wenbin trouble him again. Do you understand? If this continues, I shall be truly upset, and I will not be lenient with Gao Wenbin. Chui Cece did not respond to her mother's admonitions. Her entire focus remained fixed on the bowl of noodles before her. She picked up a spoon and scooped a small mouthful of soup, blowing gently before bringing it to her lips. The warm broth slid down her throat, evoking a familiar sensation that sent a tremor through her heart. Without warning, a scalding tear plummeted into the bowl, creating small ripples. Soon after, a second, then a third tear followed, cascading like pearls from a broken string. The spoon clattered into the bowl. Shishi, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Are you feeling unwell? Or is the noodles not to your liking? Xiao Yan, alarmed, hurriedly grabbed a tissue to wipe her daughter's tears. Chui Shishi looked up, her vision blurred by tears as she gazed at her mother, her voice choked and fragmented. Mom, it's just like that taste. Exactly the same as back then. I only just realized that bowl of noodles when I was hospitalized. It wasn't made by Gao Wenbin. It was made by Song Qian. Gao Wenbin deceived me. He took credit for Song Qian's work. He's been lying to me. Woo woo woo. Hearing her daughter's disjointed words, Xiao Yin felt a flicker of confusion. After all, it was merely a bowl of noodles. Yet, witnessing her daughter's deep concern and sorrow, her heart ached. It seemed that this bowl of noodles held immense significance. What was truly going on? Why couldn't she comprehend? Chui Shishi recounted the story of the noodles, and Xiao Yin's expression darkened at the mention of Gao Wenbin. If someone would go so far as to claim another's accomplishments over a mere bowl of noodles, what would be said of their character? He was nothing short of a despicable scoundrel. If he could deceive once, he could deceive countless times. Her daughter being involved with him could only lead to. Shishi, tell me the truth. Xiao Yin sensed an unsettling shift, her tone unusually grave. Why did you get together with Gao Wenbin? Besides this bowl of noodles, was there something else? Chui Shishi, stifling sobs, recounted the incident in the snowy mountains. That winter, we drove to Luoxia Mountain for a trip, but our car overturned. The snow was so heavy, it was Gao Wenbin. He dragged me out of the car and carried me through the snow for what felt like ages, until he found someone to help us. He even suffered frostbite himself. His hand still aches when it rains. He risked his life to save me. He has always taken such good care of me. He even helped me break off my engagement with Song Qian. I just felt he risked his life to save you. Xiao Yin's brows furrowed, her face growing exceedingly serious. She vividly remembered the car accident at Luoxia Mountain. At that time, she had been unaware of Gao Wenbin's existence. All she knew was that both Chui Shishi and Song Qian had been injured, particularly Song Qian, who had suffered severe frostbite, and the two of them had been hospitalized. It was the same hospital. Her instincts told her that someone like Gao Wenbin could not possess such self-sacrificial spirit. If anyone could, it would be Song Qian. That boy was genuine. Xiao Yin felt a wave of uncertainty rising from her seat. Mom will go check on something. You finish your noodles first. Xiao Yin hurried to the hospital's archives and security department. With the Chui family's connections and her identity as a patient's family member, coupled with the fact that Chui Shishi had been in a deluxe ward, it was a straightforward task to investigate the admission records and relevant surveillance from last winter. The records indicate that Chui Cece was admitted due to a collision and hypothermia. On the same day, at the same time, Song Qian was also brought to the same level of a luxurious ward. He suffered from rib fractures, multiple soft tissue contusions, and severe frostbite. Xiao Yin felt a twitch in her eyelid. The timing was precise to the minute and astonishingly identical. She immediately accessed the surveillance footage from the emergency channel and the upper ward floor for that day. The footage shows the passageway at the emergency entrance, where the snowstorm was fierce, rendering the image somewhat blurred. However, it was clear that after an ambulance came to a halt, The medical staff first carried out a stretcher bearing the unconscious Chui Cece. Shortly thereafter, another stretcher was lowered, upon which lay a tall young man in a dark down jacket, also in a state of unconsciousness, none other than Song Qian. His outerwear was torn, his face bore scrapes, and as he was brought down, his brow was tightly furrowed, evidently enduring great pain. Throughout the entire scene, there was no sign of Gao Wenbin. Chapter 63. The truth finally revealed. Xiao Yin gazed intently at the surveillance footage, the answers swirling vividly in her mind. To confirm her suspicions, she summoned the nurse who had accompanied the ambulance that day. The nurse arrived, her memory of the events still fresh, recalling vividly. I remember there was a lovely young girl and a tall young man, both severely injured, especially the young man, who reportedly sustained greater injuries while trying to protect the girl on the mountain. When the ambulance brought them in, the girl was unconscious. Yet the young man seemed to muster the strength to insist that they save her first. Truly commendable. Several of us were deeply moved at the time, even recording a video, proclaiming them to be a couple whose love shone through adversity. As she spoke, the head nurse retrieved her phone and began to search. She belonged to a private group chat with familiar nurse colleagues. Indeed, she quickly unearthed a conversation from the night of the accident. The group contained a brief video and several photographs. The video was short, shaky, and dominated by the howling wind and snow. The footage depicted the emergency corridor, where medical personnel were wheeling stretchers inside. One stretcher bore the unconscious Chui Cece, and beside her, on the ground, lay a boy clad in a dark jacket, Song Qian. His face was ashen, lips tinged with purple from the cold, yet one hand stubbornly clutched the edge of Chui Cece's stretcher. He managed to utter a few words to those nearby before losing consciousness completely, his hand slipping away limply. Swiftly, the medical staff lifted him onto a stretcher. In the photographs, Song Qian lay with his eyes closed, brow furrowed, with traces of dried blood and dirt on his forehead. Vulnerable, yet exuding a sense of relief. Xiao Yin fixated on the screen, observing the moment in the video when Song Qian clung to the edge of Chui Cece's stretcher, his silent plea, and his eventual loss of consciousness. Then she looked at his pale face in the photographs. Once more, she opened the surveillance video, this time capturing the moment outside Chui Cece's hospital room. It was more than 10 minutes after Chui Cece had entered when Gao Wenbin, wrapped in a blanket, appeared, peering inside with an expression of utter bewilderment, clearly unaware of the situation unfolding. A profound sense of absurdity and a surge of indignation flooded Xiao Yin's senses. She felt darkness enveloping her vision, overwhelmed by a deep sense of regret and guilt. "Miss Xia, are you all right?" The head nurse and the doctor beside her were startled by the sudden pallor that washed over Xiao Yin's face. With a firm closure of her eyes, she struggled to suppress the wave of dizziness and nausea. Taking several deep breaths, her voice came out hoarse. Could you send me a copy of those videos and photos?" With the evidence in hand, Xiao Yin returned to the entrance of Chui Cece's hospital room, her emotions swirling in complexity. Yet, she hesitated to step inside. Song Qian was the one who had risked his life in the snow to protect Cece, insisting that the doctors prioritize her rescue, while Gao Wenbin had, from beginning to end, never even touched a finger of Cece's. All the tales of carrying her through the snow and enduring lingering ailments were nothing but fabrications, utterly and completely falsehoods. Not only did he usurp Song Qian's accolades, but he also exploited this life-saving grace and consideration to deceive Shishi's heart. A powerful impulse compelled Xiao Yin to rush into the ward and confront her daughter with the video and photographs, forcing her to witness the despicable and hypocritical true nature of Gao Wenbin. However, her steps felt as heavy as if they were burdened with lead. That child, Song Qian, had silently borne so much, enduring misunderstandings and even being impersonated by Gao Wenbin, yet he had never uttered a word in defense. Now, he had finally emerged from his sorrow and formed a bond with Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin was acutely aware of how cautious and serious Xiao Yin was regarding relationships. She was not merely establishing a connection with Song Qian out of a sense of friendship or to care for her sister. She had genuinely fallen in love. With her character, once she had made up her mind, it was a lifelong commitment, unchangeable and impervious to any attempts at disruption. If she were to discover the truth now, realizing that her presumed savior and considerate boyfriend was a complete fraud, that she had wronged and even deeply hurt the one who genuinely risked his life to protect her, and that this person was now her sister's boyfriend, how would she react? Would she crumble? Would she regret it? At that moment, the bond between sisters. She adjusted her emotions and entered the ward. Chui Shishi was still holding the now lukewarm bowl of noodles, her gaze vacantly fixed on the window, tears still fresh on her cheeks. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, she turned her head and asked, "Mom, where have you been? Why did you take so long?" Xiao Yin managed to force a smile as she approached. "It's nothing. By the way, your condition has improved. You can return home if you wish. Should we arrange for Uncle Lu to come pick us up?" "All right." Chui Shishi nodded. "Did Song Qian go to class today? Is he staying at school and not coming home this week?" "I don't know," Xiao Yin replied, and then tentatively added, "Gao Wenbin is not a good person. You should break up with him. Even though he deceived me, he also saved me." "What fianc saved me?" Chui Shishi asked, a hint of incredulity in her voice. "Mom, are you joking? I saw it clearly. He carried me through the snow. You want to ask me if I would still be with him if he hadn't saved me, right? I've thought about it, and I probably wouldn't. Cui undicesimo, sighed softly. "I used to wonder why you and Dad were so kind to Song Qian out of a sense of obligation. Now I understand. Even though I parted ways with Gao Wenbin unhappily last night, he bore the scars for himself. Can I truly sever ties with him? No. Gao Wenbin has sacrificed so much for himself. I cannot simply abandon him." Xiao Yin genuinely wished for her daughter not to be further exploited and manipulated by Gao Wenbin. She said, "What if the person who saved you back then was Song Qian? What would you do?" Cui undicesimo fell silent. Her expression grew heavier. "Mom, what exactly are you trying to say? Please stop beating around the bush and just say it directly." Xiao Yin gently patted her daughter's hand and said, "In a few days, when you feel better, I have something to tell you. For now, focus on recuperating." Chui Shishi, perplexed, replied, "You seem a bit off today, but if you don't wish to share, I won't press you." Xiao Yin then went to handle her discharge procedures. As Chui Shishi exited the ward, she inquired of the nurse, "Where did my mother just go?" The nurse, aware of the distinguished nature of the patients in this ward, responded, "She went to review the surveillance footage and to check your admission records from 6 months ago." Chui Shishi frowned in confusion. "Is something amiss?" "Not all. There was a boy who was hospitalized with you at that time. She probably wants to look at his footage." "Gao Wenbin?" The nurse shook her head. "No. It seems to be a two-character name. But isn't he your boyfriend?" "I overheard the conversation when the nurse escorted Xiao Yin earlier, and I found it curious that even the name of the person who saved your life could be mistaken. Is it not a romantic relationship, but rather that of a quietly devoted admirer?" Chui Shishi, feeling a wave of emotions crash within her, masked her turmoil with an outward calmness that belied her inner chaos. "Take me to see it. I want to view my surveillance footage. Why can't I see it?" The nurse felt a bit troubled, considering they had already facilitated one special request. She contemplated briefly, then retrieved her phone, saying, "There's a video in the group. You can take a look." After searching through the gossip group, she quickly located the video and handed it to Chui Shishi. Upon seeing it, Chui Shishi let out a soft sigh, her body trembling uncontrollably. She returned the phone and sat down on a nearby bench, lost in thought. When her mother arrived, she looked up and asked, "Mom, why didn't you tell me? Do you know the truth and still wish to keep it from me?" Chapter 64. Chui Sishi's awakening. The air in the corridor seemed to solidify as Chui Sishi's face bore an expression of confusion and desolation, accompanied by a profound sense of self-doubt. "Sisi," Xiao Yin's voice was tinged with helplessness and concern. "I didn't intend to conceal it from you. I just wanted to wait until you were well enough to bear it." "Bear it?" Chui Shishi lifted her head, her vacant gaze fixed on her mother. Her voice was hoarse with emotion. "What do you want me to endure? To endure being played for a fool, like a complete idiot? To bear that the person I despise most is the very one who risked his life to save me and has silently done everything for me? To accept that the person I believe to be my destined soulmate, whom I treated with my utmost sincerity, is nothing but a despicable liar, standing by my side through deceit and the theft of others' achievements. Her voice suddenly escalated, tears streaming down her face, but this time, it was not the frustration of illness. Rather, it was the immense pain and absurdity brought forth by a shattered perception. I sacrificed everything for this deceiver. For him, I cast aside Song Qian. I cursed him. I humiliated him. I foolishly boasted about Gao Wenbin in front of him. And what was the outcome? I am the greatest joke of all. I pushed away the one who truly cared for me and handed him over to my sister. Now he's my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law. She laughed nervously, her entire body trembling, yet her tears flowed even more fiercely. Mother, tell me, why am I so unfortunate to encounter such a fraud? Reflecting on the past 2 months, I find it utterly ridiculous. Do you think I am nothing but a clown? Cece, please, don't be like this. Xiao Yin was horrified, her heart aching beyond measure. Stop thinking about it. It's all in the past. No one blames you. It was that wicked person who deceived you. I should have realized sooner how despicable Gao Wenbin truly is. Your health is paramount. Do not agitate yourself. Chui Cece seemed to have lost all her stubbornness, resembling a fragile little girl. Yet, the regret, embarrassment, and overwhelming fear of an uncertain future weighed heavily upon her, akin to a leaden burden. Mother, I want to go home. I want to be alone. Witnessing her daughter's utterly depleted state, Xiao Yin dared not hesitate. She promptly contacted the driver and carefully helped Chui Cece into the car. Throughout the journey, Chui Cece kept her eyes closed, leaning against the car window like a lifeless porcelain doll. Xiao Yin held her hand tightly, feeling the chill of her fingertips, her heart brimming with concern. Upon returning to the Chui family villa, Xiao Yin escorted Chui Cece to her room, tucking her in gently, watching as she curled up restlessly with her eyes closed, tears still glistening on her long eyelashes. Sighing softly, Xiao Yin quietly closed the door, leaving her daughter in a tranquil space. Just as she descended the stairs, the doorbell rang sharply. Her heart raced as she opened the door, only to find Gao Wenbin standing there, his hair somewhat disheveled. Upon seeing Xiao Yin, he immediately inquired anxiously, Auntie, where's Cece? How is she? I've been trying to call her, but her phone is off. The hospital said she was discharged. She is asleep. Xiao Yin's voice was frigid, devoid of any warmth. She required solitude to recuperate and wished to see no one. Leave now. Auntie, Gao Wenbin exclaimed, his voice laced with frustration and resentment at being obstructed. I am aware you harbor no affection for me. Your heart belongs solely to Song Qian. You believe he is perfect in every way. However, matters of the heart cannot be coerced. Cece Lovette man, we share a genuine bond. If you forcibly separate us, she will come to resent you, and you shall regret it. Regret? Xiao Yin scoffed, as though she had heard the most absurd jest. She gazed at the young man before her, whose facade of virtue was riddled with deceit, and her suppressed fury could no longer be contained. Had she not feared alarming she and exacerbating her condition, she would have cast this scoundrel out immediately. With a disdainful smile, her eyes gleamed with sarcasm and loathing. Gao Wenbin, the so-called love you profess is built upon the shameful deceit of impersonating another and weaving lies to ensnare her affection, is it not? The color drained from Gao Wenbin's face in an instant. His pupils constricted, disbelief etched across his features as he stared at Xiao Yin. Did she know? How could she possibly know? Was it Song Qian who revealed the truth? Impossible. With his character, he would never stoop to such revelations. Auntie, what are you talking about? I don't understand, he stammered, desperately attempting to maintain his composure, though his voice trembled uncontrollably. Don't understand? Xiao Yin stepped closer, her gaze piercing. Was that bowl of clear soup noodles truly made by you? Were you the one who risked your life to carry Shishi out of the snowy depths of Luoxia Mountain? Gao Wenbin, tell me, is your professed sincerity built upon such shameless deception? Each word struck him like a hammer, shattering his last shred of hope, overwhelming him with sheer panic. He instinctively recoiled, his gaze darting away from Xiao Yin's piercing look. No, that's not true. Auntie, you've misunderstood. My feelings for she are genuine. Even if there were some matters, it was only because I love her so much. Enough. Xiao Yin interrupted him sternly. Love her so much. So you deceive her? Claim credit for Song Qian's achievements? Keep her in the dark like a fool? Manipulating her into a moral corner? My daughter may be young, but we as parents have lived half our lives. What do you think you are? Do you think we are unaware? If it weren't for the desire to prevent she from rebelling and refusing to come home, do you think someone of your stature could ever step foot in the Chui household? Gao Wenbin was rendered speechless by her scorn, his face alternating between hues of blue and white, utterly humiliated. He realized he had lost everything. He could never hold his head high in front of the Chui family again, even if the Chui family refused to accept him and look down upon him. It mattered not. Gao Wenbin suddenly lifted his head, a glimmer of obstinacy flashing in his eyes. I do not care for material wealth. I can rely on myself as long as she hold me in her heart. I can stop pretending. Xiao Yin coldly interjected, her eyes icy and piercing. She has already seen the surveillance footage from that day in the hospital. She has uncovered the truth and wishes never to see you again. Gao Wenbin froze. An overwhelming sense of shame and the terror of being exposed stripped of all pretense engulfing him, rendering him as cold as if he had plunged into an ice cavern. Leave. Xiao Yin pointed towards the door, her voice not loud, yet imbued with an undeniable authority and profound disdain. You are not to appear before she again. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. She retrieved her phone and with a few swift motions summoned 2 tall security guards who approached briskly, positioning themselves on either side of Gao Wenbin, their expressions devoid of emotion, their eyes filled with vigilance. Gao Wenbin gazed at the frigid door before him, listening to the approaching footsteps of the guards behind him and feeling the unabashed contempt in Xiao Yin's eyes. For the sake of Chui Shi, he had severed ties with nearly all his former friends, enduring countless grievances and making numerous sacrifices to win her favor. He had poured everything he had into this relationship, and now it was all over. Everything he had painstakingly nurtured, the future he had believed was within his grasp, had vanished. All right. Gao Wenbin felt as though his teeth would shatter, casting a venomous glance back at the villa's entrance. Under the silent watch of the guards, he dragged his heavy feet, stumbling away from the Chui residence step by step. Xiao Yin slammed the door shut, her gaze drifting upward to the second floor, her eyes filled with profound worry and exhaustion. Driving Gao Wenbin away merely addressed the superficial trouble. The real issue lay in the deep-seated harm inflicted upon Shi's heart. Chapter 65. Never loved her. The oppressive atmosphere in the Chui household lingered for several days. Chui Shi confined herself to her room, the curtains tightly drawn, rejecting all visitors. Xiao Yin and Chui Zhengtai wore troubled expressions, simultaneously feeling disappointment in their daughter and deep concern for her well-being. One evening, Song Qian was summoned to the Chui residence for dinner. The atmosphere at the dining table was somber. Xiao Yin observed Song Qian's calm demeanor as he ate, several times on the verge of speaking, but ultimately refraining. It was Chui Zhengtai who finally sighed, setting down his chopsticks, and with a tone of helplessness said, Xiao Qian, she hasn't been well these past few days. Could you please go check on her and offer some words of comfort? Song Qian paused in his actions of serving himself, silence enveloping him for a few seconds before he nodded. Xiao Yin then recounted everything that had transpired. Although somewhat taken aback, Song Qian realized that the events were in the past and had no bearing on him. He found himself admiring Chui Shi's spirit. After all, she was perfectly fine, yet she had exhausted herself over someone like Gao Wenbin. It seemed rather uncharacteristic of her. After dinner, he ascended to the second floor and knocked gently on Chui Shi's door, but received no response. He turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. The room was dimly lit. On the soft bed, Chui Shi sat curled up, resting her chin on her knees, staring blankly out the window. The once spirited and vibrant girl now appeared pale and emaciated. Song Qian approached the bedside, looking down at her with a barely perceptible frown. Was it merely a heartbreak that had reduced her to such a desolate state? Chui Shi, with your qualities, there would be countless suitors eager to court you. Why endure such misery? Perhaps you simply haven't experienced enough. Choi Shishi's body trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. What do you mean? Am I that frivolous? She slowly turned her head to regard Song Qian, who stood framed in light and shadow, his tall figure and stern expression devoid of sympathy, replaced instead by a hint of impatience. She parted her lips, her throat dry and constricted, struggling to articulate her thoughts, yet no words escaped her. Silence enveloped the room, oppressive and suffocating. After what felt like an eternity, Choi Shishi finally managed to ask in a voice so hoarse it was nearly inaudible, Song Qian, if I hadn't been with Gao Wenbin, would you have continued to treat me well? Would you consider marrying me? No. His response was brisk and decisive, devoid of hesitation. I never intended to impose upon you. Your choices are yours to make, and I respect them, regardless of what they may be. An engagement may be arranged by our elders, but love cannot be forced. And what if? Choi Shishi's breath quickened, fully aware that she should not speak further, yet unable to restrain herself. What if I said, I would be willing? If I had not chosen Gao Wenbin, would you be open to it? Song Qian fell silent for a few moments, as if seriously contemplating her hypothetical scenario. Then, he offered a slight smirk, one that bore a hint of self-mockery. Perhaps I would, after all. Being supported by someone isn't entirely unpleasant, is it? Though the online realm may collectively scorn the act of relying on others, in reality, even the most resolute individuals can be swayed, especially when faced with the allure of someone like Choi Sisi. Choi Sisi has finally received the answer she sought. Yet these revelations are not born of love. Rather, in his heart, marrying her equates to mere dependence. Has he ever truly contemplated her as an individual? Those years of silent guardianship she believed in, all those moments of tenderness she missed, were they merely obligations tied to their engagement? Was there not even the faintest inclination of affection for her as a person? Did you ever genuinely like me? She implored, biting her lip as tears welled in her eyes. No, Song Qian replied effortlessly, so you need not worry. Even if you part ways with Gao Wenbin, I shall not intrude upon your life again. Having completed his task, he turned to leave. Song Qian, Choi Sisi called out sharply from behind. He halted, but did not turn around, staring at his tall yet distant silhouette, all the words she wished to express. Her resentment, her grievances, even that late-blooming flutter of emotion she could scarcely comprehend, choked in her throat. After a brief moment of hesitation, she swallowed her words, uttering a simple, thank you, for saving me on Luoxia Mountain. Song Qian glanced back at her. No need for thanks. I've been Chui Dad or Chui Mom in that car, or... He paused, his tone unwavering. If it were Shui Yin Jia, I would have acted the same. For you, it would be no different. It is instinct, not a choice. With that, he departed, leaving Choi Sisi alone in the frigid darkness. It dawned upon her that in his heart, her significance was no greater than that of any member of the Chui family. His kindness toward her had always stemmed from obligation and instinct, devoid of romantic affection. She realized she had not loved Gao Wenbin, but rather the protection she had offered herself, the raw sincerity she had put forth. Now, as she turned her gaze towards Song Qian, she confronted the painful truth that what she had mistaken for love was merely a sense of duty. Choi Sisi couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. What was it that she truly regretted? Indeed, her treatment of Song Qian had always been demanding, lacking any respect or warmth. How could she expect him to harbor any fondness for her? Yet, if she had approached him differently, perhaps things would have been altered. Ultimately, the fault lay with her. Now that she recognized her feelings for Song Qian, it seemed futile, did it not? The following day, in the lecture hall for computer science, Song Qian settled into his usual window seat a few minutes early. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the classroom door. Gao Wenbin had arrived. He appeared utterly drained, his scruffy beard and rumpled shirt betraying none of his former self. How had he changed so drastically after just a few days away? He looked utterly haggard, devoid of any semblance of his previous composure. I nearly failed to recognize him. Gao Wenbin disregarded all the astonished gazes directed his way, his eyes fixed intently on Song Qian by the window. He trudged step by step, heavily making his way to the aisle beside Song Qian's seat, where he paused. The entire classroom fell into an immediate hush, as everyone sensed the unusual, charged atmosphere. Their curiosity piqued. Song Qian, Gao Wenbin's voice was hoarse, clearly filled with resentment. Yet he forced a semblance of a knowing smile. You've been living rather comfortably these days, haven't you? Song Qian did not even lift his eyelids, as if the person before him were merely a wisp of air. Chapter 66. Public confrontation of Gao Wenbin. Gao Wenbin was thoroughly incensed by the disregard shown towards him. With a sudden, forceful slap on the table in front of Song Qian, a resounding noise erupted, causing several girls in the front row to gasp in shock. What are you pretending to be dead for? Gao Wenbin's voice escalated, reverberating throughout the classroom. Cui Cici has been hiding at home these past few days. Did you shamelessly approach her again? I just broke up with her, and you couldn't wait to take my place, could you? You acted so aloof and indifferent in my presence. Bah, now you're just like a dog, eagerly crawling back. He deliberately amplified his voice, ensuring that everyone could hear him. Are you feeling quite proud of yourself? Have you been waiting for this day? Song Qian could not suppress a low chuckle, which only served to further infuriate Gao Wenbin. Don't you want to know how sweet my month abroad with Cici was? How dependent she was on me. She needed me by her side to fall asleep every night. Reluctant to return home, Gao Wenbin began to lose his composure, painting a vividly suggestive picture in an attempt to repulse Song Qian. Does she treat you like that? A wave of murmurs erupted among the classmates, their gazes darting between Song Qian and Gao Wenbin, filled with astonishment and curiosity. Gao Wenbin and Cui Cici had broken up. Song Qian had returned to the scene. The revelations were overwhelming. Moreover, what exactly was Gao Wenbin implying? Was such a thing permissible? Finally, Song Qian lifted his head, his gaze cold and piercing, radiating contempt. Gao Wenbin, spare us your attempts to nauseate. Your own filth does not mean everyone else shares your depravity. Nauseating? Gao Wenbin retorted, sounding like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his voice shrill. Do you dare to clarify your stance before everyone? Have you sought out Cui Cici in these past few days? What is your current relationship with her? Have you touched her at all? Before Gao Wenbin could finish, Song Qian's fist connected forcefully with his face. Bang! Gao Wenbin staggered backward, colliding with a desk, pain shooting through his lower back, his expression contorting further. As he touched his nose, a sharp pain coursed through him. Even the slightest contact was excruciating. A metallic taste filled his mouth. The surrounding crowd gasped collectively, hastily stepping aside to avoid being caught in the fray. Lu Zhibiao rushed over to stand beside Song Qian, prepared to defend his brother if Gao Wenbin dared to retaliate. Gao Wenbin, observing their reactions, sneered. Song Qian, do you dare to answer my questions? The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Although they were all university students, such matters were still relatively rare, igniting their curiosity. Song Qian rose, his gaze sweeping over the intrigued classmates before settling back on Gao Wenbin. Firstly, I have not sought out Cui Cici these past few days. Secondly, I have no relationship with her now, nor did I ever. Thirdly, his eyes suddenly glinted with derision. Don't you have any inkling as to why you and Cui Cici broke up? Is it not due to my influence? I must remind you of the deceitful means by which you impersonated another and manipulated your way into becoming her boyfriend. A sudden eruption resounded through the classroom, akin to cold water splashed into boiling oil. Every eye widened in disbelief. Impersonation? Deception? What do these terms imply? Gao Wenbin's countenance shifted dramatically, his expression morphing into one of fierce indignation as he bellowed. You speak nonsense. Song Qian, you are merely envious. Envious that she chose me. Envious of what? Song Qian interrupted him, his voice icy and unyielding. Envious that you usurped my credit for saving her? Envious that you claimed all the gifts I presented to her as your own creations? Envious that you manipulated her trust and affection through your duplicitous schemes? When I regarded you as a brother, how did you malign me before Cui Cici? Do I need to remind you? Stepping closer, Song Qian exuded an overpowering presence that forced Gao Wenbin to retreat, nearly losing his balance. It was I who pulled her from the car in the snowy lands of Luoxiao Mountain, carrying her through the blizzard for several kilometers despite fractured ribs, insisting the doctors tend to her first. It was I who brought her clear broth during her hospitalization for acute gastroenteritis, staying awake for half the night. And you? Song Qian's voice dripped with scorn as he pointed an accusatory finger, nearly touching Gao Wenbin's nose. What did you accomplish? You merely followed the stretcher into the elevator like a lackey once the ambulance arrived. You shamelessly claimed the noodles I asked you to deliver as your own. You are nothing more than a despicable thief, appropriating my efforts and cloaking yourself in a facade of affection to deceive an unsuspecting girl. Look in the mirror and ask yourself, do you deserve to stand by her side? Are you even qualified? His voice resonated with clarity and strength, each word striking like a hammer upon the hearts of all present. A profound silence enveloped the lecture hall, an absolute stillness as the explosive truth left everyone in a state of shock. The gazes directed at Gao Wenbin shifted from initial curiosity to astonishment, disdain, contempt, and loathing. Lu Zhibiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at Song Qian, stammering incoherently. Then, turning his gaze toward Gao Wenbin, his face contorted with rage. He raised his foot and kicked him, exclaiming, "You beast! How shameless can you be? I told you they were engaged, so why betray her with someone like you? Who is nothing? I swear I will end you today." Surrounding classmates began to murmur and point. Good heavens, this is utterly revolting. How dare he claim a life-saving debt? What despicable tactics. No wonder Cui Cici ended up with him. She was deceived. He is truly despicable. Poor Song Qian, to be usurped by such a wretch and then bitten back. Scoundrel, you bring shame upon our department. Whispers surged like a tidal wave. He attempted to rise from the floor, but was held down and struck by Lu Zhibiao. His face turned ashen, cold sweat soaking through his back. He wished to retort. Yet amidst the countless disdainful glares and merciless fists surrounding him, all his words were choked in his throat, leaving only anguished cries. Enough! Cease the violence. Song Qian intervened, pulling Lu Zhibiao away, not out of compassion, but rather in anticipation of the impending class, should the teacher arrive and witness this scene. Any ensuing ire could lead to harsh consequences for Lu Zhibiao. Bah! Lu Zhibiao spat disdainfully before sauntering away. On the ground lay Gao Wenbin, his face a canvas of bruises, feeling as though the world spun around him, darkness encroaching upon his vision. He could no longer bear it. Like a stray dog, he scurried out of the classroom, humiliated under the scornful gazes and derisive jeers of his peers. Su Qiqi looked at Song Qian with admiration, wanting to express her thoughts, but ultimately remaining silent. The others mirrored her sentiments, feeling both sympathy and admiration for Song Qian. If it were anyone else in such a predicament, they would have crumbled under the pressure, yet he maintained such composure. Truly impressive. Chapter 67. The first encounter with sister and brother-in-law on a Saturday evening. The international flight descended smoothly onto the runway. In first class, Cui Shuyan closed her laptop, rubbing her slightly aching brow. The negotiations of the past few days had drained her mentally. President Cui, your schedule this time is quite rushed, her assistant Lin Lin remarked while gathering documents, unable to suppress her curiosity. In the past, you would usually take a couple of days to rest after wrapping up projects there. Is there an urgent matter at home? Cui Shuyan paused for a moment, gazing out at the swiftly passing lights on the ground. Her delicate profile appeared somewhat cold in the twilight. After a few seconds of silence, she replied calmly, "There's nothing urgent. It's just that I've finished what needed to be dealt with, so I'm returning early." Lin Lin, understanding the unspoken nuances, refrained from probing further. Having accompanied Cui Shuyan for many years, she keenly sensed the subtle undercurrents of urgency and concern beneath her boss's composed tone. For someone as typically serene and dedicated to her work as Cui Shuyan, to compress her rest time for what she claimed was a trivial matter, it surely hinted at complexities beyond the surface. Cui Shuyan closed her eyes and leaned back against the soft chair. Over the past few days, Song Qian had been returning to the Cui family for dinner daily, inevitably increasing her interactions with Shishi, a minuscule, almost imperceptible worry. One she was reluctant to delve into, coursed through her mind like an undercurrent. Her initial decision to engage with Song Qian stemmed from genuine admiration and attraction. It was undeniable that Shishi's abandonment of Song Qian and her sweet relationship with Gao Wenbin provided her a seemingly justifiable opportunity, devoid of moral burdens. She had capitalized on her sister's naivety and recklessness, seizing the engagement that rightfully belonged to Shishi before her sister could truly grasp her own feelings. Was this a misstep? Cui Shuyan analyzed herself with a cold detachment. If Shishi had harbored even the slightest genuine affection for Song Qian, she might have hesitated. But Shishi did not. She chose to deceive Gao Wenbin and, for the sake of that deceiver, repeatedly hurt Song Qian. Song Qian deserved better, and Cui Shuyan believed she could provide it and was worthy of it. Therefore, it was not a mistake. She merely reclaimed what rightfully belonged to its rightful place in terms of both person and emotion. The delicate ripples in her heart were subdued by a powerful rationality. And Cui Shuyan opened her eyes once more, her gaze returning to its customary coldness and resolve. At the Cui residence, the dining table was already set. Upon entering, Cui Shuyan saw Xiao Yin and Cui Zhengtai seated at the head of the table, their expressions a mix of feigned ease and concealed anxiety. Xiao Yin is back, Xiao Yin exclaimed, rising immediately. Song Qian sat beside Cui Shuyan's usual seat, softly conversing with Cui Zhengtai. Upon noticing Cui Shuyan's arrival, he quickly lifted his head. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, surprise flickered in his eyes, quickly replaced by a smile. Sister Shuyan, you didn't let me know you were back in the country. It was a last-minute arrangement, Cui Shuyan explained. Xiao Yin, your timing is perfect. Dinner is ready, Xiao Yin called out, attempting to dissipate the subtle tension in the air. Song Qian just arrived too. Please sit down. You must be exhausted. Not too bad, Mom, came the reply. Cui Shuyan responded with a soft acknowledgement and gracefully took her seat beside Song Qian. At that moment, the faint sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase, capturing everyone's attention involuntarily. Cui Cece appeared, clad in an oversized loungewear ensemble that accentuated her slender frame. Her complexion remained pale, although she had applied makeup in an effort to appear more vibrant for Song Qian's visit. The weariness in her eyes was unmistakable. She descended the stairs slowly, her steps faltering as her gaze fell upon the harmonious scene in the dining room. Her parents' smiles, Song Qian seated closely beside her sister, enveloped in an atmosphere of natural intimacy. Her pupils contracted almost imperceptibly, and she quickly averted her gaze, allowing her long eyelashes to conceal the turmoil of emotions brewing within her. Silently, she made her way to the seat reserved for her, directly opposite Song Qian, without acknowledging anyone or offering greetings. Instead, she quietly picked up the soup spoon before her, fixated on the clear chicken broth in the bowl. The ambience in the dining room shifted dramatically, the previously fabricated lightheartedness dissipating, replaced by an invisible, suffocating low pressure. Xiao Yin and Cui Zhengtai exchanged anxious glances, and Xiao Yin hurriedly served a piece of her favorite sweet and sour rib to Cui Cece. Cece, do eat more, you've lost weight. This was specially prepared for you by Annie. Cui Cece stared at the glossy rib in her bowl, making no move to take it. Instead, she absent-mindedly stirred the chicken soup, producing a faint clinking sound. Indeed, Cece, your health is paramount, Cui Zhengtai interjected awkwardly, attempting to break the silence. Your sister and brother-in-law are here. Let us all enjoy a cheerful meal together, you. Dad, Cui Cece suddenly interjected, her voice barely above a whisper. I'm fine, let us eat. She finally picked up her chopsticks, grasping the rib, but not consuming it. She mechanically pushed it aside and took a small spoonful of chicken soup, sipping delicately. Throughout, her gaze remained cast downwards, not daring to meet Song Qian's or Cui Shuyan's eyes. She neither wished to see them, nor could she bring herself to do so. Cui Shuyan observed her sister's every reaction, her grip on the chopsticks tightening slightly as she cast a discreet glance at Song Qian beside her. Song Qian, however, displayed no signs of concern, his attention elsewhere as he picked up a portion of stir-fried vegetables and placed it in Cui Shuyan's bowl. This tastes delightful, Shuyan. Do give it a try. His voice was gentle, imbued with a natural familiarity. It's autumn now. Make sure to eat more vegetables to avoid dry skin. Cui Shuyan naturally accepted the offering, replying, quite fresh. This ordinary interaction, however, felt like a sharp needle in Cui Cece's eyes. She clenched the spoon tightly, her knuckles whitening. A wave of intense bitterness and grievance surged up her throat, nearly overwhelming her. She abruptly bowed her head, feigning a cough as if the soup had gone down the wrong way. "Oh dear, how careless!" Xiao exclaimed in surprise, quickly handing her a glass of water. "Take your time drinking." Chui Cece grasped the cup and took a large gulp, barely managing to suppress the tumultuous emotions within her. She lifted her gaze. Her eyes slightly reddened, and for the first time, she looked directly at the figure across from her. She beheld Chui Shuyan, her sister, who remained as stunning, composed, and elevated as ever. There was an air of calm and control about her that Chui Cece felt she could never emulate. Her gaze shifted to Song Qian, who sat quietly eating, occasionally casting a glance at her sister. His profile, marked by sharp lines, softened in the fleeting moments when it met her sister's gaze, revealing a subtle tenderness that Chui Cece had never witnessed before. They sat together, perfectly matched and effortlessly harmonious, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Meanwhile, she felt like a superfluous jester, seated there, lamenting the melancholies of spring and autumn. Chapter 68. Do not wish for me? Then do not entreat me. I am sated. Chui Cece abruptly set down her spoon, her voice quivering. Cece, you have eaten so little. Xiao Yan exclaimed anxiously. I am weary. I shall return to my room. Chui Cece declared as she rose, pulling out her chair and casting aside her words without glancing at anyone. Almost in a flight, she stumbled out of the dining hall, racing upstairs. Bang! A heavy door slammed shut from above, leaving the dining room enveloped in a profound silence. The warm ambience of the dinner dissipated, replaced by an awkward and oppressive atmosphere. Xiao Yan dejectedly laid down her chopsticks, feeling utterly helpless. Kui Zing Dai, sighed Evidi, patting his wife's hand. Do not fret. Xiaoyan has returned home for a visit. Let her enjoy a proper meal. Cece has always been spoiled. It has been your indulgence. Leave her be. Chui Shuyan gazed in the direction her sister had vanished, then turned to see Song Qian, whose brow was slightly furrowed. Father, mother, she began, her voice steady and calm. Do not worry. She merely needs some time. She then addressed Song Qian, her tone reverting to its usual composure. Xiao Qian, I have no obligations tomorrow. We could hike nearby. Song Qian nodded in agreement. All right. Xiao Yan could only manage a smile. That sounds splendid, Xiao Qian. Your sister Shuyan is often busy with work. Do take her out to breathe some fresh air, enjoy the scenery, and perhaps indulge in some delightful cuisine and entertainment. Song Qian nodded in acquiescence. The dinner concluded in a near-stagnant silence. Chui Shuyan and Song Qian exited the Chui family villa one after the other. The dim glow of the streetlights cast shifting shadows upon her cool profile as she gazed into the distant nightscape, her expression somewhat vacant. What occupies your thoughts? Song Qian inquired softly. Do you regret it? He deliberately raised his hand, tentatively brushing against Chui Shuyan's fingers. Sister Shuyan, your sudden return today, and your aloofness towards me. What is the matter? Have you grown weary of me? Song Qian, uncertain, pondered the matter. After all, Chui Shuyan was affluent, attractive, and young, with suitors aplenty. If she desired to change partners, it would merely be a matter of beckoning. Perhaps she found their companionship burdensome and wished to terminate the relationship prematurely. Not at all. Chui Shuyan allowed his playful gestures, deliberately stating, I merely pondered whether I was in the wrong, seeing Cece in such a state. Despite her words, there was not a trace of remorse in her eyes. This was merely a test of Song Qian's sentiments. Ah, so that is the reason? Sister Shuyan, even if our relationship were non-existent, I could never harbor any possibility with Chui Cece. Song Qian guided her back toward his home while engaging in casual conversation. Chui Cece is your biological sister. You must know her better than I. To put it plainly, her temperament is rather troublesome. If I were to remain stationary, akin to a sycophant, and beg her to be with me, she would refuse. Then, after some time, my persistence would only serve to annoy her further. Song Qian understood such individuals all too well, just like those relatives from back then, who feigned sympathy while offering to take her in. The moment she lingered a bit too long, their true colors would inevitably show. At this moment, Chui Cece was emotionally stirred, which led her to glance at herself a little longer. However, fundamentally, she had never truly cherished herself. Thus, annoyance was merely a matter of time. Do you see it so clearly? Chui Shuyan slowly withdrew her gaze and looked at him, a faint smile gracing her lips. She extended her hand, gently resting it upon Song Qian's hand. What kind of experiences have you had that have made you so perceptive about human nature at such a young age? Song Qian clasped her hand in return, his warm and dry palm enveloping hers. He turned to face her, bending slightly, and with his other arm encircling her waist. He whispered near her ear, "You should not judge me by my words, but rather by my actions." Chui Shuyan felt a tingling warmth against her ear, her body stiffening slightly as she raised her hand to rest against his chest. "We are very close to the Chui residence. Aren't you afraid of being seen by my parents in such proximity? Did you not declare it yourself? My parents are unaware of our arrangement. They will only perceive us as a couple." Song Qian replied nonchalantly, "So, it wouldn't be too inappropriate for me to occasionally overstep, would it? After all, the money you provide does not cover the expenses for pretending to be a couple in front of my parents. Who asked you to perform?" Chui Shuyan turned her face away, disliking the intimacy in public, her voice tinged with annoyance. "I never said stay away from me. I have made it clear without my consent, do not touch me." "Not touch you? Are you certain?" His voice was low and teasing. "Are you sure you do not wish for it? Then why are your legs trembling?" Chui Shuyan gazed into his profound and resolute eyes, feeling the heat emanating through the thin fabric of their clothing. Indeed, her legs felt a bit weak. "Nonsense. Nonsense? Would you dare let me check? I wish to see if you truly do not desire it." Feeling his large hand glide over her thigh, she hurriedly pushed him away and walked ahead, feigning anger, yet her cheeks were already flushed. The sound of her high heels echoed as she walked. Song Qian quickly caught up, lifting her into a princess carry. Hearing Chui Shuyan's soft gasp, he couldn't help but chuckle. Her usually composed demeanor was now tinged with nervousness and a blush, a rare sight indeed. "Put me down," she exclaimed helplessly. "Song Qian, you're asking for trouble. Do you believe I would abandon you?" Song Qian scoffed. "You would abandon me? Let us discuss it after tonight. I'm curious to see if you will beg me. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder." Having spent over a week apart from Chui Shuyan, he was convinced she must desire him. After all, the distinction between having experienced intimacy and not was significant, especially for a vibrant young woman like her, burdened with work pressures. Was it not natural to seek solace in a man? The scene of their playful embrace was witnessed by Chui Cece, who stood behind the curtains of the bedroom on the second floor, her hand gripping the fabric as she dared not step out, her lashes already dampened by tears. Originally, it seemed they were a perfect match. However, it now appears that Song Qian has channeled all the feelings he has never experienced for himself onto his sister. He would never dare to offend himself, nor would he ever embrace the boundaries of self-love, nor would he display such a smile or engage in intimate, ambiguous gestures. Hearing footsteps outside, she wiped away her tears and returned to her bed. The door swung open. "Mom, I'm not hungry," she said. Xiaoyan stood at the threshold. "You should eat something. Your sister and brother-in-law are going hiking tomorrow. Why not invite your friends to join you for a little outing? Or I could accompany you if you prefer." Chui Cece lowered her gaze. "Please let my sister take me along. I don't wish to go with anyone else." This left Xia Lian momentarily speechless. What was the purpose of being a third wheel? Nevertheless, she sighed, "I will ask your sister shortly. She has come back after such a long time." Chapter 69. Massage does not necessarily require hands in the bathroom. A warm bath enveloped the atmosphere. Chui Shuyan sat atop Song Qian's lap, facing him, as the steam swirled around them. Her long hair danced in the water, while her eyelashes glistened with droplets, lending her gaze an enchanting softness. The gentle ripples of the water spread outward. "Song Qian, I'm back. Are you happy?" she asked, having been carried back in his embrace. "Of course," he replied, his hand caressing her delicate waist. "Are you tired?" Chui Shuyan pondered for a moment, reluctantly responding, "Not really." "Then you shouldn't sleep tonight," he declared, gently laying her back into the water, allowing her neck to rest against the smooth edge of the tub. "This is a brand new bathtub I bought just for you. Your first time using it. Are you expecting me to thank you for using my own card? She teased. Wouldn't you prefer to enjoy a bath while being pampered? With a hint of mischief in his tone, he continued, you must have felt some strain from the flight. Allow me to give you a massage. Cui Shuyin was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated him being so attentive. A massage for myself? Sure. Song Qian leaned back slightly, lifting her delicate foot. Let us begin with your feet. Moments later, his hands traveled upward, and Cui Shuyin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her breath hitching slightly. I knew it. You're not a good person, Song Qian. Do you not like it? He asked playfully. Cui Shuyin kicked his hand away, her voice unsteady. How about I give you a massage instead? Song Qian chuckled. Sure, go ahead. Will you use your hands, or? Cui Shuyin frowned, a sheen of perspiration gracing her forehead. What else could be used for a massage besides hands? Anything, really. For instance, feet, chest, or lips. Get lost, she exclaimed, feeling flustered as her cheeks burned. The thought of such impropriety made her want to toss this rascal out. His audacity was simply growing more outrageous. Why not give it a try? He teased, pulling her delicate foot closer to him. Don't you wish to explore new techniques? That's filthy. I disagree. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains, casting a soft glow upon Cui Shuyin's serene face as she lay asleep in Song Qian's embrace, her breathing steady. Suddenly, her phone on the bedside table vibrated, jolting her from slumber. She furrowed her brow, reaching for it with a sleepy rasp. Mom? On the other end, Xiao Yin's voice emerged cautiously, tinged with a hint of exasperation. Xiao Yin, are you still asleep? I thought you were awake since it's already past 9. She got up early and is looking quite sprightly, sitting in the living room. She's waiting for you to go hiking together. Xiao Yin struggled to continue, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I'm truly sorry. I feel like I've lost face. Cui Shuyin opened her eyes, gradually becoming more alert. Song Qian was similarly awakened, his expression tinged with impatience upon hearing the conversation. Cui Shuyin spoke calmly into the phone. Understood, Mom. We will come to pick her up shortly. Song Qian furrowed his brow even more, turning over to bury his face into the pillow, a muffled complaint escaping his lips. What a hassle. After hanging up, Cui Shuyin glanced at the back of Song Qian's head and playfully poked his stiff shoulder. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Afraid she'll cling to you? Song Qian turned to face her. What am I afraid of? You're bringing her along, and you didn't even consult me. Is your sister more important than your brother? Cui Shuyin couldn't help but chuckle, a hint of exasperation in her beautiful eyes. What do you have to compare? Are you actually jealous of her? Don't be ridiculous. Do you wish to have a world for just the two of us? Sitting up, Song Qian replied. I just find it bothersome. It's the weekend, and we're going hiking? I could accompany you, but bringing along. He paused, refraining from uttering the troublesome words. Bringing along what? Cui Shuyin arched her brow, watching him with amusement. A third wheel, Song Qian corrected, exasperated. It will certainly disrupt our intimate time. Cui Shuyin laughed lightly, sitting up as well, the strap of her silk nightgown slipping down one shoulder, which she casually adjusted. Why worry? Are you afraid you won't have enough self-control? Song Qian scoffed, leaning closer to her. You should know my professional ethics, Cui. I am bound to serve a single client and shall not be distracted. Oh, Cui Shuyin allowed his fingers to linger at the hem of her garment, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. What if client number 2 offers a more lucrative reward? Song Qian's fingers halted, his gaze turning serious. It's not about the money. He looked directly into her eyes, even in work. One must consider how agreeable the boss is and whether the tasks align with one's desires. And how do you find your current tasks? Cui Shuyin inquired, a subtle curiosity in her tone. A smile played at the corners of Song Qian's lips as he leaned close to her ear, his voice low and warm. Simply. A dream come true. Cui Shuyin shivered slightly, unable to suppress a laugh as she pushed him away. Smooth talker. Get up. She realized that after spending so much time with Song Qian, he had become increasingly bold. In the past, he had acted like a timid puppy around her, and now she could hardly imagine how audacious he might become in the future. Regaining a serious demeanor, Song Qian inquired with genuine concern, You were exhausted last night. Do you still have the energy to hike today? Are you sure? That is what I should be asking you, Cui Shuyin retorted. Observing her, Song Qian chose not to press further. After they finished their morning routines, Song Qian took it upon himself to head out to the most renowned breakfast shop in the neighborhood, returning with steaming soy milk and fresh shrimp congee. The sun shone brightly as they sat quietly at the dining table, enjoying their breakfast in a warm and serene atmosphere. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Chui family villa, they indeed found Chui Cici waiting there. She was clad in a charming canary yellow tracksuit, her hair styled in a high ponytail with gently curled ends, adorned with a delicate black silk ribbon bow. A subtle makeup graced her sweet and lovely visage, and her complexion appeared significantly improved compared to the previous days. Although a hint of vulnerability lingered beneath her eyes, she projected an impression of vitality on the surface. Upon spotting their vehicle, Chui Cici immediately brightened with a radiant smile, trotting over to open the door and settle into the back seat. "Sister, brother-in-law, good morning." "Good morning," Chui Shuyan replied nonchalantly, glancing at her through the rearview mirror as she started the car. Song Qian, seated in the front passenger seat, did not turn his head, merely responding with a grunt. An unsettling feeling of conspiracy loomed in his mind. Based on his understanding of Chui Cici, the more enthusiastic and innocent she appeared, the more likely she was harboring mischievous intentions. Chapter 70. Time breeds affection. Cici, have you had breakfast? Chui Shuyan inquired. Huh? Chui Cici momentarily froze, then awkwardly smiled. I was waiting for you all to eat together, but I didn't expect you. Her gaze fell upon the untouched cup of soybean milk and the packaging in Song Qian's hands, and her expression dimmed. We've had breakfast at home, Chui Shuyan replied casually. There's a convenience store at the entrance of the community. Why don't you go down and buy something to tide you over? We'll wait for you. Chui Cici's smile faltered slightly, but she still forced herself to respond, No, it's all right, I'm not hungry. However, as the car came to a halt in front of the convenience store and she glanced at the unresponsive Song Qian, she pushed the door open and stepped out, deciding, I'll just get a cup of milk tea. Climbing the mountain requires some energy. She hurried into the store and soon emerged with an iced pearl milk tea in hand. Through the rearview mirror, Song Qian cast a cool glance at the drink and remarked, If you can drink iced milk tea, it seems your mood has improved. Chui Cici paused in her sipping, refraining from replying, and lowered her head to take a large gulp. The cold sweetness slid down her throat, but could not suppress the bitterness rising within her. Do you want some? She offered. No, thank you, Chui Shuyan replied. Feeling somewhat dejected, Chui Cici settled back in her seat, acutely aware that she felt out of place in their company. The sensation was truly uncomfortable. The car made its way toward the picturesque Luoxia Mountain. All the while, Chui Cici's phone buzzed incessantly in her bag, the screen lighting up and then darkening repeatedly. Frustrated, she pulled it out and, without even glancing at it, hung up multiple times. Finally, exasperated, she tossed the phone across the seat into Song Qian's hands. Her tone laced with deliberate sarcasm. Here, brother-in-law, could you do me a favor? Please handle this annoyance. After all, it's because of you that Gao Wenbin knows me. You should bear some responsibility for his incessant harassment. Song Qian stared at the buzzing phone displaying Gao Wenbin's name, veins in his temple throbbing with irritation. Chui Shuyan, glancing over, swiftly snatched the phone from Song Qian's grasp and decisively pressed the speakerphone button. Gao Wenbin's voice, tinged with a whiny tone, instantly filled the car, evidently unaware that it was on speaker. Cici, you finally answered. I realize my mistakes. Truly do. Cici, I love you. I cannot live without you. These past few days have been unbearable. When I close my eyes, all I see is you. I don't ask for your forgiveness. I only hope you take care of yourself, eat well, and look after yourself. Chui Cici's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by disgust, wishing fervently to snatch the phone back and end the call. Regret washed over her for having handed the phone to Song Qian. Who could have known that Gao Wenbin could be so insufferable? However, the unfortunate news was that she was thoroughly nauseated. But the fortunate news was that the two in the front seat appeared equally repulsed, as if they had just ingested a fly. The voice on the phone continued, and Chui Shuyan listened with an impassive expression. Once the other party's nauseating self-revelation came to a close, she coldly interjected, interrupting Gao Wenbin's heartfelt apology. The voice on the other end fell abruptly silent, enveloped in a deathly stillness. After several seconds, a somewhat altered tone, tinged with surprise and embarrassment, emerged from Gao Wenbin. Shui, Duiyanye, it's me. Cui Shuiyan's voice remained calm and unwavering, yet it carried an invisible weight of pressure. It seems your family's business has been rather idle lately. Gao Wenbin's heart sank suddenly. How could Cui Shuiyan be using Cui Cici's phone? And why would she mention business right off the bat? An ominous premonition washed over him, prompting his tone to shift to one of caution, even laced with a hint of obsequiousness. Shui, Shuiyan, please don't misunderstand. I'm just worried about Cici. Her health is just recovering. Worried about her? Cui Shuiyan let out a light, cold laugh devoid of warmth. Your concern manifests as incessant phone harassment, does it? Gao Wenbin, I warn you for the last time. Keep your distance from my sister. If I find out you harass her in any form again. She paused, her voice as clear as ice shards hitting the ground. I would not hesitate to ruin your little business, plunging your family into poverty overnight, even into bankruptcy and debt. I mean what I say. You may test me. In the back seat, Cui Cici fell silent, intimidated by her sister's words. The phone call descended into a prolonged, suffocating silence, broken only by Gao Wenbin's heavy, restrained breaths. Cui Shuiyan's threat was not mere bluster, with the Cui family's influence. Extinguishing her father's small business would be a trivial task. A wave of profound fear seized Gao Wenbin. I understand, Shuiyan Jia. His voice was hoarse and dry, laden with reluctance and dread. I will no longer disturb Cici. It seemed he still wished to plead for a chance to speak with Cui Cici. Cui Shuiyan did not afford him the opportunity, directly disconnecting the call and tossing the phone back to Cui Cici in the rear seat. The vehicle returned to silence, the only sound being the faint hum of the air conditioning vent. Cui Cici grasped the reclaimed phone, its screen now dimmed. After a few moments of silence, she forced a somewhat strained smile. You're amazing, sister. One sentence resolved everything. Brother-in-law. She glanced at the profile of Song Qian in the passenger seat. Feeling utterly useless, Song Qian remained silent. The car finally arrived at the parking lot at the foot of Wangyue Mountain. The sun blazed overhead, and the mountain breeze carried the refreshing scent of greenery. Song Qian opened the door and strode directly toward a nearby tourist shop. In no time, he returned with a brand new sunshade adorned with small floral patterns, handing it to Cui Cici in the back seat. He then unfurled a larger, simpler black umbrella, positioning it over Cui Shuiyan's head with fluid ease. Shuiyan Jia, I'll go queue for the cable car tickets. You two find a shaded spot to wait for me. Song Qian led Cui Shuiyan to the shade of a tree, offered a brief word of encouragement, and then hoisted a bulging backpack onto his shoulders before turning to join the lengthy queue at the ticket booth. Cui Cici, holding a delicate floral umbrella reminiscent of youth, observed Song Qian as he patiently navigated the throng, his tall figure appearing particularly dependable under the blazing sun. She then glanced at her sister, Cui Shuiyan, who stood quietly in the shade, her expression concealed behind sunglasses, yet exuding an air of grace and composure. A pang of envy stirred within her. At present, his attentiveness towards her was merely a reflection of his role as her brother-in-law, basking in the glow of her sister's presence. Sister, Cui Cici approached Cui Shuiyan and inquired, was it about Song Qian that you truly admire? This question had lingered in her mind for quite some time. Cui Shuiyan's gaze, peering through her sunglasses, fell upon Song Qian in the distance, her tone unhurried as she replied, love grows with time. Chapter 71, No opposition, but a desire to seize an opportunity is love cultivated over time. Cui Cici was evidently dissatisfied with this answer, or perhaps she simply failed to comprehend it. Was it merely because he had spent an extended period at home, or that their parents held him in high regard? As she spoke, she nodded slightly, acknowledging that after spending time with him, she could indeed discern that he was commendably capable. However, the depth of Cui Cici's feelings, cultivated over time, stood in stark contrast to the emotional bond that Cui Shuiyan had developed. Cui Shuiyan did not elaborate, her tone laced with curiosity. I thought you would mention some of his shortcomings. Cui Cici paused momentarily, then pursed her lips, casting her gaze towards the queue, her voice lowering. He could be quite annoying, his words can be sharp, and he often tries to meddle in my affairs. Yet, she hesitated, as if conceding to a difficult truth. He truly excels at caring for others. When you were away, I often indulged in reckless escapades. Whenever the plumbing burst at home, or when father felt unwell during a late-night gathering and had to go to the hospital, or even when I found myself in minor troubles. He handled everything without a second thought. Our parents trust him immensely. She exhaled, as if shedding a heavy burden, and awkwardly added, I'm just speaking the truth. I don't intend to flatter him. Cui Shuyan listened quietly, her sunglasses concealing the emotions in her eyes. She had not anticipated that Cui Cici would express such sentiments. Although her tone was somewhat awkward, the subtext acknowledged Song Qian's reliability and efforts. After a brief silence, she replied coolly, I thought you would oppose my relationship with him. What is there to oppose? Cui Cici lowered her head, her toes grinding against a small stone on the ground. His strengths and flaws are apparent. I'm not blind. She gazed into the distance, where Song Qian had finally reached the ticket window, extracting money to purchase their tickets while exchanging a few words with the ticket seller. He then proceeded to a nearby kiosk to buy several bottles of cold water, carrying the plastic bag back towards them. Each step he took was steady and unembellished, devoid of ostentatious gestures or ingratiating smiles. Yet it inexplicably instilled a sense of reassurance. As long as you are happy, that is what matters. Sister, you are more mature than I am. I know your decisions are not easily swayed, and you are certainly more astute than I. However, what Cui Cici refrained from voicing was that should the day come when they parted ways, she would not hesitate to express her displeasure. As Song Qian approached, the two sisters instinctively fell silent. Soon, the three of them boarded the cable car, ascending the mountain. The cable car was somewhat cramped, with Song Qian and Cui Shuyan naturally sitting on one side, while Cui Cici took a seat alone across from them. Observing the two seated side by side, Cui Cici felt an unavoidable pang in her heart, akin to being pricked by tiny needles. Yet, she took a deep breath, clenched her fists tightly, reminding herself that she had vowed not to feel sorrow any longer. She could not allow herself to appear foolish. At the very least, she had to feign indifference. She quickly adjusted her breathing, striving to maintain an expression of ease and nonchalance. As the cable car ascended slowly, the landscape below began to shrink. Suddenly, Song Qian stood up and moved to sit beside Cui Cici. Cui Cici's body tensed momentarily as her shoulder inadvertently brushed against Song Qian's arm. The warmth transmitted through the thin fabric, causing her heart to skip a beat. Why was he coming over? Just as her thoughts spiraled into chaos, she saw Song Qian pull out his phone and raise it towards Cui Shuyan across from them, instructing her to look this way. It turned out he merely wished to capture a photograph of his sister. The tautness in Cui Cici's nerves instantly relaxed, only to be replaced by an indistinct mix of disappointment and self-mockery. She couldn't help but quip, "Oh, the great photographer Song has arrived? What a commendable companion you are." Ignoring her sarcastic tone, Song Qian snapped a few pictures before handing her the phone. "I've taken enough. Now you help us with a group photo. It's a task from Mom, and we need to check in with the pictures." Reluctantly, Cui Cici accepted the phone, gazing at the two seated side by side within the frame. Cui Shuyan had removed her sunglasses, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she looked warmly at the camera. Song Qian wore a relaxed expression, his body instinctively leaning slightly towards Cui Shuyan. Sunlight streamed through the cable car's glass windows, bathing them in a harmonious glow that was almost blinding. Cui Cici's finger hovered over the shutter button, her grip stiffening as she beheld their perfectly matched faces on the screen, momentarily lost in a reverie. It reminded her of a time long past when she stood side by side with someone dear. However, back then, it was her mother behind the camera, and her expression had been one of reluctance. "Are you done?" Song Qian's voice jolted her back to reality. Cui Cici tossed the phone back to him, exclaiming, "You look." As Song Qian reviewed the images, he frowned slightly. "TSK, your skills. It's your fault for not posing properly." "Who can I blame?" Cui Cici retorted sharply. Turning her face away, Song Qian refrained from responding, suddenly lifting the phone to snap a picture of Cui Cici. "Hey, what are you doing?" she exclaimed, startled, instinctively wanting to evade him. Am I trying to capture an ugly photo of you to extort money? Allow me to demonstrate proper technique, Song Qian asserted confidently, turning the phone's screen towards her. Here it is, yours. On the screen was an image of Cui Cici inside the cable car, with a backdrop of rolling green mountains and a cerulean sky. She was slightly turned, the sunlight accentuating the delicate contours of her profile. Her expression a blend of defiance and annoyance. The pale yellow sportswear contrasted beautifully with her fair skin, although her expression appeared a bit blank. She surprisingly looked vibrant and appealing. Cui Cici stared at her reflection in the photograph, astonished that she could look this way through Song Qian's lens. Perhaps it wasn't so dreadful after all? Well, it's not bad. She feigned composure, pushing the phone away, though her ears betrayed her with a faint blush. Song Qian reclaimed his phone, and the atmosphere seemed to ease amidst their playful banter and photography, even giving rise to a rare sense of camaraderie. Observing Song Qian finally conversing with her as a friend, Cui Cici felt a sense of relief. Perhaps this was a positive development. She scrutinized Song Qian's photography skills, while Song Qian defensively argued that it was her own state that was lacking. Their banter resembled the playful exchanges they used to have, devoid of quarrels. Across from them, Cui Qian remained quietly observant, her expression adorned with a subtle, almost imperceptible smile. Her gaze was serene and untroubled, free from judgment, suspicion, or even the slightest hint of anxiety or jealousy. It exuded an absolute calmness, a mastery of the situation. It was as if the interactions unfolding before her were merely ripples on the water's surface, incapable of disturbing the profound depths below. Cui Cici, observing her sister's tranquil demeanor, which radiated a sense of ease and acceptance, felt a surge of complex helplessness within her. She recognized that she could never emulate her sister's grace. She was prone to impulsiveness, jealousy, and her heart seemed less expansive. Perhaps it was true that no one would ever cherish a version of herself like this. Bowing her head, she watched the swiftly passing forests outside the cable car, letting out a gentle sigh. Chapter 72. Cui Cici nearly fainted as the cable car arrived at the mid-mountain platform. A steep stone staircase still lay ahead, leading to the true scenic summit. Approaching noon, the sun blazed even more fiercely. Cui Cici trailed a few steps behind Song Qian and Cui Qian, initially managing to keep up, but soon felt her steps growing unsteady, her vision dimming intermittently. Over the past few days, she had scarcely eaten. The cup of iced milk tea she had gulped down on an empty stomach that morning now churned uncomfortably within her. Coupled with the relentless sun and the exertion of climbing, her body felt utterly drained, cold sweat soaking her back in an instant. Song Qian glanced back to see her lagging considerably, his brow furrowing slightly, assuming she was deliberately slowing her pace to maintain distance. He paid little heed and continued alongside Cui Qian. However, when they reached a small platform and he turned around again, he was startled to find Cui Cici's figure absent along the lengthy path behind them. Where's she? A sense of unease gripped Song Qian, fearing she had once again wandered off impulsively as she had before. What is wrong? Cui Qian halted, looking back and quickly grasping the situation. You should go check on her. I'll wait here. At her urging, Song Qian hastily turned and descended briskly. After navigating several bends and walking for about 7 or 8 minutes, he finally spotted Cui Cici curled up in the shadow of a jutting rock by the stairs. Her complexion was as pale as paper, her lips devoid of color, and her forehead glistened with cold sweat. She resembled a parched fish, too weak to even steady her phone. Cui Cici. Song Qian rushed to her side and crouched down. What on earth is going on? Upon seeing him, Cui Cici's pent-up feelings of grievance and discomfort erupted. Her eyes reddened, tears streaming forth unexpectedly, her voice quivering like a fragile whisper. Why? Why did it take you so long? I've been sitting here for nearly 20 minutes. I thought I was going to die here. Dizzy and frightened, she gazed at the steep mountain wall, lacking even the strength to call for help. The overwhelming sense of isolation transformed into a torrent of tears. Observing her pitiful and disheveled state, Song Qian swallowed the reproach that had risen to his lips, left only with a sense of helplessness. You're an adult. Who knew you were so fragile? Didn't you manage to drink iced milk tea this morning? He reached out to check her forehead, finding it cool and clammy. Can you still walk? The moment the words left his mouth, he realized the absurdity of his jest. Given her current state, it was evident she could not continue. Without further ado, he turned around, crouching down with his back to her. Get on. Chui Cece hesitated for a moment, gazing at his broad, somewhat damp back, but ultimately complied, climbing onto him. Her body had lost all strength, her head spinning. Had it not been for a flicker of willpower, she might have already succumbed to unconsciousness. Song Qian securely supported her legs and stood up, walking steadily towards the cable car station. Song Qian, I'm feeling quite unwell. Resting against his sturdy and powerful back, I sensed the rhythm of his steady steps and the rise and fall of his breaths. Tears involuntarily streamed down Chui Cece's cheeks. Memories surged uncontrollably, recalling that snowy night on Luoxiao Mountain, where the same solid back had carried her step by step out of despair amidst the biting cold and pain. She buried her face low, her voice muffled and heavy with nasal tones. Last time, it was also you who carried me. Song Qian did not pause in his stride, merely responding with a soft HM. Chui Cece's voice was laced with endless regret and a faint glimmer of hope. If only I'd seen things clearly back then, it would have been better. Song Qian remained silent, offering no response to her belated sentiment. He quickened his pace, eager to escort this troublesome individual to a place of safety. Upon re-boarding the cable car to descend the mountain, Song Qian immediately called Chui Xuan. Sister Xuan, I'm taking her down to the hospital. She's completely drained of strength and in poor condition, unable to walk. On the other end, Chui Xuyan's voice was calm, devoid of any surprise or anxiety. Understood. You go ahead, stay safe. I'll descend after I finish climbing. After hanging up, Song Qian glanced at Chui Cece, who leaned against the glass window, eyes closed and still sweating profusely, and sighed. Chui Xuyan's reaction, as he had anticipated, was remarkably composed, bordering on indifference. In the emergency department of the hospital, chaos ensued once more. Registration, examinations, blood draws for drips. Song Qian darted about, handling payments, collecting medications, and communicating with doctors. When Chui Cece was wheeled into the examination room, she was still in a daze. Once transferred to the foreroom and connected to glucose and electrolytes, she promptly closed her eyes and succumbed to a deep slumber. Time swiftly passed at 2 in the afternoon. As Song Qian emerged from the doctor's office with the lab results in hand, his stomach grumbled with hunger. It dawned on him that since morning, aside from a cup of soy milk and some porridge, he had consumed nothing and had spent half the day carrying someone while hiking downhill. He took out his phone, hesitated briefly, and then dialed Chui Xuan. Sister Xuan, have you descended? I've finished here and am quite famished. Would you like to join me for a meal? A gust of mountain wind whistled through the receiver as Chui Xuyan's voice remained steady. Not yet. I've just reached the summit. The view is splendid, and I plan to rest for a bit. You go ahead and eat. I can drive back myself later. Sorry, I promised to accompany you on the hike. Song Qian felt a twinge of guilt. It's all right. Chui Xuyan's voice carried a barely perceptible hint of amusement, a predictable minor hiccup. Quite frankly, if they were to truly become a family in the future, such occurrences were inevitable. Having spent considerable time abroad, Chui Xuyan could not constantly monitor Song Qian. It was better to choose trust. The principle of employing without suspicion and suspecting those not employed guided her. Once she had made a decision, she would not second-guess it. After ending the call, Song Qian felt a sense of relief wash over him. At that moment, Xiao Yin and Chui Zhengtai hurriedly arrived at the hospital. Xiao Qian, thank you for your hard work. I truly appreciate it. Xiao Yin, seeing Song Qian's weary demeanor, felt both pained and grateful. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Do not dine out. I have already instructed the housekeeper to prepare a sumptuous meal, which will arrive shortly. Please take a moment to rest. I can see the perspiration glistening on your forehead. She quickly produced a tissue and offered it to Song Qian. Indeed, he was utterly exhausted. Having spent the previous night with Chui Xuan without adequate rest, followed by a morning of hiking, an afternoon of carrying someone down the mountain, and then running around the hospital, he felt every bone in his body protesting as he finally allowed himself to relax. Without hesitation, he settled onto a long bench outside the infusion room. Soon, the housekeeper arrived with an abundant array of dishes. Chui Cece had also been moved to a deluxe ward, a spacious two-room suite complete with a private dining area. Song Qian was ushered by Xiao Yin to sit down in the cool, air-conditioned room to enjoy his meal, finally able to catch his breath. As Xiao Yin served him some dishes, she could not refrain from transferring some money to him, saying, "Little Qian, I truly owe you a debt of gratitude today. Please accept this token of appreciation from the housekeeper." Song Qian modestly attempted to decline, saying, "Mom, there is no need. It was my duty." However, he ultimately could not resist the warm insistence and accepted it graciously. Chapter 73. Deliberate trickery. Alas, this child, who usually appears so lively, how could she be in such a frail state? Xiao Yin gazed anxiously at the door of the hospital room, deeply concerned. It must be that she has not been eating or sleeping well these past few days, exhausting herself. Yes, after the drip, if she rests properly and eats on time, she should be fine, Song Qian remarked, shoveling food into his mouth in a vague attempt to offer comfort. Just then, a faint voice emerged from the hospital room. "Song Qian?" Both Song Qian and Xiao Yin hastily set down their chopsticks and entered. Chui Cece had awakened. Her complexion remained pale, yet her eyes sparkled with clarity. Upon seeing Song Qian, a complex emotion flickered across her face, ultimately transforming into a courteous expression of gratitude. "Thank you for saving me once again." Observing her feigned composure, Song Qian retorted with a hint of irritation, "Stop being so stubborn. Do you really think you can survive on milk tea alone? You are not made of iron. Consider yourself lucky this time. If you continue to mistreat your body, even a deity could not save you." Under ordinary circumstances, Chui Cece would have reacted explosively. However, at this moment, she merely pursed her lips, responding softly like a dutiful student chastised by a teacher. "I understand." Song Qian then brought over the warm congee. "Would you like to have some?" Chui Cece did not protest this time, obediently accepting it and sipping slowly. Xiao Yin offered her some sliced fruit, and after glancing at Song Qian, she complied and ate. Watching from the side, Xiao Yin felt a tumult of emotions. Observing Song Qian caring for her daughter so naturally and witnessing Cece's rare compliance before him, she could not help but ponder how harmonious and natural this scene would have been had Cece not created a fuss and pushed Song Qian away in the past. Song Qian was kind and dependable, capable of providing care, and even though Cece could be spoiled and willful, she seemed to be manageable in his presence. Unfortunately, it was too late to dwell on what could have been. With Shui Yin, while there was a lack of domestic warmth, her aloof lifestyle had gained a touch of warmth through Song Qian's care. Yet, this belatedly harmonious scene ultimately stirred a sense of ineffable regret within Xiao Yin. After finishing his meal, Song Qian checked the time. "Cece, there is nothing more to be done here. I need to go down the mountain to pick up Sister Shui Yin. She should be arriving soon." Upon hearing this, Chui Cece hastily set down her fruit. "But my sister drives herself. It's difficult to get a taxi over there. Moreover, even if you go, you may not be able to pick her up. She might return on her own. It would be such a hassle for you." She paused, her gaze flickering, adopting a somewhat pleading tone. "Brother-in-law, I have a group project for class, and the PPT needs to be submitted in the class group by 5 p.m. today. I truly lack the energy to complete it. Could you assist me? All the materials are on my phone." Hearing that it was about her studies, and seeing her daughter's evident weakness, Xiao Yin supported her plea, saying, "Yes, Song Qian, I am not knowledgeable about academic matters. Perhaps you could help Cece just this once?" Song Qian regarded Chui Cece's pale visage and Xiao Yin's beseeching expression, then glanced at the time, letting out a resigned sigh. He took Chui Cece's phone and asked for the password. "Quick, Cece, asti di confest." Song Qian, seated at the dining table outside the ward, began to assist Chui Cece in researching information, organizing her thoughts, and preparing a PowerPoint presentation. After a while, Xiao Yin, noticing her daughter's condition had stabilized, recalled that Cece had expressed a desire for her homemade dishes. She stood up and said, "Cece, I'll go home and prepare some soup and dishes you love. I will return shortly." "Xiao Qian, I appreciate your help in looking after her." Once Xiao Yin departed, Only Song Qian and Chui Cece remained in the ward. Chui Cece's voice emerged from within, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. I need to use the restroom. Song Qian paused, his fingers halting on his phone screen. Could you help me with the floor stand? Chui Cece's voice had diminished further. Song Qian rose and entered the inner room, observing the 4 bag hanging on the rack and glancing at Chui Cece's arm, where the needle was inserted, feeling somewhat troubled. Shall I call the nurse? It would be more convenient. There's no need to trouble yourself. Chui Cece immediately protested, struggling to sit up. I can manage the 4 on my own. She reached for the 4 stand, her movements awkward yet resolute. Seeing her determination, Song Qian, worried that she might dislodge the needle, frowned and approached. All right, don't be stubborn. Reluctantly, he removed the 4 bag, holding it carefully aloft while supporting her uninfused arm with his other hand. Take it slow. The two maneuvered into an exceedingly awkward position at the entrance of the ward's restroom. A predicament arose. If the restroom door closed, it would inevitably trap the 4-tube and bag outside. Chui Cece's face flushed crimson. Let us leave it like this. Just don't shut the door tightly. Song Qian also felt uncomfortable, turning slightly to avoid looking at her, propping the 4 bag against the door frame, allowing the door to remain ajar. The sound of running water emanated from the restroom as Chui Cece deliberately turned on the tap. Song Qian's gaze drifted, his expression blank, merely wishing for time to pass swiftly. After an extended period, the water ceased. Chui Cece emerged, her hands still damp. Relieved to see she was unscathed, Song Qian casually retrieved some tissues from a nearby box and handed them to her. Here, wipe your hands. Chui Cece, keeping her head lowered, accepted the tissues, hastily drying her hands, her cheeks resembling ripe apples, as she quickly returned to her bed, covering half her face with the blanket. Thank you. I can't let you care for me for free. I'll pay you for your time. Song Qian rehung the 4 bag, adjusting the flow rate, his tone indifferent. It's fine. I'll leave once your mother returns. Chui Cece's expression dimmed instantly, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible hint of disappointment. Oh, you're going to be with my sister, right? She endeavored to maintain a light tone, even teasingly adding, thank you, brother-in-law, for sacrificing your time with my sister to care for me. When my mother brings dinner, want you stay and eat with me before you go? Sensing the atmosphere growing chilly again, she joked to lighten the mood. During the new year, you'll give me red envelopes, right? After all, you are my brother-in-law. Song Qian was momentarily taken aback by her sudden shift in thought, then broke into a smile, shaking his head. You're overthinking it. His tone remained flat, devoid of commitment or denial, yet it carried an undercurrent of uncertainty regarding the future that Chui Cece could acutely sense. As she observed Song Qian return to the dining table in the outer room, the secret delight she had felt earlier that afternoon at the prospect of his assistance was swiftly overwhelmed by a wave of belated guilt. She had intentionally kept Song Qian around to help with her homework, deliberately prolonging their time together. She reveled in the rare sensation of being cared for by him, as if she could momentarily return to the past and mend the moments she had missed. However, her sister was still on the mountain. Her sister, weary from her journey, had come back for the rare weekend, the unique opportunity to climb, only to have her plans disrupted by Chui Cece's unexpected actions. Alone, she would reach the summit and now must drive back by herself. Was she, perhaps, being selfish once more? She had intended to suggest that Song Qian finish his homework and then leave, yet when the words hovered on her lips, she found herself reluctant to voice them. The thought of being alone in the hospital was simply too isolating. Chapter 74. Attending the banquet during the weekend, the Liu family's villa was adorned with vibrant decorations, exuding a festive atmosphere. This gathering celebrated the 100-day banquet of Liu Wennin's cherished son, drawing the city's elite. The Chui family, esteemed both in social standing and personal connections, was among the invited guests. Chui Shuyan gracefully linked her arm with Song Qian as they entered the banquet hall. She donned a sleek, tailored gown that radiated elegance, while Song Qian appeared in a well-fitting dark suit, shedding some of his youthful naivety to present a more composed and reliable demeanor. Standing together, they attracted considerable attention and whispered conversations, largely due to Cui Shuiyan's prestigious background and striking beauty. It was well known that the Cui family was a prominent lineage with only 2 daughters, both renowned for their beauty. The elder sister, in particular, was not only stunning but also exceptionally capable. She maintained a low profile, seldom attending social events, and was truly a paragon among her peers. At the appropriate age for marriage, numerous families sought alliances with them, yet all proposals had been gracefully declined. Thus, it was surprising to see her accompany a relatively unfamiliar gentleman, hinting at a potentially significant relationship. Shuiyan, a joyful voice broke through the crowd. Lu Wenin, cradling her baby wrapped in an exquisite swaddle, approached with a radiant smile. She had recovered remarkably well post-delivery, her complexion glowing with the happiness and fulfillment of new motherhood. Upon noticing Cui Shuiyan and Song Qian linked together, her gaze turned inquisitive, recognizing him as Song Qian's younger brother. "You're here. It's been ages." Song Qian quickly responded, "Wenin Jia, congratulations." Cui Shuiyan, rarely displaying warmth, allowed a gentle smile to grace her features as her eyes fell upon the sleeping infant, whose cherubic face melted hearts. She cautiously extended a finger, lightly brushing against the baby's soft cheek, her gaze revealing a subtle softness and curiosity. Lu Wenin beamed, observing the rare maternal glow emanating from Cui Shuiyan. Unable to resist, she teased, "What do you think? Isn't he adorable? Have you considered having one of your own? Look how easygoing mine is, just eat and sleep." Playfully engaging with her son, her tone remained lighthearted. "No, thank you." Cui Shuiyan withdrew her hand, her warmth evaporating instantly, returning to her usual aloof demeanor as she subtly shook her head. Lu Wenin, undeterred, understood Cui Shuiyan's character and shifted her attention to Song Qian, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Shuiyan was famously known in high school as the Iron Tree. How many suitors attempted to win her over without success? Who would have thought you, dear younger brother, would be the one to break through her defenses? Quite impressive. Her straightforwardness left Song Qian a tad embarrassed, his ears flushing with color as he managed a polite smile. "Oh dear, are you shy?" Lu Wenin chuckled, nudging the baby towards Song Qian. "Come, hold him. Experience what's like to be a father in advance. I tell you, if you do marry Shuiyan in the future, you must learn this role well. Your Shuiyan Jie possesses unparalleled intelligence, but as for her domestic skills," she feigned a look of disdain, exclaiming back in the day, "she couldn't even heat milk in the microwave without triggering kitchen alarms. It's essential to have someone at home to manage these things." Song Qian looked at Cui Shuiyan with some surprise, finding it hard to imagine that the composed and self-assured woman before him could possess such an awkward side. Cui Shuiyan met his inquiring gaze with an untroubled expression, her tone calm, as she remarked, "I am merely an ordinary person. Being born into the Cui family has afforded me a higher starting point and more opportunities. There is no need for you to perceive me as someone extraordinary." She then shifted her focus to Song Qian, her eyes glimmering with genuine admiration. "But you, without any distinguished background, managed to enter a university solely through your own efforts, working much harder than I ever did." Being publicly praised by Cui Shuiyan made Song Qian feel even more bashful, yet a warmth surged within him. He carefully accepted the small, soft life from Lu Wenin's hands. The infant felt light in weight, yet it carried an inexplicable heaviness. An instinctive urge to protect this fragile being welled up inside him. Although his movements were somewhat awkward, he was entirely focused on supporting the baby's head and neck, fearing he might cause pain. No one had taught him how to be a father, and he had never experienced the warmth of a complete family while growing up. Yet, at this moment, cradling this delicate life, his heart felt unusually tender. Perhaps one day, he too would become a father and have a small family, with a child of his own. "See, this looked quite nice." Lu Wenin chuckled as she patted Song Qian's shoulder. "I always said you two make a great match. You should have Shuiyan give you a child soon." "No, wait. With her looks and intelligence, she should at least have 7 or 8 to do justice to that genetic lottery." Song Qian couldn't help but laugh. "Sister Wenin, please stop joking." However, Lu Wenin was not jesting. Instead, she envisioned, "If you two hurry and have a daughter, she should marry my son. With Shuiyan's beauty, The child will surely be stunning. Eventually, I'll pass on the family business to my daughter-in-law to manage. After all, she will undoubtedly be smart and capable. Not necessarily. What if she takes after her father? Hui Xuan interjected suggestively. Well, Lu Wenin glanced at Song Qian. He is not bad, I suppose. You both are quite intelligent, and Song Qian's IQ is high enough to handle it. But it would be best if she resembled you. Hui Xuan smiled. You're quite picky. For Lu Wenin, having children was not particularly burdensome. It was rather easy, with 7 or 8 nannies attending to her. She merely needed to hold the child and play with him a bit, engaging in some postpartum exercises now and then, which was not exhausting at all. Thus, she encouraged Cui Shuyan to have several children as well. Not far away, in the self-service area, Cui Cici stood alone, holding a glass of juice and appearing somewhat out of place. She watched her sister, Song Qian, and Lu Wenin's family enjoying their time together, observing the focused tenderness on Song Qian's face as he held the baby. A tangle of emotions filled her heart, leaving her feeling stifled and somewhat empty. Oh, is that not our little Miss Cici? A somewhat exaggerated female voice rang out. Zhao Curson, the daughter of the Zhao family and an acquaintance of Cui Cici from her past, approached with a glass in hand, her eyes sparkling with unabashed curiosity. Where is your so-called devoted son-in-law? Why is he with your sister? She gestured towards Song Qian with her lips. Cui Cici furrowed her brow, feeling somewhat irritable, yet she maintained her composure and feigned nonchalance, saying, What does it matter whether he is a son-in-law or not? I never accepted arranged marriages. Previously, it was more about repaying a debt of gratitude, I suppose. My family deemed it inappropriate, so they allowed him to accompany my sister. Zhao Curson responded with a knowing "oh," her tone tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. I told you, weren't you the one who despised Song Qian the most? You swore you would never marry him, and now, the trouble has been handed over to your sister. TSK, your sister is quite magnanimous. Taking on such a hot potato. No wonder you are the family's darling. They indulge you in everything. These words pierced Cui Cici's heart like a thorn. Her expression darkened as she retorted, Zhao Curson, what do you mean? What do you mean by hot potato? I'm not necessarily. Enough, Zhao Curson interrupted, leaning in closer and lowering her voice. Does anyone in our circle not know about your dramatic act of faking death to escape marriage? And now what's the situation? Heartbroken? TSK, your romantic journey has been quite tumultuous. Her eyes twinkled mischievously as she added, Would you like me to introduce you to my brother? With your family status, there would be a queue of suitors wanting to be the Cui family's son-in-law. If you marry my brother, we would be even closer and could play together every day. How delightful. Stop. Cui Cici immediately rejected the idea, her face contorted in disdain. I have no interest in your brother. Don't meddle. Still so temperamental after a breakup. Zhao Curson scoffed, observing her sour mood. She then grabbed her arm and said, Come on, let's not linger here. Accompany me to check out that area. There are a few handsome new acquaintances. Chapter 75. Abduction. Cui Cici was half dragged and half led to the garden terrace beside the villa. This area was relatively tranquil, adorned with comfortable wicker chairs and small round tables, the lighting much softer. Wait for me, I'll be right back. Zhao Curson thrust her wine glass into Cui Cici's hands and dashed away. With no choice, Cui Cici sat down on a wicker chair near the edge of the garden, idly swirling the juice in her cup. The garden at night was serene, with only the distant sounds of music from the banquet hall and the chirping of insects. Suddenly, a deliberately hushed, flirtatious conversation, laced with breathy sighs, emerged from behind a dense thicket of ornamental shrubs. Cui Cici frowned, a wave of disdain washing over her. Who could be so lacking in decorum? Getting cozy in a corner during someone else's child's 100-day celebration? How revolting! She contemplated moving to another spot, but the woman's voice, tinged with a hint of sobbing, piqued her curiosity. Holding her breath, she cautiously parted the leaves, peering through the dim light of the ground lamps. Upon catching a glimpse, Cui Cici's heart lurched. It felt as if her blood had turned to ice. Behind the bushes, a tall man was tightly embracing a woman clad in a white dress, who appeared pitiful and delicate. Their bodies were pressed closely together in an exceedingly intimate manner. And that man was none other than Lin Jie. the heir of the Lin family, who had just been in the banquet hall, affectionately cradling a child alongside Lu Wenin, exuding happiness and contentment. Chui Cixi was nearly overwhelmed with shock, stifling a gasp as her heart raced. Good heavens! Lu's sister's husband, at her son's 100-day banquet, rendezvousing with a stranger. Panic-stricken, she yearned to flee from this place of turmoil. Yet, in her haste, she inadvertently stepped on a dry twig, producing a slight crackling sound. Who? Lin's alert voice immediately rang out. Chui Cixi was terrified and turned to run. Stop! Lin reacted swiftly, shoving the woman aside before pursuing her in a few strides, seizing her wrist with a grip so strong it felt as though he might crush her bones. Ah, let go of me! Chui Cixi cried out in terror, struggling against him. Upon recognizing her, Lin's face darkened instantly. His expression turned grim, filled with fury and menace. He had identified her, the second young lady of the Chui family. See ye, it's someone from the Chui family. What should we do? The delicate woman followed, her face pale with fear, her voice trembling if she tells anyone. I'm finished. My father will kill me. And with your wife's temperament, the Lu family will surely not let me off. Shut up, Lin growled, his gaze fixed intently on the desperately struggling Chui Cixi. His mind raced. The government project in the western suburbs was the largest undertaking he had taken on since his marriage, a pivotal opportunity for both the Lin family and his personal advancement. The bidding announcement period is of paramount importance. Any negative news, particularly a scandal capable of tarnishing his reputation and bringing shame to the Lin family, could serve as a lethal weapon for adversaries. The entire project could potentially collapse. His entire existence would be ruined. It is absolutely imperative that she remains silent. A frenzied thought suddenly seized Lin's mind. You are courting your own demise. A fierce glint flashed in Lin's eyes as he violently dragged Chui Cixi to the edge of a decorative shallow pool, disregarding her screams and struggles, and forcefully plunged her head into the icy water. Ugh! Glug glug! Chui Cixi was taken by surprise. The frigid water rushed into her nose and mouth, and the sensations of suffocation and the terror of death drove her to struggle desperately, her hands flailing and feet kicking wildly. But she was no match for Linja. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. After a few seconds, her struggles grew weaker, her consciousness rapidly fading, until finally darkness enveloped her and she lost all awareness. Linja gazed at Chui Cixi, who lay slumped by the pool, drenched and unconscious. He bellowed at the terrified woman, "Leave through the back door. There are no cameras there. I'll have someone take her away. Let tonight's events be forgotten." The woman, trembling in fear, felt her legs weaken, yet under Lin's menacing gaze, she could only comply, shaking as she walked away. Lin's associates soon arrived, seizing the cover of night and the secluded corners of the garden to drag the unconscious Chui Cixi towards the back door. Others swiftly erased any traces by the pool, wiping away the water stains. Once everything appeared to be in order, Lin nonchalantly adjusted his slightly disheveled suit, inhaled deeply, and donned a gentle smile before briskly returning to the bustling banquet hall. After a while, Zhao Kersen emerged from the restroom and noticed Chui Cixi's absence. Huh, where did she go? Off somewhere. She glanced around but saw no sign of her. With a slight pout, she muttered, "Honestly, she just leaves without a word." Assuming Chui Cixi had found the event tedious and left early, she paid it little mind and proceeded to seek out other friends. Within the banquet hall, the atmosphere remained lively. "You should rest for a bit. I'm here." Linja had returned to Lu Wenin's side, engaging in jovial conversation with several important guests, presenting himself as the epitome of a good husband and devoted father. Lu Wenin nestled beside him, her smile radiant and blissful, as she observed him effortlessly mingling and retreated to the sofa. Chui Shuyan and Song Qian were also resting on the sofa in the inner hall. Chui Shuyan carefully took the baby from Lu Wenin's arms, cradling the little one tenderly. The small child awoke, gazing at her with wide, curious eyes, remaining calm and quiet. As Chui Shuyan looked down at this fragile little life, a peculiar softness stirred within her once more. She lifted her gaze to Lu Wenin and sincerely remarked, "Wenin, You are truly remarkable. Her tone carried a hint of admiration that she herself did not fully realize, almost childlike in its innocence. Lu Wenin burst into laughter at her words. Ha ha ha. Xuan, what are you saying? Giving birth and raising a child is indeed arduous. But witnessing this little one grow day by day brings a sense of happiness that is unparalleled. If you wish, you could too. While you're still young. Song Qian sat nearby, observing the gentle profile of Cui Shuyan as she cradled the child, while the cheerful laughter of Lu Wenin filled the air, causing the corners of his mouth to involuntarily lift. This warm atmosphere, imbued with the essence of life, felt both unfamiliar and reassuring to him. As the banquet approached its conclusion, guests began to take their leave in succession. Xiaoyan sought out Song Qian and Cui Shuyan. A hint of concern etched on her face. Xiao Qian, Shuyan, have you seen Shishi? She inquired. That girl has been missing all day, and I can't reach her by phone. Song Qian exchanged a glance with Cui Shuyan, both shaking their heads. Reflecting on it, Song Qian realized he indeed had not seen her. That child. Xiaoyan sighed helplessly. She must be bored and has run off to play somewhere. I've told her countless times to inform us before she goes out. She had evidently grown accustomed to Cui Cici's capriciousness. While concerned, she did not dwell on worse scenarios. Well, I'll send her a message. Hopefully, she'll return home once she has had enough fun. Kui Xueyan nodded in agreement, seemingly unfazed. To her, it was perfectly normal for her sister to act impulsively and wander off. Meanwhile, far from the Liu family villa, on a secluded path at the edge of the city, a black sedan's trunk held the unconscious Cui Cici, drenched and curled up in a cold, fearful state. Upon awakening, her eyes widened in terror as memories of earlier events flooded her mind. She attempted to struggle, only to realize her hands and feet were bound. Let me go. Chapter 76. Drenched in the early hours of the morning, around 1 o'clock, Song Qian's mobile phone suddenly illuminated the darkness. He swiftly answered, and, on the other end, Xiaoyan's voice quivered with palpable distress. Xiao Qian, CC. She hasn't returned. Her phone has been off, and none of our friends know where she is. Instantly alert, Song Qian threw off the covers and rose from his bed. He glanced back at Cui Shuyan, who was sleeping soundly. It appeared that the first day of her menstrual cycle had exhausted her, her brow furrowed, breathing steady. Thus, he decided not to disturb her. 3 minutes later, the Cui family villa was ablaze with light. Xiaoyan, her complexion ashen, paced the living room with her phone clutched tightly in hand. Cui Zhengtai was furiously berating someone on the other end of the line. What do you mean there are blind spots in surveillance? The last place my daughter was seen was in Liu family garden. Keep searching. What did Zhao Kersen say? Xiaoyan inquired anxiously. Kui Zhengtai sighed. She said she hadn't seen Shishi since they parted ways in the garden, thinking she had left on her own. Observing the tense atmosphere, Song Qian couldn't help but speculate whether it involved Gao Wenbin. There were not many individuals who held a grudge against Cui Shishi, thus the range of potential suspects was quite limited. He promptly dialed Gao Wenbin's number, which rang 7 or 8 times before being answered. The voice on the other end feigned sleepiness and mockery. Oh, Song Xiao? What a late hour. Where is Cui Shishi? Song Qian interrupted directly. A loud, exaggerated laugh erupted from the other end. What's wrong? Did she dump you again? You don't think I've hidden her away, do you? Last chance? Song Qian's tone turned icy. Where's she? Not my problem. Gao Wenbin's voice suddenly escalated, laden with long simmering resentment. She has evaded me before. It's not the first time. She might very well be lying in some wild man's bed right now. Must I come to your house for you to speak properly? Gao Wenbin sneered. I told you it wasn't me. What do you want from me? Although I must admit, it pleases me to see her giving you a hard time. Do you know how she used to complain about you to me? Said you were just If you lie. Song Qian's demeanor remained cold. The Cui family will ensure your entire family disappears in the city. Gao Wenbin's curses mingled with thunderous anger. So you're biting back, huh? You deserve to be played around by that woman. Song Qian then called Su Yiya, but received no information, nor did he find her at the bars where Cui Shishi frequently visited. Xiaoyan was stamping her feet in frustration. Where could she possibly be? What if she encounters a bad person at this hour? At the edge of the reservoir, in an abandoned shed, the damp, Frigid air was thick with the scent of rust, mildew, and a faint fishy odor. Shishi was cruelly tossed into a corner, landing atop a pile of foul-smelling burlap sacks. Her wrists and ankles were bound tightly with coarse rope, nearly numbing her senses, while a rag stuffed in her mouth reeked of machine oil, inducing waves of nausea. Boss, the phone. A lanky, sharp-featured man handed a buzzing mobile phone to a burly figure lurking in the shadows, a menacing scar etched across his face. Scar answered the phone, glanced at the number displayed on the screen, and moved to a slightly quieter corner, pressing the answer button. Zhishao. The voice on the other end was low, tinged with the fatigue of late night and a hint of weariness. How is it? My wife and child have just fallen asleep. Is everything going smoothly? Yes. I'm by the reservoir, in an abandoned shack, quite remote. No one around, Scar replied. There haven't been any complications, have there? Linge's voice tightened. No. I was very cautious on the way here. No one saw me. The person is tied up now and has settled down, Scar said, glancing at the corner where Chui Cece was curled up, her eyes filled with terror. That's good. Linge seemed to exhale, but his tone quickly turned darker. This matter cannot be delayed. The longer it drags on, the more dreams it breeds. The Chui family is not to be trifled with. They are likely already searching for her. Linge's implication was clear. Make it look reasonable, he commanded, his voice as cold and merciless as a serpent's hiss. A pampered young lady, unhappy, runs away to the desolate reservoir to clear her mind, only to accidentally fall into the water or meet with some misfortune. The reservoir is vast, and the water deep. Retrieval would be arduous. Despite the distance of the phone call, Scar could sense the chilling disregard for human life in Linge's words. Understood, Zhishao. I will handle it discreetly. Be swift and efficient, Linge concluded, hanging up the phone with an air of finality. The busy tone echoed sharply in the silence of the shack. Ugh, ugh, ugh. A desperate and frenzied whimper emanated from the corner, where Chui Cece had heard everything. She understood. She comprehended fully. Linge was after her life. Not only did he intend to imprison her, but he also planned to disguise her demise as an accident. A surge of immense fear and despair engulfed her like a tsunami. What's all this noise? Quiet down. Scar, irritated, growled as he pocketed his phone, casting a menacing glare at Chui Cece. Remove whatever is in her mouth. Let us see what nonsense she wants to spout. The rag was yanked away roughly, and Chui Cece gasped for air before screaming in a hoarse voice. Let me go. I know you are acting on Linge's orders. But do you know who I am? I am the youngest daughter of the Chui family. If you dare lay a finger on me, the Chui family will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. When that time comes, you will be Linge's scapegoats. No one will care for you. Release me, and I will forgive and forget. Grievances have their sources, and I will only seek out Linge, not you. Moreover, I can offer each of you 500,000 immediately to leave here. Shut up, you foul woman. Scar's expression darkened, and he hissed angrily, stepping forward to silence her once more. Boss. The lanky, sharp-featured accomplice beside him grabbed Scar's arm, his face showing evident hesitation. What she says, it does sound somewhat reasonable. We can't afford to provoke the Chui family. The atmosphere in the shack grew exceedingly strange and tense as the three kidnappers huddled together, whispering in low tones. Chui Cece's heart raced as she realized she must devise a way to buy time, awaiting the arrival of the Chui family and Song Qian to rescue her. Yet, why had they not come? It had been so long. Was she truly so insignificant that they had not noticed her absence? Or perhaps their eyes were solely fixed on her sister, indifferent to her plight? A swell of fear and despair overcame Chui Cece, accompanied by profound disappointment and a tinge of regret for her past impulsiveness in leaving during conflicts. Surely, this disregard for her presence contributed to their indifference towards her disappearance. If something were to truly befall her. No, she did not wish to die, especially not in such a tragic manner. Suddenly, the scarred man turned and, without uttering a word, seized Chui Cece and headed towards the reservoir. Though the other two seemed inclined to protest, they remained silent, offering no resistance. Let me go. Don't you want the money? Chui Cece's heart leapt in her throat. Huh, do you think I would believe you? Rather than serve as a scapegoat for young Master Zhe, I would not trust a woman like you to spare us. It is far better to act decisively. ensuring no loose ends remain. Chapter 77. He came to save her. Chui Cece was unceremoniously hurled into the inky depths of the reservoir by the scarred man, as if she were mere refuse. The frigid, fishy liquid surged in her mouth and nose in an instant. Gulp, gurgle, her desperate gasps for air were mercilessly swallowed by the splashing water. The primal instinct to survive propelled her to thrash and flail in the water. But her limbs were bound, rendering each struggle futile and absurd, causing her to sink even more swiftly. The icy water pressed against her from all sides. Her lungs seared with pain as her consciousness rapidly blurred amidst the suffocating agony and biting cold. It was over. Was she truly to perish? Did no one care for her? Was there no one to rescue her? Was she so detestable that, even in this dire moment, no one noticed her absence? Just as her awareness was on the brink of succumbing to darkness, despair overwhelming her, bang! A dull thud echoed, reminiscent of a heavy object colliding, faintly resonating through the waves. Immediately following were muffled yet intensely furious shouts and sounds of a struggle, chaotic and interwoven. Someone was coming. Chui Cece summoned her last ounce of strength, desperately tilting her head back to allow her mouth and nose to barely breach the surface. She strained her blurred eyes, peering through the tumultuous water and the veil of night, filled with terror yet tinged with a flicker of hope as she gazed toward the shore. There, in the direction of the dilapidated shed, beams of powerful flashlights flickered wildly, intertwining. Several shadowy figures were locked in combat. Was it him? Chui Cece's heart raced, nearly bursting from her chest. In that moment, the swiftest figure seemed to break free from the fray, showing no signs of hesitation as he pivoted sharply and sprinted toward the reservoir's edge. His target was unmistakably clear, her struggling in the water. With a splash, he plunged into the icy depths without a moment's pause. Water sprayed everywhere. Chui Cece's tears mingled with the frigid lake water, her consciousness fading further. He was closer, closer still. The moonlight and the flickering flashlight beams finally illuminated a face, drenched yet resolute, marked by fresh abrasions and bruises. Song Qian. It was truly him. A torrent of indignation, fear, and elation overwhelmed Chui Cece in an instant. She could no longer contain herself, as Song Qian's strong arms pulled her from the icy water. She broke into a heart-wrenching sob, her voice hoarse and fragmented, filled with the terror and hurt of narrowly escaping death. Song Qian, woo-woo, I was so scared. Why did it take you so long to come? I thought I was going to die. Whoa. Soaked to the skin, Song Qian swiftly examined the ropes binding her wrists and ankles, discovering they were tied too tightly to be undone at present. Shut up. Conserve your strength. His voice was breathless, deep, and urgent, devoid of comfort, almost reprimanding. If I hadn't suddenly remembered that your broken watch might have a tracking device, I'd still be wandering aimlessly in the city. As he spoke, he clasped Chui Cece tightly and exerted all his strength to swim toward the shore. His movements remained steady and powerful, yet Chui Cece could sense the tension in his muscles and the rapidity of his breath. It was evident that the earlier skirmish on the shore had drained a considerable amount of his strength. Watch. Chui Cece was momentarily taken aback by his words, her sobs stifled as she gazed blankly at her damp wrist. Indeed, there adorned a somewhat outdated, yet well-maintained smartwatch. It was a gift from Song Qian, purchased together on her birthday. At that time, Song Qian mentioned that the watch had a location-sharing feature, allowing him to easily locate her, the troublesome one. She had scoffed at the notion, believing it to be an attempt at surveillance, and had subsequently relegated it to the depths of her drawer, never to wear it again. Recently, as memories of him resurfaced, she unwittingly unearthed this long-neglected timepiece and donned it once more. She hadn't even checked if it still had power. To her astonishment, this little object, once forgotten and dismissed, which carried the weight of a complex past, had become the sole lifeline connecting her to Song Qian in this life-and-death moment. I merely... A torrent of emotions overwhelmed Chui Cece, her tears cascading more violently, a blend of relief, fear, and an indescribable bittersweetness. Song Qian remained silent, swimming with all his might to the shore. Upon reaching the bank, it appeared that the battle had subsided. Several individuals, clad in civilian attire, yet displaying a decisive demeanor, swiftly secured the scene. One of them, wielding a powerful flashlight, vigilantly illuminated the water surface. Upon spotting Song Qian carrying her ashore, he promptly rushed over to assist. Song Qian gently laid Chui Cece on the grass by the bank, whereupon someone quickly enveloped her in a blanket. He disregarded his own drenched state, urgently assessing Chui Cece's condition, untying the ropes binding her hands and feet, and noticing the deep indentations and the cold, purplish hue of her skin, his gaze turning even more frigid. Cough, cold, so cold. Wrapped in the blanket, Chui Cece continued to tremble uncontrollably, her lips tinged with a bluish tint. Get the car over here, Song Qian shouted to those nearby. Leaning against Song Qian's chest, Chui Cece felt his warmth and the strength of his heartbeat. Observing the droplets of water and abrasions on his face, all her fear, grievance, and the overwhelming emotions that had been suppressed surged forth uncontrollably. She suddenly threw herself into his embrace, clinging tightly to his damp, cold form, and wept openly, as if to expel all her terror and sorrow. Song Qian, I truly thought I was doomed. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. Woo-woo. Song Qian's body stiffened momentarily. His raised hand ultimately descended awkwardly yet tenderly onto her wet hair, patting it clumsily a couple of times. All right, stop wailing. You're not dead. His voice remained gruff, yet softened slightly, devoid of its usual harshness, tinged with an imperceptible weariness and a sense of relief. The wail of sirens grew closer, the red and blue lights piercing through the cold night, enveloping the reservoir. Chui Shuiyan's sleek black sedan sped toward them, coming to a screeching halt not far away. As the car door swung open, Chui Shuiyan strode forward with measured steps, maintaining her composure. However, the chill in her countenance intensified as her eyes fell upon her younger sister, Chui Cece, weeping in distress within Song Qian's embrace, amidst the chaos that surrounded them. A frosty storm brewed within her gaze as it swept across the groaning captors on the ground, ultimately resting on Song Qian, drenched and bearing fresh wounds and bruises upon his chest. What on earth has transpired? Chui Cece hastily recounted the events, her breath coming in labored gasps, the water in her lungs rendering her speech a strenuous endeavor. Chui Shuiyan's expression darkened significantly. I shall handle this matter, she declared resolutely. Chui Cece, noticing her sister's intent to leave, interjected anxiously, Sister. But what about Sister Wenyin? She has just given birth. I am well aware of what must be done, Chui Shuiyan replied with assurance. Only then did Chui Cece find solace, though her grip around Song Qian remained unyielding, the remnants of fear still coursing through her, leaving her trembling. The terror of potential danger loomed large should she release her hold. Meeting the vulnerability and dread reflected in her eyes, Song Qian offered no further words, instead assisting her into the vehicle en route to the hospital.